Long ago, in the earliest period of Egyptian civilization, the dwellers on the Nile were in the habit of preserving the dead bodies of their relatives and friends by means of salt, soda, resin, bitumen, and other substances of like nature. And although the art of mummifying and swathing the body in linen bandages did not attain to its highest pitch of perfection until several hundreds of years later, the simple means which were employed in the earliest days were effectual in keeping bones, sinews, and skin in existence upon earth. The Egyptians embalmed their dead either because they wished to keep their material bodies with them upon earth, or because they believed that the future welfare of the departed depended in some way upon the preservation of the bodies which they had left behind them upon earth. Whatever the motive, it is quite certain that it must have been a very powerful one, for the custom of embalming the dead lasted in Egypt without a break for at least 5,000 years. It survived all the influence which the Greeks and Romans brought to bear upon the habits and customs of the Egyptians, and only disappeared from the country about 200 years before its conquest by Muhammad's general Amir ibn al-Asi, AD 658. The writings of ancient Egypt show that it was not only the custom but also the duty of a man to prepare during his lifetime a suitable tomb in which his body might rest after death, and it is to the desire of preserving the body on the part of the Egyptians which found practical expression in the hewing of tombs and the making of elaborate funeral furniture that we owe the greater part of our knowledge of their religious beliefs. As time went on, the embalming of the dead was performed in a more elaborate manner, and at the same time the last resting place of the mummified body was chosen more carefully and wrought with greater attention. At a very early period, the wealthy discarded the use of holes in rocks and caves as tombs, for in these the bodies were accessible to the attacks of enemies and wild animals and serpents, and the same objection was naturally made to shallow hollows made in the limestone and covered over with slabs of the same material, and also to the vaulted crude brick graves which were commonly in use in the early dynasties. The place of these was taken by pyramids built of stone and by many chambered tombs hewn in the living rock. Experience, however, soon showed the Egyptian that the most carefully constructed tomb was incapable of preventing damp rot or dry rot and decay, and that some other power besides his own must be invoked to prevent the destruction of the body, which, though needing longer time to accomplish, was as effectually performed by these means as by the tooth of the wild animal or serpent, or by the hand of the enemy. At this stage, the aid of the professional religious man or priest was called in, and the task of finding means to prevent rot and decay was entrusted to him. There is little doubt that when the body was laid to rest in the tomb, the priest pronounced certain words or formulae or prayers over it, and it is probable that the recital of these words was accompanied by the performance of certain ceremonies. Whatever these formulae were, they formed the foundation of the Book of the Dead of later Egyptian times. It is idle to attempt to consider what such words were, but we are within our right if we assume that they were addressed to the god or gods of the community on behalf of the dead, and that they contain petitions for the welfare of the departed in the world beyond the grave. Such petitions would refer more to material than to spiritual happiness. Indeed, it is more than doubtful if the Egyptian at that time had developed any spiritual conceptions in our sense of the word, for although his ideas were very definite as to the reality of a future existence, I think that he had formulated few details about it, and that he had no idea as to where or how it was to be enjoyed. Certain portions of texts which have been incorporated into religious works of a later period show that the life which the Egyptian hoped to live after death was one similar to that which he led upon earth, and it is clear that he thought the preservation of his natural or material body to be in some way absolutely necessary for the attainment of this life. He hoped to have power to exercise all the natural functions of his body and to be able to journey about at pleasure. Unless the body and all its members were preserved, such a life was impossible for him. The earliest monuments in Egypt of the historic period are tombs, and the universal testimony of these is to the effect that the Egyptian endeavored to attain to this life by the embalmment of the body and by the power which the texts inscribed upon his tomb, coffin, etc., could give him. And this was always so, for the earliest tombs prove that they were hewn out or built according to a recognized system which had become sanctified by antiquity, and that they were intended to keep intact bodies which had been treated with balms and balsams, unguents, and drugs, and other similar preservative compounds. And the texts written upon them take the fact of the existence of a future life for granted, and assume that its duration will be infinite. The oldest tombs of this kind to which we can assign a date belong to the period of the Second Dynasty, about BC 4200. But there are some in existence which are remarkable for the extremely archaic grouping of the inscriptions upon the walls, and which may well belong to a very much earlier time. In this connection, the evidence supplied by the curious tombs which M. Amelino and J. de Morgan have recently excavated at El Amra, a place situated about 5 miles from Abydos on the west bank of the Nile, is of peculiar interest. Here were found a number of oval graves sunk in the stony soil to a depth varying from 5 to 6 feet, wherein were the skeletons of human bodies lying upon their sides. Their hands were crossed before their faces, and their knees were bent and were on a level with their chests. With them were buried flints, small bronze implements, pottery ornamented and plain, stone vases, shell ornaments, etc. And though experts are divided in their opinion as to the exact antiquity of these objects, there seems little doubt that the oldest of them belong to the period of the dawn of Egyptian civilization, and that is sufficient for our purpose at present. A number of the skeletons from the tombs of El Amra were submitted for examination to Dr. Fouquet of Cairo, who has found reason for declaring that they show traces of the bodies to which they belonged having been treated with compounds or substances used in embalming the dead. This fact shows that the friends and relatives of the departed who caused their bodies to be so treated must have considered that it would be of some benefit to them in their life in the world beyond the grave, and in so doing they were probably only conforming to a custom which was already old and well established in their day. It must not be forgotten that the skeletons in the cemetery of El Amra were found lying on their sides, and this fact strongly supports the view that the tombs are not tombs of Egyptians, but of their immediate predecessors or of contemporaries of the early dynasties. In no Egyptian tomb hitherto opened has the mummy been deposited on its side. Moreover, the Egyptian mummy is always found lying upon its back, its arms are always laid on the body, and the hands rest on the tops of the thighs. Though the burials at El Amra tell us nothing about the ceremonies, religious or otherwise, which were performed over the departed when they were committed to the earth, they prove almost beyond a doubt that peoples older than the Egyptians partially embalmed their dead at that remote period, and this being so, it is probable that the religious ideas and the belief in the future life which the Egyptians possessed were shared by the nations round about them, with whom they were perhaps connected by ties of blood. Passing from prehistoric times, of which we know little, and that little imperfectly, we come to the tombs of the first 4 dynasties, which show that a great development in the religious ideas and funeral ceremonies has taken place since the first of the graves at El Amra was dug. We see that certain symbolic ceremonies were regularly performed, that a number of priestly officials with clearly defined duties in connection with funerals had come into being, that a large number of festivals were celebrated at or near the tomb throughout the year, that the offering of meat and drink, of unguents and garments, and of green herbs and flowers at stated times had grown into a system that a number of gods were duly honored and worshipped, that the priests of the gods belonged to and probably formed the ruling class of the districts in which they lived, that certain gods had already obtained the position of national deities who were known and honored throughout the country, and that certain cities such as Abydos, Anu, On, and Memphis had become centers of teaching of the views and dogmas which their respective priests had adopted and modified, or had themselves evolved. It is quite certain that certain priestly officials lived and died, for the texts on their tombs bear witness to this fact. If the official lived, then the office to which he was appointed existed, and if religious books, the reading of which during the funeral was necessary for the welfare of the departed, had not existed, men would not have been appointed to read them. At this time we find that certain priests, called priests of the Ka, were duly appointed, and that they performed their ministrations in chapels of the Ka, which were attached to the tombs of kings and wealthy men. This shows beyond a doubt that the doctrine of the existence of a double of a man had been evolved, and the making of offerings to it at stated intervals at the tomb proves that it was believed to dwell therein, and that material meat and drink were necessary for its well-being. This is important also as indicating that the offerings were not consumed by the deceased himself, however needful the ceremony of offering them might be for his general welfare. Similarly, the sufferings, death, and resurrection of Osiris were well known in the period of the early dynasties, and it is probable that he became the type of the resurrection of man in Egypt long before the religious texts which assume it and which call him the god and king and judge of the dead passed from oral tradition to inscribed papyrus. A study of the religious texts of all periods proves that the great fundamental religious ideas of the Egyptians remained unchanged from the earliest to the latest historical times, and it seems that they must have been received by the early Egyptian priests in much the same form as that in which they handed them on. The doctrine of immortality and everlasting life, and the belief in the resurrection of a spiritual body, are the brightest and most prominent features of the Egyptian religion. They survived all the theological theories and speculations of the various schools of religious thought in Egypt, and to them generations of men clung with a firmness and tenacity marvelous to consider. And side by side with these beliefs there flourished the religious texts, to which the name Book of the Dead has been given, and they appealed mightily to all from highest to lowest, for they were believed to give man power in the world beyond the grave, and to enable him to attain to the abode of the blessed, and to gain everlasting life. No amount of research and no discovery have as yet yielded any information about the home and origin and early history of the Book of the Dead. It seems pretty clear that, as said above, the first form of all of the Book of the Dead consisted of the words or petitions addressed to the god of the city or to a collection of supernatural powers on behalf of the deceased by relatives and friends, and that such petitions referred to material rather than to spiritual things. That they would increase in number and in length as time went on is only what is to be expected, and the nature of their contents also would vary according to the rank and position of the deceased. At first they were recited only and not written down, and it is probable that they existed in this form for a very long period. At length they were done into writing, but this, I believe, only took place when the professional religious men or priests began to be doubtful about the meaning of some of them, and uncertain about the way in which they should be written. The priests wrote them down to preserve them, and thus endeavored to keep without further corruption texts which already in their day had become exceedingly old and difficult of understanding. The writing materials which they employed for this purpose are unknown. It is hardly possible that they inscribed their texts upon stone, for had they done so, remains of such inscriptions would certainly have been found ere this. In Egypt, at all events, the commonest writing material was the papyrus, and the hieroglyphic for book or writing being in the earliest times a roll of papyrus tied round the middle with a string of the same material, it is probable that religious texts were first written upon papyrus rolls. The syllabary or alphabet, or both, employed by these early scribes would probably be hieroglyphic or pictorial, but no specimen of it has come down to us. It is not likely that the signs used for writing the texts would be wholly alphabetic or wholly syllabic, for in the earliest inscriptions known to us, both kinds are used. Where and by whom the texts of the Book of the Dead were composed is also unknown. There is no good reason for assuming that they are the offspring of the minds of Libyans or dwellers of Central Africa. They cannot be the literary product of savages or Negroes. There is no evidence to show that they are of Semitic origin, and the general testimony of their contents indicates an Asiatic home for their birthplace. Certain of the ideas expressed in the earliest form of the Book of the Dead known to us are gross and brutal, but they were retained rather by the conservative spirit of the Egyptians than by any belief in them. Their reverence for ancient writings and customs is too well known to need comment here. That such texts should suffer modification as time went on is only to be expected, but we may be sure that the original purpose of them remained unchanged, and that all really essential ideas and beliefs of a fundamental character found expression always in the same way. Wherever its original home may have been, or whatever was its origin, or whoever were its authors, it is quite certain that the Book of the Dead in a connected form is as old as Egyptian civilization, and that its sources belong to prehistoric times to which it is impossible to assign a date. We first touch solid ground in the history of the Book of the Dead in the period of the early dynasties, and if we accept one tradition which was current in Egypt as early as BC 2500, we are right in believing that certain parts of it are, in their present form, as old as the time of the first dynasty. The 64th chapter, which is admitted on all hands to be exceedingly old, exists in two versions. The rubric to one of these declares that the chapter is as old as the time of Hesepti, the fifth king of the first dynasty, about BC 4266, and says that it was found beneath the Hennu boat by the foreman of the builders. And the rubric to the other states that it was found at Hermopolis, inscribed upon a block of ironstone by Haruttataf, the son of Khufu or Cheops, the second king of the fourth dynasty, about BC 3733, when he was inspecting the temples throughout the country. These opinions find expression upon coffins of the 11th and 12th dynasties and in papyri of the best period, that is to say, from about BC 1600 to BC 1000. And though one makes out the chapter to be some 600 years older than the other, both agree in assigning to it a date which is coeval with the early empire. It is difficult to note what is exactly meant by the word found. It may, of course, mean that a stone slab bearing the text of the chapter was discovered while certain repairs or alterations were being carried out in the temple of the god Thoth at Hermopolis, or it may mean that the chapter was edited in some way by Khufu's son, Haruttataf. The latter explanation is certainly the more probable, for we know from other sources that Haruttataf was a learned man, and that he was the author of various literary works which enjoyed a considerable reputation. On the other hand, the ancient custom of ascribing the works of unknown authors to famous men may have already been in vogue. Of the Book of the Dead of the second, third, and fourth dynasties we know nothing, and no copies of any part of the recension then in use have come down to us. The texts on the tombs of the priests of that period show that funeral ceremonies were performed in accordance with the instruction contained in the rubrics to the various chapters of the Book of the Dead, and the existence of collections of religious texts stands assured. During the reign of Menkaura, the Mycerinus of the Greeks, the fourth king of the fourth dynasty, about BC 3633, certain chapters, that is, 30b and 148, are said to have been found by Haruttataf, and there are traditions extant that religious ceremonies were performed with renewed vigor during the reign of this king. On the coffin of Men-kau-Ra are inscribed 2 lines of text which are also found on the walls inside the pyramids of Teta and Pepi I, kings of the 6th dynasty. It would be absurd to suppose that these lines formed the only portion of the text known in the 4th dynasty, and thus we are entitled to assume that the same recension of the Book of the Dead, which was known and copied in the 6th dynasty, was also known and copied in the 4th dynasty. From the lines on the coffin of Men-kau-Ra, we learn some interesting facts, namely, that the dead king was identified with the god, that the divine origin of the god was ascribed also to the king, that the life of the king in the world beyond the grave was to be that of a god, that all his foes were to be vanquished, and that he was to become a being possessed of life everlasting. Here, then, is a proof of the acceptance of the Osiris story and of the doctrine of immortality, or everlasting life, at a very remote period in Egypt. During the period of the 5th and 6th dynasties, a remarkable development took place in the funeral ceremonies performed for Egyptian kings. The kings of the 4th dynasty, Khufu, Cheops, Ka-Ephra, Khephren, and Men-kau-Ra had built for their tombs the stone pyramids at Giza, which to this day excite the wonder and admiration of the civilized world, but the walls of the chambers and corridors are uninscribed, and they tell us nothing of the texts which were recited during the funeral, and nothing of the ceremonies by which they were accompanied. At the close of the 5th dynasty, however, Unas, the king, BC 3333, built as his tomb a stone pyramid at a place now called Saqqara, which is situated on the west bank of the Nile, a few miles to the south of the modern city of Cairo. And he covered the greater parts of the walls of the chambers, corridors, etc., with several hundred vertical lines of hieroglyphic text, which were deeply cut and filled up with green paint or composition. In the year 1881, Monsieur Maspero effected an entrance into this pyramid, and he recognized at once the fact that the inscriptions which he saw before him formed the text of the Book of the Dead, which was in use in Egypt during the period of the 5th dynasty. Continuing his labors in this pyramid field, he opened the pyramids of Teta, Pepi I, Meren-Ra, and Pepi II, kings of the 6th dynasty, who reigned from about BC 3300 to BC 3166, and he found that the texts which covered the walls inside were duplicates with additions of those which he had already found in the pyramid of Unas. We thus see for the first time a collected series of texts of the Book of the Dead in the earliest recension known to us. This recension may for convenience be called the Heliopolitan, because it bears unmistakable evidence that it was drawn up by the priests of Anu, On, or Heliopolis, and that it contains the peculiar views held by the priests of the colleges of that very ancient city. Though 5 sets of extracts from it have come down to us in a tolerably complete state of preservation, we must not assume that they represent all the texts which belong to it. Indeed, the various sections of it which were copied upon funeral monuments and papyri in later times indicate that for all practical purposes its extent was illimitable. How much editing was done to the texts of this recension by the priests of Anu cannot be said, but there is considerable evidence scattered throughout it which shows that they had been edited 2 or 3 times before, and it is clear that we have preserved in it many religious ideas and beliefs which belong to what may be termed strata of religious thought of different periods and dates. Some of them certainly go back to a period in the history of the Egyptians when they celebrated their triumphs over their enemies in a brutal and savage fashion, and others belong to a time when their ancestors stood but little higher on the ladder of civilization than the barbarous tribes who lived on their western and southern frontiers. The Heliopolitan recension of the Book of the Dead consists of a series of paragraphs, each of which is introduced by the word recite. Scattered throughout the text are directions to the priests who performed the ceremonies, when to make certain presentations of meat, drink, and other objects. In later days, The rubrical directions were written at the ends of the sections, and titles were given to the sections, which henceforth became special chapters, intended to produce certain definite results. An excellent idea of the arrangement of the text in the pyramids will be obtained from the accompanying page of hieroglyphic extract, which is taken from the text written for Unis 1, 496 following. At the end of the 6th dynasty, the walls of the chambers of tombs, built for great and wealthy men, were profusely ornamented with texts and scenes, both colored and uncolored, but in none do we find religious texts belonging to the collection which the royal pyramids have revealed to us. It is difficult to account for this except on the score of economy. The wealthy man or owner of large estates caused the scenes which showed his greatness and affluence to be vividly depicted on the walls of his tomb. But even in the East, where time has always been of little value and labor cheap, the difference between the cost of cutting several hundred lines of hieroglyphics in limestone and filling them up with paint, and the cost of painting a number of agricultural and other scenes in tempera must have been very considerable. In the former case, the text had to be set out by the artist and then carefully cut by the skilled mason, and it must not be forgotten that the copy from which the artist worked may have been in hieratic or cursive characters, in which case the difficulties of the work would be increased. In the latter, the artist's work was limited to broad outline, which could be quickly drawn, and the filling in of the colors was an easy matter. During the interval between the end of the 6th dynasty and the beginning of the 11th, we know nothing of the fortunes of the Book of the Dead, and it is not until we come to the middle or end of the 11th dynasty that we find other copies of the work. Of the history, too, of the period of the 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th dynasties, very little is known, and though in certain districts in Upper Egypt tombs of considerable size and beauty were built, yet no striking development in the funeral text seems to have taken place, or if it did, we have no record of it. Belonging to the 11th and 12th dynasties, however, we have a number of coffins of considerable importance for the study of the Book of the Dead. They may be roughly divided into 3 classes. 1, those which are painted to represent funeral chambers or tombs. 2, those which are almost plain outside but covered inside with text in the hieratic or cursive Egyptian character. And 3, those which are inscribed both inside and out. The texts are usually traced in black upon the plain surface of the wood, the chief inscriptions which record the name and titles of the deceased being painted in large hieroglyphics, either in a vertical line down the length of the cover or in a horizontal line round the upper part of the 4 sides of the coffin. On the right-hand side at the foot is often painted or inlaid the double achat, or so-called symbolic eyes. Plates 1 and 2 illustrate as far as possible, without the use of colors, the arrangement of the text on such coffins. The scene in Plate 1 is from one end inside of the famous coffin of Amamu. The border with its pattern of rectangles is painted in bright colors, red, green, and yellow, and all round the upper part of the sides are painted the principal objects which form the usual offerings to the dead, and a prayer that the deceased may have such things offered in his tomb forever. Here we see vases and jars of various shapes and sizes filled with unguents and cosmetics, the names of which are given in the line of hieroglyphics above them. They are set upon a stand, broken examples of which have been from time to time found in tombs. Each of the vertical lines of text begins with the word recite, a fact which shows that the text was usually inscribed upon the walls of tombs. Plate 2 gives an extract from the text inscribed upon the coffin of Sebekah, preserved at Berlin. It will be noticed that the hieroglyphics have begun to assume a conventional form, and that they do not so readily suggest the objects which they represent. We notice, too, that the various sections on such coffins have specific titles attached to them. In other words, they have become chapters. As the pyramids of the 5th and 6th dynasties do not all contain the same selection of extracts from the Book of the Dead, so the coffins of the 11th and 12th dynasties do not all contain the same selection of chapters. This fact shows that the selection of the extracts and chapters did not follow any general rule, but whether it depended upon the will and discretion of the scribe or the deceased cannot be said. Down the length of the bottom of the coffin inside was frequently painted a band of white, across which were traced in blue wavy lines to indicate water. This probably represented the celestial Nile, or the stream upon which the deceased hoped to float to the Elysian fields. We must note in passing that at the period when these coffins were made, no pyramids were inscribed with extracts or chapters from the Book of the Dead. In other words, it was found both cheaper and easier to write the text with ink or colors upon planks, which could be afterwards pegged together to form coffins. This custom resulted in the curtailment of the selection of texts, and in less than 1,000 years after the religious texts in the pyramids of the 5th and 6th dynasties were cut, we find that certain portions of them had fallen into disuse. We have already seen that a period lies between the 6th and 11th dynasties, during which we know nothing of the Book of the Dead, and again during the period which lies between the 12th and 18th dynasties, we know nothing of it. With the beginning of the 18th dynasty, the Book of the Dead begins a new phase of its existence and a development of its history as interesting as it is unexpected is before us. From pyramids, the transition was to coffins, and now the transition is from coffins to papyri, and here again economy probably played an important part. Inscribed pyramids and sarcophagi and coffins would necessarily be only made for royal personages and for great and wealthy folk, but a roll of papyrus was, in comparison with these, a very inexpensive thing, especially if the surfaces of an ordinary scribe were employed in scribing it. The greater number of the copies of the Book of the Dead inscribed upon papyri have been found at Thebes. Indeed, those made in this city are of such importance that to the recension of the work which we commonly find in use in Egypt from the 18th to the 22nd dynasty, the name Theban has been given. We owe them chiefly to the scribes and priests who were attached to the powerful confraternity of the priests of Amun-Ra, the king of the gods, and speaking generally, the best manuscripts are found in their tombs and coffins. Their original home of the text which they copied was, of course, Memphis or Heliopolis, and there is reason for believing that during the earlier centuries of their existence they did little more than adopt the religious views and doctrines of the sages of the north. As time went on and the worshippers of Amun obtained greater power, this god was slowly but surely made to usurp the attributes of the older cosmic gods of Egypt, and eventually, as we see in chapter 171, his name is included among those of the old gods of the Book of the Dead. The papyri inscribed with copies of the Theban recension of the Book of the Dead vary in length from about 15 to 90 feet and in width from 12 to 18 inches. In many cases, the various pieces which form the papyrus are so carefully put together that it is almost impossible to see where one piece ends and the other begins. In the early part of the 18th dynasty, the text is always written with black ink in vertical columns of hieroglyphics which are separated from each other by black lines. The titles of the chapters and the initial word or words of certain parts of the chapters and catchwords and rubrics are written with red ink. In the 18th dynasty, or perhaps a little earlier, the scribes began to ornament the papyri with designs in black outline, referring to the subject matter of the text near which they were placed. Such designs, or vignettes as they are usually called, occupy quite a subordinate position, and they were drawn most probably by the scribe. Little by little, however, they increased in number, and it became the fashion to illuminate them with bright colors, greens, reds, yellows. In the 19th dynasty, the unilluminated papyrus became the exception, and the vignettes flourished at the expense of the text. An idea of the beauty of a fully colored papyrus of the best period may be gained from the frontispiece to this volume and from the plates which face pages 19 and 170, and plates 3 through 8 will illustrate the characteristics of good manuscripts of the 18th and 19th dynasties, except as to color. Plate 3 illustrates the writing and vignettes of the famous papyrus of Nebseni. which was found at Memphis. It measures 77 feet, 7.5 inches by 1 foot, 1.5 inch, and contains 77 chapters, not including duplicates and triplicates. The vignettes are traced in outline and are remarkably well drawn, and both vignettes and text appear to be the work of one scribe, probably Nebseni himself. The Papyrus of Nebseni was apparently written early in the 18th dynasty. Plate 4 contains a vignette and a piece of text from the Papyrus of Nu, which was found at Thebes. It measures 65 feet, 3.5 inches by 1 foot, 1.5 inch, and contains 131 chapters. Though shorter than the Papyrus of Nebseni, the texts inscribed on it are more numerous, for the writing is smaller and the lines are closer together. Some of the chapters have vignettes, but they occupy an entirely subordinate position, and the coloring is not as fine as that found in documents of a later date. The date of this papyrus cannot be much later than that of Nebseni. On plate 5 we have an example of the very fine bold writing which is found in the Papyrus of Ani, which was found at Thebes. This document measures 78 feet by 1 foot, 3 inches, and contains 66 chapters. It is the finest of all the illuminated papyri of the 18th dynasty, and from an artistic point of view, its value is greater than that of any other papyrus. It is made up of 6 distinct lengths of papyrus, which have been neatly joined. The text was written by several scribes, and the vignettes are the work of more than one artist. An examination of the document shows that the artist's work was done before the text was written. At times, the space needed for the text was miscalculated, and the scribe was compelled to reduce the size of his writing, and even to write words on the colored border within which text and vignettes are enclosed. The first 16 feet of the papyrus were inscribed probably by Ani himself. The other sections were written by scribes of the same school, probably after his death. The hymn to Osiris on plate 6 is probably in Ani's own handwriting, and the characters are formed with an attention to detail not often found elsewhere. The vignettes and text on plate 7 show the work of 2 scribes and 2 artists, and also show that the inscribed portion of one section was done on a larger scale than was contemplated in the earlier sections. Here we see that the borders had to be enlarged to make the join. From this we see too that the planning of a papyrus was a matter which was left to the discretion of the artist and scribe. And when we consider that the Papyrus of Nebseni contains duplicates and even triplicates of some chapters, and that the Papyrus of Ani contains 2 copies of chapter 18, one with an introduction and one without, slightly differing from each other and having the sections of the vignette arranged differently, it is clear that even the best scribes did not tie themselves to any one plan or method in preparing a copy of the Book of the Dead. We may note, too, that in the Papyrus of Ani, a large section of the text of chapter 17 has been omitted by the scribe, probably because the artist had not left sufficient space for the whole chapter. In the text, moreover, several palpable errors occur, but on the other hand, we have in the vignettes descriptions of mythological scenes, names of gods, etc., which occur in no other text. Among these worthy of special mention are the judgment scene and the accompanying texts and the vignette to the 17th chapter. Plate 8 gives us a vignette and a few lines of text from the Papyrus of Hu Nefer, a scribe and superintendent of cattle who flourished in the reign of Seti I, about BC 1370. The cartouche of the king affords conclusive proof as to its date. This document is remarkable from many points of view. It is the shortest perfect manuscript of its class known, measuring 18 feet by 1 foot 3 3/8 inches. The vignettes are beautiful specimens of the artist's work, and the scene in which the performance of the ceremony of opening the mouth is depicted is the most perfect known. But the vignette to chapter 17 is imperfect when compared with that of the papyrus of Ani. The copy of chapter 1 is so good that M. Naville employed it as the standard text in his Tatenbuch, but the copy of chapter 17 is so incomplete and incorrect that he found it useless, even for purposes of comparison. Here again we see that the vignettes were executed at the expense of the text. In spite of this, however, the papyrus is valuable, for it contains a hymn to Osiris by the god Thoth, which is not found elsewhere in the same form. The text is written in a good, bold hand, but with little attention to the details of the characters, and the judgment scene exhibits many peculiarities, both in respect of text and arrangement. Plates 9 and 10 illustrate the vignettes and the hieratic and hieroglyphic texts which are found in Books of the Dead of the 20th dynasty. In plate 9 we see the royal mother Netchemet standing behind her son Heru. The dress and ornaments of these royal personages show the change which has taken place in such matters since the 18th and 19th dynasties, and in the manner of depicting them. The colors of the vignettes are more crude, the delicacy of design and of execution alike has departed, and a comparison of the text with that of the Papyrus of Nu shows that the skill of the scribe had deteriorated. The hieratic text on plate 10 gives an excellent idea of the writing of the period. In the 20th dynasty, Books of the Dead inscribed for the priests of Amen began with a vignette, either plain or colored, in which the deceased was seen making offerings to Osiris or to the gods of Thebes. This was followed by a selection of chapters from the Book of the Dead in use in the 18th dynasty, or by a series of texts peculiar to the period, accompanied by vignettes taken from other funeral works. Sometimes, as in the case of the Princess Nessie Khonsu, the document begins with a long, detailed list of the titles of Amen-Ra, who by this time had usurped the attributes of the old gods of Egypt, which is followed by a series of statements in which the god, in apparently legal language, swears to confer every favor possible upon the deceased lady. Such documents are not very long, and they are usually much narrower than Books of the Dead of the earlier period. The mythological figures and scenes characteristic of the later documents of the priests of Amen are not yet well understood, for only a few have been published in entirety. Of papyri of the 21st dynasty, which preserve many characteristics of the earlier period, may be mentioned that of Anhai, a priestess of Amen, a section of which is shown on plate 11. Here we have, however, a work sui generis, which is very instructive from many points of view. The artist's work is the most valuable part of the papyrus, and the use of gold for purposes of illumination appears for the first time. In addition to the vignettes of the older period, we find here the scene of the creation, given much as it is found on the sarcophagus of Seti I, and a rare vignette which seems to refer to Kemenu, the city of Thoth. The texts are fragmentary and often have no connection with the vignettes which accompany them, but many of the vignettes are of considerable interest. The handwriting is in some places very good, but it lacks the bold firmness which is characteristic of the older scribes. In papyri of the 18th dynasty we find many mistakes, but most of them may be attributed to momentary carelessness on the part of a weary scribe, whereas in those of the 21st and succeeding dynasties the writers of the texts seem to be altogether reckless. Texts are copied beginning at the end instead of at the beginning. Omissions of whole sections are frequent. Texts that have proper vignettes are copied without the least regard to the correct vignettes, and what is intended to be a chapter frequently consists of nothing but a series of fragments of sentences copied without break, merely to fill up the space which the artist had spared for the purpose. It seems as if the artist both painted the vignettes and wrote the text, and as if his sole aim was to produce a handsome but not accurate document. The contents of the papyri reflect, no doubt, the religious views commonly held at that period. And if this be so, it is clear that the priests of Amen held the texts which they inserted alongside of the chapters of the older period to be of equal value and authority. Some of them went so far as to fill their papyri with religious compositions which are never to be found in the old works. In Plate 12 we have a vignette with a few lines of text from the papyrus which I believe was written in the 22nd dynasty. The artist's work is a copy, or rather a very poor imitation, of the illuminating of the 19th dynasty, and the text consists of a series of compositions referring to the offerings which were to be made to the gods of the Querti, or divisions of the underworld. Strictly speaking, these have nothing whatever to do with the Book of the Dead, but in the opinion of the scribe they were equally efficacious. In the same dynasty, a large number of copies of selections of chapters from the Book of the Dead were written in hieratic, with vignettes traced in outline in black ink. In some of these, the papyrus measures about 40 feet by 1 foot 6 inches, and in others the dimensions are considerably less. An idea of the appearance of such papyri may be gained from Plate 13, which illustrates both the fine drawing and small but clear hieratic writing of the period. It is probable that the Books of the Dead, written in hieratic during the 20th, 21st, and 22nd dynasties, belong to a recension different in many respects from the Theban. But that such recension is akin to the Theban, there is no doubt whatever. In both, the chapters have no fixed order, and in both, the chapters have special titles, a characteristic which distinguishes them from the sections of the Books of the Dead of the 5th, 6th, 11th, and 12th dynasties. It is tolerably easy to identify the papyri which were inscribed before BC 900. In fact, as long as the power of the priests of Amen was paramount at Thebes, the copies of the Books of the Dead which were inscribed for them reflect the prosperity of the confraternity. But when it became necessary for the priests to hide at Deir el-Bahari the mummies of the kings and queens who had been their greatest benefactors, and troublous times came upon them, everything relating to the rites and ceremonies connected with the dead suffered, and the relatives and friends of the dead were obliged to do for them not what they would, but what they could. Eventually, it would seem, a time came when no Books of the Dead were written, and this period corresponds, I believe, to the final failure of the domination of the priests of Amen. This is not the place to lament the mistake which the priests of Amen made when they tried to rule Egypt temporally as well as spiritually, or to regret the policy which made them exalt their god Amen above the older gods of the country, whom the people had known and worshipped from time immemorial. It is sufficient to know that in each matter they failed. They lost their own temporal power as the result of their intrigues, and at best they only succeeded in obtaining for their god a place side by side with the old gods. It must, however, not be forgotten that we owe some of the best and finest copies of the Book of the Dead to scribes who had married priestesses of Amen, and who were themselves attached to the brotherhood. With the rise of the kings of the 26th dynasty to power, the Book of the Dead enters upon a new lease of life, and a general revival of ancient religious customs took place. The temples were repaired, ancient and long-forgotten texts were recopied, and artists and sculptors took their models from the best works of the masters of the early empire. Early in this dynasty, it appears, the priesthood which succeeded the priests of Amen awoke to the consciousness of the fact that the texts of the Book of the Dead needed re-editing and rearranging, and they set to work to try to put some system into them. How and when exactly the work was done we know not, but it is probable that it was carried out by an assembly or college of priests. We have seen above that scribes tied themselves to no one plan in making their copies of the Book of the Dead, and that the work of the artist on the vignettes, which were subordinate matters originally, was at times allowed to drive the text from the papyrus. In the best papyri, too, the selection of texts copied is never the same, and the order of them is never the same. In fact, each papyrus had a plan of its own. These things the priests of the 26th dynasty tried to correct, and the result of their labors was a recension of the Book of the Dead, which is usually called the Sa'ite. A number of papyri are extant which are inscribed therewith, and an examination of them shows that the chapters follow a certain order, and that although the papyri vary in length, the selection of chapters being not as full in some of them as in others, this order has few exceptions. Each of the early recensions of the Book of the Dead known to us exhibits peculiarities which reflect the religious views of the time when it was written. And the Sa'ite recension is not an exception to the rule, for included in it are 4 chapters, 162 to 165, which have no counterparts in the papyri of the older period. They are remarkable also for containing a number of foreign words. It has been suggested that these chapters are of Nubian origin, and if so, it would be interesting to know the circumstances under which they were inserted in the Book of the Dead. It is difficult to identify with certainty the papyri which were actually written during the 26th dynasty, but manuscripts written in the period immediately preceding the Ptolemaic are not difficult to recognize. Plate 14 gives 14 lines of text and part of a vignette from a document of this class, and shows what a well-defined class it is. The text is written with black ink in vertical columns of spidery hieroglyphics separated by black lines, and the vignettes occupy small spaces above it. The vignettes of the sunrise or sunset, the judgment scene, and the Elysian fields occupy the whole length of the papyrus. Sometimes the vignettes are all mixed together, but even when colored, they lack the artistic appearance and good work of the illuminated papyri of the 18th, 19th, and 20th dynasties. The recension in use in the Ptolemaic period is well illustrated by Plate 15, which is reproduced from Lepsius' edition of the Turin Papyrus. This papyrus is probably the best and longest manuscript of the class known. The selection of chapters is remarkably full. The number of chapters, however, is not 165, but 153. For 3 of them, chapters 16, 143, and 150 are in reality vignettes, and 9 others, chapters 48, 49, 73, 107, 111, 120, 121, 129, and 139 are duplicates of chapters found in other parts of the papyrus. The titles of the chapters, catchwords, parts of rubrics, etc., are written in red. Meanwhile, however, a number of short religious works for funeral use had been composed, presumably by the priests, and it seems that towards the end of the Ptolemaic period it was more usual to inscribe these upon papyri than the chapters of the old recensions of the Book of the Dead. It seems as if an attempt was made to extract only the essential portions of the old works, and to omit from the shortened new text the chapters which referred to faiths which were dead and to beliefs which had little or no influence in those modern times. Added to this, the knowledge of such matters must have disappeared from the community long before the Ptolemies ruled the land, and though the belief in the resurrection of the spiritual body and in life everlasting beyond the grave retained its power over the people as firmly as ever, most men had no knowledge whatever of the texts which their forefathers who were dead and gone imagined to be necessary for the attainment of the same. The sepulchral stelae and coffins show that neither the employer nor the employed had an exact idea of the import of the texts and symbols which were cut or painted upon them, and to ignorance as much as to haste must be attributed the blunders which occur in funeral texts of this period. Here and there we find an attempt to preserve vignettes and texts of the old period along with the modern work, and a good example of this class of document is the papyrus of Karashur a portion of which is reproduced on plate 16. Here we have a representation of the judgment scene, crude alike in color and detail, a part of the vignette of the first chapter of the Old Book of the Dead, a number of the pylons discussed in chapters 145 and 146, etc., and two horizontal lines of hieroglyphics which contain prayers reflecting those of an earlier period. No manuscript could more clearly show how little knowledge of the Old Book of the Dead remained in the hands of the scribes at that time. Artistic skill, moreover, had sunk very low, for it will be noticed that the censer which the white-skirted priest is carrying before the bier, and which he was supposed to carry in his hand, is almost as long as he is high. The colored portion of this papyrus is followed by 3 columns of text in hieratic, which form the work entitled Shai-on-Sunsim, or Book of Breathings, wherein we find no hymns and no addresses to the gods, and in fact no words which do not directly refer to the future life of the deceased in the world beyond the grave. Here we have an epitome of all that the Egyptian hoped to obtain in the land of eternity. We have now reached the end of the Graeco-Roman period, but the end of the Book of the Dead is not yet, for belonging to the Roman period we find a number of small rolls of papyri inscribed in very cursive hieratic with a series of statements or assertions referring to the happiness of the deceased in the next world. Such papyri have no vignettes, and as for the texts, both hymns and chapters of the Old Book of the Dead in any recension are as absent from them as if they had never existed. The aim of the writer of such documents was not to glorify the gods, but to secure the goods of the next world by means of the smallest amount of writing possible, and at the least expense. On plate 18 it reproduced a portion of a papyrus of this class, and a comparison of it with the earlier plates in this book will show at once the change which had come over the Book of the Dead. What form the Book of the Dead took in the early centuries of the Christian era cannot be said, but it seems not to have died out utterly, for selections from it are found copied upon the outer and inner swathings of mummies and upon coffins of the Roman period. On a coffin in Paris, which was probably made about the end of the 2nd century of our era, are written a number of texts which are as old as the time of the pyramids at Saqqara, and this fact proves that when such documents were needed, originals from which to copy them could always be found. There is good reason for assuming that the art of making mummies was practiced until the end of the 5th century of our era, and there is no doubt that in certain places the belief that the preservation of the natural body was absolutely necessary for the growth, development, and existence of the spiritual body existed in full force until a much later date. It is not possible to assign a date to the period when the decay of the Book of the Dead began, but it is probably contemporary with the advent of the Greeks in Egypt. Up to that period, Egypt may be described as the home of a nation that was given up entirely to the care of the dead and to the consideration of the future life. A few of its kings were soldiers in the true sense of the word, but it is a striking fact that the temples and tombs of Egypt are the chief monuments of one of the oldest and greatest civilizations of the world. A tottering religion would be rudely shaken by the invasions of the country by Assyrians, Persians, Greeks, and others, and the permanent occupation of Egypt by Greeks and Romans would continue the work which frequent disturbances throughout the country had begun. The final blow, however, was not inflicted until the Egyptians began to renounce their own ancient religion and to become converts of the preaching of St. Mark and his followers. When they were once able to believe that Christ had the power to raise up their bodies in a spiritual form, they felt that there was no need to have them mummified, and simultaneously the need for the chapters of the Book of the Dead disappeared. We are now able to summarize the various forms of the Book of the Dead as follows. It first existed in oral tradition only, and was next written down to preserve it. Of these forms nothing whatever is known. The first historical recension was that made by the priest of Heliopolis, and the oldest copies of it known are cut in hieroglyphics upon the walls of the chambers and passages inside the pyramids of Saqqara of the 5th and 6th dynasties. The second recension was written or painted upon sarcophagi and coffins of the 11th and 12th dynasties in cursive hieroglyphics. The third recension was written in hieroglyphics upon papyri from the 18th to the 20th dynasty, the various chapters having no fixed order. This recension was illustrated by a large number of vignettes. The fourth recension was written in hieratic upon papyri during the 21st and 22nd dynasties, and included extracts from various funeral books which were illustrated by vignettes of an unusual character. The fifth or Sa'ite recension was made probably in the 26th dynasty. The chapters have a fixed order and were written on papyri, both in hieratic and hieroglyphics. The sixth recension, which was in use in Ptolemaic times, much resembled the Sa'ite and may be regarded as the last form of the Book of the Dead, for the extracts from it, written for the benefit of the dead upon small pieces of papyri in the Greco-Roman and Roman periods, need hardly be considered. Thus the great religious work of the Egyptians, which had lasted for thousands of years, and which in early times, cut in fine bold hieroglyphics, covered the walls and passages of the tombs of kings, ended its existence in almost illegible scrawls, hastily traced upon scraps of papyrus only a few inches square. From first to last throughout the Book of the Dead, with the single exception of Herutataf, the second son of Cheops, no man is mentioned as the author or reviser of any chapter or of any part of it. Certain chapters may show the influence of the cult of a certain city or cities, but the Theban Book of the Dead, at all events, cannot be regarded as the work of any one man or body of men, and it does not represent the religious views and beliefs of any one part only of Egypt. From time immemorial, the god Thoth, who was both the divine intelligence, which at creation uttered the words that were carried into effect by Ptah and Khnemu, and the scribe of the gods, was associated with the production of the Book of the Dead. And though he was primarily the god of time and chronologer of heaven and earth, he appears frequently as the advocate and helper of the deceased. In the 182nd chapter, he is called the scribe of right and truth, who abominateth sin. And again, behold, he is the writing reed of the god Nebuchadnezzar, the Lord of laws, who giveth forth the speech of wisdom and understanding, whose words have dominion over the two lands. Of himself the god says, I am Thoth, the Lord of right and truth, who trieth the right and the truth. For the gods, the judge of words and their essence, whose words triumph over violence, I have made Ra to set as Osiris, and Osiris setteth as Ra setteth. The deeds which Thoth claims to have done on behalf of Osiris are set forth at length in the two hymns to Osiris, which form the 182nd and 183rd chapters. In several places in the Book of the Dead, the deceased is made to refer to the might of the words of the utterances of the god Thoth, and much of what this god did for his brother Osiris was effected by this power. The belief in the efficacy of the words of Thoth continued till the latest period, for in the Book of Breathings we read, Thoth, the most mighty God, the Lord of Kemenu, cometh to thee, and he writeth for thee the Book of Breathings with his own fingers. Finally, mention must be made of the various places in the tomb where the papyri inscribed with the chapters of the Book of the Dead were placed. When the Egyptians ceased to cut the chapters on the walls of the chambers and passages of pyramids, they wrote or painted them upon the sides, inner and outer, of wooden coffins, and this custom obtained until the end of the rule of the native kings of Egypt about BC 350. The vignettes were copied upon coffins long after all knowledge of their meaning had been forgotten, until as late as the 3rd century of our era. The inscribed papyrus was sometimes placed in a separate box beside the coffin, and sometimes a niche in the wall was specifically cut for it. The most perfect of the papyri known have been found in niches. Frequently the papyrus was laid by the side of the mummy in the coffin, and in this case it is usually found broken by the movements of the mummy when the coffin was carried along. More frequently the papyrus was laid under the hands and between the thighs before the final swathing took place. It was also placed between the legs just above the ankles. Such papyri are usually much broken, and they are often much discolored by the moisture of the substances bitumen, cedar oil, etc., used in the process of embalmment. In the time of the greatest power of the priests of Amen, in the 21st dynasty, large wooden figures of Osiris standing upon a pedestal were made to serve as cases for the papyri, which were tightly rolled up and tied and pushed up inside the figures through holes in the bottom of the pedestals. In later times, about BC 300, the figures were made solid, and vertical cavities were cut in the backs of them to hold the papyri. Still later, that is, in the Roman period, when the papyri became very small, they were laid in cavities in the sides of the pedestals, which also contained mummified portions wrapped in linen of the bodies of the persons for whom they were made. Over the mummified remains, which are placed in the upper parts of the pedestals, we often find small models of sepulchral chests or coffins, surmounted by figures of Anubis and hawks. The figure of the god above is no longer that of Osiris simply, but it represents the triune god, Ptah Seker Alsar, the god of the resurrection, and has all the attributes which belong to the ancient gods, Ptah and Seker. In this trinity, the creator of the world, the sun, and Osiris, as god of the dead, were represented. Some think that Ptah in this trinity represents the personification of the period of incubation, which follows death and precedes the entry into eternal life. The exact position of Seker cannot be definitely described. He is usually depicted as a mummied body with the head of a hawk, and he sometimes holds in his hands the emblems of power, rule, and sovereignty which belong to Osiris. He is said to be the incarnation of the Apis bull at Memphis.
Part 2.
It will be noticed in reading the translation of the Book of the Dead given in this volume that the deceased is always identified with the god Osiris, and that he is frequently called by the god's name. And if the religious texts written for the benefit of the dead in all periods be examined, it will be found that from the 5th dynasty to the latest times, Osiris is always regarded as the king and god of the dead, and that Egyptian writers always assume the identity of the blessed dead with their god. Thus, in the text inscribed on the pyramid of Unas, the writer identifies the king with the god Osiris and says to the god Tem, O Tem, behold thy son, this motionless Osiris. Thou hast given him that whereon he may live. If he liveth, this Unas liveth. If he dieth not, this Unas dieth not. If he perisheth not, this Unas perisheth not. If he begetteth not, this Unas begetteth not. If he begetteth, this Unas begetteth. And throughout the religious literature, the deceased always claims that whatever was done by the gods for Osiris should also be done for him by them. The hymns addressed to Ra and other great gods dwell more on the majesty and power which they exhibit in heaven and upon earth than upon their goodness to man. But with Osiris the case is different, and it is evident that in the earliest period he was regarded more in the light of a god who could be known, and who was known more or less personally, if we may use the word, and he was of all the gods the one singled out to receive the petitions of mankind for everlasting life. It is impossible to say when Osiris began to be regarded as the god of the dead, and it is only from brief allusions that any history of him can be formed. Throughout the Egyptian texts it is assumed that the god suffered death and mutilation at the hands of his enemies, that the various members of his body were scattered about the land of Egypt, that his sister wife Isis sought him sorrowing, and at length found him, that she fanned him with her wings and gave him air, that she raised up his body and was united unto him, that she conceived and brought forth a child, Horus, and that he, Osiris, became the god and king of the underworld. In the legend of Osiris, as given by Plutarch, De Iside et Osiride, it is said that he was murdered at the instigation of Typhon, or Set, who tore the body into 14 pieces, which he scattered throughout the land. Isis collected these pieces, and wherever she found one she built a tomb. After the death of Osiris, his son Horus did battle with Typhon, his father's murderer, and in the words of the Egyptians, avenged his father. Notwithstanding the death and mutilation which the gods suffered, the Egyptians firmly believed that he rose from the dead with a body perfect in all its members, and that corruption and decay had no power over him. This fact may be deduced from a large number of passages in texts of all periods, but in one in particular, which forms part of chapter 154 of the Book of the Dead, a definite statement of it occurs. The deceased says to Osiris, "Do thou embalm these my members, for I would not perish and come to an end, but would be even like unto my divine father Khepera, who is the divine type of him that never saw corruption. Let not my body become worms, but deliver me as thou didst deliver thyself. Homage to thee, O my divine father Osiris. Thou hast thy being with thy members. Thou didst not decay, thou didst not become worms, thou didst not waste away, thou didst not become corruption, thou didst not putrefy, and thou didst not turn into worms. I am the god Khepera, and my members shall have an everlasting experience. I shall not decay, I shall not rot, I shall not putrefy, I shall not turn into worms, and I shall not see corruption beneath the eye of the god Shu. I shall have my being, I shall have my being. I shall live, I shall live, I shall germinate, I shall germinate, I shall germinate, I shall wake up in peace. I shall not putrefy, my intestines shall not perish, I shall not suffer from any defect. Mine eye shall not decay, the form of my visage shall not disappear, mine ear shall not become deaf, my head shall not be separated from my neck, my tongue shall not be carried away, my hair shall not be cut off, mine eyebrows shall not be shaved off, and no baleful injury shall come upon me. My body shall be stablished, and it shall neither fall into decay nor be destroyed upon this earth. The oldest copy of this chapter is inscribed upon one of the wrappings of the mummy of Thothmes III, who reigned about BC 1550, and the latest is found in the Turin Papyrus, edited by Lepsius in 1842, which dates from the Ptolemaic period. From these extracts we see that the deceased bases his certainty of an everlasting life, which was to be lived in a body which was perfect in all its members, upon the assurance that Osiris died and rose again and lived in a body which was perfect in all its members. And it followed for the Egyptian that if Osiris did not die and rise again, his belief in a resurrection was vain. It is difficult to say with certainty whether the ancient Egyptian believed that Osiris endured pain and suffered death on his behalf or not, but it is quite clear that he believed there was some very definite connection between the resurrection of Osiris and of himself, and also that the god was able to raise him up and to give him everlasting life, because he himself had conquered death and risen, and had become the master of everlasting life. If the legend of Plutarch, which states that Osiris was once a man who lived upon earth, really represents an Egyptian belief, we may perhaps conclude that the manhood which was common to the god and to the suppliant supplied the reason why the prayers which are put into the mouth of the dead are always addressed to Osiris. At all events, closer personal relations existed between man and Osiris than between man and any other god. Moreover, for countless generations he was the type and emblem of the resurrection, and relying upon his power to give immortality to man, untold generations lived and died. The ceremonies connected with the celebration of the sufferings, death, and resurrection of Osiris were performed with great solemnity, and it has been thought that a representation of them took place annually in certain of his shrines. The forms in which Osiris is depicted on the monuments and in papyri are very numerous, but we need only refer here to those which concern him in his character as king, god, and judge of the dead. In papyri he is seated on a throne within a covered shrine. His form is that of a bearded mummy wearing the Atef crown, and he holds in his hands the crook and flail or whip, emblems of sovereignty and dominion. On the side of the throne, which rests upon a pedestal made in the form of a parallelogram, the symbol of that which is straight or right, is the emblem of the union of southern and northern Egypt, which typifies the sovereignty of the god over the whole land. The throne is sometimes placed upon water, wherein we may probably see the origin of the tradition of certain Eastern peoples, which makes the throne of the deity to rest above running water. Behind him frequently stand the goddesses Isis and Nephthys, and facing him, standing upon a lotus flower, are the four children of Horus. Thus seated, praise was offered to him in these words: Glory be to thee, Osiris, Un-Nefer, the great God within Abydos, King of eternity, Lord of the everlasting, who passeth through millions of years in his existence. Praise be unto thee, Osiris, Lord of eternity, Un-Nefer, Harmachis, whose forms are manifold and whose attributes are majestic. Those who have lain down, that is, the dead, rise up to see thee. They breathe the air, and they look upon thy face when the disk riseth on its horizon. Their hearts are at peace, inasmuch as they behold thee, O thou who art eternity and everlastingness. In an address to Osiris by Thoth, which forms the 182nd chapter of the Book of the Dead, he is said to be the governor of those who are in the underworld, and to make men and women to be born again, the new birth being the birth into the life which is beyond the grave, and being himself everlasting, he had power to bestow eternal existence upon his followers. Concerning the form in which Osiris rose from the dead, the texts are silent, and nothing is said as to the nature of his body in the underworld. That he dwelt in the material body which was his upon earth there is no reason whatever to suppose, for there are indications in the texts which point to a definite belief in the resurrection of a spiritual body, both in the case of the god and of men. Before, however, this point is touched upon, reference must be made to the ideas which the Egyptians held concerning the component parts of man's entity, material, spiritual, and mental. The physical or material body, called Khat, was liable to decay and could only be preserved by mummifying. Both gods and man possessed bodies of this nature when the material body had been brought to the tomb for burial, provided that the prescribed prayers had been said over it and the proper ceremonies had been duly performed by the priests. It acquired the power of sending forth from itself a body called Sahu, which was able to ascend to heaven and to dwell with the gods there. The only suitable rendering for the word Sahu is spiritual body, and this meaning fits very well into the translation of the text where the word is found. The educated Egyptian never believed that the material body would rise again and take up a new life, for he well understood that flesh and blood could not inherit immortality. It has been urged by some that the custom of mummifying the dead, which obtained throughout Egypt for so many thousands of years, was maintained because the Egyptian believed in the resurrection of the material body, but it is not so. They mummified their dead simply because they believed that spiritual bodies would germinate in them. In several places it is distinctly said that the soul is in heaven and the body upon earth, and even the dead body of Osiris himself rested upon earth in Heliopolis. Elsewhere it is said to the deceased, Thy soul is in heaven before Ra, thy Ka hath what should be given to it with the gods, thy Sahu hath power, or is glorious with the Kuz, and thy body Kat is established in the underworld Tuat. It is possible that certain simple folk may have been led to believe that because meat offerings and drink offerings in abundance were taken to the tombs, the deceased must naturally partake of them, and it is more than probable that the Egyptians in a semi-savage state made such offerings because they believed them necessary for their dead. The offerings taken to the tomb were intended for the Ka of the deceased. The word Ka has formed the subject of several learned dissertations by various scholars, and it is now generally rendered by double. It has its equivalent in the Coptic Rho and in the Greek Elaugon, and in certain places may be rendered by all the meanings of these equivalents. This abstract individuality or personality possessed all the attributes of the man himself, and though its normal dwelling place was in the tomb, along with the body, it could wander about at will. It was independent of the man to whom it belonged, and could even go and dwell in the statue of a man. The Ka could both eat and drink, and at a very early period a small chamber was specially prepared for it in the hall of the tomb. This was provided with an opening through which it might snuff the smell of the incense and other offerings made therein, and it was the duty of certain members to minister duly and regularly to its needs. When actual offerings failed, it would seem that the Ka fed upon those which were painted or sculptured upon the walls and altars in the tomb, and when these were wanting, it appears that it might even be reduced to eating offal and drinking filthy water. Connected in some inexplicable way with the Ka was the Ba, or soul, which according to some texts is said to eat of the funeral offerings along with the Ka, in whom or with whom it was supposed to dwell, but according to others it ascended into heaven, where it lived with Ra and the beautiful dead. From one point of view it is not a material thing, and from another it is a tangible thing. It is depicted as a human-headed hawk, and in a vignette in the papyrus of Nebket, it is seen flying down the funeral pit, bearing air and food to the mummified body, lying in the mummy chamber to which it belongs. The Ba could leave its place in heaven and visit the body whenever it pleased, and it had power to assume any form which it pleased. Certain of the characteristics of the Ba were shared by the heart, Ab, which was believed to be the source both of life and of good and evil in man. The preservation of the heart was of the first importance, and several chapters of the Book of the Dead were composed with the object of keeping it out of the clutches of the stealers of hearts. In the judgment scene, it is the one member of the body which is singled out for special examination, and the large numbers of heart amulets which are preserved in the national collections of Egyptian antiquities testify to the anxiety which the Egyptians felt as to its security. With the Ba, or soul, the Kaya bit or shadow is often mentioned, and it seems to have been nourished by the offerings which were made in the tomb of the man to whom it belonged. It had an existence apart from the body, and like the Ka, or double, it could wander wherever it pleased. An interesting passage concerning the shadow is found in the 92nd chapter of the Book of the Dead, where the deceased prays, O keep not captive my soul, O keep not ward over my shadow, but let a way be opened for my soul and for my shadow, and let them see the great God in the shrine on the day of the judgment of souls, and let them recite the utterances of Osiris, whose habitations are hidden, to those who guard the members of Osiris, and who keep ward over the Khus, and who hold captive the shadows of the dead who would work evil against me. Another integral part of a man was the Khu, or shining, translucent covering of the spiritual body, which dwelt in heaven with the gods. It is difficult to explain its exact relationship to the double and the soul and the heart and the shadow, but in certain passages in which the word occurs, it seems as if it had some close connection with the soul, for it is mentioned along with it. In several passages, both in early and late texts, the sekhem of a man is mentioned with the Ba, or soul, and sometimes with both the Ka, or double, and the Ba, One of the meanings of Sekhem is form, or statue, but another meaning is power, and it seems as if the Egyptians conceived the idea of the power or vital force of a man living with him in heaven. The gods were supposed to possess doubles and souls and shadows and hearts and khus, but it is doubtful if they were endowed with Sekhem. It is probable that they were not. Many of them were themselves Sekhem, or powers. There remains now but one attribute of a man to mention, and that is the Ren, or name. In Egypt, a man took the most extraordinary precautions to prevent his name from being blotted out, for it was the common belief that unless the name of a person were preserved, he ceased to exist. Already in the pyramid texts, as Dr. Wiedemann has pointed out, we find the deceased making supplication that his name may flourish, literally germinate, along with the names of Tem, Shu, Seb, and other gods, and the same desire is expressed in texts from the 6th dynasty down to the Roman period, when we find that a number of papyri were inscribed with invocations to one or more gods, with the sole object of making to flourish the names of those for whom they were copied. The Ren, or name, had some close connection with the Ka, or double, as may be seen from the passage in the text of Pepi I. Thus we see that the Sahu, or spiritual body, the Ka, or double, the Ba, or soul, the Ab, or heart, the Ku, or shining form, the Sekhem, or vital force, and the Ren, or name, and the Kai bit, or shade, were all believed to come into existence after death, and it seems that the various parts which we have enumerated together made up the spiritual body which germinated in the Khat, or material body. There is little doubt that the beliefs in the existence of these various members of the spiritual body are not all of the same age, and they probably represent several stages of intellectual development on the part of the Egyptian. Their origin and development it is now impossible to trace, for already in the 5th and 6th dynasties their existence is accepted as an accomplished fact. A question naturally arises at this point as to when this spiritual body began its existence, but unfortunately no satisfactory answer can at present be given to it, for no text yet discovered supplies the necessary information. It is natural to suppose that the Sahu, or spiritual body, came into being as a result of the prayers which were recited on the day of the burial of the mummified body, and of the ceremonies which were performed at the same time. On the other hand, there exists distinct proofs that the Egyptians believed in a judgment which was to be held in the domain of Osiris, and we should hardly expect the spiritual body to begin its career until after the trial of the heart in the balance, and until the verdict of the gods at this judgment was favorable to the deceased. The whole question is full of difficulty, chiefly because the Egyptians themselves did not, I imagine, form definite ideas on such subjects, or if they did not put them in writing. It is, however, perfectly certain that they believed that Osiris had the power to make men to be born after death into a new life, and that such life was everlasting, and they ascribed to him this power because he had himself suffered death and mutilation and had risen from the dead. An examination of the papyri inscribed with the Theban recension of the Book of the Dead shows that they may be divided into two classes. These, 1, those in which the chapters of coming forth by day are preceded by introductory hymns to Ra and Osiris, and by a judgment scene, and 2, those in which they are preceded by a simple vignette in which the god Osiris is seen seated within a shrine. The oldest papyri of the 18th dynasty lack such introductory hymns, and the judgment scene, which appear most often in the illuminated papyri of the last half of the 18th dynasty. They continue in the 19th dynasty, but frequently in a less full form. In the older recensions of the Book of the Dead, there is no attempt to describe the judgment pictorially, and although it is pretty certain that every Egyptian believed that he would be judged after death, there is no definite statement of the fact. It will be noticed that a section of chapter 30b contains the words, "My heart, my mother, my heart, my mother, my heart, whereby I came into being, may naught stand up to oppose me at my judgment. May there be no opposition to me in the presence of the sovereign princes of Osiris. May there be no parting of thee from me in the presence of him that keepeth the balance. Let there be joy of heart unto us at the weighing of words. Let not that which is false be uttered against me before the great God, the Lord of Amentet." Here, clearly, we have suggested the idea of weighing the heart as the symbol of the seat of life and the source of good and evil actions, and as a matter of fact, the vignette of the chapter, which first appears in the 18th dynasty, represents the deceased sitting in one pan of the scales and being weighed against his heart, which is placed in the other. It is not easy to say exactly what belief underlies this vignette, but it seems to indicate that the guardian of the scale weighed the body to see if it had carried out properly the heart's directions, and that if it had done so, it would counterbalance exactly the heart, and the beam of the scales would be straight. This testing of the body, or heart, or both, took place in the presence of Osiris on the day when words were weighed. In the papyrus of Ani, 4 small vignettes accompany the negative confession, which forms part of the 125th chapter, and in one of these we see the heart of the deceased in one pan of the balance, and a feather, emblematic of right and truth, that is, what is straight, in the other. The god Anubis is testing the tongue of the balance, and close by stands the monster Am-Met, or eater of the dead. Here we have a proof that in addition to the weighing of a man's body against his heart, the heart itself was weighed against right and truth, and that this stage of the judgment also took place in the presence of the god Osiris, the judge of the dead. In the 18th dynasty, if not earlier, the idea of the judgment took great hold upon the minds of the Egyptians, and it found expression in the large and elaborate vignette, which is prefixed to the copies of the chapters of Coming Forth by Day, which were made at this period. It is, however, impossible to say whether the large vignette is a development of that which accompanies the 125th chapter, or whether each had a distinct origin. When once the idea of the great judgment scene had developed itself, it seems to have been felt that the deceased ought not to enter into the hall of judgment without having first uttered words of prayer and praise to the great gods Ra and Osiris, to the former as the greatest of the cosmic gods, and to the latter as the judge and god of the dead. Hence were composed the introductory hymns to Ra and Osiris, of which several examples are known. In the hymns to Ra, the deceased apostrophizes the glory and majesty of the one God, the creator of the world and all that therein is, who manifests himself to his creatures under the form of the sun, and by whose heat and light men and women, beasts and feathered fowl, fish and creeping things, trees and herbs have their being. The darkness of night into which the sun disappeared when he set was personified as an enemy of the sun, and the daily victory of light over darkness was hymned with gladness by his worshippers. From one point of view, the Egyptian regarded the course of the sun as a type of his own life, and day symbolized life and night death. The conflict in which the sun engaged with the powers of darkness typified the struggle of the deceased with his enemies in the underworld, and man hoped that he would overcome them even as the sun vanquished all who opposed his course. In a fine hymn, the deceased says, O thou beautiful being, thou dost renew thyself in thy season in the form of the disk within thy mother Hathor. Therefore in every place every heart swelleth with joy at thy rising eternally. O Ra, the divine man-child, the heir of eternity, self-begotten and self-born, prince of the Tuat, governor of the regions of Okert, thou God of life, thou Lord of love, all men live when thou shinest. Thou art crowned King of the gods. Those who are in thy following sing unto thee with joy, and bow down their foreheads to the earth when they meet thee. Thou Lord of heaven, thou Lord of earth, thou King of right and truth, thou Lord of eternity, thou Prince of everlastingness, thou Sovereign of all the gods, thou God of life, thou Creator of eternity, thou Maker of heaven, wherein thou art firmly established. The company of the gods rejoice at thy rising. The earth is glad when it beholdeth thy rays. The peoples that have been long dead come forth with cries of joy to see thy beauties daily. The serpent fiend, that is darkness, hath fallen. His arms are hewn off. The knife hath cut asunder his joints. Ra liveth in unchanging and eternal law and order. Again, in another hymn, we read, Thou risest, thou risest, thou shinest, thou shinest. Thou art crowned King of the gods. Thou art the Lord of heaven, thou art the Lord of earth. Thou art the Creator of beings celestial and of beings terrestrial. Thou art the one God who came into being in the beginning of time. Thou didst create the earth. Thou didst fashion man. Thou didst make the watery abyss of the sky. Thou didst form Hapi, that is the Nile. Thou didst create the watery abyss and didst give life to all that therein is. Thou hast knit together the mountains. Thou hast made mankind and the beast of the field to come into being. Thou hast made the heavens and the earth. Thou art crowned Prince of heaven. Thou art the one dowered with all sovereignty who comest forth from the sky. Ra is victorious, O thou divine youth, thou heir, literally flesh and bone, of everlastingness, thou self-begotten one, O thou who didst give thyself birth, O one mighty one of myriad forms and aspects, King of the world, Prince of Anu, Lord of eternity, and ruler of everlastingness, the company of the gods rejoice when thou risest and when thou sailest across the sky. Thou art unknown, and no tongue is worthy to declare thy likeness. Only thou thyself canst do this. Thou hearest with thine ears, and thou seest with thine eyes. Millions of years have gone over the world. I cannot tell the number of those through which thou hast passed. From these passages it is clear that the Egyptians believed that the God who was typified by the sun was eternal, immortal, and unknown, that is, invisible, that he created himself and the world and the beings and things in it. He was also one and alone, and there was none like unto him. For the gods of whom he was king only possessed certain of his attributes and characteristics. It had been denied by some that his oneness or unity is the same as the unity of God Almighty, though I believe there is no good reason for this view. But whether it be or not, it is perfectly certain that when the Egyptians declared that their God was one, they meant exactly what the Hebrews meant when they declared that Jehovah was one, and what the Arabs meant and still mean when they cry out that Allah is one. At all events, the one God of the Egyptians possessed all the essential attributes of the Christians' God. In the hymns to Osiris, the deceased enumerates the various titles of the god and mentions his most ancient shrines. Osiris is declared to be the son of Seb, the earth god, and of Nut, the sky goddess, and as prince of gods and men to have received the crook and the whip and the dignity of his divine fathers. He is the king of eternity and lord of everlastingness, and his existence is for millions of years. In his name Osiris he is most terrible, and he endureth for ever in his name Un-Nefer. Though possessing the attribute of eternal which is ascribed to Ra, he is not self-begotten and self-born like that god. Ra has no offspring in the human sense of the word, but Osiris begot a son after his death, according to one legend, who succeeded to his father's throne upon earth and avenged him on Set, his murderer. From Ra, the deceased asks only that he may behold him at dawn each day. But from Osiris he asks that his Ka, or double, may have splendor in heaven and might upon earth and triumph in the underworld. And he adds, may I sail down to Tatu, Mendes, or Busiris like a living soul, and up to Abtu, Abydos, like a Bennu bird. May I go in and come out without repulse at the pylons of the lords of the underworld. May there be given unto me loaves of bread in the house of coolness, and offerings of food in Anu, Heliopolis, and a homestead forever in Sekhet Aru, with wheat and barley therefore. Judging by the arrangement of the papyrus of Ani, the papyrus of Hu-Nefer, the papyrus of Kenna, and other documents of the period, it seems pretty clear that the introductory hymns and the vignette of the judgment scene together formed a special section of the fine papyri of the Theban recension. The vignette of the judgment scene varies in detail greatly in the various papyri, though the essential parts of it are always preserved. The fullest form known of it is given in the papyrus of Ani, and may be thus described. In one portion of a chamber in the domain of Osiris, which we may assume to be the hall of the double Ma'at, or right and truth, a balance is set, wherein the heart of the deceased is to be weighed. The beam of the balance is suspended upon a projection from the standard made in the form of the feather, which symbolizes right and truth. Upon the beam of the balance sits the dog-headed ape, which was associated with Thoth, the scribe of the gods. The weighing of the heart is carried out in the presence of the company of the gods, which is here represented by the following members of it. 1. Ra Heru Kuti, or Ra Hamarkus, the great god, within his boat. This boat was called the bark of millions of years, and there sat in it, along with Ra, the gods Khepera and Tem, his own forms in the morning and evening, respectively. 2. Temu, or Tem, the form of Ra at eventide. He was the head of the company of gods at Heliopolis, and is always represented in human form. This fact indicates that already in the earliest times known to us he had gone through all the various stages through which gods pass, and had assumed a final and definite form. 3. Shu, the son of Ra, and Hathor, who lifted up the goddess Nut, or the sky, from the embrace of Seb, the earth god. He typified the light. 4. Tefnut, the twin sister of Shu. She is depicted as a woman with the head of a lioness. She typified moisture. 5. Seb, the earth god, the son of Shu, husband of Nut, and by her father of Osiris and Isis, Set and Nephthys. 6. Nut, the female counterpart of Nu, or the watery mass from which all the gods were evolved, and upon which the bark of millions of years floated. 7. Isis, the sister wife of Osiris, the mother of Horus, son of Isis. She probably typified the dawn. 8. Nephthys, daughter of Seb and Nut, sister of Osiris and Isis, and the sister wife of Set. She is also said to be the mother of Anubis by Osiris. She probably typified eventide, or twilight. 9. Horus, the sun god, who is to be distinguished from Horus, the son of Isis. He is represented in human form, but with the head of a hawk. The hawk was the symbol of Horus, and the worship of that bird is probably the oldest in Egypt. 10. Hathor, the goddess of that portion of the sky wherein Horus, the sun god, rose and set. 11. Hu and Sa, two gods who had their places in the boat of the sun at creation. It will be noticed that several of the gods, for example, Nu, Ptah, Knimu, Khepera, Set, Anpu, Apuat, Amsu, Hapi, and several goddesses, for example, Me'at, Nit, Sekhet, Bast, Serk, Uat, Chit, are not here represented. The explanation of this fact is that only the gods and the goddesses of the funeral company of Osiris are considered to be interested in the judgment of the dead. On one side of the scale we see the god Anubis testing the tongue of the balance, and behind him stand Thoth, the scribe of the gods, writing down the result of the weighing, and the triform beast, Ammit, the eater of the dead, who is waiting to devour the heart of Ani, should it be found light in the balance. On the other side of the balance are Ani's luck, or destiny, an object called Meskin, which has been described as a cubit with human head. It either typifies the embryo or has some connection with the birth of Ani, his soul in the form of a human-headed bird perched upon a pylon. And behind these are the goddesses Renenet and Mekhenet, who presided over Ani's birth chamber and rearing. Behind these stand Ani himself and his wife Thu, with heads reverently bent. Ani is here depicted in human form and wearing garments and ornaments similar to those which he wore upon earth. It is quite clear that the body which he has in this hall of judgment cannot be the body with which he had been endowed upon earth, and we are probably to understand that it is his spiritual body, wearing the white robes of the beatified dead in the world beyond the grave, which we see. He is perfect in all his members, which are endowed with the strength and power that belong to those who have risen in a spiritual or glorified body from the dead. Though he stands at the entrance of the hall, and the weighing of the heart has not yet taken place, the artist depicted him in the form in which it was always assumed the just would appear before Osiris. The heart having been placed in one pan of the scales, and the feather, symbolic of truth, in the other, Ani utters the words which form chapter 30b of the Book of the Dead, wherein he prays that there may be no parting of his heart from him in the presence of the guardian of the balance. This done, Anubis tests the tongue of the balance and finds that the beam is exactly straight, and that the heart balances the feather exactly. The dog-headed ape, seated on the standard, reports this to Thoth, who, standing with his writing reed in hand, is ready to note the result and to declare it to the gods. It is interesting to observe that the heart was only required to balance the feather, and not to outweigh it, a fact which indicates that the pious Egyptian was supposed to be able to satisfy the demands and requirements of the law, and that he took his stand in the judgment and hoped for acquittal by virtue of the good deeds which he had done in the body. The god Thoth next addressed the company of the gods as follows: Hear ye this judgment. The heart of Osiris hath in very truth been weighed, and his soul hath stood as a witness for him. It hath been found true by trial in the great balance. There hath not been found any wickedness in him. He hath not wasted the offerings in the temples. He hath not done harm by his deeds, and he spread no evil reports about men while he was upon earth. To this speech the gods reply: That which cometh forth from thy mouth, O Thoth, dwelling in Kamennu, is confirmed. Osiris the scribe Ani is holy and righteous. He hath not sinned, neither hath he done evil against us. The devourer Amemet shall not be allowed to prevail over him, and meat offerings and entrance into the presence of the god Osiris shall be granted unto him, together with a homestead for ever in Sekhet Hetepu, as unto the followers of Horus. The gods confirm the report of Thoth, and Ani, having been found just, is led into the presence of Osiris by Horus, the son of Isis. The words "found just" represent in a measure the words Ma, Keru, or Ma'ut Keru, masculine, feminine, which are always added after the name of the deceased in funeral texts. There is no example of their application to a living person. Much has been written about them, and many renderings have been suggested for them, such as true of voice, justified, triumphant, victorious. They actually mean right, ma, and word, keru, and seem to be meant to express the belief on the part of the writer that the deceased has satisfactorily passed the ordeal of judgment, and that he has attained to the state in which his commands, whatever they may be, will be carried out duly and effectually. While Horus is leading Ani into the presence of his father, he addresses Osiris, saying, I have come unto thee, O Un-Nefer, and I have brought thee Osiris Ani unto thee. His heart has been found righteous, coming forth from the balance, and it hath not sinned against any god or goddess. Thoth hath waited according to the decree uttered unto him by the company of the gods, and it is very true and righteous. Grant unto him cakes and ale, and let him enter into the presence of Osiris, that is, into thy presence. And may he be like unto the followers of Horus forever. In the last division of the judgment scene, we see Ani kneeling by a table of offerings placed before the shrine of the god Osiris, to whom he says, O Lord of Amentet, I am in thy presence. There is no sin in me. I have not lied wittingly, nor have I done aught with a false heart. Grant that I may be like unto those favored ones who are round about thee, and that I may be an Osiris, greatly favored of the beautiful God, and beloved of the Lord of the world. The royal scribe, indeed, who loveth him, Ani, triumphant before the god Osiris. It will be noticed that Ani now has his hair whitened, and that he wears upon his head the object which is called a cone, the signification of which is unknown. He has at length penetrated to the throne of Osiris, the Lord of eternity, as the words written above read, and Ani's petition to the god is that he may become an Osiris. That is to say, a being endowed with a spiritual body which can never again see death or suffer corruption. The answer of Osiris is not given in the papyrus, nor is it, as far as I have seen, in any papyrus where a similar petition is made, but just as it is always assumed that the heart of the deceased will always balance the feather of law or right and truth, so is it also assumed that the petition of the deceased will always be favorably received, and that he will henceforth be free to go about in the gods' domains without let or hindrance, and to participate in all the occupations of the great God himself. Thus the judgment scene ends, and this section of the papyrus in which it is found is followed by the chapters of coming forth by day. The question naturally arises here, when did the judgment in the hall of Osiris take place? To this no definite answer can be given, for the reason that no text supplies the information needed. There are no grounds, so far as I see, for assuming that the Egyptians believed in a great general day of judgment when all the world shall be judged, and the wicked shall be punished, and the righteous shall be rewarded, or for thinking, as some have done, that the mummified bodies were laid in the tomb to await a general resurrection. On the contrary, all the evidence seems to point to the conclusion that the judgment of each individual was thought to take place immediately after death. And if this was the belief, it follows that punishment or reward was allotted to the dead at once. The evil heart, or the heart which had failed to balance the feather symbolic of the law, was given to the monster Amit to devour. Thus punishment consisted of instant annihilation, unless we imagine that the destruction of the heart was extended over an indefinite period. The difficulty of the subject is further complicated when we come to consider the use and object of the funeral ceremonies and prayers. If, at his death, the soul of a man passed to immediate judgment, what could the ceremonies and prayers of the priests avail it? We know that the embalming of a body in the best and most expensive way occupied a period varying from 70 to about 100 days, and that several more days were necessary before the body was coffined and laid with the proper ceremonies in the tomb. If the prayers which the priests recited and the ceremonies which they performed over it at the grave were absolutely necessary for the future well-being of its soul, and if the soul could not begin its beatified existence until such prayers had been said and such ceremonies had been performed, it is difficult to understand why such a lengthy process of embalmment was resorted to. For during the period which elapsed between death and burial, the soul must have tarried in some intermediate place. In the absence of exact knowledge, we can only assume that certain prayers were said for the benefit of the deceased immediately after death, and that such prayers assured his acquittal in the hall of Osiris, and procured for him entrance into the abode of the blessed. This done, the embalmment of the body might be carried out at the convenience of all concerned, and the elaborate and formal ceremonies connected with the sepulture of the great would follow in due course. The beliefs which are connected with the judgment of the dead are so numerous and so conflicting, and belong to so many various periods of development of religious thought in Egypt, that it is impossible to harmonize them. As new texts are discovered, the difficulties will probably disappear one by one, and the future labors of Egyptologists will clear up many obscure passages which up to the present have been misunderstood.
Part 3.
The Egyptians, from the earliest to the latest period of their history, were addicted to the use of formulae which were thought to be able to effect results usually beyond the power of man, and they accompanied such formulae with the performance of certain ceremonies. The formulae consisted of the repetition of the names of gods and supernatural beings, benevolent or hostile to man, as the case might be, and of entreaties or curses. The ceremonies were of various kinds, and the object of the present chapter is to describe briefly those which relate to the various sections of the Book of the Dead. The Egyptian believed that every word spoken under certain circumstances must be followed by some effect, good or bad. A prayer uttered by a properly qualified person, or by a man ceremonially pure, in the proper place and in the proper manner, must necessarily be answered favorably. And similarly, the curses which were pronounced upon a man or beast or thing in the name of a hostile supernatural being were bound to result in harm to the object cursed. It seems that this idea had its origin in the belief that the world and all that therein is came into being immediately after Thoth had interpreted in words the will of the deity in respect of the creation of the world, and that creation was the result of the god's command. In very early times, the Egyptian called in the professional religious man to utter words of good omen over the dead body of his relative or friend, and later the same words written upon some substance and buried with him were believed to be effectual in procuring for him the good things of the life beyond the grave. In the text on the pyramid of Unas is a reference to something written which the deceased was supposed to possess in the following words: "The bone and flesh which have no writing are wretched, but behold, the writing of Unas is under the great seal, and behold, it is not under the little seal." And in the text on the pyramid of Pepi I, we find the words: "The uraeus of this Pepi is upon his head, there is a writing on each side of him, and he hath words of magical power at his 2 feet. Thus equipped the king enters heaven." In the reign of Cheops, however, we are told that his second son, Harutataf, brought to the court a man who possessed magical powers, and who was able to join the head to a decapitated body, and to make the complete body live again as before. When Cheops ordered the head to be struck off from a prisoner, that the sage might fasten it on again, the sage excused himself from performing this difficult task. But when a goose was brought, and its head was cut off and laid on one side of the room, and the body on the other, he spake certain magical words, whereupon the goose stood up and began to waddle, and the head began to move towards it. When the head had joined itself again to the body, the bird stood up and cackled. Thus, in that remote period, a man claimed to be able to restore life to decapitated creatures by means of words of magical power, and it seems that the belief in the efficacy of the words of Thoth was already well established. In the late period, the mourner consoled himself by asserting that the Book of the Dead, prepared for his dead relative or friend, had been written by the fingers of the god Thoth himself. A common way to effect certain results, good or evil, was to employ figures made of various substances, chiefly wax, or amulets made of precious stones and metals in various forms. Both figures and amulets were inscribed with words which gave them the power to carry out the work assigned to them by those who caused them to be made. It is well known that the Egyptians believed that the qualities and much else, including the ka of a living original, could be transferred to an image thereof by means of the repetition over it of certain formulae, and a good or evil act done to a statue or figure resulted in good or evil to the person whom it represented. In the West Kar Papyrus, we are also told that the wife of a high Egyptian official called Abba Aner fell in love with one of the king's followers, and that she sent to him and told him of her desire. Subsequently, the pair met in the woman's garden, and they passed the day in drinking and in pleasure. On the morrow, the husband was told of his wife's conduct, and he determined to punish both with death. Having sent for his ebony box bound with fine metal, he made a waxen crocodile a few inches long, and having recited magical formulae over it, he gave it to his chief servant, and told him to throw it into the water when he saw his wife's paramour going to bathe in the evening. When the guilty pair had passed another day together, and the young man went down to the river in the evening, the chief servant cast the waxen crocodile into the water. And as it was falling, it turned into a huge living crocodile, about 12 feet long, which swallowed the young man. 7 days later, Abba Aner and the king Nebka went to the water where the crocodile was, and Abba Aner ordered it to give up the young man, and it came out of the water and straightway brought up the young man. When the king had made some remark, Abba Aner picked up the crocodile, which at once turned into the small waxen crocodile that it was originally, and when he again ordered it to devour the young man, it once more became a living reptile, and seizing the young man, made its way to the water and disappeared with him. The faithless wife was burnt. The principal actors in this story are said to have flourished during the rule of the third dynasty of Egypt, nearly 4,000 years before Christ, and it is a noteworthy fact that the narrative mentions the ebony and metal box and the making of a waxen crocodile in a way which seems to show that their owner was in the habit of using the box and the wax frequently. About the time of the 18th dynasty, we learn from a papyrus that a man was prosecuted in Egypt for having made figures of men and women in wax, by which he caused sundry and divers pains and sicknesses to the living beings whom they represented. And according to Pseudo-Callisthenes, Nectanebus wrought magic by means of a bowl of water, some waxen figures, and an ebony rod. The waxen figures were made in the forms of the soldiers of the enemy who were coming against him by sea or by land, and were placed upon the water in the basin by him. Nectanebus then arrayed himself in suitable apparel, and having taken the rod in his hand, began to recite certain formulae and the names of divine powers known unto him, whereupon the waxen figures became animated, and straightway sank to the bottom of the bowl. At the same moment the hosts of the enemy were destroyed. If the foe was coming by sea, he placed the waxen soldiers in waxen ships, and at the sound of the words of power, both ships and men sank into the waves, as the waxen models sank to the bottom of the sea. The same informant tells us that when Nectanebus wished Olympias, the mother of Alexander the Great, to believe that the god Ammon had visited her during the night, he went forth from her presence into the plain and gathered a number of herbs which had the power of causing dreams, and pressed out the juice from them. He then fashioned a female figure in the form of Olympias, and inscribed the queen's name upon it, and having made the model of a bed, he laid the figure thereon. Nectanebus next lit a lamp, and reciting the words of power which would compel the demons to send Olympias a dream, he poured out the juice of the herbs over the waxen figure. And at the moment of the performance of these acts, Olympias dreamed that she was in the arms of the god Ammon. A tradition also exists to the effect that Aristotle gave to Alexander the Great a number of waxen figures nailed down in a box, which was fastened by a chain, and which he ordered him never to let go out of his hand, or at least out of that of one of his confidential servants. The box was to go wherever Alexander went, and Aristotle taught him to recite certain formulae over it whenever he took it up or put it down. The figures in the box were intended to represent the various kinds of armed forces that Alexander was likely to find opposed to him. Some of the models held in their hands leaden swords which were curved backwards, and some had spears in their hands pointed head downwards, and some had bows with cut strings. All these were laid face downwards in the box. When Alexander was engaged in war with any nation armed with swords or spears or bows, if he recited the formulae which Aristotle had taught him, the swords of the foe would become as lead and bend backwards. The spears would become impotent in the hands of those who held them, and their heads would turn to the ground, and the strings of the bows would snap. Returning to purely Egyptian sources for information concerning the use of wax figures, we come to an important work consisting of several chapters which were to be recited to keep away storm clouds and thunder from the sky. One chapter reads, "Fire upon thee, O Apep, thou enemy of Ra! The eye of Horus prevaileth over the accursed soul, and shade of Apep, the flame of the eye of Horus, gnaweth into that enemy of Ra. The flame of the eye of Horus eateth into all the enemies of Pa'ah, in death and in life." The rubric belonging to the chapters orders that it shall be recited over Apep, written in green ink upon a piece of new papyrus, and over a wax figure of Apep, on which his name is inscribed in green ink. This figure shall then be put in the fire, that the enemy of Ra may be devoured. When Apep is put in the fire, speak ye words of power, and say, "Taste thou, death to thee, Apep, get thee back, retreat, thou enemy of Ra, fall down, wriggle away, depart, retreat. I have driven thee back, I have hacked thee in pieces. Back, thou fiend, an end to thee. Therefore have I cast fire at thee, therefore have I caused thee to be destroyed, therefore have I judged and condemned thee to an evil doom. An end to thee, an end to thee. Taste thou, an end to thee, mayest thou never rise up again. An end to thee, an end to thee, taste thou, and come to an end. I have destroyed the enemy of Ra. This figure of Apep shall be burnt in a grass fire, and when burnt, its ashes are to be mixed with excrement and thrown into a fire. Afterwards, when thou hast thrown Apep into the fire at daybreak of the festival of the 6th, spit upon him and defile him with thy left foot. Thus shall be repulsed the roarings of the backward of face. Thou shalt do the like of this at daybreak on the festival of the 15th day, for by means of it Apep shall be repulsed and slain before the sect Sextet boat. Thou shalt do the like of this when tempests rage in the eastern parts of the sky, when Ra sets in the land of life, to prevent the arrival of red, threatening clouds in the eastern quarter of the sky. Thou shalt do the like of this many times as a preventive against the shower. The sun's disk shall shine, and Apep shall be overthrown in very truth. Elsewhere we are told that if it be wished to destroy the fiends which accompany Apep, we must write the names of their fathers and mothers and offspring with green paint upon new papyrus, and also inscribe their names upon wax figures of them which shall be tied round with dark hair. These figures shall be spit upon, and shall be spurned with the left foot and stabbed with a stone knife. The most important mention of figures in the Book of the Dead occurs in the 6th chapter, which, properly speaking, forms one of the texts that accompany the scenes of the funeral chamber as exhibited in chapter 151. When the Egyptian in very early days conceived the existence of the Elysian fields, it occurred to him that the agricultural labors which would have to be carried out there might entail upon himself toil and fatigue. To avoid this, a short chapter 5 was drawn up, the recital of which was believed to free the deceased from doing any work in the underworld, but it was felt that the work must be done by some person or thing, and eventually it became the custom to bury a figure or figures of the deceased with him in his tomb, so that it or they might perform whatever work fell to his share. It is probable that in semi-savage times the wealthy Egyptian's burial was accompanied by the slaughter of several slaves who were supposed to follow him to the next world and to minister to his wants there. The figures which were buried with the dead in the later times seem to have taken the place of the slaughtered slaves. To these figures the Egyptian gave the name Ush-Abtiu, a word which is commonly rendered by respondents or answerers, and they are often described in modern times as the working figures of Hades. They are made of stone of various kinds, wood, faience, etc. I know of none earlier than the 11th dynasty. They are inscribed with a text in which the deceased says, "If I be called, or if I be adjudged to do any work whatsoever of the labors which are to be done in the underworld by a man in his turn, let the judgment fall upon thee instead of upon me always, in the matter of sowing the fields, of filling the water courses with water, and of bringing the sands of the east to the west." To this the Shabti figure makes reply, "Verily I am here, and will come whithersoever thou biddest me." Several of the chapters of the Book of the Dead are followed by rubrics which give directions for the performance of certain magical ceremonies, and among them may be specially mentioned the following. Chapter 13. This chapter was to be recited over 2 rings made of Ankh-Ham flowers. One was to be laid on the right ear of the deceased, and the other was to be wrapped up in a piece of byssus whereon the name of the deceased was inscribed. Chapter 19. This chapter was to be recited over the divine chaplet, which was laid upon the face of the deceased, while incense was burnt on his behalf. Chapter 100. This chapter was to be recited over a picture of the boat of the sun, painted with a special ink upon a piece of new papyrus, which was to be laid on the breast of the deceased, who would then have power to embark in the boat of Ra and to journey with the god. Chapter 125. The judgment scene was to be painted upon a tile made of earth, upon which neither the pig nor any other animal had trodden, and if the text of the chapter was also written upon it, the deceased and his children will flourish for ever. His name would never be forgotten, and his place would henceforth be with the followers of Osiris. Chapter 130. This chapter was to be recited over a picture of the god Ra, wherein a figure of the deceased sitting in the bows was drawn. This done, the soul of the deceased would live forever. Chapter 133. This chapter was to be recited over a faience model of the boat of Ra, 4 cubits in length, whereon the figures of the divine chiefs were painted. Painted figures of Ra and of the khu of the deceased were to be placed in the boat. A model of the starry heavens was also to be made, and upon it the model of the boat of Ra was to be moved about in imitation of the motion of the boat of the god in heaven. This ceremony would cause the deceased to be received by the gods in heaven as one of themselves. Chapter 134. This chapter was to be recited over figures of a hawk, Ra, Tem, Shu, Tif, Nut, Seb, Nut, Osiris, Isis, Suti, and Nephthys painted on a plaque, which was to be placed in a model of the boat of Ra, wherein the deceased was seated. This ceremony would cause the deceased to travel with Ra in the sky. Chapter 136a. This chapter was to be recited over a figure of the deceased seated in the boat of Ra. Chapter 137a. This chapter was to be recited over 4 fires, fed by a special kind of cloth anointed with unguent, which were to be placed in the hands of 4 men who had the names of the pillars of Horus written upon their shoulders. 4 clay troughs, whereon incense had been sprinkled, were to be filled with the milk of a white cow, and the milk was to be employed in extinguishing the 4 fires. If this chapter were recited daily for the deceased, he would become like unto Osiris in every respect. The rubric supplies a series of texts which were to be recited. 1 over a tet of crystal set in a plinth, which was to be placed in the west wall of the tomb. 2 over a figure of Anubis set in a plinth, which was to be placed in the east wall. 3 over a brick smeared with pitch, which was set on fire and then placed in the south wall. And 4 over a brick inscribed with the figure of a palm tree, which was set in the north wall. Chapter 140. This chapter was to be recited over an Utchat, or figure of the eye of Horus, made either of lapis lazuli or mock stone, and over another made of jasper. During the recital of the chapter, 4 altars were to be lighted for Ra Tem, and 4 for the Utchat, and 4 for the gods who were mentioned therein. Chapter 144. The 7 sections of this chapter were to be recited over a drawing of the 7 Arits, at each of which 3 gods were seated. By these means the deceased was prevented from being turned back at the door of any one of the 7 mansions of Osiris. Chapter 162. This chapter was to be recited over the figure of a cow made of fine gold, which was to be placed at the neck of the deceased. During the performance of this ceremony, the priest is ordered to say, O Amen, who art in heaven, turn thy face upon the dead body of thy son, and make him sound and strong in the underworld. Chapter 163. This chapter was to be recited over a serpent having legs and wearing a disc and 2 horns, and over 2 Utchats having both eyes and wings. Chapter 164. This chapter was to be recited over a 3-headed ithiphallic figure of Mut painted upon a piece of linen, and over the figures of 2 dwarfs painted, one on each side of the goddess. Chapter 165. This chapter was to be recited over the figure of the god of the lifted hand, who had a body in the form of that of a beetle. Besides these, a number of chapters have rubrics varying in length from 2 to 20 lines, which declare that if the deceased be acquainted with their contents, or if they be inscribed upon his coffin, they will enable him to attain great happiness and freedom in the world beyond the grave. 7 other chapters consist of texts which were written upon the amulets that were usually laid upon the mummy, namely Numbers 30b, 89, 155, 156, 157, 158, and 159. Chapter 30b is found inscribed upon thousands of large green basalt scarabs, which were usually set in a banded frame of gold and laid inside or upon the breast, just over the heart. It is also found inscribed upon green basalt amulets made in the form of the heart. The object of this amulet was to preserve the heart of the deceased and to protect it from the attacks of those who were thought to steal away the hearts of the dead. Its use is as old as the 4th dynasty, in which period the text was not cut but painted upon it. Chapter 89, which was written to ensure the union of the soul with the body in the underworld, was recited over the human-headed hawk, made of gold and inlaid with precious stones, which was laid upon the neck of the mummy. Examples of this amulet have been found with a few words of the chapter inscribed upon them. Chapter 155 is found inscribed upon tets made of gold and precious stones, which have been found attached to the neck of the mummy. This amulet represents the tree trunk with 4 branches pointing to the 4 cardinal points, which contain the dead body of Osiris, and it bestowed upon its possessor stability and lasting preservation. Chapter 156 is found inscribed upon several carnelian buckles, which have been found attached to the neck of the mummy. This amulet gave to the deceased the powers which were enshrined in the blood and power and enchantments of the goddess Isis. Chapter 157 is found inscribed upon gold vultures, which have been found attached to the neck of the mummy. This amulet gave the deceased the protection of the goddess Isis, such as she exercised on behalf of her own son Horus. Chapter 158 was inscribed upon the collar of gold, which was placed on the neck of the mummy. This amulet gave the deceased freedom from the bandages with which he was swathed. Chapter 159 is found inscribed upon several mother-of-emerald scepters, which were attached to the neck of the mummy. This amulet gave protection or strength to the deceased. Chapter 162 is found inscribed upon circular pieces of papyri laid down upon cartonnage backs, commonly known as hypocephaly. They were placed under the back of the head of the mummy, and by this warmth, similar to that which he possessed upon earth, was imparted. Chapter 166 is found inscribed upon small pillows made of hematite and other substances. As the ordinary pillow raised the head of the mummy from the bed of the coffin, so this amulet raised the head of the deceased in the horizon and prevented it from being laid low. Finally, figures of the gods in metal, stone, faience, wood, wax, etc. were attached to the mummy in order to place it under the special protection of the deities whom they represented. The following are the amulets which are commonly found in Egyptian tombs and their significations. 1. Thet, buckle, the protection of the blood, power, and incantation of Isis. 2. Tet, tree trunk, stability, firmness, lastingness. 3. Mut, mother, the protection of the goddess Isis, who in the form of a vulture protected her son Horus and bewailed her husband Osiris. 4. Asek, collar, freedom from the fetters of the bandages. 5. Uach, scepter, green youth, vigor, to flourish and to renew youth. 6. Urs, pillow, the lifting up of the head and body. 7. Ab, heart, the seat of life and source of good and evil thoughts. The heart of green basalt was connected with chapter 30b, the heart of lapis lazuli with chapter 26, the heart of mother of emerald with chapter 27, and the heart of carnelian with chapter 29b. 8. Ankh. The object which this hieroglyphic represents is not known, but it means life, and symbolizes the life which the gods live. 9. Utchat, eye of Ra, or Horus, good health, safe, sound, protection. 2 Utchats typify the two eyes of Ra and the sun and moon. 10. Nefer, a musical instrument, good luck, happiness, joy. 11. Sam, a tool, union, unity. 12. Kut, the sun on the horizon, the coming forth with the rising sun, and the abode of the blessed dead with Ra in the west. 13. Hetch, white crown, southern or upper Egypt. 14. Tesher, red crown, northern or lower Egypt. 15. Shen, the sun's orbit, eternity. 16. Usur, scepter, power. 17. Ren, a rope which enclosed the name of kings and royal persons. This sign is commonly known as Cartouche. Name. The preservation of the name was considered to be of the highest importance, for the blotting out of a man's name brought with it eternal death. 18. Manat, an instrument, joy, pleasure, sexual pleasure, happiness. 19. Naha, an angle, protection. 20. Hefnu, frog, a new life, resurrection. 21. Sekhek, level, equilibrium, straightness. 22. Ket, staircase, steps, the steps whereon Ra rested in Kemenu, and whereon Osiris stands in the underworld. 23. Makhet, ladder, the ladder by which the deceased ascended into heaven. 24. Titchebawi, 2 fingers, the fingers which the god extended to the deceased to enable him to enter heaven. 25. Ma'at, feather, what is straight, right, truth, law. 26. Khepur, beetle, the type of the self-begotten God, the creator of the gods and of heaven and earth and all that therein is, and the symbol of the resurrection. Finally, mention must be made here of the great importance attached by the Egyptians to the knowledge of the names of gods, supernatural beings, etc., and it seems that the deceased who was ignorant of them must have fared badly in the underworld. Thus, in chapter 1b, it is said that the deceased knoweth Osiris and his names. In chapter 99, the deceased is obliged to tell the names of every portion of the boat wherein he wishes to cross the great river in the underworld. In chapter 125, Anubis makes him declare the names of the 2 leaves of the door of the hall of Osiris before he will let him in, and even the bolts and bolt sockets and lintels and planks will not allow him to enter until the deceased has satisfied them that he knows their names. Entrance into the 7 Arits, or mansions, could not be obtained without a knowledge of the names of the doorkeeper, watcher, and herald who belonged to each, and similarly the pylons of the domains of Osiris could not be passed through by the deceased without a declaration by him of the name of each. The idea underlying all such statements is that the man who knows the name of a god could invoke and obtain help from him by calling upon him, and that the hostility of a fiend could be successfully opposed by the repetition of his name. The knowledge of the names of fiends and demons constituted the chief power of the magicians of olden times, and the amulets of the Gnostics, which were inscribed with numbers of names of supernatural powers, are the practical expression of the belief in the efficacy of the knowledge of names which existed in Egypt from time immemorial. Though the chapters of the Book of the Dead represent beliefs belonging to various periods of the long life of the Egyptian nation, and opinions held by several schools of thought in Egypt, the object of them all was to benefit the deceased. They were intended to give him the power to have and to enjoy life everlasting, to give him everything which he required in the life beyond the grave, to ensure his victory over his foes, to procure for him the power of going whithersoever he pleased, and when and how he pleased, to preserve the mummy intact, and finally to enable his soul to enter into the bark of Ra, or into whatever abode of the blessed had been conceived of by him. A perusal of the translations of the chapters will show the reader what their contents are, but it will not be out of place here to group certain chapters which have a common object, for the various beliefs which they represent then become more clear. A certain number of the chapters of the Book of the Dead are hymns, which are addressed either to Ra or to Osiris. In the present work, these are represented by the hymns from the papyri of Ani, Kenna, Hu, Nefer, and Necht, which I have called hymns introductory, and to these we should add chapters 182 and 183, which are really hymns to Osiris by Thoth. Another collection of fine hymns is found in chapter 15, where we have hymns to Ra and Osiris and a litany to Osiris. The papyrus of Ani, from which these are translated, gives the oldest and most complete form of the chapter. They are most important, for they enable us to understand what attributes were ascribed to Ra, and it seems as if many of them were in later times transferred to Osiris, who was originally nothing but a god of the dead. With these hymns should be mentioned the texts which accompany the judgment scene, but these have already been described in the chapter on that subject given above, and they are fully translated. The judgment scene also leads us to the consideration of the 125th chapter, which is certainly one of the most important and interesting in the whole book. It consists of 3 parts: introduction, negative confession, and concluding text. Introduction was said by the deceased at the entrance to the hall of Double Ma'ati. The negative confession was recited by him before the 42 gods who sat in judgment upon him in this hall, and the concluding text was uttered by him when he had passed the ordeal of judgment and was beginning his new life. It is probable that these 3 texts were originally merely versions each of the other, but in the 18th dynasty they are all copied together into papyri. The deceased first asserted that he had not committed certain sins. He next addressed 42 gods by their names and declared before each that he had not committed the special sin which it was the duty of the god to punish. And lastly, he makes a 3rd confession, the first part of which is practically in the same words as a portion of the introduction. The introduction provided the passwords which enabled him to enter the hall, and the concluding text provided those which enabled him to go forth from it. It is impossible to say when or how this beautiful chapter, with its lofty conceptions of morality, grew, but although the form in which these are set forth is not older than the 18th dynasty, the ideas themselves belong to a period which is as old as the rule of the kings of the 3rd dynasty. From the negative confession we see that the pious Egyptian abhorred fraud, theft, deceit, robbery with violence, iniquity of every kind, adultery, unchastity, and sins of wantonness, manslaughter, murder, incitement to murder, and that he delighted in showing he had wronged none in any way. He neither purloined the things which belonged to his God, nor did he slay the sacred animals. He thought not lightly of the God of his city, and he never cursed him. He honored his king, and he neither wasted his neighbor's plowed lands, nor defiled his running stream. He spake not haughtily, he behaved not insolently. He multiplied not his speech overmuch. He abused no man. He attacked no man. He swore not at all. He stirred not up strife. He terrified no man. He was not a man of wrath. He spake evil of none, and he never pried into matters to make mischief. He judged not hastily. He defrauded not his neighbor in the market. He shut not his ears to the words of right and truth. He sought not honors. He never gave way to anger except for a proper cause, and he sought not to enrich himself at the expense of his neighbors. It is difficult to give the exact shades of meaning of many of the words in this confession, but the general sense is thoroughly well made out. The Egyptian code of morals, as may be seen from the 125th chapter, was the grandest and most comprehensive of those now known to have existed among the nations of antiquity. The 110th chapter, which describes the employments and enjoyments of the deceased in the Sekhet Heptep and Sekhet Aru, or Elysian fields, contains ideas of the greatest antiquity, which date probably from the time when the system of village communities was in vogue in Egypt. The deceased plows, sows, and reaps, and lives exactly the same kind of life as a farmer would live in the fertile lands of the Delta, and it would seem that he enjoys all the pleasures which a human being enjoys upon earth. In the 5th chapter of the Book of the Dead, the deceased found a text which would free him from certain agricultural labors which had to be done in the Elysian fields, but inasmuch as the work of watering and top-dressing the fields and sowing the crops had to be done by some one, figures made in the form of the deceased and inscribed with his name were buried with the dead to toil for him. Such figures have often in their hands models of the basket in which the field laborer carried earth and the hoe with which he filled it. And the text of the 6th chapter, which was also inscribed upon them, provided the deceased with substitutes to toil for him in the farms of the gods. The reader will seek, and seek in vain, for many of the attributes of the prayers of Christian nations, and it is a noticeable fact that the Egyptian had no conception of repentance. At the judgment which took place in the hall of Osiris, he based his claim for admission into the kingdom of that god upon the fact that he had not committed certain sins, and that he had feared God and honored the king, and had given bread to the hungry, drink to the thirsty, clothes to the naked, and a boat to him that had suffered shipwreck on the Nile. His belief in the efficacy of works was great, and when he had any doubt about their power to deliver him finally from the hosts of darkness, he protected himself by means of amulets, inscribed or plain, and figures of gods painted upon his coffin and papyrus, or cut in wood, or on stones which possessed magical powers. The chapters which refer to such amulets are Numbers 13, 19, 30b, 89, 100, 125, 130, 133, 134, 136a, 137a, 140, 144, 156, 157, 158, 159, 162, 163, 164, 165, and 166. One of the most interesting chapters in the whole book is the 17th, which contains a series of statements concerning the origin of the gods and the things of the next world. To many of these statements, more than one explanation of their meaning is appended, and as these occur in copies of the chapter which are found inscribed upon coffins of the 11th dynasty, it is clear that already at that early date several opinions on these matters existed. The views expressed in the chapter appear to be those of an ancient college of priests at Heliopolis, which became gradually adopted throughout Egypt. The vignettes which accompany the chapter in the best illuminated papyri are most elaborate, and they show by their attention to detail that it formed one of the most important of the texts of this class which were copied for general use. The 64th chapter was very highly esteemed, and it was believed to be one of the oldest parts of the Book of the Dead. Already in the 11th dynasty it existed in two versions, one of which was thought to have been composed or edited in the 1st dynasty, and the other in the 4th dynasty. The longer version is entitled simply The Chapter of Coming Forth by Day in the Underworld, but the shorter is described as the Chapter of Knowing the Chapters of Coming Forth by Day, in a single chapter. Whether we are to understand by the latter title that the chapter contained the essence of all the chapters of the Book of the Dead, and that the deceased who was provided with it was as well protected as if he had copies of them all, is not quite clear, but it seems probable. It will be noticed that several chapters are called chapters of coming forth by day, and among them may be specially noticed chapters 2 and 3, which provide that the deceased may come forth in the underworld and live after he hath died, even as doth Ra day by day. Chapter 65, which provides that the khu of the deceased shall live and shall inflict blows upon his enemy. Chapter 66, which gives the deceased power to alight upon the forehead of Ra. Chapter 68, which gives him mastery over everything which is in the underworld and enables him to journey about among the living. Chapters 69, 70, and 71, wherein he identifies himself with Osiris, Sa, Orion, Anubis, Horus, and Tem, and declares his power over the winds of heaven. Chapter 72, which enables him to come forth by day in all the forms which he pleaseth to take, and to enter into an abode in the Elysian fields, where he shall be amply provided with wheat and barley. And chapter 180, which enables him to go about in the underworld with freedom of movement, and to perform all the transformations of a living soul. An important group of chapters referring to the transformations which a man may undergo if he pleases in the underworld is introduced by chapter 76, wherein the deceased declares that he has been led unto the house of the king by the mantis, or so-called praying insect. These chapters enable him to transform himself into a hawk of gold, chapter 77, into a divine hawk, chapter 78, into the governor of the divine sovereign princes, chapter 79, into the God who giveth light in the darkness, chapter 80, into a lotus, chapter 81a and chapter 81b, into the god Ptah, and into a living being in Anu, chapter 82, into a Bennu, phoenix, chapter 83, into a heron, chapter 84, into a living soul, chapter 85, into a swallow, chapter 86, into the serpent Sata, chapter 87, and into a crocodile, chapter 88. A considerable number of chapters refer, as we should naturally expect, to the preservation of the body of the deceased in the tomb, and several were expressly written to give him power to resist the attacks of enemies, and to obtain meat and drink and the power of motion in the underworld. Thus, chapter 1, which is proved by its title and vignette to refer to the ceremonies which took place on the day of the funeral, provides for the burial of the body in the proper way, so that the deceased may go in after coming forth. And chapters 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, 48, 67, 107, 118, 119, 122, 161, and 180 enable him to make his way in the underworld without let or hindrance, and to overcome his enemies. The deceased wished to protect himself by means of magical formulae. Chapter 24 provides these formulae for him, and chapter 32 gives him the power to keep hold of them. Chapters 21 and 22 give the deceased a mouth, and chapter 23 provides him with the power of opening it. Chapter 25 gave him the faculty of remembering his name. 7 chapters, 26 through 30b, gave him a heart and provided him with prayers and formulae which prevented those who stole hearts from snatching it away from him. and from driving it away from him when it was weighed in the judgment hall of Osiris. The crocodile, which came to steal away the words of power and protection which the deceased had with him, was repulsed by the words of chapter 31. Chapters 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, and 39 prevented him from being stung or bitten by snakes and serpents, and did away with the power of the beetle, apes, shate, to gnaw his body to pieces. Chapters 38a and 38b enabled him to escape from the deadly cobra, and chapter 40 delivered him from the power of the serpent, who, though he is here acting as the friend of Horus by devouring the ass, which typifies the fiend Set, is nevertheless to be feared. In the underworld and the cities thereof, punishment was inflicted on the dead, and to provide the favourite of Osiris with power to escape from stripes and wounds and decapitation at the deadly block, chapters 41, 42, 43, and 50 were composed. The deceased wished for a seat in the celestial Anu, Heliopolis, and this was given him by chapter 75, and chapter 47 prevented his throne and his habitation from being removed by any hostile being. He sighed to have power over running water and to snuff the sweet breath of the north wind, and these comforts were secured for him by chapters 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, and 62. The large number of chapters written for this purpose will show how great was the anxiety of the Egyptian in this matter. As fire and boiling water existed in the underworld, he hastened to protect himself from burns or scalds by the use of chapters 63a and 63b. Proper food was as necessary to the Ka, or double of the deceased, as fresh air and water, and to ensure it against the need to eat filth and to drink dirty water, chapters 52, 53, 105, 110, 148, and 189 were composed. The idea of the Ka being obliged to wander about starving and in search of food was so abhorrent to the pious Egyptian that every text which could in any wise help to secure sufficient meat and drink for it was gladly copied over and over again. The object of chapters 4, 74, 117, 119 was to enable the deceased to walk about at will and to roam through Re-Stau, or the passages of the tomb and underworld, and when his way was stopped by Apep, chapter 7 enabled him to pass over the back of the fiend. The union of the soul with the body was provided for by chapter 89, as was the escape of the soul and the shade from the bonds of the tomb by chapters 91 and 92. Though the deceased had no wish to go to the east in the underworld, see chapter 93, he nevertheless wished to visit the celestial Abydos. A successful journey to this city was secured by the use of chapter 138. In spite of the best efforts of the embalmers, bodies sometimes rotted and perished in their tombs. Such calamities were averted by chapters 45 and 46, especially by chapter 154, which is one of the most interesting in the whole book. Overthrow in the underworld was averted by the use of chapter 51. The wrath of the god was appeased by chapter 14. And the danger of dying a second time was done away with by chapters 44, 175, and 176. The love of ritual and ceremony induced the Egyptians to take special care about the arrangement of the mummy and coffin and funeral furniture in the mummy chamber, and to make certain that all was properly done in this matter. Chapter 151, which consists of a view of the chamber and a group of short but important texts, was composed. The type of this chamber was, of course, the tomb of Osiris. The hall of Osiris, wherein the god dwelt with his princes, could only be reached after certain doors and mansions and domains, which were guarded by porters in the form of monsters, had been successfully passed through by the deceased, to enable the deceased to go through the 7 mansions and the 21 pylons and the 15 domains. Chapters 152 44, 147, 149, and 150 were written. These provided the deceased with the names of the beings who were in charge of the doors, and supplied him with the speeches which it was necessary that he should make. During his journey in the underworld, the deceased came to a huge river, which he was obliged to cross. To enable him to embark in the mystical boat, every portion of which possessed a name which he was bound to know and be able to repeat, he provided himself with chapters 98 and 99. But this boat only served to take him across the river, and he longed to be able to embark in the boat of Ra, and to sit in its bows, and to sail about with the god forever. This delight, however, could only be secured for him by means of chapters 100, 101, 102, 134, 136a, and 136b, and as a result, copies of most of these chapters exist in nearly all large papyri. The Egyptian believed that he would encounter the foes who attacked Osiris in the underworld, and that the calamities which befell the god would come upon him also. He who delivered Osiris out of all his troubles was Thoth, the scribe of the gods, and to him were addressed chapters 18 and 20, which secured for the deceased the protection and triumph which this god had secured for his brother Osiris. The favor of Thoth was so necessary that 4 chapters, 94, 95, 96, 97, were written to instruct the deceased to make an offering of a pallet and an ink jar to the god, and how to become nigh unto him. Before the deceased could roam at will in the underworld, it was necessary that he should know the deities of the chief cities of the 4 quarters of the land wherein he was. Chapters 107 and 108 enabled him to know the souls of Amentet, that is, of the west. Chapter 109 enabled him to know the souls of the east. Chapter 112 enabled him to know the souls of the city of Pe in the north. Chapter 113 enabled him to know the souls of the city of Nekhen in the south. Chapter 115 enabled him to know the souls of Anu, and chapters 114 and 116 enabled him to know the souls of the city of Kemenu, Hermopolis. In the underworld, the deceased was threatened by the danger of the snarer or fowler and his net, and chapters 153a and 153b were written to enable him to escape from them. 2 chapters, 169 and 170, provided for the establishing of the funeral bed of the deceased. 2 chapters, 168a and 168b, set out at length the libations which it was necessary for him to pour out. Chapter 123 gave him power to enter the great house. Chapters 126, 127, 128, 185, and 186 supplied him with the prayers which had to be said to the holy apes, and to the gods who were the leaders and guides in the underworld, and to Osiris and Hathor. Chapter 132 enabled him to go back to see his house. Chapter 152 gave him power to build a house upon earth. Chapter 171 provided him with the girdle of purity. Chapters 103, 124, 131, and 181 gave him power to go in before the divine sovereign chiefs of Osiris and to be nigh unto Ra. Chapter 104 gave him a seat among the great gods, and chapter 184 brought him nigh unto Osiris. Chapter 130, which made perfect the coup, was ordered to be recited on the birthday of Osiris. Chapter 133 made the coup perfect before the great company of the gods. Chapter 135, which was to be recited on the day of the new moon, gave the deceased power to become like unto Thoth. Chapter 140, which was to be recited on the last day of the 6th month of the Egyptian year, enabled him to appear in glory before all the gods when the Utchat, or Eye of Ra, was full. And chapter 147 conferred upon him the power which the Utchat possessed, and enabled him to identify himself with it. Chapters 141 and 142 provided the text which a man was directed to recite for his father or for his son during the festival of Amentet. They made the deceased to be perfect with Ra and with the gods, and chapter 173 contained the addresses which Horus made to his father Osiris, and which were also assumed to be made to the deceased by Horus. Chapter 172 is a remarkable and beautiful composition in 9 sections, the contents of which were first made known in detail by M. Nabville. In it, the limbs of the deceased are described in highly poetical language, and the comparisons at times resemble the descriptions of the limbs of the beloved one in the Song of Solomon. 4 chapters, 142, 163, 164, and 165 have no equivalents in the recensions of the Book of the Dead older than the 26th dynasty, and as they contain foreign words and foreign ideas, they are probably the work of non-Egyptian authors. Each of them is followed by a long rubric which orders certain curious amulets to be made and the performance of ceremonies. In chapters 174 and 177 and 178, we have extracts from the old Heliopolitan recension of the Book of the Dead, which was in use in the 5th and 6th dynasties, and the comparison of the texts, which, thanks to M. Maspero, we are now able to make, is very instructive. We can see how misunderstandings of the meaning of certain passages arose through the want of adequate determinatives, and we can note how later copyists modified and adapted old texts to suit modern views. Thus, in the passage from the text of Unas, we have a reference to the lovemaking of the deceased, which is entirely omitted from the later copy of it given in the papyrus of Nebseni, and it seems as if the ideas expressed in it found no favor with the cultured mind of Nebseni, the great designer, draftsman, and artist who was attached to the temple of Ptah at Memphis. In a similar manner, it will be noticed that most of the coarse expressions and ideas which are found in the religious books of the old period have no counterparts in the Theban recension of the Book of the Dead. It will be seen from the above brief summary that although the contents of the papyri containing the Theban recension are miscellaneous, there are references to other works connected with the burial of the dead from which no extracts are given. Among such may be specially mentioned the texts which are connected with the performance of the ceremony of opening the mouth. But as it is impossible to give any adequate description of them in the space now left to me, I refer the reader to my papyrus of Ani.
Part 4.
A priestess of Amen, about BC 1000. This holy god, the Lord of all the gods, Amen-Ra, the Lord of the throne of the 2 lands, the governor of Apt, the holy soul who came into being in the beginning, the great God who liveth by, or upon Ma'at, the first divine matter which gave birth unto subsequent divine matter, the being through whom every other God hath existence, the one who hath made everything which hath come into existence since primeval times, when the world was created, the being whose births are hidden, whose evolutions are manifold, and whose growths are unknown, the holy form, beloved, terrible, and mighty in his risings, the Lord of wealth, the power, Khepera, who createth every evolution of his existence, except whom at the beginning none other existed, who at the dawn in the primeval time was Etenu, the prince of rays and beams of light, who having made himself to be seen caused all men to live, who saileth over the celestial regions and faileth not, for at dawn on the morrow his ordinances are made permanent, who, though an old man, shineth in the form of one that is young, and having brought or led the uttermost parts of eternity, goeth round about the celestial regions, and journeyeth through the Tuat to illumine the 2 lands which he hath created, the God who acteth as God, who moulded himself, who made the heavens and the earth by his will or heart. The greatest of the great, the mightiest of the mighty, the prince who is mightier than the gods, the young bull with sharp horns, the protector of the two lands, in his mighty name of the everlasting one, who cometh and hath his might, who bringeth the remotest limit of eternity, the God Prince, who hath been Prince from the time that he came into being, the conqueror of the two lands by reason of his might, the terrible one of the double divine face, the divine aged one, the divine form who dwelleth in the forms of all the gods, the lion god with awesome eye, the sovereign who casteth forth the two eyes, the Lord of flame, which goeth against his enemies, the God Nu, the prince who advanceth at his hour to vivify that which cometh forth upon his potter's wheel, the disk of the moon god, who openeth a way both in heaven and upon earth for thy beautiful form, the beneficent or operative God, who is untiring, and who is vigorous of heart both in rising and in setting, from whose divine eyes come forth men and women, at whose utterance the gods come into being, and food is created, and Tchefau food is made, and all things which are come into being, the traverser of eternity, the old man who maketh himself young again, with myriads of pairs of eyes and numberless pairs of ears, whose light is the guide of the God of millions of years, the Lord of life, who giveth unto whom he pleaseth the circuit of the earth along with the seat of his divine face, who setteth out upon his journey and suffereth no mishap by the way, whose work none can destroy, the Lord of delight, whose name is sweet and beloved, and dawn mankind make supplication unto him, the mighty one of victory, the mighty one of twofold strength, the possessor of fear, the young bull, who maketh an end of the hostile ones, the mighty one who doeth battle with his foes, through whose divine plans the earth came into being, the soul who giveth light from his two uchats eyes, the God by Iti, who created the divine transformations, the Holy One who is unknown, the King who maketh kings to rule, and who girdeth up the earth in its courses, and to whose souls the gods and the goddesses pay homage, by reason of the might of his terror, since he hath gone before that which followeth endureth, the Creator of the world, by his secret counsels, the God Khepera, who is unknown, and who is more hidden than the other gods, whose substitute is the divine disk, the unknown one who hideth himself from that which cometh forth from him. He is the flame which sendeth forth rays of light with mighty splendor, but though he can be seen in form, and observation can be made of him at his appearance, yet he cannot be understood, and at dawn mankind make supplication unto him. His risings are of crystal among the company of the gods, and he is the beloved object of every god. The God Nu cometh forward with the north wind in this God who is hidden, who maketh decrees for millions of double millions of years, whose ordinances are fixed and are not destroyed, whose utterances are gracious, and whose statutes fail not in his appointed time, who giveth duration of life, and doubleth the years of those unto whom he hath a favour, who graciously protecteth him whom he hath set in his heart, who hath formed eternity and everlastingness, the King of the south and of the north, Amen-Ra, the King of the gods, the Lord of heaven and of earth, and of the deep, and of the two mountains, in whose form the earth began to exist, he, the mighty one, who is more distinguished than all the gods of the first and foremost company. Amen-Ra, the King of the gods, the great God, the beginning of what hath come into being, hath sent forth his great and holy edict for the deification of Nessi Khonsu, the daughter of Ta-Henu Tehuti, both in Amentet and in Neter-Khert. And he saith, I deify Nessi Khonsu, the daughter of Ta-Henu Tehuti, in Amentet, and I deify her in Neter-Khert. I have granted that she shall receive water in Amentet, and funeral offerings in Neter-Khert. I deify her soul and her body in Neter-Khert, and I will not let her soul be destroyed therein. Nay, I deify her soul in Neter-Kurt, and I make it like unto that of every god and of every goddess who have been deified therein, and like unto that of everything whatsoever which hath been deified in Neter-Kurt. I have granted that every god and every goddess and every divine being and everything which hath been deified shall receive her in Neter-Kurt, and I have granted that all her kinsfolk shall receive her therein with a gracious reception. And I have granted that every good thing which cometh into being with a man when he assumeth this form, whether he be carried off into the underworld, or whether he become deified, or whether every good thing be wrought for him where he is, or whether he made to receive water and offerings, or whether he be made to receive his cakes from those which those who have been deified receive, or whether he be made to receive his divine offerings from those which those who have been deified receive, shall be done for her, so that it shall be with her. Amen-Ra, the king of the gods, the great god, the prince of that which hath come into being from the beginning, saith, I cause Nesi-Khonsu, the daughter of Ta-Hen-Tehuti-Ah, to make every kind of food and every kind of drink, which every god and every goddess who have been deified in the underworld make. And I cause her to make every good thing which is with every god and every goddess who have been deified in the underworld, and by means thereof I have delivered my servant Pa-Netchem from every evil thing, and I will not let any of the calamities which occur in the underworld fall upon Nesi-Khonsu to do her harm. And I grant that her soul may come forth, and that it may enter in according to its desire, and never be repulsed. Amen-Ra, the king of the gods, the great god, the prince of that which hath come into being from the beginning, saith, I have gone round, I have examined the heart of Nesi-Khonsu, the daughter of Ta-Hen-Tehuti-Ah, and she hath done no evil thing against Pa-Netchem, the son of Auset-em-Kebet. I have carefully examined her heart, and I have not let her attack his life, and I have not allowed her to attack his life through other folk. I have carefully examined her heart, and I have not let her do any evil thing unto him, such as is done against a living man. I have carefully examined her heart, and I have not allowed her to do by means of other folk any of the evil things which are done against a living man. Amen-Ra, the king of the gods, the great god, the prince of that which hath come into being from the beginning, saith, I have caused her not to seek to do any evil thing which would cause death unto Pa-Netchem, the son of Auset-em-Kebet. I have carefully examined her heart, and she hath done no evil thing unto him in particular, nor any evil thing which could harm him in general. She hath not worked against him by means of any god or any goddess who has been deified, nor by means of any male Khu, or of any female Khu, who has been deified, and she hath not worked against him by means of any kind of beings whatsoever, who work schemes and plans so that beings of every kind may be obedient unto their words. I have carefully examined her heart, and see that she hath sought that which was good for him whilst he was upon earth, and I have caused her to seek in every way to give him a long life upon earth, and a life of health, and soundness, and power, and strength, and might, and I have caused her in every way to procure for him happiness wherever the sound of his words was heard. I have caused her to seek neither harm for him, nor anything which could inflict an injury upon man, nor anything which could cause evil to Pa-Netchem, the son of Auset-em-Kebet. I have caused her not to seek any evil thing, or any noxious thing which would induce death, or any harmful thing like unto those things which make the heart of man to tremble, or those which do harm unto the men and women who were beloved by Pa-Netchem, nor unto him by making his heart terrified at them by means of the evil words which have been directed against them, the men and women. I have caused all that concerneth the heart and soul of Nesi-Khonsu to be in good case, that is to say, her heart hath not been driven away from her soul hath not been driven away from her heart hath not been driven away from herself, Nesi-Khonsu herself hath not been in any way driven back with the repulse with which a being in her form, that is to say, a being who hath been deified in the underworld, whatever its nature may be, is sometimes repulsed. And no evil thing whatsoever, such as may be done unto the human being who is in a state like unto hers, hath been done unto her. Nay, but I have given all that could delight Nesi Khonsu, namely that Pa Netchem might enjoy a very long life, along with might and strength and power, that his life might not be cut short, that no evil thing of any kind whatsoever, and none of the things which do harm unto a man and strike terror into his heart, might come nigh him, or his wives, or his children, or his brethren, or Atawi, or Nesta Neb Asher, or Masa Herfa, or Techui Nefer, the children of Nesi Khonsu, or the brethren of Nesi Khonsu. And I have caused that everything which would be of advantage to Pa Netchem, and all that would be of benefit to him in any way whatsoever, and which could happen to a man in his condition, and an exceedingly long life for himself, and his wives, and his children, and his brethren, may also come to Nesi Khonsu, and to her children, and to her sisters. Amun-Ra, the king of the gods, the great god, the prince of that which hath come into being from the beginning, saith, I grant that all things, of whatever kinds they may be, which a man hath when he is in the state in which Nesi Khonsu is, and by which he is deified, shall be possessed by her. And I grant that the 70 addresses to Ra may be recited in my name, so that her soul may not be destroyed in the underworld. Amun-Ra, the king of the gods, the great god, the prince of that which hath come into being from the beginning, saith, Every good word which can deify Nesi Khonsu, which will give her power to receive water and offerings, and which shall be uttered or said before me by any person whatsoever, I will fulfill to the uttermost, omitting nothing. Every good word which shall be uttered before me on behalf of Nesi Khonsu, I will fulfill at every season of the heavens, when Shu cometh forth, in such wise that none of the evil things which can reach a person who is in the condition in which she is shall touch her at any season of the heavens, when Shu cometh forth from the waters with his weapons, and when day beginneth in the sky. And I will utterly do away with the evil effect of every word which may be spoken by any person whatsoever of a being who is in the state in which is Nesi Khonsu, omitting nothing, at every season of the heavens, when Shu cometh forth from the waters with his weapons, and when day beginneth in the sky. Amun-Ra, the king of the gods, the great god, the prince of that which hath come into being from the beginning, saith, I have caused the 70 addresses to Ra to be recited in my name, and I have not allowed any single benefit which belongeth to a man who is in the condition in which is Nesi Khonsu to escape her. And I have caused her to receive offerings, bread, and ale, and unguents, and wine, and pomade, and milk, and raisins. And I have caused her to receive all the benefits, and all the good things which a being who is in her condition, and who is favored by me, and who hath been deified, can receive. And I have caused her to share equally with every god, and every goddess, every good thing whatsoever, which those who have been deified in the underworld receive. And I have caused her to receive her divine offerings along with the gods. Amun-Ra, the king of the gods, the great god, the prince of that which hath come into being from the beginning, saith, If the word by which the offering of Sekhet Aru and of a field in Sekhet Aru is made is not one which is good for the person who is in the condition in which is Nesi Khonsu, and it hath no effect, I myself will make unto her the offering of Sekhet Aru and of a field in Sekhet Aru, when that which is beneficial for her in this kind of offering shall come into being, and it shall suffer no diminution thereof whatsoever. Amun-Ra, the king of the gods, the great god, the prince of that which hath come into being from the beginning, saith, All good things which shall be spoken in my presence, saying, Let such and such things be done for Nesi Khonsu, the daughter of Ta-Henu Tehutia, I will perform for her, and they shall not be lessened, and they shall not be abrogated, and nothing therefrom shall be cut off at every season of the heavens, when Shu cometh forth. And moreover, she shall receive in abundance the choicest things of all that is good for her, even as do every man and every god, who have been deified, and who go forth, and who come in, and who journey unto every place as they please. Amun-Ra, the king of the gods, the great god, the prince of that which hath come into being from the beginning, saith, As concerning all good things which have been spoken in my presence, that is to say, perform them for Pa Netchem, the son of Auset-em-Kebet, my servant, and for his wives, and his children, and his brethren, and his friends, and for those for whom his heart is afraid lest evil come upon them. Behold, I will send forth my great and mighty and holy word into every place, that it may cause every good thing to be with Pa Nechem and his wives, and his children, and his brethren, and all his friends, in such wise, that if any man shall omit to say, Let the decree of Amun-Ra, the king of the gods, the great God, the prince of that which hath come into being from the beginning, be performed, I myself will make that which the great God hath spoken to come to pass. 1. Here beginneth the Book of Breathings. 1. Hail, Osiris Kerasher, the son of Teshenatit. Thou art pure, and thy heart is pure. The four parts of thee are pure. 2. Thy hind parts are cleansed, and thy interior is made clean with bet, incense, and natron. No member of thine hath any defect whatsoever. The Osiris Kerasher. 3. The son of Tashenatit hath been cleansed by means of the waters of Sekhet Hetep, that is, field of peace, which is situated to the north of Sekhet Sanahem, that is, field of the grasshoppers. 4. The goddesses Uat, Chit, and Nekebet make thee to be pure at the 8th hour of the night, and at the 8th hour of the day. Come then, O Osiris. 5. Kerasher, the son of Tashenatit, and enter into the hall of Ma'ati. Thou art pure from all offense, and from 6. Defect of every kind. Stone of right and truth is thy name. Hail, Osiris Kerasher, the son of Tashenatit. Thou enterest the Tuat, that is underworld. 7. As one mighty in purity. Thou art purified by the 2 Ma'at goddesses in the great hall. A libation hath been made for thee in the hall of Seb, and thy body hath been made pure. 8. In the hall of Shu. Thou lookest upon Ra when he setteth as Tem at eventide. Amen is nigh unto thee to give thee air. 9. And Ptah likewise to mold into form thy members. Thou enterest the horizon along with Ra. They receive thy soul in the Neshem boat of Osiris. 10. They make thy soul divine in the house of Seb, and they make thee to be triumphant forever and forever. Hail, Osiris Kerasher, the son of Tashenatit. 11. Thy name is made to endure. Thy material body is established, and thy spiritual body is made to germinate. Thou art turned back neither in heaven nor upon earth. Thy face shineth before 12 Ra. Thy soul liveth before Amen, and thy material body is renewed before Osiris. Thou breathest for ever and for ever. Thy soul maketh offerings unto thee. 13. Of cakes and ale and beasts and feathered fowl and cool water in the course of each day. Thou comest, and it is triumphant. The flesh is upon thy bones. 14. And thy form is even as it was upon earth. Thou takest drink into thy body, thou eatest with thy mouth, and thou receivest bread along with the souls. 15. Of the gods. The god Anubis protecteth thee, and he maketh himself thy protector. Thou art not turned away from the gates of the Tuat, that is underworld. Thoth, the most mighty. 16. God, the Lord of Kemenu, cometh to thee, and he writeth for thee the book of breathings with his own fingers. Then doth thy soul breathe for 17 ever and ever, and thy form is made anew with life upon earth. Thou art made divine along with the souls of the gods. Thy heart is the heart of Ra, and thy members 19 are the members of the great God. Hail, Osiris Kerasher, the son of Tashenatit. Amen is nigh unto thee. 20. To make thee to live again. And the god Apuat, that is the opener of the ways, hath opened up for thee a prosperous path. Thou seest with thine eyes, thou hearest with thine ears, thou speakest with thy mouth. 21. And thou walkest with thy legs. Thy soul hath been made divine in the Tuat, so that it may make every transformation. At thy will thou breathest with delight the odors of 22, the holy Persea tree of Anu, that is Heliopolis. Thou wakest each day and seest the rays of Ra. Amen cometh to thee. 23. Having the breath of life, and he causeth thee to draw thy breath within thy funeral house. Thou appearest upon the earth each day, and the book of breathings of Thoth, 24, is a protection unto thee, for thereby dost thou draw thy breath each day, and thereby do thine eyes behold the beams of the divine disk. The goddess of right and truth maketh speech on thy behalf before Osiris, 25, and her writings are upon thy tongue. Horus, the avenger of his father, protecteth thy body. He maketh thy soul to be divine like those of all the gods. 2:1 The god Ra vivifieth thy soul, and the soul of Shu uniteth the passages of thy nostrils. Hail, Osiris Kerasher, 2, the son of Tashenatit. Thy soul draweth its breath in the place which thou lovest. Thou art even as Osiris. Osiris, the governor of those in Amentet, is thy name. 3. The water flood of the prince cometh unto thee from Abu Elephantine, and it filleth thy table of offerings with Tchefah food. Hail, Osiris Kerasher, 4, the son of Tashenatit. The gods of the south and of the north come unto thee, and thou art led by them to the ends of the countries of 5 millions of years. Thy soul liveth, thou art in the following of Osiris, and thou drawest thy breath in Re-stau. The strength which protecteth thee, 6, is hidden in the Lord of Setet, and in the great God. Thy material body liveth in Tatu and in Nefertet, and thy soul liveth in heaven, 7, each day. Hail, Osiris Kerasher, the son of Tashenatit. The goddess Sekhet hath gained the mastery over what is baleful to thee. Heru Aa, 8, Abu protecteth thee. Heru Sheshet Hara maketh thy heart, and Heru Ma'ati protecteth thy body, or as others say, 9, thy tongue. Thou art stablished with life and strength and health, and thou art firmly seated upon thy throne in Ta-J-Sertep. Come then, Osiris Kerasher, 10, the son of Tashenatit, thou risest in thy form, thou art arrayed in thine ornaments, thou hast firm hold upon life, thou passest thy days, 11, in health, thou journeyest hither and thither, and thou drawest thy breath in every place whatsoever. Ra riseth upon thine abode even as Osiris. Thou drawest thy breath, 12, and thou livest through his rays. Amen Ra, Heru Kuti, vivifieth thy Ka, that is double, and he maketh thee to flourish by means of the book of breathings. Thou, 13, art in the following of Osiris Horus, the lord of the Henubot. Thou art like the great God at the head of the gods. Thy face liveth, O thou whose births are lovely. Thy name, 14, blossometh each day. Thou goest into the most mighty and divine hall in Tatu. Thou seest him that is head of those in Amentet during the Uka festival. The order of the 15 is sweet as that of the venerable ones therein, and thy name is magnified like those of the divine spiritual bodies. Hail, Osiris Kerasher, the son of 16, Tashenatit. Thy soul liveth through the book of breathings. Thou art united through the book of breathings. 17. Thou enterest into the Tuat, and hast no enemy therein. Thou art as a living soul in Tatu, and thou hast thine heart, which hath not departed from thee. Thou hast 18, thine eyes, and they open daily. The gods who are in the train of Osiris speak unto Osiris Kerasher, the son of Tashenatit, 19, saying, Thou followest Ra, and thou followest Osiris, and thy soul doth live for ever and ever. The gods who dwell in the Tuat, 20, of Osiris, the governor of those in Amentet, speak unto Osiris Kerasher, the son of Tashenatit, saying, The gates of the Tuat are opened unto him. 21. Let him show himself in Neter-Kertet. Verily his soul shall live forever. He shall build habitations for himself in 22. Neter-Kertet. The god thereof shall show favor unto his Ka, and he shall receive the book of breathings, and verily he shall 23. Draw his breath. May Osiris, the governor of those in Amentet, the great god, the lord of Abydos, grant a royal oblation. May he give offerings of cakes, 24, and ale, and oxen, and wine, and akit drink, and bread, and techu thaw food, and all beautiful things to the Ka of Osiris Kerasher, 25, the son of Tashenatit. Thy soul doth live, and thy material body doth germinate by the command of Ra himself. Thou shalt never perish, and thou shalt never suffer diminution. 3:1 But shalt be like Ra forever and forever. Hail, Usek Nemtet, who comest forth from Anu, the Osiris Kerasher, the son of Tu Tashenatit, hath not committed sin. Hail, Urat, who comest forth from Keraba, the Osiris Kerasher, the son of Tashenatit, 3, hath not done deeds of violence. Hail, Fenti, 4, who comest forth from Kamenu, the Osiris Kerasher, the son of Tashenatit, 5, hath not committed slaughter. Hail, Amam Ma'at, who comest forth from the two Qwerti, the Osiris Kerasher, 6, the son of Tashenatit, hath not plundered the possessions of the dead. Hail, Naha-Ra, 7, who comest forth from Rastau, the Osiris Kerasher, the son of Tashenatit, 8, hath not inflicted injury. Hail, Rareti, who comest forth from heaven, the Osiris 9, Kerasher, the son of Tashenatit, hath not committed sins of the heart. Hail, Ma'ati M. Ket, 10, who comest forth from Sechem, the Osiris Kerasher, the son of Tashenatit, 11, hath not made revolt. Hail, ye gods who are in the Tuat, hearken ye unto the voice of Osiris Kerasher, the 12, son of Tashenatit, and let him come before you, for there is neither any evil whatsoever, nor any sin whatsoever, 13, with him, and no accuser can stand before him. He liveth upon Ma'at, he feedeth upon Ma'at, and he hath satisfied, 14, the heart of the gods by all that he hath done. He hath given food to the hungry, and water to the thirsty, and clothes, 15, to the naked. He hath made offerings to the gods and to the Khus, and no, 16, report whatsoever hath been made against him before the gods. O come, let him enter the Tuat, and not be repulsed. 17, come, let him follow Osiris with the gods of the Qwerti. Let him be a favored being among the favored ones. 18, and let him be divine among the perfect ones. Come, let him live. Come, let his soul live. Let his soul, 19, be received in whatever place it pleaseth, and let him receive the book of breathings. 20, come, let him draw breath with his soul in the Tuat, and let him perform, 21, whatsoever transformations he will, along with those who are in Amentet. Come, let his soul go into every place where it would be, and let it live upon earth forever and forever and forever. Hail, Hathor, Takert, Piru, Abt, triumphant, born of Thent Nubit, triumphant, thy soul liveth in heaven before Ra. Gifts are made unto thy Ka before the gods. Thy spiritual body is glorious among the Khus. Thy name is established upon earth before Seb, and thy body shall endure permanently in the Neterkert, underworld or grave. Thy house is in the possession of thy children, and thy husband, who weep as they follow thee when thou goest about therein with thy children, and they are rewarded for what they have done for thy Ka. They have given thee good and perfect burial, and they make offerings to thy Ka at the west of Thebes, in the sight of the folk of thy city and of the lady of the temples. The beautiful Amentet stretcheth out her hands to receive thee, according to the decree of the lady of Abydos. Thy tomb shall never be overthrown, thy swathings shall never be torn in pieces, and thy body shall never be mutilated. The god Anubis hath received thee in the land of the hall of double Ma'at, and he hath made thee to be one of those favored and perfect beings who are in the following of Seker. Thy soul flieth up on high to meet the soul of the gods, and it hovereth also over thy dead body which is in Akert. Thou journeyest about upon earth, thou seest all that are therein, thou observest all the affairs of thy house, and thou eatest bread, there having been performed by thee transformations which are like unto those of Baba. Thou goest to the city of Nif-ur-Tet at the festival of the altars, on the night of the festival of Six, and at the festival of Anep. Thou goest into the city of Nif-ur-Tet at the festival of the little heat, and the festival of lifting up the sky. Thou goest into the city of Tatu on the festival of Kahrakah, on the day when the Tet is set up. The breath of the wind hath made thy throat to breathe with Kensu and Shu, the mighty one, in Thebes, and thou hast abundant offerings for thy Ka every 10th day with the living image of Ra in Thebes. Thy life is for ever and ever, and thy sovereignty is for ever, and thou shalt endure for an endless number of periods of twice 60 years. Hymn to Ra when he riseth. Vignette: the scribe Ani standing with hands raised in adoration before a table of offerings consisting of haunches of beef, loaves of bread and cakes, vases of wine and oil, fruits and flowers. He wears a fringed linen garment and has a wig, necklace, bracelets, etc. Behind him stands his wife Thuthu, a member of the college of Amun-Ra at Thebes. She is similarly robed and holds a sistrum, a vine branch, and a manat, or emblem of pleasure, in her hands. Text: a hymn of praise to Ra when he riseth in the eastern part of heaven. Behold, Osiris, Ani, the scribe of the holy offerings of all the gods, who saith, Homage to thee, O thou who hast come as Khepera, Khepera, the creator of the gods. Thou risest, thou shinest, thou makest light in thy mother, the goddess Nut. Thou art crowned king of the gods. Thy mother Nut doeth an act of homage unto thee with both her hands. The land of Manu receiveth thee with satisfaction, and the goddess Maat embraceth thee both at morn and at eve. May he, Ra, give glory and power and triumph, and a coming forth as a living soul to see Heru-Khuti, Horus of the two horizons. To the double Ka of Osiris, the scribe Ani, victorious before Osiris, who saith, Hail, all ye gods of the temple of the soul, who weigh heaven and earth in the balance, and who provide sepulchral meals in abundance. Hail, Tatunan, thou one, thou creator of mankind, and maker of the substance of the gods of the south and of the north, of the west and of the east. O come and acclaim ye Ra, the Lord of heaven, the Prince, life, health, strength, the creator of the gods, and adore ye him in his beautiful form at his rising in the Atet boat. They who dwell in the heights and they who dwell in the depths worship thee. The god Thoth and the goddess Maat have written down thy course for thee daily and every day. Thine enemy, the serpent, hath been given over to the fire. The serpent fiend Sebau hath fallen down headlong. His arms have been bound in chains, and his legs hath Ra hacked off from him. The children of impotent revolt shall never more rise up. The temple of the aged one keepeth festival, and the voice of those who rejoice is in the mighty dwelling. The gods exult when they see Ra as he riseth, and when his beams flood the world with light. The majesty of the holy God goeth forth and advanceth even unto the land of Manu. He maketh brilliant the earth at his birth each day. He journeyeth on to the place where he was yesterday. O be thou at peace with me, and let me behold thy beauties. May I journey forth upon earth. May I smite the ass. May I crush the serpent fiend Sabal. May I destroy Apep in his hour. May I see the Abtu fish at his season, and the Ant fish piloting the Ant boat in its lake. May I see Horus acting as a steersman with the god Thoth and the goddess Maat, one on each side of him. May I grasp the bows of the Sektet boat and the stern of the Atet boat. May he, Ra, grant unto the double Ka of Osiris, Ani, to behold the disk of the sun, and to see the moon god without ceasing each and every day. And may my soul come forth and walk hither and thither, and whithersoever it pleaseth. May my name be proclaimed, and may it be found upon the board of the table of offerings. May offerings be made unto me in my presence, even as they are made unto the followers of Horus. And may there be made ready for me a seat in the boat of the sun on the day when the god goeth forth. And may I be received into the presence of Osiris in the land of victory. Hymn to Ra when he riseth. Vignette: Kenna and his wife standing with hands raised in adoration. Text: a hymn of praise to Ra when he riseth in the eastern part of heaven. Behold Osiris, Kenna the merchant, who saith: Homage to thee, O Ra, when thou risest, and to thee, O Temu, in thy risings of beauty. Thou risest, thou shinest at dawn of day. Thou art crowned king of the gods, and the goddess Shuti performeth an act of homage unto thee. The company of the gods praise thee from the places of sunrise and sunset. Thou passest over the height of heaven, and thy heart is filled with gladness. The Sektet boat draweth on, and Ra advanceth in the Atet boat with fair winds. Ra rejoiceth, Ra rejoiceth. Thy father is Nu, thy mother is Nut. O thou who art crowned as Ra Heru-Kuti, Ra Harmachis, thy divine boat advanceth in peace. Thine enemy hath been given over to the flame, and he hath fallen. His head hath been cut off. The heart of the Lady of Life, Isis, is glad, because the foe of her Lord hath fallen headlong. The mariners of Ra have content of heart, and Anu, Heliopolis, exulteth. The merchant Kenna, victorious, saith: I have come to thee, O Lord of the gods, Temu Heru-Kuti, Temu Harmachis, whom Ma'at directeth. I know that whereupon thou dost live. Grant thou that I may be like unto one of those who are thy favored ones among the followers of the great God. May my name be proclaimed, may it be found, may it be set with their names. The oars have been taken into the Sektet boat, and the boat of the sun advanceth in peace. May I see Ra when he appeareth in the sky at dawn, and when his enemy hath fallen at the block. May I see Horus working the rudder on each side, and bringing along the boat. May I see the Abtu fish at its time of coming into being. May I see the Ant fish as it becometh the pilot of the Ant boat in its waters. O thou only one, O thou perfect one, O thou who dost endure, who sufferest never an evil moment, who cannot be smitten down by him that doeth deeds of might. None other shall have power and might over the things which belong to thee. None shall obtain by fraud possession of the things which belong to the divine Father, who hath need of abundance, the tongue of veneration, the lord of Abtu, Abydos. The merchant Kenna, victorious, saith, Homage to thee, O Heru Kuti Temu Heru Khepera, thou mighty hawk, who makest glad the body of man, thou beautiful of face by reason of thy two great plumes. Awake, O Lord of beauty, at dawn, when the company of the gods and mortals say unto thee, Hail! They sing hymns of praise unto thee at eventide, and the starry deities also adore thee. O thou firstborn, who dost lie motionless, thy mother showeth loving kindness unto thee daily. Ra liveth, and the serpent fiend Nak is dead. Thou art in good case, for thine enemy hath fallen headlong. Thou sailest over heaven with life and strength. The goddess Nehebka is in the Atet boat, and thy boat rejoiceth. Thy heart is glad, and the two Uriai goddesses rise upon thy brow. Hymn to Ra when he riseth. Vignette: Kenna and his wife standing with hands raised in adoration. Text: A hymn of praise to Ra when he riseth in the eastern part of heaven. Behold, Osiris, Kenna the merchant, triumphant, who saith, Homage to thee, O thou who risest in Nu, and who at thy manifestation dost make the world bright with light. The whole company of gods sing hymns of praise unto thee after thou hast come forth. The divine Merti, who minister unto thee, cherish thee as king of the north and south, thou beautiful and beloved man-child. When thou risest, men and women live. The nations rejoice in thee, and the souls of Anu, Heliopolis, sing unto thee songs of joy. The souls of the cities of Pe and Nekhen exalt thee. The apes of dawn adore thee, and all beasts and cattle praise thee with one accord. The goddess Seba overthroweth thine enemies. Therefore rejoice thou within thy boat. Thy mariners are content thereat. Thou hast attained unto the Atet boat, and thy heart swelleth with joy. O Lord of the gods, when thou didst create them, they ascribed unto thee praises. The azure goddess Nut doth compass thee on every side, and the god Nu floodeth thee with his rays of light. O cast thou thy light upon me, and let me see thy beauties, me the Osiris, Kenna the merchant, victorious, and when thou goest forth over the earth I will sing praises unto thy fair face. Thou risest in heaven's horizon, and thy disk is adored when it resteth upon the mountain to give life unto the world. Saith Kenna the merchant, victorious, Thou risest, and thou comest forth from the god Nu. Thou dost renew thy youth, and thou dost set thyself in the place where thou wast yesterday. O divine youth, who hast created thyself, I am not able to describe thee. Thou hast come with thy diadems, and thou hast made heaven and earth bright with thy rays of pure emerald light. The land of Punt is established to give the perfumes which thou smellest with thy nostrils. Thou risest, O marvelous being in heaven. The two serpent goddesses Merti are established upon thy brow, and thou art the giver of laws, O Lord of the world, and of the inhabitants thereof. All the gods and Kenna the merchant, victorious, adore thee. Hymn to Ra when he riseth. Text: A hymn of praise to Ra when he riseth in the eastern part of heaven. Behold, Osiris Hu Nefer, victorious, who saith, Homage to thee, O thou who art Ra, when thou risest, and Temu when thou settest. Thou risest, thou shinest, thou who art crowned King of the gods. Thou art the Lord of heaven, thou art the Lord of earth, thou art the creator of those who dwell in the heights and of those who dwell in the depths. Thou art the God one who came into being in the beginning of time. Thou didst create the earth, thou didst fashion man, thou didst make the watery abyss of the sky, thou didst form Hapi, the Nile, thou didst create the watery abyss, and thou dost give life unto all that therein is. Thou hast knit together the mountains, thou hast made mankind and the beasts of the field to come into being, thou hast made the heavens and the earth. Worshipped be thou, whom the goddess Maat embraceth at morn and at eve. Thou dost travel across the sky, with heart swelling with joy. The lake of Testes becometh contented thereat. The serpent fiend Nok hath fallen, and his 2 arms are cut off. The Sektet boat receiveth fair winds, and the heart of him that is in the shrine thereof rejoiceth. Thou art crowned, Prince of Heaven. Thou art the one dowered with all sovereignty, who comest forth from the sky. Ra is victorious. O thou divine youth, thou heir of everlastingness, thou self-begotten one, O thou who didst give thyself birth. O one mighty one of myriad forms and aspects, King of the world, Prince of Anu, Heliopolis, Lord of eternity, and ruler of everlastingness, the company of the gods rejoice when thou risest, and when thou sailest across the sky, O thou who art exalted in the Sektet boat. Homage to thee, O Amen-Ra, who dost rest upon Maat, and who passest over the heaven. Every face seeth thee. Thou dost wax great, as thy majesty doth advance, and thy rays are upon all faces. Thou art unknown, and no tongue is worthy to declare thy likeness. Only thou thyself canst do this. Thou art one, even as is he that bringeth the Tenna basket. Men praise thee in thy name, Ra, and they swear by thee, for thou art Lord over them. Thou hearest with thine ears, and thou seest with thine eyes. Millions of years have gone over the world. I cannot tell the number of those through which thou hast passed. Thy heart hath decreed a day of happiness in thy name of traveller. Thou dost pass over and dost travel through untold spaces, requiring millions and hundreds of thousands of years to pass over. Thou passest through them in peace, and thou steerest thy way across the watery abyss to the place which thou lovest. This thou doest in one little moment of time, and then thou dost sink down, and dost make an end of the hours. Behold, Osiris, the governor of the palace of the Lord of the 2 lands, Seti the first, who Nefer victorious saith, Hail, my Lord, thou who passest through eternity, whose being is everlasting. Hail, thou disk, Lord of beams of light, thou risest, and thou makest all mankind to live. Grant thou that I may behold thee at dawn each day. Hymn to Ra when he riseth. Text: a hymn of praise to Ra by Nekhet, the royal scribe, the captain of soldiers, who saith, Homage to thee, O thou glorious being, thou who art dowered with all sovereignty. O Tem Heru Kuti, Tem Hemarchus, when thou risest in the horizon of heaven, a cry of joy cometh forth to thee from the mouth of all peoples. O thou beautiful being, thou dost renew thyself in thy season, in the form of the disk within thy mother Hathor. Therefore in every place every heart swelleth with joy at thy rising for ever. The regions of the north and south come to thee with homage, and send forth acclamations at thy rising in the horizon of heaven. Thou illuminest the 2 lands with rays of turquoise light. O Ra, thou who art Herukuti, Amarcus, the divine man-child, the heir of eternity, self-begotten and self-born, king of earth, prince of the Tuat, governor of the regions of Akert, thou comest forth from the water. Thou hast sprung from the god Nu, who cherisheth thee and ordereth thy members. O thou God of life, thou Lord of love, all men live when thou shinest. Thou art crowned King of the gods. The goddess Nut doeth homage unto thee, and the goddess Maat embraceth thee at all times. Those who are in thy following sing unto thee with joy, and bow down their foreheads to the earth when they meet thee, thou Lord of heaven, thou Lord of earth, thou King of right and truth, thou Lord of eternity, thou Prince of everlastingness, thou Sovereign of all the gods, thou God of life, thou Creator of eternity, thou Maker of heaven, wherein thou art firmly established. The company of the gods rejoice at thy rising. The earth is glad when it beholdeth thy rays. The peoples that have been long dead come forth with cries of joy to see thy beauties every day. Thou goest forth each day over heaven and earth, and art made strong each day by thy mother Nut. Thou passest through the heights of heaven. Thy heart swelleth with joy, and the lake of Testes is content thereat. The serpent fiend hath fallen, his arms are hewn off, the knife hath cut asunder his joints. Ra liveth in Maat the beautiful. The Sektet boat draweth on and cometh into port. The south and the north, the west and the east turn to praise thee, O thou primeval substance of the earth, who didst come into being of thine own accord. Isis and Nephthys salute thee. They sing unto thee songs of joy at thy rising in the boat. They protect thee with their hands. The souls of the east follow thee, the souls of the west praise thee. Thou art the ruler of all the gods, and thou hast joy of heart within thy shrine. For the serpent fiend Nak hath been condemned to the fire, and thy heart shall be joyful for ever. The mother Nut is a judge to thy father Nu. Hymn to Osiris Un-Nefer. Vignette: the scribe of Ani standing with both hands raised in adoration before a table of offerings, consisting of haunches of beef, loaves of bread and cakes, vases of wine and oil, fruits and flowers, etc. He wears a fringed linen garment and a wig, bracelets, etc. Behind him stands his wife Thuthu, a member of the college of Amun-Ra at Thebes. She is similarly robed and holds a sistrum, a vine branch, and a manat in her hands. Text: Glory be to Osiris Un-Nefer, the great god within Abtu, Abydos, King of eternity, Lord of the everlasting, who passeth through millions of years in his existence. Eldest son of the womb of Nut, engendered by Seb the Ur-Pot, Lord of the crowns of the north and south, Lord of the lofty white crown. As prince of gods and of men, he hath received the crook and the whip and the dignity of his divine fathers. Let thy heart, which is in the mountain of Ament, be content, for thy son Horus is established upon thy throne. Thou art crowned Lord of Tatu and ruler of Abtu, Abydos. Through thee the world waxeth green in triumph before the might of Neber-cher. He leadeth in his train that which is and that which is not yet, in his name of Taher-Sta-Neth. He toweth along the earth in his name of Seker. He is exceedingly mighty, and most terrible is in his name Osiris. He endureth for ever and for ever in his name of Un-Nefer. Homage to thee, King of kings, Lord of lords, Prince of princes, who from the womb of Nut hast ruled the world and Akert. Thy body is of bright and shining metal, thy head is of azure blue, and the brilliance of the turquoise encircleth thee. O God, On, of millions of years, all-pervading with thy body and beautiful in countenance, in Ta-Chert, grant thou to the Ka double of Osiris, the scribe Ani, splendor in heaven and might upon earth and triumph in the underworld. And grant that I may sail down to Tatu like a living soul, and up to Abydos like a Bennu bird, and that I may go in and come out without repulse at the pylons of the lords of the underworld. May there be given unto me loaves of bread in the house of coolness, and offerings of food in Anu, Heliopolis, and a homestead forever in Sekhet Aru, with wheat and barley therefore. The scene of the weighing of the heart of the dead. Vignette: the scribe Ani and his wife Thuthu enter the hall of double Ma'at, wherein the heart, symbolic of the conscience, is to be weighed in the balance against the feather, emblematic of right and truth. In the upper register are the gods who sit in judgment. whose names are Marcus, the great god in his boat, Tamu, Shu, Tefnut, the lady of heaven, Seb, Nut, the lady of heaven, Isis, Nephthys, Horus, the great god, Hathor, the lady of Amenta, Hu, and Sa. On the standard of the scales sits the dog-headed ape, the companion of Thoth, the scribe of the gods, and the god Anubis, jackal-headed, tests the tongue of the balance. On the left of the balance, facing Anubis, are Ani's luck, the Mesken, or cubit with human head, thought by some to be connected with the place of birth, the goddesses Meskenet and Renenet, who presided over the birthplace, and early education of children, and the soul of Ani in the form of a human-headed bird standing on a pylon. On the right of the balance, behind Anubis, stands Thoth, the scribe of the gods, who holds in his hands his reed pen and palette with which to record the result of the trial. Behind Thoth stands the monster called either Amam, the devourer, or Amit, the eater of the dead. Text. Osiris, the scribe of Ani, saith, My heart, my mother, my heart, my mother, my heart, my coming into being. May there be nothing to resist me at my judgment. May there be no opposition to me from the Tcha. May there be no parting of thee from me in the presence of him that keepeth the scales. Thou art my Ka, double within my body, which knitteth together and strengtheneth my limbs. Mayest thou come forth to the place of happiness to which I am advancing. May the Shenet not cause my name to stink, and may no lies be spoken against me in the presence of the God. Good, good is it for thee to hear. Thoth, the judge of right and truth of the great company of the gods who are in the presence of Osiris, saith, Hear ye this judgment. The heart of Osiris hath in very truth been weighed, and his soul hath stood as a witness for him. It hath been found true by trial in the great balance. There hath not been found any wickedness in him. He hath not wasted the offerings in the temples. He hath not done harm by his deeds, and he hath uttered no evil reports while he was upon earth. The great company of the gods reply to Thoth, who dwelleth in Kemenu, Hermopolis, that which cometh forth from thy mouth shall be declared true. Osiris, the scribe, Ani victorious, is holy and righteous. He hath not sinned, neither hath he done evil against us. It shall not be allowed to the devourer, Amamet, to prevail over him. Meat offerings and entrance into the presence of the god Osiris shall be granted unto him, together with a homestead forever in Sekhet Het-Tepu, as unto the followers of Horus. Vignette. The scribe Ani is led by Horus, the son of Isis, into the presence of Osiris, who is enthroned within a shrine in the form of a funeral chest. Osiris has upon his head the Atef crown, and he holds in his hands the crook, the scepter, and the whip, emblematic of authority, dominion, and sovereignty. From his neck hangs the Manat. His title here is Osiris, the Lord of everlastingness. Behind him stand Nephthys, his sister, and on his right hand, and Isis, his sister and wife, on his left. Before him, standing on a lotus flower, are the gods of the cardinal points, or, as they are sometimes called, the children of Horus and children of Osiris. The first, Mestha, has the head of a man; the second, Hapi, the head of an ape; the third, Tuam-Ma-Tef, the head of a jackal; and the fourth, Queb-Senuf, the head of a hawk. Near the lotus hangs the skin of an animal. The side of the throne of Osiris is painted to resemble that of a funeral chest. The roof of the shrine is supported on pillars with lotus capitals, and is surmounted by a figure of Horus Sept or Horus Seker, and by rows of Uriae. The pedestal on which the shrine rests is in the form of the hieroglyphic, which is emblematic of Ma'at, or right and truth. Before the shrine is a table of offerings, by which on a reed mat kneels Ani, with his right hand raised in adoration. In the left hand he holds the Kerp scepter. He wears on his head a whitened wig and the so-called cone, the signification of which is unknown. Text. Saith Horus, the son of Isis, I have come to thee, O Un Nefer, and I have brought unto thee the Osiris Ani. His heart is found righteous, and it hath come forth from the balance. It hath not sinned against any god or any goddess. Thoth hath waited according to the decree pronounced unto him by the company of the gods, and it is most true and righteous. Grant that cakes and ale may be given unto him, and let him appear in the presence of the god Osiris, and let him be like unto the followers of Horus forever and forever. And Osiris Ani saith, Behold, I am in thy presence, O Lord of Amentet. There is no sin in my body. I have not spoken that which is not true knowingly, nor have I done aught with a false heart. Grant thou that I may be like unto those favored ones who are in the following, and that I may be an Osiris greatly favored of the beautiful God, and beloved of the Lord of the world, who am indeed a royal scribe, who love thee, Ani, victorious before the God Osiris.
Part 5.
Vignettes. The funeral procession to the tomb and the ceremony thereat are here depicted. The mummy of the deceased, lying in a funeral chest placed in a boat, is being drawn along by oxen. Figures of the goddesses Nephthys and Isis stand at the head and foot respectively. By the side kneels the wife of the deceased. In the front of the boat stands the Sem priest, dressed in a panther's skin, burning incense and sprinkling water, and behind follow 8 male mourners. In the rear are servants drawing a small funeral chest, surmounted by a figure of Anubis, and carrying vases of unguents along with the couch, staff, chair, pallet, etc. of the deceased. Preceding the oxen drawing the funeral boat are men carrying on yokes, boxes of flowers, vases of unguents, etc., and a group of wailing women with uncovered heads and breasts, who smite their heads and faces in token of grief. Close by stand a cow and her calf, intended to be slaughtered for the funeral feast, and tables loaded with offerings of herbs, fruits, etc. At the door of the tomb stands the god of the dead, Anubis, clasping the mummy of the deceased, before which kneels the weeping wife. At a table of funeral offerings stand 2 priests. One, the Sem priest, wears a panther's skin and holds in his hand a libation vase and censer. The other holds in his right hand the instrument Heka, in the form of a ram-headed serpent, the head of which is surmounted by an uraeus, and in his left hand an instrument in the shape of an adze. With the former he is about to touch the mouth and eyes of the mummy, and with the latter the mouth. On the ground by their side lie the instruments which are to be employed in the ceremony of opening the mouth. That is, the ceremony which will give the deceased the power to eat and to drink and to talk in the next world, namely the mesket, the group of instruments in the form of adze, the pesh and kef, the libation vases, the boxes of purification, the bandlet, the feather, etc. Behind them stands the reader, who recites the funeral service from a papyrus roll, and to the rear is a ministrant who holds the haunch of beef, which is to be used in the ceremony at the door of the tomb. Text. Here begin the chapters of coming forth by day, and of the songs of praise and glorifying, and of coming forth from, and of going into the glorious Neter Kert in the beautiful Amentet, which are to be recited on the day of the burial, whereby the deceased shall go in after coming forth. Saith Osiris Ani, Osiris the scribe Ani, homage to thee, O bull of Amentet, the god Thoth, the king of eternity, is with me. I am the great god near the divine boat. I have fought for thee. I am one of the gods, those divine chiefs who make Osiris to be victorious over his enemies on the day of the weighing of words. I am thy mediator, O Osiris. I am one of the gods, born of the goddess Nut, who slay the foes of Osiris and who hold in bondage for him the fiend Sabal. I am thy mediator, O Horus. I have fought for thee, and I have put to flight the enemy for thy name's sake. I am Thoth, who made Osiris to be victorious over his enemies on the day of the weighing of words in the great house of the Aged One, Ra, who dwelleth in Anu, Heliopolis. I am Teteti, the son of Teteti. I was begotten in Tatu. I was born in Tatu. I am with those who weep and with the women who bewail Osiris in the two lands of Rekht, and I make Osiris to be victorious over his enemies. Ra commanded Thoth to make Osiris victorious over his enemies, and that which was decreed for Osiris, Thoth did for me. I am with Horus on the day of the clothing of Tesh, and of the opening of the wells of water for the purification of the divine being whose heart moveth not, and of the drawing the bolt of the door of the concealed things and Restau. I am with Horus, who acteth as the guardian of the left shoulder of Osiris in Sekhem, Letopolis, and I go in and I come forth from among the divine flames on the day of the destruction of the Sabal fiends in Sekhem. I am with Horus on the days of the festivals of Osiris and of the making of offerings on the 6th-day festival and on the Tanat festival, which is celebrated in Anu. I am the Ab priest who poureth out libations in Tatu, Rear, the dweller in the temple of Osiris, Heliopolis, on the day of casting up the earth. I see the things which are concealed in Restau. I read from the book of the festival of the divine ram, which is in Tatu. I am the Sem priest, and I perform his course. I perform the duties of the great chief of the work on the day of placing the Henu boat of the god Seker upon its sledge. I have grasped the spade on the day of digging the ground in Sutton Henen, Heracleopolis Magna. O ye who make perfected souls to enter into the temple of Osiris, may ye cause the perfected soul of Osiris, the scribe Ani, to be victorious with you in the temple of Osiris. May he hear as ye hear, may he see as ye see, may he stand as ye stand, may he sit as ye sit therein. O ye who give cakes and ale to perfected souls in the temple of Osiris, give ye cakes and ale at the two seasons, that is, at morn and at eve, or sunrise and sunset, to the soul of Osiris, Ani, who is victorious before all the gods of Abtu, Abydos, and who is victorious with you. O ye who open the way and lay open the paths to perfected souls in the temple of Osiris, open ye the way and lay open the paths to the soul of Osiris, the scribe and steward of all the divine offerings, Ani, who is victorious with you. May he enter in confidence, and may he come forth in peace from the temple of Osiris. May he not be rejected. May he not be turned back. May he enter in as he pleaseth. May he come forth as he desireth, and may he be victorious. May the things which he commandeth be performed in the temple of Osiris. May he walk, and may he talk with you, and may he become a glorious being along with you. He hath not been found to rise up there, and the balance having weighed him is now empty. In the Turin Papyrus, this chapter ends with the following lines, for which no equivalent occurs in the earlier texts. Let not the decree of judgment passed upon me be placed, or according to another reading, made known in the mouths of the multitude. May my soul lift itself up before Osiris, having been found to have been pure when on earth. May I come before thee, O Lord of the gods. May I arrive at the name of double right and truth. May I be crowned like a god endowed with life. May I give forth light like the company of the gods who dwell in heaven. May I become like one of you, lifting up my feet in the city of Ker about. May I see the Sektet boat of the sacred Sahu, Orion, passing forth over the sky. May I not be driven away from the sight of the lords of the Tuat underworld. Or according to another reading, the company of the gods, may I smell the sweet savor of the food of the company of the gods, and may I sit down with them. May the Kerheb, the reader, make invocation at my coffin, and may I hear the prayers which are recited when the offerings are made. May I draw nigh unto the Neshim boat, and may neither my soul nor its Lord be turned back. Homage to thee, O thou who art at the head of Amentet, thou Osiris, who dwellest in the city of Nifu-ur. Grant thou that I may arrive in peace in Amentet, and that the lords of Ta-Cheshet may receive me, and may say unto me, Hail, hail, thou that comest in peace. May they prepare for me a place by the side of the chief, in the presence of the divine chiefs. May Isis and Nephthys, the two divine nursing goddesses, receive me at the seasons, and may I come forth into the presence of Un-Nefer, Osiris, in triumph. May I follow after Horus through Re-Statet, and after Osiris in Tatu, and may I perform all the transformations according to my heart's desire, in every place wheresoever my Ka, double, pleaseth so to do. Rubric: if this text be known by the deceased upon earth, or if he causeth it to be done in writing upon his coffin, then will he be able to come forth on any day that he pleaseth, and to enter into his habitation without being driven back. The cakes and ale and haunches of meat, which are upon the altar of Ra, shall be given unto him, and his homestead shall be among the fields in the Sektet Anru, and to him shall be given wheat and barley therein, and for he shall be vigorous there, even as he was upon earth. Vignette: the god Anubis, jackal-headed, standing by the side of the bier on which lies the mummy. Text: the chapter of making the Sahu, the spiritual body, to enter into that Tuat, underworld, on the day of the funeral, when these words are to be said. Homage to thee, O thou that dwellest in Setsert of Amentet. Osiris, the royal scribe, Nektu Amen, victorious, knoweth thee, and he knoweth thy name. Deliver thou him from the worms which are in Rostau, which live upon the bodies of men and women, and which feed upon their blood. For Osiris, the favored one of the god of his city, the royal scribe, Nektu Amen, victorious, knoweth you, and he knoweth your names. Let this be the first bidding of Osiris Neber-Cher, who keepeth hidden his body. May he give air and escape from the terrible one who dwelleth in the bite of the stream of Amentet, and may he decree the actions of him that is rising up. Let him pass on unto him whose throne is within the darkness, who giveth glory in Ristau. O Lord of light, come thou and swallow up the worms which are in Amentet. The great God who dwelleth in Tatu, and who is unseen, heareth his prayers, but those who are in affliction fear him as he cometh forth with the sentence of the divine block. I, Osiris, the royal scribe, Nektu Amen, have come bearing the decree of Neber-Cher, and Horus hath taken possession of his throne for him. His father, the lord of those who are in the boat of Father Horus, hath ascribed praise unto him. He cometh with tidings, and may he see Anu Heliopolis. Their chief standeth upon the earth before him, and the scribes magnify him at the door of their assemblies, and they bind his swathings in Anu. He hath led captive heaven, and he hath seized the earth in his grasp. Neither the heavens nor the earth can be taken away from him. For behold, he is Ra, the firstborn of the gods. His mother suckleth him, and she giveth to him her breast in the horizon. Rubric: the words of this chapter are to be recited after the deceased is laid to rest in Amentet, whereby the region Tananet is made to be content with her lord. Then shall Osiris, the royal scribe, Nektu Amen, triumphant, come forth, and he shall embark in the boat of Ra, and his body upon its bier shall be counted with those therein, and he shall be established in that Tuat underworld. Vignette: a man standing upright, holding a staff. Text: the chapter of coming forth by day, and of living after death. Saith Osiris Ani, victorious: Hail, one shining from the moon! Hail, one shining from the moon! Grant that this Osiris Ani may come forth among those multitudes which are outside, and let him be established as a dweller, or let him go about among the denizens of heaven, and let the underworld be opened unto him. And behold, Osiris Ani, shall come forth by day to do whatsoever he pleaseth upon the earth among the living ones. Vignette: a man standing upright, holding a staff. Text: the chapter of coming forth by day and of living after death. Saith Osiris Ani, victorious: Hail, one shining from the moon! Hail, one shining from the moon! Grant that this Osiris Ani may come forth among those multitudes which are outside, and let him be established as a dweller, or let him go about among the denizens of heaven, and let the underworld be opened unto him. And behold, Osiris Ani, shall come forth by day to do whatsoever he pleaseth upon the earth among the living ones. I open out a way over the watery abyss, which formeth a path between the two combatants, Horus and Set, and I have come. May the fields of Osiris be given over into my power. Text: the chapter of not letting work be done in the underworld by Nebseni, the scribe and draftsman in the temple of Ptah, who saith, I lift up the hand of the man who is inactive. I have come from the city of Unu, Hermopolis. I am the divine soul which liveth, and I lead with me the hearts of the apes. O thou Shabti figure of the scribe Nebseni, the son of the scribe Thena, victorious, and of the lady of the house Mutreshta, victorious, if I be called, or if I be adjudged to do any work whatsoever of the labors which are to be done in the underworld, behold, for thee opposition will there be set aside by a man in his turn. Let the judgment fall upon thee instead of upon me always, in the matter of sowing the fields, of filling the watercourses with water, and of bringing the sands of this east to the west. The Shabti figure answereth, Verily I am here, and will come whithersoever thou biddest me. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, Nu, triumphant, saith, Hail, thou creature of wax, who leadest away victims and destroyest them, and who livest upon the weak and helpless. May I never become weak and helpless before thee. May I never suffer collapse before thee, and thy poison shall never enter into my members, for my members are as the members of the god Tem. And since thou thyself dost not suffer collapse, I shall not suffer collapse. O let not the pains of death which come upon thee enter into my members. I am the god Tem, and I am in the foremost part of Nu, the sky, and the power which protecteth me is that which is with all the gods forever. I am he whose name is hidden, and whose habitation is holy for millions of years. I am he who dwelleth therein, and I come forth along with the god Tem. I am he who shall not be condemned. I am strong, I am strong. The city of Unu, Hermopolis, is opened. My head is sealed up, O Thoth, and strong is the eye of Horus. I have delivered the eye of Horus, which shineth with splendors on the forehead of Ra, the father of the gods. I am the same Osiris, the dweller in Amentet. Osiris knoweth his day, and that he shall live through his period of life, and shall not I do likewise? I am the moon god who dwelleth among the gods. I shall not perish. Stand up therefore, O Horus, for Osiris hath reckoned thee among the gods. Hail, soul, thou mighty one of strength! Verily, I am here. I have come. I behold thee. I have passed through the Tuat underworld. I have seen my divine father Osiris. I have scattered the gloom of night. I am his beloved one. I have come. I have seen my divine father Osiris. I have stabbed the heart of Suti. I have performed all the ceremonies for my divine father Osiris. I have opened every way in heaven and in earth. I am the son who loveth his father Osiris. I have become a Sahu. I have become a Ku. I am furnished with what I need. Hail every god. Hail every Ku. I have made a path for myself. I, Osiris, the scribe Ani, victorious. I have divided the heavens. I have cleft the horizon. I have traversed the earth, following upon his footsteps. The mighty Khu taketh possession of me, and carrieth me away, because, behold, I am provided with his magical words for millions of years. I eat with my mouth, I crush my food with my jawbones. Behold, I am the God who is the Lord of the Tuat underworld. May there be given unto me, Osiris Ani, these things in perpetuity, without fail or lessening. O thou God, who eatest thine arm, I have departed from thy road. I am Ra, and have come forth from the horizon against mine enemies, and he hath granted to me that they shall not escape from me. I have made an offering, and my hand is like that of the Lord of the Ureret crown. I have lifted up my feet, even as the Uriai goddesses rise up. My overthrow shall not be accomplished, and as for mine enemy, he hath been given over into my power, and he shall not be delivered from me. I shall stand up like Horus, and I shall sit down like Ptah, and I shall be mighty like Thoth, and I shall be strong like Tem. I shall therefore walk with my legs, I shall speak with my mouth, I shall go round about in quest of mine enemy, and as he hath been delivered over to me, he shall not escape from me. Hymns of praise to thee, O Ra, thou keeper of secret gates, which are on the brow of the god Seb, by the side of the balance of Ra, wherein he lifteth up right and truth, Maat, day by day. In very truth I have burst through the earth. Grant thou unto me that I may go forward and arrive at the state of old age. Osiris, the scribe Nebseni, victorious, saith, Mortals, I go in like the hawk, and I come forth like the Bennu bird, the morning star of Ra. May a path be made for me whereby I may enter into peace into the beautiful Amentet, and may I be by the lake of Horus, and may I lead the greyhounds of Horus, and may a path be made for me whereby I may enter in and adore Osiris, the Lord of life. In the Theban recension, this chapter appears without a rubric, but in the Saita recension, as given in the Turin Papyrus, we have the following rubric. This chapter is to be recited over a ring made of oncum flowers, which shall be laid on the right ear of the Khu, together with another ring wrapped up in a strip of byssus cloth, whereon the name of Osiris Auf Ankh, victorious, born of the lady Shirt Amsu, victorious, shall be done in writing on the day of sepulture. Hymns of praise to thee, O thou God, who makest the moment to advance, thou dweller among mysteries of every kind, thou guardian of the word which I speak. Behold, the God hath shame of me, but let my faults be washed away, and let them fall upon both hands of the God of right and truth. Do away utterly with the transgression which is in me, together with my wickedness and sinfulness, O God of right and truth. May this God be at peace with me. Do away utterly with the obstacles which are between thee and me. O thou to whom offerings are made in the divine city of Kanur, grant thou that I may bring to thee the offerings which will make peace between thee and men, whereon thou livest, and that I also may live thereon. Be thou at peace with me, and do away utterly with all the shame of me which thou hast in thy heart because of me. Hymns of praise to thee, O thou God, who makest the moment to advance, thou dweller among mysteries of every kind, thou guardian of the word which I speak. Behold, the God hath shame of me, but let my faults be washed away, and let them fall upon both hands of the God of right and truth. Do away utterly with the transgression which is in me, together with my wickedness and sinfulness, O God of right and truth. May this God be at peace with me. Do away utterly with the obstacles which are between thee and me. O thou to whom offerings are made in the divine city of Kanur, grant thou that I may bring to thee the offerings which will make peace between thee and men, whereon thou livest, and that I also may live thereon. Be thou at peace with me, and do away utterly with all the shame of me which thou hast in thy heart because of me. In the Papyrus of Ani, we see the sun's disk supported by a pair of arms which emerge from the sign of life. This, in its turn, is supported by the pillar, which symbolizes the tree trunk, which contained the dead body of Osiris. This pillar rests upon the horizon. On each side of it are 3 apes, typical of the spirits of the dawn, adoring the disk. On the right is the goddess Nephthys, and on the left is the goddess Isis. Nephthys kneels upon the symbol of the sunset, and Isis upon the symbol of the dawn. Above the whole scene is the vaulted sky. In the papyrus of Hu-Nefer, the pillar is endowed with human arms and hands, which grasp the crook and flail, emblematic of Osiris' reign and rule, and the 2 goddesses are standing upright. One says, "I am thy sister Nephthys," and the other, "I am thy sister Isis, the divine mother." The sun is typified by a hawk having a disk encircled by an uraeus upon his head. The apes are here 7 in number, 4 stand in front and 3 behind. Above the whole scene is the vaulted sky. Certain papyri have also vignettes which illustrate the hymns to the setting sun. In this case, the hawk usually stands upon the emblem of the west, while apes and gods adore him. In the papyrus of Kenna, on the right, 3 hawk-headed gods kneel in adoration with their left arms raised, and on the left 3 jackal-headed gods with their right arms raised in adoration. Below, 2 lion-headed gods with discs on their heads are seated back to back in a cluster of lotus flowers. These typify dawn and eventide. The goddess Isis kneels in adoration before the lion of the dawn, and the goddess Nephthys before the lion of eventide. Ani and his wife seated in a hall. He is moving a piece on a draught board. 2. The souls of Ani and his wife in the form of human-headed hawks, standing upon a pylon-shaped building. The bearded soul is described as the soul of Osiris. 3. A table of offerings upon which are lotus flowers, a libation vase, etc. 4. 2 lions seated back to back and supporting the horizon with the sun's disk over which extends the sky. The lion on the right is called Seth, yesterday, and that on the left, Tau, tomorrow. 5. The Bennu bird and a table of offerings. 6. The mummy of Ani on a bier within a funeral shrine. At the head and foot are Nephthys and Isis in the form of hawks. Beneath the bier are Ani's palette, variegated marble or glass vessels, etc. Plate 8.1. The god of million of years. On his head and in his right hand is the emblem of years. His left hand is stretched out over a pool containing the eye of Horus. 2. The god Uchat Ura, great green water, with each hand extended over a pool. That under his right hand is called Lake of Natron, and that under his left hand, Lake of Nitra. 3. A pylon with doors called Re-Stau, the gate of the passages of the tomb. 4. The Uchat, facing to the left above a pylon. 5. The cow Me-urt, the eye of Ra, with disc and horns, collar and manat and whip. 6. A funeral chest from which emerged the head of Ra and his 2 arms and hands, each holding the emblem of light. The chest, which is called the district of Abtu, Abydos, or the burial place of the east, has upon its sides figures of the 4 children of Horus, who protect the intestines of Osiris or the deceased. On the right stand Tu'amontef and Kebhesenoth, and on the left Meshtha and Hapi. Plate 9.1. Figures of 3 gods who together with Meshtha, Hapi, Tu'amontef, and Kebhesenoth are the 7 Khus referred to in line 99 of the text. Their names are Me'atefa, Keri-Bektha, and Heru Kenti an Ma'ati or Merti. 2. The god Ampu, Anubis, jackal-headed. 3. Figures of 7 gods whose names are Netchet, Netchet, Eaketket, Kenti, Hef, Ami, Unnat, F, Tesher, Mea, Bes, Mea, M, Ker, and An, M, Hru. 4. The soul of Ra, in the form of a hawk with a disk on his head, conversing in Tatu with the soul of Osiris in the form of a human-headed bird wearing the white crown. This scene is of the rarest occurrence. Plate 10.1. The cat, emblematic of the sun, cutting off the head of the serpent Apep or Apepi, typical of darkness. 2. 3 seated deities, each holding a knife. 3. Ani and his wife Thuthu, kneeling in adoration before the god Khepera, beetle-headed, who is seated in the boat of the rising sun. 4. 2 apes, emblematic of the goddesses Isis and Nephthys. 5. The god Tem, seated with the sun disk in the boat of the setting sun. 6. The god Rehu, in the form of a lion. 7. The serpent Uatchit, the lady of flame, a symbol of the eye of Ra coiled round a lotus flower. Above is the emblem of fire.
Part 6.
The deceased. Of playing at draughts, and sitting in the hall, and of coming forth as a living soul. Saith Osiris, the scribe Ani, after he hath come to his haven of rest, it is good for a man to recite this work whilst he is upon earth, for then all the words of Tem come to pass. I am the god Tem. In rising, I am the only one. I came into existence in Nu. I am Ra, who rose in the beginning, the ruler of this. Who then is this? It is Ra. When at the beginning he rose in the city of Suten-Henan, Heracleopolis Magna, crowned like a king in his rising. The pillars of the god Shu were not as yet created, when he was upon the high ground of him that dwelleth in Kemenu, Hermopolis Magna. I am the great god who gave birth to himself, even Nu, who made his names to become the company of the gods as God. Who then is this? It is Ra, the creator of the names of his limbs, which came into being in the form of the gods who are in the train of Ra. I am he who is not driven back among the gods. Who then is this? It is Tem, the dweller in his disk, or as others say, it is Ra in his rising in the eastern horizon of heaven. I am yesterday, I know tomorrow. Who then is this? Yesterday is Osiris, and tomorrow is Ra, on the day when he shall destroy the enemies of Neber-Chur, and when he shall establish as prince and ruler his son Horus, or as others say, on the day when we commemorate the festival of the meeting of the dead Osiris with his father Ra, and when the battle of the gods was fought, in which Osiris, the lord of Amentet, was the leader. What then is this? It is Amentet, that is to say, the creation of the souls of the gods, when Osiris was leader in Set Amentet, or as others say, it is Amentet which Ra hath given unto me. When any god cometh, he doth arise, and doeth battle for it. I know the god who dwelleth therein. Who then is this? It is Osiris, or as others say, Ra is his name, or it is the phallus of Ra, wherewith he was united to himself. I am the Bennu bird, which is in Anu Heliopolis, and I am the keeper of the volume of the book of things which are, and of things which shall be. Who then is this? It is Osiris, or as others say, it is his dead body, or as others say, it is his filth. The things which are, and the things which shall be, are his dead body, or as others say, they are eternity and everlastingness. Eternity is the day, and everlastingness is the night. I am the god Amsu in his coming forth. May his two plumes be set upon my head for me. Who then is this? Amsu is Horus, the avenger of his father, and his coming forth is his birth. The plumes upon his head are Isis and Nephthys when they go forth to set themselves there, even as his protectors, and they provide that which his head lacketh, or as others say, they are the two exceeding great Uriae, which are upon the head of their father Tem, or as others say, his two eyes are the two plumes which are upon his head. Osiris Ani, the scribe of all the holy offerings, riseth up in his place in triumph. He cometh into his city. What then is this? It is the horizon of his father Tem. I have made an end of my shortcomings, and I have put away my faults. What then is this? It is the cutting off of the corruptible in the body of Osiris, the scribe Ani, victorious before all the gods, and all his faults are driven out. What then is this? It is the purification of Osiris on the day of his birth. I am purified in my great double nest, which is in Sutenhenen, Cleopolis Magna, on the day of the offerings of the followers of the great God who is therein. What then is this? Millions of years is the name of the one nest. Great green lake is the name of the other. A pool of natron and a pool of niter, or as others say, the traverser of millions of years is the name of one. Great green lake is the name of the other, or as others say, the begetter of millions of years is the name of one. Great green lake is the name of the other. Now as concerning the great God who dwelleth therein, it is Ra himself. I pass over the way. I know the head of the pool of Ma'at. What then is this? It is Re Stau, that is to say, it is the underworld on the south of Ne'arut-F, and it is the northern door of the tomb. Now as concerning the pool of Ma'at, it is Abtu Abydos, or as others say, it is the boat by which his father Tem travelleth when he goeth forth to Sekhet Aru, which he bringeth forth the food and nourishment of the gods who are behind their shrines. Now the gate of Tchesert is the gate of the pillars of Shu, the northern gate of the Tuat underworld, or as others say, it is the two leaves of the door through which the god Tem passeth when he goeth forth to the eastern horizon of heaven. O ye gods who are in the presence of Osiris, grant me your arms, for I am the god who shall come into being among you. Who then are these? They are the drops of blood, which came forth from the phallus of Ra, when he went forth to perform mutilation upon himself. They sprang into being as the gods Hu and Sa, who are in the following of Ra, and who accompany the god Tem daily and every day. I, Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant, have filled for thee the Utchat after it had suffered failure on the day of the combat of the two fighters, Horus and Set. What then is this? It is the day on which Horus fought with Set, who cast filth in the face of Horus, and when Horus destroyed the members of Set. Now this Thoth did with his own fingers. I lift up the hair cloud when there are storms and quakings in the sky. What then is this? It is the right eye of Ra, which raged against Set when he sent it forth. Thoth raised up the hair cloud and brought the eye alive and whole and sound and without defect to its lord, or as others say, it is the eye of Ra when it is sick and when it weepeth for its fellow eye. Then Thoth standeth up to cleanse it. I behold Ra, who was born yesterday from the buttocks of the goddess Ma'ert. His strength is my strength, and my strength is his strength. What then is this? It is the watery abyss of heaven, or as others say, it is the image of the eye of Ra in the morning at his daily birth. Ma'ert is the eye Utchat of Ra. Therefore Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant, is the great one among the gods who are in the train of Horus. The words are spoken for him that loveth his Lord. What then is this? The gods who are in the train of Horus are Mestha, Hapi, Tu Amartef, and Queb Senuf. Homage to you, O ye lords of right and truth, ye sovereign princes who stand behind Osiris, who utterly do away with sins and crimes, and who are in the following of the goddess Hetep Sekes. Grant that I may come unto you. Destroy ye all the faults which are within me, even as ye did for the 7 Khus who are among the followers of their lord Suppa. Anubis appointed their place on the day when was said, Come therefore thither. When then is this? These lords of right and truth are Thoth and Astes, the lord of Amentet, the sovereign princes who stand behind Osiris, even Mestha, Hapi, Tu Amatef, and Queb Senuf are they who are behind the thigh in the northern sky. Now those who do utterly away with sins and crimes, and who are in the following of Hetep Sekes, are the god Sebek, who dwelleth in the water. The goddess Hetep Sekes is the eye of Ra, or as others say, it is the flame which followeth after Osiris to burn up the souls of his enemies. As concerning all the faults which are in Osiris, the scribe of the offerings of all the gods, Ani, triumphant, this is all that he hath done against the lords of eternity since he came forth from his mother's womb. As concerning the 7 Khus, even Meshtha, Hapi, Tua, Mautef, Queb, Senef, Me'atef, Keri, Bek, F, and Heru, Kenti, On, Me'ati, Anubis appointed them to be protectors of the dead body of Osiris, or as others say, set them behind the place of purification of Osiris, or as others say, those 7 Khus are Netche, Netche, Eaqet, and Nerta, Nef, Besef, Kenti, F, Aker, Ami, Anut, F, Tesher, Meati, Ami, Het, Anus, Ubis, Ra, Per, M, Ket, Ket, and Me, Ker, An, F, M, Hru. The chief of the sovereign princes who are in Ne'arat F is Horus, the avenger of his father. As concerning the day upon which was said, Come therefore thither, it referreth to the words, Come then thither, which Ra spake unto Osiris. Lo, may this be said unto me in Amentet, I am the divine soul which dwelleth in the 2 divine T'chafi. What then is this? It is Osiris when he goeth into Tatu, and findeth there the soul of Ra. There the one God embraceth the other, and divine souls spring into being within the 2 divine T'chafi. As concerning the 2 divine Chafi, they are Heru Nech Bra Te'ef and Heru Kent Meati, or as others say, the double divine soul which dwelleth in the 2 divine T'chafi is the soul of Ra and the soul of Osiris, or as others say, it is the soul which dwelleth in Shu, the soul which dwelleth in Tefnut, and these are the double divine soul which dwelleth in Tatu. I am the cat which fought hard by the Persea tree in Anu Heliopolis on the night when the foes of Neber-Cher were destroyed. Who then is this? The male cat is Ra himself, and he is called Mao by reason of his speech of the god Sa, who said concerning him, He is like Mao unto that which he hath made. Thus his name became Me'au. Or, as others say, it is the god Shu, who maketh over the possessions of Seb to Osiris. As concerning the fight hard by the Persea tree in Anu, it concerneth the children of impotent revolt, when justice is wrought on them for what they have done. As concerning the night of the battle, these words refer to the inroad of the children of impotent revolt into the eastern part of heaven, whereupon there arose a battle in heaven and in all the earth. O thou who art in thine egg, Ra, who shinest from thy disk, and risest in thy horizon, and dost shine like gold above the sky, like unto whom there is none among the gods, who sailest over the pillars of Shu in the ether, who givest blasts of fire from thy mouth, who makest the 2 lands bright with thy radiance, deliver thou the pious Neb-Seni from the god whose form is hidden, whose eyebrows are like unto the 2 arms of the balance on the night of reckoning destruction. Who then is this? It is Eneath, that is the god who bringeth his arm. As concerning the night of reckoning destruction, it is the night of the burning of the damned, and of the overthrow of wicked at the block, and of the slaughter of souls. Who then is this? It is Nemu, the headsman of Osiris, who, or as others say, it is Apep, when he riseth up with one head, bearing Ma'at, right and truth, upon him, or as others say, it is Horus, when he riseth up with a double head, whereof the one beareth right and truth, and the other wickedness. He bestoweth wickedness on him that worketh wickedness, and right and truth upon him that followeth righteousness and truth. Or as others say, it is Horus the Great, who dwelleth in Sechem, Letopolis, or as others say, it is Thoth, or as others say, it is Nefertem, or as others say, it is Sept, who doth thwart the acts of the foes of Neber-Cher. Deliver thou the scribe Nebseni victorious from the watchers who bear slaughtering knives, and who have cruel fingers, and who slay those who are in the following of Osiris. May they never gain the mastery over me. May I never fall under their knives. What then is this? It is Anubis, and it is Horus in the form of Kent an Meati, or as others say, it is the sovereign princes who thwart the works of their weapons, or as others say, it is the chiefs of the Shenniu chamber. May their knives never gain the mastery over me. May I never fall under their instruments of cruelty, for I know their names, and I know the being Matchet, who is among them in the house of Osiris, shooting rays of light from his eye, but who himself is unseen. He goeth round about heaven, robed in the flame of his mouth, commanding Hapi, but remaining himself unseen. May I be strong upon earth before Ra. May I come happily into haven in the presence of Osiris. Let not your offerings be wanting to me, O ye who preside over your altars, for I am among those who follow after Neber-Chur, according to the writings of Khepera. I fly as a hawk, I cackle as a goose, I ever slay, even as the serpent goddess Neheb-Ka. What then is this? Those who preside over their altars are the similitude of the eye of Ra, and the similitude of the eye of Horus. O Ra, Tem, thou Lord of the great house, thou sovereign, life, strength, and health of all the gods, deliver thou the scribe Nebseni, victorious from the god whose face is like unto that of a greyhound, whose brows are as those of a man, and who feedeth upon the dead, who watcheth at the bite of the lake of fire, and who devoureth the bodies of the dead, and swalloweth hearts, and who shooteth forth filth, but he himself remaineth unseen. Who then is this? Devourer, for millions of years is his name, and he liveth in the Aat. As concerning the Aat, it is that which is in An-Rat-Ef, hard by the Shen-Iu chamber. The unclean man who would walk thereover doth fall down among the knives, or as others say, his name is Mates, and he is the watcher of the door of Amentet. Or as others say, his name is Biba, and it is he who watcheth the bite of Amentet. Or as others say, Hari-Sep-Ef is his name. Hail, Lord of terror, chief of the lands of the north and south, thou Lord of the red glow, or red lands, who preparest the slaughter block, and who dost feed upon the inward parts. Who then is this? The guardian of the bite of Amentet. What then is this? It is the heart of Osiris, which is the devourer of all slaughtered things. The Ureret crown hath been given unto him with gladness of heart, as Lord of Sutenhenen, Heracleopolis Magna. What then is this? He to whom hath been given the Ureret crown with gladness of heart, as Lord of Sutenhenen, is Osiris. He was bidden to rule among the gods on the day of the union of earth, in the presence of Neber-Chur. What then is this? He that was bidden to rule among the gods is Horus, the son of Isis, who was appointed to rule in the place of his father Osiris. As concerning the day of the union of earth with earth, it is the mingling of earth with earth in the coffin of Osiris, the soul that liveth in Sutenhenen, the giver of meat and drink, the destroyer of wrong, and the guide of the everlasting paths. Who then is this? It is Ra himself. Deliver thou the Osiris Nebseni victorious. From the great God who carrieth away the soul, who eateth hearts, and who feedeth upon offal, the guardian of the darkness, the dweller in the Seker boat, those who live in crime, fear him. Who then is this? It is Suti, or as others say, it is Smam-Ur, the soul of Seb. Hail Khepera, in thy boat, the twofold company of the gods is thy body. Deliver thou Osiris Ani, victorious, from the watchers who give judgment, who have been appointed by the god Neber-Chur, to protect him and to fasten the fetters on his foes, and who slaughter in the shambles. There is no escape from their grasp. May they never stab me with their knives. May I never fall helpless into their chambers of torture. Never have the things which the gods hate been done by me, for I am pure within the Mesket. Cakes of saffron have been brought unto him in Tananet. Who then is this? It is Khepera in his boat. It is Ra himself. As concerning the watchers who give judgment, they are the apes, Isis and Nephthys. As concerning the things which are abominated by the gods, they are wickedness and falsehood. And he who passeth through the place of purification within the Mesket is Ampu, Anubis, who is behind the chest, which containeth the inward parts of Osiris. He to whom saffron cakes have been brought in Tananet is Osiris. Or as others say, the saffron cakes in Tananet are heaven and earth. Or as others say, they are Shu, strengthener of the two lands in Sutenhenen, Heracleopolis Magna. The saffron cakes are the eye of Horus. The Tananet is the burial place of Osiris. Tem hath built thy house, and the double lion god hath founded thy habitation. Lo, drugs are brought, and Horus purifieth, and Set strengtheneth, and Set purifieth, and Horus strengtheneth. The Osiris, the scribe Ani, victorious before Osiris, hath come into the land, and he hath taken possession thereof with his 2 feet. He is Tem, and he is in the city. Turn thou back, O Rehu, whose mouth shineth, whose head moveth. Turn thou back from before his strength, or as others say, turn thou back from him who keepeth watch and is unseen. The Osiris Ani is safely guarded. He is Isis, and he is found with her hair spread over him. I shake it out over his brow. He was conceived in Isis and begotten in Nephthys, and they cut off from him the things which should be cut off. Fear followeth after thee, terror is upon thine arms. Thou hast been embraced for millions of years by the arms of the nations. Mortals go round about thee. Thou smitest down the mediators of thy foes, and thou seizest the arms of the powers of darkness. The two sisters, Isis and Nephthys, are given to thee for thy delight. Thou hast created that which is in Kher-Abba, and that which is in Anu, Heliopolis. Every god feareth thee, for thou art exceeding great and terrible. Thou avengest every god on the man that curseth him, and thou shootest out arrows. Thou livest according to thy will. Thou art Uatchet, the lady of flame. Evil cometh among those who set themselves up against thee. What then is this? Hidden in form, granted of Menhu is the name of the tomb. He seeth what is on his hand, is the name of Querau, or as others say, the name of the block. Now he whose mouth shineth and whose head moveth is the member of Osiris, or as others say, of Ra. Thou spreadest thy hair and shake it out over his brow, is spoken concerning Isis, who hideth in her hair, and draweth her hair over her. Uatchet, the lady of flames, is the eye of Ra.
Part 7.
On Mount F, who wears a leopard skin, and has on the right side of his head the lock of hair of Heru-Pa-Krat, Harpocrates, introducing Ani and his wife to the gods. Text, the speech of Samar F. I have come unto you, O great and godlike sovereign rulers, who dwell in heaven and in earth and in the underworld, and I have brought unto you Osiris Ani. He hath not sinned against any of the gods. Grant ye that he may be with you all the time. Ani's speech. The adoration of Osiris, the lord of Re-Stau, and of the great company of the gods who dwell in the underworld, by Osiris the scribe Ani, who saith, Homage to thee, O thou ruler of Amentet, Un Nefer in Abtu Abydos. I have come unto thee, and my heart beholdeth right and truth. There is no sin in my body, nor have I lied wittingly, nor have I done aught with a false heart. Grant thou to me food in the tomb, and that I may come forth into thy presence at the altar of the lords of right and truth, and that I may enter into and come forth from the underworld, and that my soul be not turned back, and that I may behold the face of the sun, and that I may behold the moon for ever and for ever. Vignette. The priest, Sa-Mer-F, who wears a leopard skin and has on the right side of his head the lock of hair of Heru-Pa-Krat, Harpocrates, introducing Ani and his wife to the gods. Text, the speech of Sa-Mer-F. I have come unto you, O sovereign princes, who dwell in Re-Stau, and I have brought unto you Osiris Ani. Grant ye to him, as to the followers of Horus, cakes and water and air, and a homestead in Sekhet Hetep. Ani's speech. The adoration of Osiris, Lord of everlastingness, and of the sovereign princes, the lords of Re-Stau, by Osiris the scribe Ani, who saith, Homage to thee, O king of the underworld, thou governor of Akkert. I have come unto thee, I know thy ways, and I am furnished with the forms which thou takest in the underworld. Grant thou to me a place in the underworld, near unto the lords of right and truth. May my homestead be abiding in Sekhet Hetep, and I may receive cakes in thy presence. Text, Hail Thoth, who madest Osiris victorious over his enemies, make thou the scribe Nebseni to be victorious over his enemies, as thou didst make Osiris victorious over his enemies, in the presence of the sovereign princes who are with Ra and Osiris in Anu, Heliopolis, on the night of the things of the night, and on the night of the battle, and on the night of the shackling of the Sabal fiends, and on the day of the destruction of Neber-Chur. Vignette, the gods Tem, Shu, Tefnut, Osiris, and Thoth. Text, the great sovereign princes in Anu are Tem, Shu, Tefnut, Osiris, and Thoth, and the shackling of the Sabal fiends signifieth the destruction of the fiends of Set, when a second time he worketh evil. Hail, Thoth, who madest Osiris victorious over his enemies, make thou the Osiris Ani to be victorious over his enemies in the presence of the great and sovereign princes who are in Tatu on the night of making the Tet to stand up in Tatu. Vignette: the gods Osiris, Isis, Nephthys, and Horus. Text: the great sovereign princes in Tatu are Osiris, Isis, Nephthys, and Heru, Nech, Ra, Teph. Now the night of making the Tet to stand up in Tatu signifieth the lifting up of the arm and shoulder of Horus, who dwelleth in Sechem, Letopolis, and these gods stand behind Osiris to protect him, even as do the swathings which clothe him. Hail, Thoth, who madest Osiris victorious over his enemies, make thou Osiris Ani triumph over his enemies in the presence of the sovereign princes who are in Sechem, Letopolis, on the night of the Things of the Night festival in Sechem. Vignette: the gods Osiris and Horus, the two Uchats upon pylons, and the god Thoth. Text: the great sovereign princes who are in Sechem are Heru, Khenti, An-Maati, and Thoth, who is with the sovereign princes in Nerarut-eth. Now the night of the Things of the Night festival in Sechem signifieth the light of the rising sun on the coffin of Osiris. Hail, Thoth, who madest Osiris victorious over his enemies, make thou the Osiris Ani triumph over his enemies in the presence of the great sovereign princes who are in Pet and in Tept, and on the night of setting up the columns of Horus, and of making him to be established as the heir of the things which belong to his father Osiris. Vignette: the gods Horus, Isis, Mestha, and Nephthys. Text: the great sovereign princes who are in Pet and Tept are Horus, Isis, Mestha, and Hapi. Now setting up the columns of Horus signifieth the command given by Set unto his followers, set up columns upon it. Hail, Thoth, who madest Osiris victorious over his enemies, make thou the Osiris Ani triumphant in peace, victorious over his enemies in the presence of the great sovereign princes who are in the lands of Rekhti, on the night when Isis lay down to keep watch in order to make lamentation for her brother Osiris. Vignette: the gods Isis, Horus, Anpu, Anubis, Mestha, and Thoth. Text: the great sovereign princes who are in the lands of Rekhti are Isis, Horus, Anubis, Mestha, and Thoth. Hail, Thoth, who madest Osiris victorious over his enemies, make thou Osiris the scribe Ani triumphant in peace, to be victorious over his enemies in the presence of the great sovereign princes who are in Abtu, Abydos, on the night of the god Haker, at the separation of the wicked dead, at the judgment of the Khus, and at the rising up of joy in Teni. This. Vignette: the gods Osiris, Isis, and Apuat, and the Tet. Text: the great sovereign princes who are in Abtu are Osiris, Isis, and Apuat. Hail, Thoth, who madest Osiris victorious over his enemies, make thou Osiris Ani, the scribe and teller of the sacred offerings of all the gods, to be victorious over his enemies in the presence of the sovereign princes who judge the dead on the night of the carrying out of the sentence upon those who are to die. Vignette: the gods Thoth, Osiris, Anpu, Anubis, and Astenu. Text: the great sovereign princes in the judgment of the dead are Thoth, Osiris, Anubis, and Astenu. Now the carrying out of the sentence upon those who are to die is the withholding of that which is so needful to the souls of the children of impotent revolt. Hail, Thoth, who madest Osiris victorious over his enemies, make thou Osiris the scribe Ani to be victorious over his enemies in the presence of the great sovereign princes on the festival of the breaking and turning up of the earth in Tatu, on the night of the breaking and turning up of the earth in their blood, and of making Osiris to be victorious over his enemies. Vignette: the three gods of the festival are breaking up the earth in Tatu. Text: when the fiends of Set come and change themselves into beasts, the great sovereign princes, on the festival of the breaking and turning up of the earth in Tatu, slay them in the presence of the gods therein, and their blood floweth among them as they are smitten down. These things are allowed to be done by them by the judgment of those who are in Tatu. Hail, Thoth, who madest Osiris to triumph over his enemies, make thou the Osiris Ani to be victorious over his enemies in the presence of the great sovereign princes who are in Nerarut-F on the night of him who concealeth himself in divers forms, even Osiris. Vignette: the gods Ra, Osiris, Shu, and Bebi, who is dog-headed. Text: the great sovereign princes who are in Nerarut-F are Ra, Osiris, Shu, and Bebi. Now the night of him who concealeth himself in divers forms, even Osiris, is when the thigh and the head and the heel and the leg are brought nigh unto the coffin of Osiris Un-Nefer. Hail, Thoth, who madest Osiris to triumph over his enemies, make thou Osiris Ani to be victorious over his enemies in the presence of the great sovereign princes in Re-Stau on the night when Anubis lay with his arms and his hands over the things behind Osiris, and when Horus was made to triumph over his enemies. Vignette: the gods Horus, Osiris, Isis, and text: the great sovereign princes in Re-Stau are Horus, Osiris, and Isis. The heart of Osiris rejoiceth, and the heart of Horus, and therefore are the northern and southern parts of heaven at peace. Hail, Thoth, who madest Osiris victorious over his enemies, make thou Osiris Ani, the scribe and teller of the divine offerings of all the gods, to triumph over his enemies in the presence of the 10 companies of great sovereign princes, who are with Ra and with Osiris and with every god and goddess in the presence of Neb-er-Chur. He hath destroyed his enemies, and he hath destroyed every evil thing belonging unto him. Rubric: this chapter being recited, the deceased shall come forth by day, purified after death, and he shall make all the transformations which his heart shall dictate. Now, if this chapter be recited over him, he shall come forth upon earth, he shall escape from every fire, and none of the foul things which appertain unto him shall encompass him for eternity or for ever and ever.
Part 8.
Vignette: the chapters without a vignette. Text: the chapter of the chaplet of victory. Osiris Al-Fank, victorious, born of Sheret Amsu, victorious, saith: Thy father Tem hath woven for thee a beautiful chaplet of victory to be placed on thy living brow, O thou who lovest the gods, and thou shalt live for ever. Osiris Kent Amentet hath made thee to triumph over thine enemies, and thy father Seb hath decreed for thee all his inheritance. Come therefore, O Horus, son of Isis, for thou, O son of Osiris, sittest upon the throne of thy father Ra to overthrow thine enemies, for he hath ordained for thee the 2 lands to their utmost limits. Atem hath also ordained this, and the company of the gods hath confirmed the splendid power of the victory of Horus, the son of Isis and the son of Osiris, for ever and for ever. And Osiris Auf-Ankh shall be victorious for ever and ever. O Osiris Kent Amentet, the whole of the northern and southern parts of the heavens, and every god and every goddess who are in heaven and who are upon earth, will the victory of Horus, the son of Isis and the son of Osiris, over his enemies in the presence of Osiris Kent Amentet, who will make Osiris Auf-Ankh victorious to triumph over his enemies in the presence of Osiris Kent Amentet Un-Nefer and the son of Nut on the day of making him to triumph over Set and his fiends in the presence of the great sovereign chiefs who are in Anu Heliopolis. On the night of the battle and overthrow of the Seba fiend in the presence of the great sovereign princes who are in Abtu, on the night of making Osiris to triumph over his enemies, make thou Osiris Auf-Ankh triumphant to triumph over his enemies in the presence of the great sovereign princes who are in the horizon of Amentet, on the day of the festival of Haker, in the presence of the great sovereign princes who are in Tatu, on the night of the setting up of the Tet in Tatu, in the presence of the great sovereign princes who are in the ways of the damned, on the night of the judgment of those who shall be annihilated, in the presence of the great sovereign princes who are in Sechem, Letopolis, and on the night of the things of the altars in Sechem, in the presence of the great sovereign princes who are in Pe and Tept, on the night of the establishing of the inheriting by Horus of the things of his father Osiris, in the presence of the great sovereign princes, who are at the great festival of the ploughing and turning up of the earth in Tatu, or as others say, in Abtu, on the night of the weighing of words, or as others say, weighing of locks, in the presence of the great sovereign princes, who are in Anrut F on its place, on the night when Horus receiveth the birth chamber of the gods, in the presence of the great sovereign princes, who are in the lands of Rekti, on the night when Isis lieth down to watch and to make lamentation for her brother, in the presence of the great sovereign princes, who are in Restau, on the night of making Osiris to triumph over all his enemies. Horus repeated these words 4 times, and all his enemies fell headlong, and were overthrown, and were cut to pieces. And Osiris Auf Ankh, triumphant, repeated these words 4 times. Therefore let all his enemies fall headlong, and be overthrown, and cut to pieces. Horus, the son of Isis, and son of Osiris, celebrated in turn millions of festivals, and all his enemies fell headlong, and were overthrown, and cut to pieces. Their habitation hath gone forth to the block of the east. Their heads have been cut off, their necks have been destroyed, their thighs have been cut off, they have been given over to the great destroyer, who dwelleth in the valley of the grave, and they shall never come forth from under the restraint of the god Seb. Rubric: This chapter shall be recited over the divine chaplet which is laid upon the face of the deceased, and thou shalt cast incense into the fire on behalf of Osiris Auf Ankh, triumphant, born of Sheret Amsu, triumphant. Thus shalt thou cause him to triumph over his enemies, dead or alive, and he shall be among the followers of Osiris, and a hand shall be stretched out to him with meat and drink in the presence of the god. This chapter shall be said by thee twice at dawn. Now it is a never-failing charm, regularly and continually. Text: Hail Thoth, who didst make Osiris to triumph over his enemies, snare thou the enemies of Osiris, the scribe Nebseni, the Lord of piety, in the presence of the great sovereign princes of every god and every goddess. In the presence of the great sovereign princes who are in Anu, Heliopolis, on the night of the battle, and of the overthrow of the Sabao fiend in Tatu, on the night of making to stand up the double Tet in Sechem Letopolis, on the night of the things of the night in Sechem Impe, and in Tepu, on the night of the establishing of Horus, in the heritage of the things of his father, in the double land of Rekti, on the night when Isis maketh lamentation at the sight of her brother Osiris in Abtu, Abydos, on the night of the Haker festival of the distinguishing between the dead, the damned, and the Khus, on the path of the dead, the damned, on the night of the judgment of those who are to be annihilated, at the great festival of the ploughing and the turning up of the earth, in Narat F, in Restau, and on the night of making Horus to triumph over his enemies. Horus is mighty, the northern and southern halves of heaven rejoice. Osiris is content thereat, and his heart is glad. Hail Thoth, make thou to triumph Osiris, the scribe Nebseni, over his enemies, in the presence of the sovereign princes of every god and every goddess, and in the presence of you, ye sovereign princes, who pass judgment on Osiris behind the shrine. In the Saita recension, this chapter has no vignette, but it has the title, Another Chapter of the Chaplet of Victory, and is arranged in tabular form. The words, Hail Thoth, make Osiris Auf Ankh triumphant to triumph over his enemies, even as thou didst make Osiris to triumph over his enemies, which are written in 2 horizontal lines, are to be repeated before each column of text. The great sovereign princes invoked are those of Anu, Heliopolis, Tatu, Sechem, Letopolis, Pe, and Tep, and Arat F, the double land of Rekti, Restau, Abtu, the paths of the dead, the ploughing festival in Tatu, Keraba, Osiris, heaven and earth, every god and every goddess. The rubric reads, if this chapter be recited regularly and always by a man who hath purified himself in water of natron, he shall come forth by day after he hath come into port, that is dead, and he shall perform all the transformations which his heart shall dictate, and he shall come forth from every fire.
Part 9.
In the Papyrus of Ani, the 21st chapter follows the 22nd, but it is there given without title and without vignette. In the Turin Papyrus, published by Lepsius, the 21st and 22nd chapters are quite distinct, and each has its own title, while a single vignette stands over both. In the vignette, a priest is shown holding a vase in the left hand and the ram-headed serpent-like instrument called Hekau, that is, great of enchantments, in the right. With the latter he is about to touch the mouth of the deceased who is standing before him. Behind the deceased is a man seated on a chair and holding a staff in his left hand. Text: the chapter of giving a mouth to the overseer of the house, Nu, triumphant in the underworld. He saith, Homage to thee, O thou Lord of brightness, thou who art at the head of the great house, Prince of the night and of thick darkness. I have come unto thee, being a pure Khu. Thy two hands are behind thee, and thou hast thy lot with thy ancestors. O grant thou unto me my mouth, that I may speak therewith, and guide thou to me my heart, at the season when there is cloud and darkness. Vignette: in the Papyrus of Nebseni, the guardian of the balance is seen with his right hand stretched out to touch the mouth of the deceased who stands before him. In other papyri, the deceased himself is seen standing with either his right or his left hand raised to his mouth. Text: the chapter of giving a mouth to Osiris, Ani, the scribe and teller of the holy offerings of all the gods, triumphant in the underworld. He saith, I rise out of the egg in the hidden land. May my mouth be given unto me, that I may speak therewith in the presence of the great God, the Lord of the Tuat underworld. May my hand and my arm not be forced back in the presence of the sovereign princes of any god. I am Osiris, the Lord of Ristau. May I, Osiris the scribe Ani, triumphant, have a portion with him who is on the top of the steps. According to the desire of my heart, I have come from the pool of fire, and I have quenched the fire. The statue of Ani, the scribe, seated upon a pedestal in the form of the emblem of Ma'at, right and truth. Before it stands the Sem-priest, clad in a panther's skin, and holding in his right hand the ram-headed serpent-like instrument, Hekau, with which he is about to touch the lips of the statue, and so perform the ceremony of opening the mouth. At his feet are a sepulchral box for holding unguents, etc., three instruments called respectively Seb-ur, Tun-tet, and Tamanu, and the object called Pesh-en-kef. In the Papyrus of Nebseni, the scene is described as the Sem-priest performing the ceremony of the opening of the mouth. Text: the chapter of opening the mouth of Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant, saith, May the god Ptah open my mouth, and may the god of my city loose the swathings, even the swathings which are over my mouth. Moreover, may Thoth, being filled and furnished with charms, come and loose the bandages, even the bandages of Set, which fetter my mouth. And may the god Tem hurl them at those who would fetter me with them, and drive them back. May my mouth be open, may my mouth be unclosed by Shu, with his iron knife wherewith he opened the mouth of the gods. I am the goddess Sekhet, and I sit upon my place in the great wind of heaven. I am the great goddess Sa, who dwelleth among the souls of Anu, Heliopolis. Now as concerning every charm and all the words which may be spoken against me, may the gods resist them, and may each and every one of the company of the gods withstand them. Text: the chapter of bringing charms unto Osiris Ani in the underworld. He saith, I am Tem Kempera, who brought himself into being upon the thigh of his divine mother. Those who are in Nu, the sky, are made wolves, and those who are among the sovereign princes are become hyenas. Behold, I gather together the charm from every place where it is, and from every man with whom it is, swifter than greyhounds, and quicker than light. Hail, thou who towest along the Makant boat of Ra, the stays of thy sails and of thy rudder are taut in the wind, as thou sailest up the pool of fire in the underworld. Behold, thou gatherest together the charm from every place where it is, and from every man with whom it is, swifter than greyhounds, and quicker than light. The charm which created the forms of being from the mother, and which either createth the gods, or maketh them silent, and which giveth the heat of fire unto the gods. Behold, the charm is given unto me from wherever it is, and from him with whom it is, swifter than greyhounds, and quicker than light, or as others say, quicker than a shadow. In the Brockhurst Papyrus, however, the Sem priest, wearing a panther's skin, is seen holding up before the face of the deceased, who stands before him, a small bearded figure like an Ushabti. In the Turin Papyrus, the priest and the deceased are standing facing each other, and no ceremony is being performed. Text, the chapter of making a man to possess memory in the underworld. The Chancellor-in-Chief, Nu, triumphant, the overseer of the palace, the son of the chief chancellor, Amenhotep, saith, May my name be given to me in the great house, and may I remember my name in the house of fire on the night of counting the years, and of telling the number of the months. I am with the Divine One, and I sit on the eastern side of heaven. If any god whatsoever should advance unto me, let me be able to proclaim his name forthwith. In his left hand, which is outstretched, Ani holds a necklace of several rows of colored beads. The clasp is made in the form of a pylon or gateway, and on the side of the pendant, which is in the same form, is a representation of a scarab or beetle in a boat, to typify the sun god Ra Khepera in his boat. From the pendant hangs lotus flowers. In other Theban papyri the vignettes are different. In the Papyrus of Nebseni, the god Anubis, who dwelleth in the city of embalmment, gives a heart to the deceased, and in others the deceased is seen either being embraced by Anubis or addressing his heart, which rests upon a standard before him. In the Turin Papyrus, the deceased is seen kneeling before his own soul, which is in the form of a human-headed hawk, and clasping his heart to his breast with his left hand. Text, the chapter of giving a heart to Osiris, Ani, in the underworld, he saith, May my heart, be with me in the house of hearts. May my heart, Hot, be with me in the house of hearts. May my heart be with me, and may it rest there, or I shall not eat of the cakes of Osiris on the eastern side of the lake of flowers, neither shall I have a boat wherein to go down the Nile, nor another wherein to go up, nor shall I be able to sail down the Nile with thee. May my mouth be given to me that I may speak therewith, and my 2 legs to walk therewith, and my 2 hands and arms to overthrow my foe. May the doors of heaven be opened unto me. May Seb, the prince of the gods, open wide his 2 jaws unto me. May he open my 2 eyes, which are blindfolded. May he cause me to stretch apart my 2 legs, which are bound together. And may Anpu Anubis make my thighs firm, so that I may stand upon them. May the goddess Sekhet make me to rise, so that I may ascend unto heaven, and may that be done which I command in the house of the Ka of Ptah. I understand with my heart. I have gained the mastery over my heart. I have gained the mastery over my 2 hands. I have gained the mastery over my legs. I have gained the power to do whatsoever my Ka pleaseth. My soul shall not be fettered to my body at the gates of the underworld, but I shall enter in peace, and I shall come forth in peace. In the Turin Papyrus, the deceased is shown kneeling before the 4 children of Horus. Text, the chapter of not letting the heart, Hati, of a man be taken from him in the underworld, saith Osiris Ani. Hail, ye who carry away hearts! Hail, ye who steal hearts, and who make the heart of a man to go through its transformations according to his deeds! Let not what he hath done harm him before you. Homage to you, O ye lords of eternity, ye possessors of everlastingness. Take ye not this heart of Osiris Ani into your grasp, this heart of Osiris, and cause ye not words of evil to spring up against it, because this is the heart of Osiris Ani triumphant, and it belongeth unto him of many names. Thoth, the mighty one, whose words are his limbs, and who sendeth forth his heart to dwell in his body. The heart of Osiris Ani is triumphant. It is made new before the gods. He hath gained power over it. He hath not been spoken to according to what he hath done. He hath gotten power over his own members. His heart obeyeth him. He is the Lord thereof. It is in his body, and it shall never fall away therefrom. I, Osiris, the scribe Ani, victorious in peace and triumphant in the beautiful Amenta and on the mountain of eternity, bid thee to be obedient unto me in the underworld. This chapter has no vignette. In the papyrus of Nefer Uben-F, the deceased is seen holding his heart upon his breast with his left hand and kneeling before a tailed monster in human form who holds a knife in his right hand and grasps his tail with the left. Another papyrus shows the deceased offering incense to Osiris, who, standing on a pedestal in the form of Maat, holds the flail and scepter in his hands. In the Brocklehurst papyrus, the deceased is kneeling and holding his heart in his left hand, which is outstretched. In the Turin papyrus, the deceased is adoring his heart, which is placed on a pedestal before a seated deity. Text: the chapter of not letting the heart of the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, Nu, triumphant, be carried away from him in the underworld. He saith, Hail, thou lion god! I am the flower bush, Unb. That which is an abomination unto me is the divine block. Let not this my heart be carried away from me by the fighting gods in Anu. Hail, thou who dost wind bandages round Osiris, and who hast seen Set. Hail, thou who returnest after smiting and destroying him before the mighty ones. This my heart sitteth and weepeth for itself before Osiris. It hath made supplication for me. I have given unto him, and I have decreed unto him the thoughts of the heart in the house of the god Usekra, and I have brought to him sand at the entry to Kemenu, Hermopolis Magna. Let not this my heart be carried away from me. I make thee to dwell upon his throne, O thou who joinest together hearts in Sekhet Hetep with years of strength against all things that are an abomination unto thee, and to carry off food from among the things which belong unto thee, and are in thy grasp by reason of the twofold strength. And this my heart is devoted to the decrees of the god Tem, who leadeth me into the dens of Suti. But let not this my heart, which hath done its desire before the sovereign princes who are in the underworld, be given unto him. When they find the leg and the swathings, they bury them. Text: the chapter of not letting the heart of a man be taken away from him in the underworld. Osiris Ani, triumphant, saith, Turn thou back, O messenger of every god. Is it that thou art come to carry away this my heart which liveth? But my heart which liveth shall not be given unto thee. As I advance, the gods hearken unto my offerings, and they all fall down upon their faces in their own places. Vignette: this chapter has no vignette. Text: the chapter of not allowing the heart of Amen-hetep triumphant to be carried away dead in the underworld. The deceased saith, My heart is with me, and it shall never come to pass that it shall be carried away. I am the Lord of hearts, the slayer of the heart. I live in the right and truth, Ma'at, and I have my being therein. I am Horus, the dweller in hearts, who is within the dweller in the body. I live in my word, and my heart hath being. Let not my heart be taken away from me. Let it not be wounded, and may neither wounds nor gashes be dealt upon me, because it hath been taken away from me. Let me have my being in the body of my father Seb, and in the body of my mother Nut. I have not done that which is held in abomination by the gods. Let me not suffer defeat there, but let me be triumphant. Text, chapter of a heart of carnelian. Osiris Ani triumphant saith, I am the Bennu, the soul of Ra, and the guide of the gods in the Tuat underworld. Their divine souls come forth upon earth to do the will of their cause. Let therefore the soul of Osiris Ani come forth to do the will of his Ka. The deceased, with hands raised in adoration, standing before a beetle placed on a pedestal. Text, the chapter of not letting the heart of a man be driven away from him in the underworld. Osiris Auf Ankh, triumphant, born of Sheret Amsu, triumphant, saith, My heart, my mother, my heart, my mother, my heart of my existence upon earth, may not stand up to oppose me in judgment. May there be no opposition to me in the presence of the sovereign princes. May no evil be wrought against me in the presence of the gods. May there be no parting of thee from me in the presence of the great God, the Lord of Amentet. Homage to thee, O thou heart of Osiris Kent Amentet. Homage to you, O my reigns. Homage to you, O ye gods, who dwell in the divine clouds, and who are exalted or holy by reason of your scepters. Speak ye fair words for the Osiris Auf Ankh, and make ye him to prosper before Nehebka. And behold, though I be joined unto the earth, and am in the mighty innermost part of heaven, let me remain on the earth and not die in Amentet, and let me be a Khu therein forever and ever. Rubric. This chapter shall be recited over a basalt scarab, which shall be set in a gold setting, and it shall be placed inside the heart of the man for whom the ceremonies of opening the mouth and of anointing with unguent have been performed. And there shall be recited by way of a magical charm the words, My heart, my mother, my heart, my mother, my heart of transformations. In many of the papyri containing the Theban Recension, this chapter has no vignette. In one, however, the vignette is a heart standing above a vase. In another, the deceased is seen adoring his heart, and in another, the deceased is standing before four gods, one of whom is offering a heart to him. Text, the chapter of not letting the heart of the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, Nu, triumphant, be driven away from him in the underworld. He saith, O my heart, my mother, O my heart, my mother, O my heart of my existence upon earth, may not stand up to oppose me in judgment in the presence of the lords of the trial. Let it not be said of me and of that which I have done, he hath done deeds against that which is right and true. May not be against me in the presence of the great God, the Lord of Amentet. Homage to thee, O my heart. Homage to thee, O my heart. Homage to you, O my reigns. Homage to you, O ye gods, who dwell in the divine clouds, and who are exalted or holy by reason of your scepters. Speak ye for me fair things to Ra, and make ye me to prosper before Nehebka. And behold me, even though I be joined to the earth in the mighty innermost parts thereof. Let me remain upon the earth, and let me not die in Amentet, but become a Khu therein. In many of the papyri containing the Theban Recension, this chapter has no vignette. In one, however, the vignette is a heart standing above a vase. In another, the deceased is seen adoring his heart, and in another, the deceased is standing before four gods, one of whom is offering a heart to him. Text, the chapter of not letting the heart of the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, Nu, triumphant, be driven away from him in the underworld. He saith, O my heart, my mother, O my heart, my mother, O my heart of my existence upon earth, may not stand up to oppose me in judgment in the presence of the lords of the trial. Let it not be said of me and of that which I have done, he hath done deeds against that which is right and true. May not be against me in the presence of the great God, the Lord of Amentet. Homage to thee, O my heart. Homage to thee, O my heart. Homage to you, O my reigns. Homage to you, O ye gods, who dwell in the divine clouds, and who are exalted or holy by reason of your scepters. Speak ye for me fair things to Ra, and make ye me to prosper before Nehebka. And behold me, even though I be joined to the earth in the mighty innermost parts thereof. Let me remain upon the earth, and let me not die in Amentet, but become a Khu therein. The deceased spearing a crocodile, but in the Sa'ite recension, the deceased is attacking 4 crocodiles. Text, the chapter of beating back the crocodile that cometh to carry away the charm from Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, triumphant, the son of the overseer of the palace, Amenhetep, triumphant in the underworld, he saith, Get thee back, return, get thee back, thou crocodile fiend, Sui. Thou shalt not advance to me, for I live by reason of the magical words which I have by me. I do not utter that name of thine to the great God who will cause thee to come to the 2 divine envoys. The name of the one is Beti, and the name of the other is Ra-Ken-Ma'at. Heaven hath power over its seasons, and the magical word hath power over that which is in its possession. Let therefore my mouth have power over the magical word which is therein. My front teeth are like unto flint knives, and my jaw teeth are like unto the nome of Tutef. Hail thou that sittest with thine eyeball upon these my magical words. Thou shalt not carry them away, O thou crocodile that livest by means of magical words. In the Turin Papyrus, the following lines are added to this chapter. I am the prince in the field, I, even I, am Osiris, who hath shut in his father Seb, together with his mother Nut, on the day of the great slaughter. My father is Seb, and my mother is Nut. I am Horus, the firstborn of Ra, who is crowned. I am Anpu, Anubis, on the day of reckoning. I am Osiris, the prince, who goeth in and declareth the offerings which are written down. I am the guardian of the door of Osiris, even I. I have come, I have become glorious, or a Khu. I have been reckoned up, I am strong. I have come, and I avenge mine own self. I have sat in the birth chamber of Osiris, and I was born with him, and I renew my youth along with him. I have laid hold upon the thigh, which was by Osiris, and I have opened the mouth of the gods therewith. I sit upon the place where he sitteth, and I write down the number of the things which make strong the heart, thousands of loaves of bread, thousands of vases of beer, which are upon the altars of his father Osiris, numbers of jackals, wolves, oxen, red fowl, geese, and ducks. Horus hath done away with the sacrifices of Thoth. I fill the office of priest in the regions above, and I write down there the things which make strong the heart. I make offerings, or offerings are made to me at the altars of the prince of Tatu, and I have my being through the oblations made to him. I snuff the wind of the east by his head, and I lay hold upon the breezes of the west thereby. I go round about heaven in the 4 quarters thereof. I stretch out my hand and grasp the breezes of the south, which are upon its hair. Grant unto me air among the venerable beings and among those who eat bread. Rubric: if this chapter be known by the deceased, he shall come forth by day, he shall rise up to walk upon the earth among the living, and he shall never fail and come to an end, never, never, never. The mighty one fell down upon the place where he is, or as others say, upon his belly, but the company of the gods caught him and set him up again. My soul cometh, and it speaketh with its father, and the mighty one delivereth it from these 8 crocodiles. I know them by their names and what they live upon, and I am he who hath delivered his father from them. Get thee back, O crocodile, that dwellest in the west, thou that livest upon the stars which never rest, for that which is an abomination unto thee is in my belly. O thou that hast eaten the forehead of Osiris, I am Set. Get thee back, O crocodile, that dwellest in the west, for the serpent fiend Awe is in my belly, and I will give him unto thee. Let not thy flame be against me. Get thee back, O crocodile, that dwellest in the east, who feedest upon those who eat their own filth. For that which is an abomination unto thee is in my belly. I advance, I am Osiris. Get thee back, O crocodile, that dwellest in the east. The serpent fiend Naal is in my belly, and I will give him unto thee. Let not thy flame be against me. Get thee back, O crocodile, that dwellest in the south, who feedest upon filth and waste and dirt. For that which is an abomination unto thee is in my belly. Shall not the flame be on thy hand? I am Sept. Get thee back, O crocodile, that dwellest in the south, for I am safe by reason of my charm. My fist is among the flowers, and I will not give it unto thee. Get thee back, O crocodile, that dwellest in the north, who feedest upon what is offered within the hours, for that which thou abominatest is in my belly. Let not thy venom be upon my head, for I am Tem. Get thee back, O crocodile, that dwellest in the north, for the goddess Serket is in my belly, and I have not yet brought her forth. I am Uach, Maati, or Murti. The things which are created are in the hollow of my hand, and those which have not yet come into being are in my body. I am clothed and wholly provided with thy magical words, O Ra, the which are in heaven above me, and in the earth beneath me. I have gained power and exaltation, and a full breathing throat in the abode of my father the mighty one, and he hath delivered unto me the beautiful Amentet, which destroyeth living men and women, but strong is its divine Lord, who suffereth from weakness, or, as others say, exhaustion twofold, therein day by day. My face is open, my heart is upon its seat, and the crown with the serpent is upon me day by day. I am Ra, who is his own protector, and nothing shall ever cast me to the ground. Hail, thou serpent Rerek, advance not hither. Behold, Seb and Shu, stand still now, and thou shalt eat the rat, which is an abominable thing unto Ra, and thou shalt crunch the bones of the filthy cat. He saith, O serpent, I am the flame which shineth upon the opener of hundreds of thousands of years, and the standard of the god Tenpu, or, as others say, the standard of young plants and flowers. Depart ye from me, for I am the divine Maftet. In the Turin Papyrus, the vignette shows the deceased in the act of spearing a serpent. Text, the chapter of not letting Nu, the Chancellor-in-Chief, triumphant, be devoured by serpents in the underworld. He saith, Hail, thou god Shu! Behold Tatu! Behold Shu! Hail, Tatu! Shu hath the headdress of the goddess Hathor. They nurse Osiris. Behold the twofold being who is about to eat me. Alighting from the boat, I depart, and the serpent fiend Sek passeth me by. Behold, Sam and Aket, flowers are kept under guard. This being is Osiris, and he maketh entreaty for his tomb. The eyes of the divine prince are dropped, and he performeth the reparation which is to be done for thee. He giveth unto thee thy portion of right and truth, according to the decision concerning the states and conditions of men. Apsha'it, which has been identified with the cockroach. The Apsha'it is probably the beetle which is often found crushed between the bandages of poorly made mummies, or even inside the body itself, where it has forced its way in search of food. Text, the chapter of driving away Apsha'it. Osiris Nu, the Chancellor-in-Chief, triumphant, saith, Depart from me, O thou that hast lips which gnaw, for I am Khnemu, the Lord of Peshanu, and bring the words of the gods to Ra, and I report my message to the Lord thereof. To Urei, with tails entwined upon the emblem of gold. In the vignette of this chapter in the Turin Papyrus, the deceased is seen spearing a serpent. Text, the chapter of driving back the two Merti goddesses. Nu, the Chancellor-in-Chief, triumphant, saith, Homage to you, ye two Rekhet goddesses, ye two sisters, ye two merit goddesses, I bring a message to you concerning my magical words. I shine from the Sektet boat. I am Horus, the son of Osiris, and I have come to see my father, Osiris. Vignette: the deceased holding a sail, symbolic of air. Text: the chapter of living by air in the underworld. The scribe Nebseni, the Lord to whom veneration is paid, saith, I am the god Tem, who cometh forth out of Nu into the watery abyss. I have received my habitation of Amentet, and have given commands with my words to the Khus, whose abiding places are hidden, to the Khus, and to the double lion god. I have made journeys round about, and I have sung hymns of joy in the boat of Khepera. I have eaten therein, I have gained power therein, and I live therein through the breezes which are there. I am the guide in the boat of Ra, and he openeth out for me a path. He maketh a passage for me through the gates of the god Seb. I have seized and carried away those who live in the embrace of the god the mighty one. I am the guide of those who live in their shrines, the two brother gods, Horus and Set, and I bring the noble ones with me. I enter in, and I come forth, and my throat is not slit. I go into the boat of Maat, and I pass in among those who live in the Atet boat, and who are in the following of Ra, and are nigh unto him in his horizon. I live after my death day by day, and I am strong even as is the double lion god. I live, and I am delivered after my death. I, the scribe Nebseni, the Lord of piety, who filled the earth and come forth like the lily of mother of emerald, of the god Hetep of the two lands. The deceased holding in his left hand a sail, symbolic of air, and attacking three serpents with a knife which he holds in his right hand. In the Turin papyrus, the deceased holds a sail in the left hand and the symbol of life in the right. Text: the chapter of living by air in the underworld. Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, triumphant, the son of the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, Amenhetep, triumphant, saith, I am the double lion god, the firstborn of Ra and Tem, of Ha-Kabti, the gods who dwell in their divine chambers. Those who dwell in their divine abodes have become my guides, and they make paths for me as they revolve in the watery abyss of the sky by the side of the path of the boat of Tem. I stand upon the timbers of the boat of Ra. I recite his ordinances to the beings who have knowledge, and I am the herald of his words to him whose throat stinketh. I set free my divine fathers at eventide. I close the lips of my mouth, and I eat like unto a living being. I have life in Tatu, and I live again after death like Ra, day by day.
Part 10.
The deceased spearing a serpent. Text: the chapter of driving back the serpent, Rerek, in the underworld. Osiris Mesemneter saith, Get thee back, depart, retreat from me, O Apeth. Withdraw, or thou shalt be drowned at the pool of Nu, at the place where thy father hath ordered that thy slaughter shall be performed. Depart thou from the divine place of birth of Ra, wherein is thy terror. I am Ra, who dwelleth in his terror. Get thee back, fiend, before the darts of his beams. Ra hath overthrown thy words, the gods have turned thy face backwards, the lynx hath torn open thy breast, the scorpion hath cast fetters upon thee, and Maat hath sent forth thy destruction. Those who are in the ways have overthrown thee. Fall down and depart, O Apep, thou enemy of Ra, O thou that passest over the region in the eastern part of heaven with the sound of the roaring thundercloud. O Ra, who openest the gates of the horizon straightway on thy appearance, Apep hath sunk helpless under thy gashings. I have performed thy will, O Ra, I have performed thy will. I have done that which is fair. I have done that which is fair. I have labored for the peace of Ra. I have made to advance thy fetters, O Ra, and Apep hath fallen through thy drawing them tight. The gods of the south and of the north, of the west and of the east have fastened chains upon him, and they have fettered him with fetters. The god Rekes hath overthrown him, and the god Hertit hath put him in chains. Ra setteth, Ra setteth, Ra is strong at his setting. Apep hath fallen, Apep, the enemy of Ra, departeth. Greater is the punishment which hath been inflicted on thee than the sting which is in the scorpion goddess, and mightily hath she, whose course is everlasting, worked it upon thee, and with deadly effect. Thou shalt never enjoy the delights of love. Thou shalt never fulfill thy desire, O Apep, thou enemy of Ra. He maketh thee to go back, O thou who art hateful to Ra. He looketh upon thee, get thee back. He pierceth thy head. He cutteth through thy face. He divideth thy head at the two sides of the ways, and it is crushed in his land. Thy bones are smashed in pieces. Thy members are hacked off thee, and the god Acre hath condemned thee, O Apep, thou enemy of Ra. Thy mariners are those who keep the reckoning for thee, O Ra, as thou advancest, and thou restest there wherein are the offerings made to thee. As thou advancest towards the house, the advance which thou hast made towards the house is a prosperous advance. Let not any baleful obstacle proceed from thy mouth against me when thou workest on my behalf. I am Set, who let loose the storm clouds and the thunder in the horizon of heaven, even as doth the god Necheb-ab-eth. Hail, saith the god Tem, make strong your faces, O soldiers of Ra, for I have driven back the god Nencha in the presence of the divine sovereign princes. Hail, saith the god Seb, make ye firm those who are upon their seats, which are in the boat of Khepera. Take ye your ways, grasping your weapons of war in your hands. Hail, saith Hathor, take ye your armor. Hail, saith Nut, come and repulse the god. T'cha, who pursueth him that dwelleth in his shrine, and who setteth out on his way alone, namely Neber-chur, who cannot be repulsed. Hail, say those gods who dwell in their companies and who go round about the turquoise pool. Come, O mighty one, we praise, and we will deliver the mighty one who dwelleth in the divine shrine, from whom proceeds the company of the gods. Let commemorations be made for him. Let praise be given to him. Let words of praise be recited before him by you and by me. Hail, saith Nut, to thy sweet one. Hail, saith those who dwell among the gods. He cometh forth, he findeth his way, he maketh captives among the gods. He hath taken possession of the goddess Nut, and Seb standeth up. Hail, thou terrible one, the company of the gods is on the march. Hathor quaketh with terror, and Ra hath triumphed over Apep. Vignette: the deceased spearing a serpent which has sprung upon an ass and is biting into his neck. Text: the chapter of driving back the eater of the ass. Osiris Ra, triumphant, saith: 1. Get thee back. Hi, thou impure one, thou abomination of Osiris. Thoth hath cut off thy head, and I have performed upon thee all the things which the company of the gods ordered concerning thee in the matter of the work of thy slaughter. Get thee back, thou abomination of Osiris, from the Neshmet boat, which advanceth with a fair wind. Ye are holy, O all ye gods, and ye have cast down headlong the enemies of Osiris. The gods of Te-ur shout for joy. Get thee back, O thou eater of the ass, thou abomination of the god Haas, who dwelleth in the underworld. I know thee, I know thee, I know thee, I know thee. Who art thou? I am. 2. On thy face, O fiend, and devour me not, for I am pure, and I am with the time which cometh of itself. Thou shalt not come to me, O thou that comest without being invoked, and whose time of coming is unknown. I am the Lord of thy mouth. Get thee back, thou and thy desires. Hail, Haos, with his stone knife. Horus hath cut asunder thy members, and thou art destroyed within thy company, and thy bend or dwelling place is destroyed for thee by the company of the gods who dwell in the cities of Pe and Tep. He that slayeth thee there is in the form of the eye of Horus, and I have driven thee away as thou wast advancing, and I have vanquished thee by the winds of my mouth. O thou eater of those who commit sins, who dost plunder and spoil, I have committed no sin. Therefore let my palate and the writings with hostile charges against me upon them be given unto me. I have done no wrong in the presence of the sovereign princes, therefore shoot not thy venom at me. I give, do thou take according to what I order. Snatch me not away, and eat me not, for I am the Lord of life, the Prince, life, health, strength of the horizon. In the Turin Papyrus, the deceased is piercing a serpent which lies writhing on a barred instrument. Text, the chapter of driving away the slaughterings which are performed in the underworld. Nebseni, the scribe and designer in the temples of Upper and Lower Egypt, he to whom fair veneration is paid, the son of the scribe and artist Thena, triumphant, saith, Hail, Tem, I have become glorious, or Aku, in the presence of the double lion god, the great god, therefore open thou unto me the gate of the god Seb. I smell the earth, I bow down so that my nose toucheth the ground, of the great god who dwelleth in the underworld, and I advance into the presence of the company of the gods who dwell with the beings who are in the underworld. Hail, thou guardian of the divine door of the city of Beta, thou god Neti, who dwellest in Amentet. I eat food, and I have life through the air, and the god Ach-ur leadeth me with him to the mighty boat of Khepera. I hold converse with the divine mariners at eventide. I enter in, I go forth, and I see the being who is there. I lift him up, and I say that which I have to say unto him whose throat stinketh for lack of air. I have life, and I am delivered, having lain down in death. Hail, thou that bringest offerings and oblations, bring forward thy mouth, and make to draw nigh the writings or lists of offerings and oblations. Set thou right and truth firmly upon their throne, make thou the writings to draw nigh, and set thou up the goddesses in the presence of Osiris, the mighty god, the Prince of everlastingness, who counteth his years, who hearkeneth unto those who are in the islands or pools, who raiseth his right shoulder, who judgeth the divine princes, and who sendeth Osiris into the presence of the great sovereign princes who live in the underworld. The deceased, standing before Osiris with his left hand raised to his mouth, or the deceased holding a serpent in his hands, or the deceased addressing a serpent which has its head turned away, or the deceased drawing a cord from round the top of a tet, emblem of stability. Text, the chapter of driving back the slaughterings which are performed in Sutton Henan. Osiris Nu, triumphant, saith, O thou land of the scepter, literally wood, O thou white crown of the divine form, O thou resting place of the boat, I am the child, I am the child, I am the child, I am the child. Hail, Abu-Ur, thou sayest day by day, the slaughter block is made ready as thou knowest, and thou hast come to decay. I am Ra, the stablisher of those who praise him. I am the knot of the god within the Aser tree, the doubly beautiful one, who is more splendid than yesterday, say 4 times. I am Ra, the stablisher of those who praise him. I am the knot of the god within the Aser tree, and my going forth is the going forth of Ra on this day. My hair is the hair of Nu, my face is the face of the disk. My eyes are the eyes of Hathor, my ears are the ears of Ap-Uat, my nose is the nose of Khenti-Khas, my lips are the lips of Anpu. My teeth are the teeth of Serket. My neck is the neck of the divine goddess Isis. My hands are the hands of Ba-Neb-Tatu. My forearms are the forearms of Neith, the lady of Sais. My backbone is the backbone of Suti. My phallus is the phallus of Osiris. My reins are the reins of the lords of Kher-Raba. My chest is the chest of the mighty one of terror. My belly and back are the belly and back of Sekhet. My buttocks are the buttocks of the eye of Horus. My hips and legs are the hips and legs of Nut. My feet are the feet of Ptah. My fingers and my leg bones are the fingers and leg bones of the living gods. There is no member of my body which is not the member of some god. The god Thoth shieldeth my body altogether. And I am Ra day by day. I shall not be dragged back by my arms, and none shall lay violent hold upon my hands, and shall do me hurt, neither men nor gods, nor the sainted dead, nor those who have perished, nor any one of those of ancient times, nor any mortal, nor any human being. I am he who cometh forth, advancing, whose name is unknown. I am yesterday, and seer of millions of years is my name. I pass along the paths of the divine celestial judges. I am the Lord of eternity, and I decree and I judge like the god Khepera. I am the Lord of the Urarat crown. I am he who dwelleth in the Utchat, and in the egg, in the Utchat, and in the egg, and it is given unto me to live with them. I am he that dwelleth in the Utchat when it closeth, and I exist by the strength thereof. I come forth and I shine. I enter in and I come to life. I am in the Utchat, my seat is upon my throne, and I sit in the abode of splendor before it. I am Horus, and I traverse millions of years. I have given the decree for the establishing of my throne, and I am the ruler thereof. And in very truth my mouth keepeth an even balance, both in speech and in silence. In very truth my forms are inverted. I am un-Nepher from one season even unto another, and what I have is within me. I am the only one who proceedeth from an only one who goeth round about in his course. I am he who dwelleth in the Utchat. No evil thing of any form or kind shall spring up against me, and no baleful object, and no harmful thing, and no disastrous thing shall happen unto me. I open the door in heaven. I govern my throne, and I open up the way for the births which take place on this day. I am the child who marcheth along the road of yesterday. I am today for untold nations and peoples. I am he who protecteth you for millions of years, and whether ye be denizens of the heavens, or of the earth, or of the south, or of the north, or of the east, or of the west, the fear of me is in your bodies. I am he whose being has been molded in his eye, and shall not die again. My moment is in your bodies, but my forms are in my place of habitation. I am he who cannot be known, but the red ones have their faces directed towards me. I am the unveiled one. The season wherein the God created the heavens for me, and enlarged the bounds of the earth, and made great the progeny thereof, cannot be found out, but they fail, and are not united again. My name setteth itself apart from all things, and from the great evil which is in the mouths of men, by reason of the speech which I address unto you. I am he who riseth and shineth, the wall which cometh out of a wall, an only one who proceedeth from an only one. There is never a day that passeth without the things which appertain unto him being therein. Passing, 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 passing. Verily I say unto thee, I am the sprout which cometh forth from new, and my mother is Nut. Hail, O my Creator! I am he who hath no power to walk, the great Knot who is within yesterday. The might of my strength is within my hand. I myself am not known, but I am he who knoweth thee. I cannot be held with the hand, but I am he who can hold thee in his hand. Hail, O egg! Hail, O egg! I am Horus, who lived for millions of years, whose flame shineth upon you, and bringeth your hearts to me. I have the command of my throne, and I advance at this season. I have opened a path, and I have delivered myself from all evil things. I am the dog-headed ape of gold 3 palms, and 2 fingers high, which hath neither arms nor legs, and dwelleth in Het-ka-patah, Memphis, and I go forth as goeth forth the dog-headed ape that dwelleth in Het-ka-patah. In the Papyrus of Ani, sheet 32, only a portion of this chapter is given, that is, the section which gives the names of the deities with whom the various members of the body of the deceased are identified. This section is arranged in tabular form, and carefully drawn vignettes giving pictures of the gods mentioned are added. The following is the translation. Vignette: the god Nu. Text: the hair of Osiris Ani, triumphant, is the hair of Nu. Vignette: Ra, hawk-headed and wearing a disk. Text: the face of Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant, is the face of Ra. Vignette: the goddess Hathor, with horns and a disk on her head. Text: the eyes of Osiris Ani, triumphant, are the eyes of Hathor. Vignette: the god Apuat, jackal-headed, on a standard. Text: the ears of Osiris Ani, triumphant, are the ears of Apuat. Vignette: the god Anpu, jackal-headed. Text: the lips of Osiris Ani, triumphant, are the lips of Anpu. Vignette: the scorpion goddess Serket, holding the emblems of life and eternity. Text: the teeth of Osiris Ani, triumphant, are the teeth of Serket. Vignette: the goddess Isis. Text: the neck of Osiris Ani, triumphant, is the neck of Isis. Vignette: a ram-headed god having a serpent between his horns. Text: the hands of Osiris Ani, triumphant, are the hands of Ba-neb-Tatu. Vignette: the goddess Uatchit. Text: the shoulder of Osiris Ani, triumphant, is the shoulder of Uatchit. Vignette: the goddess Mert, standing on the symbol of gold, her hands outstretched, and she has on her head a cluster of plants. Text: the throat of Osiris Ani, triumphant, is the throat of Mert. Vignette: the goddess Neith. Text: the forearms of Osiris Ani, triumphant, are the forearms of the Lady of Sais. Vignette: the god Set. Text: the backbone of Osiris Ani, triumphant, is the backbone of Set. Vignette: a god. Text: the chest of Osiris Ani, triumphant, is the chest of the lords of Kher-Abba. Vignette: a god. Text: the flesh of Osiris Ani, triumphant, is the flesh of the mighty one of terror. Vignette: a god. Text: the reins and back of Osiris Ani, triumphant, are the reins and back of Sekhet. Vignette: an uchat upon a pylon. Text: the buttocks of Osiris Ani, triumphant, are the buttocks of the eye of Horus. Vignette: Osiris wearing the Atef crown and holding the flail and crook. Text: the phallus of Osiris Ani, triumphant, is the phallus of Osiris. Vignette: the goddess Nut. Text: the legs of Osiris Ani, triumphant, are the legs of Nut. Vignette: the god Ptah, standing on the pedestal of Maat. Text: the feet of Osiris Ani, triumphant, are the feet of Ptah. Vignette: the star Orion. Text: the fingers of Osiris Ani, triumphant, are the fingers of Orion. Vignette: 3 Ui. Text: the leg bones of Osiris Ani, triumphant, are the leg bones of the living Ui. In the Turin Papyrus, the deceased is seen adoring 3 gods, each of whom holds the emblem of life in his right hand and a scepter in his left. Text: the chapter of not letting the head of a man be cut off from him in the underworld. Osiris Ani, triumphant, saith: I am the Great One, son of the Great One. I am fire, the son of fire, to whom was given his head after it had been cut off. The head of Osiris was not taken away from him. Let not the head of Osiris Ani be taken away from him. I have knit myself together. I have made myself whole and complete. I have renewed my youth. I am Osiris, the Lord of eternity. Vignette: the scribe Ani, clothed in white and seated in a chair. He holds in the right hand the Kerp scepter, and in the left a long staff. Before him is a table. In the Turin Papyrus, the deceased is seen standing before a funeral coffer or shrine. Text: the chapter of not dying a second time in the underworld. Osiris Ani triumphant saith, "My place of hiding is opened, my place of hiding is revealed. The Khus have fallen into the darkness, but the eye of Horus hath made me mighty, and the god Apuat hath nursed me like a babe. I have hidden myself with you, O ye stars that never diminish. My brow is like unto that of Ra, my face is open, my heart is upon its throne. I have power over the speech of my mouth, I have knowledge. In very truth, I am Ra himself. I am not held to be a person of no account, and violence shall not be done unto me. Thy father liveth for thee, O son of Nut. I am thy son, O great one, and I have seen the hidden things which belong unto thee. I am crowned king of the gods. I shall not die a second time in the underworld." Vignette: the mummy of the scribe Ani being embraced by Anubis, jackal-headed, the god of the dead. Text: the chapter of not suffering corruption in the underworld. Osiris Ani triumphant saith, "O thou who canst not move like unto Osiris, O thou who canst not move like unto Osiris, O thou whose limbs cannot move like unto those of Osiris, let not thy limbs be without movement. Let them not suffer corruption. Let them not pass away. Let them not decay. And let them be fashioned for me as if I myself were Osiris." Rubric: if the deceased know this chapter, he shall never suffer corruption in the underworld. The doorway of the tomb. By one post stands the soul of the scribe Ani in the form of a human-headed hawk, and by the other the Bennu bird. Text: the chapter of not perishing and of becoming alive in the underworld. Osiris Ani saith, "Hail, ye children of the god Shu! Hail, ye children of the god Shu! The Tuat underworld hath gained the mastery over his diadem. Like the Hammemet, beings may I arise, even as Osiris doth arise and fare forth." Chapter 47. Vignette: in the Theban Recension, this chapter has no vignette, but in the Turin Papyrus a funeral shrine is depicted with the soul of the deceased on one side of it and the Bennu bird on the other. Text: the chapter of not allowing the seat and throne of Nu, the overseer of the palace and chancellor-in-chief, to be taken away from him in the underworld. He saith, "O my seat, O my throne, come ye to me, and go ye round about me. I am your Lord, O ye gods. Come ye and take up your places in my train. I am the son of your Lord, and ye belong to me through my divine Father, who hath made you. O my seat, O my throne, come ye to me, and go ye round about me, O ye gods. I am a spiritual body, Sa, therefore let me rise up among those who follow the great God. I am the son of Maati, and that which he abominateth is the speech of falsehood. I am in triumph." The deceased is represented standing with his back to a gory knife which rests on its block. Text: the chapter of not entering in unto the block of the god. Nebseni saith, "The 4 bones or knots of my neck and back have been joined together for me by the guardian of heaven, who stablished the knot for him who lay helpless at the breasts of his mother on the day of cutting off the hair. The bones of my neck and back have been knit together by the god Set, and by the company of the gods as strongly as they were in the time that is past. May nothing happen to break them apart. Make ye me strong. The goddess Nut hath joined together the bones of my neck and back, and they are even as they were in the time that is past, when I saw the true birth of the gods in visible forms take place in its true and right order. I am Peti, and I am in the presence of the great God." Chapter 50b. Text: the chapter of not entering in unto the block. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, Nu, triumphant, saith, I have joined up my head and neck in heaven and in earth. Behold, it is Ra, who day by day establisheth the knot for him who stood helpless upon his legs on the day of cutting off the hair. The god Suti and the company of the gods have joined together my neck and my back strongly, and they are even as they were in the time that is past. May nothing happen to break them apart. Make ye me strong against the slaughterer of my divine father. I have gotten power over my two lands. The goddess Nut hath joined together the bones of my neck and back, and I behold them as they were in the time that is past, when as yet I had not seen Maat, and when the gods were not born in visible forms. I am Penti, and I am in the form of the destroyer of the great gods. Vignette. This chapter is without a vignette. In the Theban recension in the Turin Papyrus, an upright figure of the deceased forms the vignette. Text, the chapter of not marching to be overthrown in the underworld. The overseer of the palace Nu, triumphant, saith, That which is an abomination unto me, that which is an abomination unto me, let me not eat. That which is an abomination unto me, that which is an abomination unto me is filth. Let me not eat it in the place of the sepulchral cakes which are offered unto the cause. Let me not be destroyed thereby. Let me not be compelled to take it into my hands. And let me not be compelled to walk thereon in my sandals. Text, the chapter of not eating filth in the underworld. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, Nu, triumphant, saith, That which is an abomination unto me, that which is an abomination unto me, let me not eat. That which is an abomination unto me, that which is an abomination unto me is filth. Let me not eat it in the place of the sepulchral cakes which are offered unto the cause. Let it not light upon my body. Let me not be obliged to take it into my hands, and let me not be obliged to walk thereon in my sandals. What now wilt thou live upon in the presence of the gods? Let food come unto me from the place whither thou wilt bring food. And let me live upon the 7 loaves of bread which shall be brought as food before Horus, and upon the bread which is brought before Thoth. The gods shall say unto me, What manner of food wouldst thou have given unto thee? And I reply, Let me eat my food under the sycamore tree of my lady, the goddess Hathor, and let my times be among the divine beings who have alighted thereon. Let me have the power to order my own fields in Tatu, and my own growing crops in Anu. Let me live upon bread made of white barley, and let my beer be made from red grain, and may the persons of my father and mother be given unto me as guardians of my door, and for the ordering of my territory. Let me be sound and strong, let me have a large room, and let me be able to sit wheresoever I please. Text, the chapter of not eating filth and of not drinking foul water in the underworld. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, Nu, triumphant, saith, I am the bull with 2 horns, and I lead along the heavens. I am the Lord of the risings of the heavens, the great illuminer, who cometh forth out of flame, the bestower of years, the far extending one, the double lion god, and there hath been given to me the journey of the god of splendor, Ku. That which is an abomination unto me, that which is an abomination unto me, let me not eat. Let me not eat filth, and let me not drink foul water, and let me not be tripped up and fall in the underworld. I am the Lord of cakes in Anu, and my bread is in heaven with Ra, and my cakes are on the earth with the god Seb, for the Sektet boat and the Atet boat have brought them to me from the house of the great God who is in Anu. I have put away from me my associates, and I have united myself to the boat of heaven. I eat of what they, the gods, or the divine boatmen, eat there. I live upon what they live upon there, and I eat of the cakes which are in the hall of the Lord of sepulchral offerings. I, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, Nu, triumphant, in white and holding a sail, symbolic of air, in his left hand. Text, the chapter of giving air to the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, Nu, triumphant, in the underworld. He saith, Hail, thou god Temu, grant unto me the sweet breath which dwelleth in thy nostrils. I am the egg which is in Kenkenur, the great cackler, and I watch and guard that mighty thing which hath come into being, and with which the god Seb hath opened the earth. I live, and it liveth. I become old, I live, and I snuff the air. I am the god Utja Abet, the god who trieth hostility, and I resolve behind to protect his egg. I shine at the moment of Horus, the mighty god Sutti, whose strength is twofold. Hail, thou who makest sweet the seasons of the two earths, thou dweller among Techefau food, thou dweller in the cerulean heights of heaven, keep watch over the babe that dwelleth in his cot when he cometh forth to you. Text, the chapter of giving air in the underworld, saith Nu, triumphant, I am the jackal of jackals. I am Shu, and I draw air from the presence of the god of light, Khu, to the bounds of heaven, and to the bounds of earth, and to the bounds of the uttermost limits of the flight, literally feather, of the Neba bird. May air be given unto these young divine beings. In his hand a sail, symbolic of air. Text, the chapter of snuffing the air among the waters in the underworld. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, Nu, triumphant, saith, Hail, thou god Tem, grant thou unto me the sweet breath which dwelleth in thy nostrils. I embrace that great throne which is in the city of Hermopolis, and I keep watch over the egg of Kenken-Ur, great cackler. I germinate as it germinateth. I live as it liveth, and my breath is its breath. Vignette, the deceased standing in a stream of water and holding a sail in his left hand. Text, the chapter of snuffing the air and of having the mastery over the water in the underworld. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, Nu, triumphant, saith, Hail, Hapur, God of heaven, in thy name of divider of heaven, grant thou unto me that I may have dominion over the water, even as the goddess Sekhet had power over Osiris on the night of the storms and floods. Grant thou that I may have power over the divine princes who have their habitations in the place of the god of the inundation, even as they have power over their own holy god, of whose name they are ignorant. And may they let me have power, even as he hath let them have power. My nostrils are opened in Tatu, or as others say, my mouth and my nostrils are opened in Tatu, and I have my place of peace in Anu, which is my house. It was built for me by the goddess Sesheta, and the god Khnemu set it up for me upon its walls. If to this heaven it cometh by the north, I sit at the south. If to this heaven it cometh by the south, I sit at the north. If to this heaven it cometh by the west, I sit at the east. And if to this heaven it cometh by the east, I sit at the west. I draw the hair of my nostrils, and I make my way into every place in which I wish to sit. In the papyrus of Nefer Uben F, this chapter ends quite differently and reads, I am strong in my mouth and in my nostrils, for behold, Tem has established them. Behold, O ye gods and Khus, rest thou then, O Tem. Behold the staff which blossometh, and which cometh forth when a man crieth out in your names. Behold, I am Tem, the tree of the gods in their visible forms. Let me not be turned back. I am the Am Kent, Nefer Uben F, triumphant. Let neither my flesh nor my members be gashed with knives. Let me not be wounded by knives by you. I have come, I have been judged, I have come forth therein. I have power with my Father, the old man Nu. He hath granted that I may live. He hath given strength unto me, and he hath provided me with the inheritance of my Father therein.
Part 11.
Standing in a pool of running water. Each holds a sail, the symbol of air, in the left hand, and scoops up water to the mouth with the right hand. On the edges of the pool are palm trees, from the largest of which hang great clusters of dates. Text, the chapter of breathing the air and of having dominion over the water in the underworld. Osiris Ani saith, Open to me. Who art thou? Whither goest thou? What is thy name? I am one of you. Who are those with thee? The two serpent goddesses Murti. Separate thou from him, head from head, when thou goest into the divine Meskin chamber. He letteth me set out for the temple of the gods who have found their faces. Assembler of souls is the name of my boat. Making the hair to stand on end is the name of the oars. Goad is the name of the hold. Making straight for the middle is the name of the rudder. Likewise the boat is a type of my being borne onward in the pool. Let there be given unto me vessels of milk together with cakes, and loaves of bread, and cups of drink, and flesh in the temple of Anpu. Rubric, if he, the deceased, knoweth this chapter, he shall go into, after coming forth from, the underworld of the beautiful Amentet. Vignette, Ani kneeling beside a pool of water, wherein grows a sycamore tree. In the tree appears the goddess Nut, pouring out water for him from a vessel with the right hand, and giving him cakes with the left. Text, the chapter of snuffing the air and of having dominion over the waters in the underworld. Osiris Ani saith, Hail, thou sycamore tree of the goddess Nut, grant thou to me of the water and of the air which dwell in thee. I embrace the throne which is in Unu, Hermopolis, and I watch and guard the egg of Nekekur, the great cackler. It groweth, I grow. It liveth, I live. It snuffeth the air, I snuff the air. I, the Osiris Ani, in triumph. Vignette, the deceased holding in his left hand a sail, symbolic of air. Text, another chapter. Osiris Auf Ankh, triumphant, saith, Let the gates of heaven be opened for me by the god Thoth, and by Hapi, and let me pass through the doors of Ta-Queb into the great heaven, or as others say at the time, or as others say with the strength of Ra, grant ye, O Thoth and Hapi, that I may have power over the water, even as Set had power over his enemies on the day when there were storms and rain upon the earth. Let me have power over the divine beings who have mighty arms in their shoulders, even as the God who is apparelled in splendor and whose name is unknown had power over them. And may I have power over the beings whose arms are mighty. Vignette, The scribe Ani, clothed in white, clasping to his breast his soul, which is in the form of a human-headed hawk. Text: the chapter of not letting the soul of a man be taken from him in the underworld. Osiris, the scribe Ani, saith, I, even I, am he who came forth from the water flood, which I make to overflow, and which becometh mighty as the river Nile. Vignette: the scribe Ani, clothed in white, clasping to his breast his soul, which is in the form of a human-headed hawk. Text: the chapter of not letting the soul of a man be taken from him in the underworld. Osiris, the scribe Ani, saith, I, even I, am he who came forth from the water flood, which I make to overflow, and which becometh mighty as the river Nile. Vignette: the deceased drinking water from a running stream, or the deceased kneeling by the side of a pool of water and receiving water in a bowl which he holds in his left hand from a vessel which the goddess of the sycamore tree, Nut, is emptying into it. In the Turin papyrus, the deceased is pouring out water from two vessels before the symbol of flame. Text: the chapter of drinking water and of not being burnt by fire in the underworld. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief Nu, triumphant, saith, Hail, bull of Amentet, I am brought unto thee, I am the oar of Ra, wherewith he ferried over the divine aged ones. Let me neither be burnt up nor destroyed by fire. I am Bet, the firstborn son of Osiris, who doth meet every god within his eye in Anu. I am the divine heir, the exalted one, the mighty one, the resting one. I have made my name to germinate. I have delivered it, and thou shalt live through me day by day. Text: the chapter of not being scalded with water. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, Nu, triumphant, saith, I am the oar made ready for rowing, wherewith Ra transported the boat containing the divine ancestors, and lifted up the moist emanations of Osiris from the lake of fire, and he was not burned. I lie down like a divine Khu, and like Khnemu, who dwelleth among lions. Come, break away the restraints from him that passeth by the side of this path, and let me come forth by it. On a coffin of the 11th dynasty, both versions occur. The rubric of one version says that it was discovered in the reign of Hesepti, that is, about BC 4266, while the rubric of the other attributes its discovery to the time of Mentuhotep, which is clearly a mistake, for Menkau-Ra, my Serenus. Thus, in the 11th dynasty, it was believed that the chapter might even be as ancient as the time of the first dynasty. There is little doubt that the chapter was looked upon as an abridgment of all the chapters of Coming Forth by Day, and that it had a value which was equivalent to them all. Chapter 64, Vignette: the deceased adoring the sun's disk, which rises above the top of a tree. Text: the chapter of Coming Forth by Day in the underworld. Nebseni, Lord of Reverence, saith, I am yesterday, today, and tomorrow, and I have the power to be born a second time. I am the divine hidden soul who createth the gods, and who giveth sepulchral meals unto the denizens of the Tuat underworld, Amentet, and heaven. I am the rudder of the east, the possessor of two divine faces, wherein his beams are seen. I am the Lord of the men who are raised up, the Lord who cometh forth from out of the darkness, and whose forms of existence are of the house wherein are the dead. Hail, ye two hawks, who are perched upon your resting places, who hearken unto the things which are said by him, who guide the bier to the hidden place, who lead along Ra, and who follow him into the uppermost place of the shrine, which is in the celestial heights. Hail, Lord of the shrine, which standeth in the middle of the earth. He is I, and I am he, and Ptah hath covered his sky with crystal. Hail, Ra, thou who art content, thy heart is glad by reason of the beautiful law of the day. Thou enterest in by Kemenu, and comest forth at the east, and the divine firstborn beings who are in thy presence cry out with gladness unto thee. Make thou thy roads glad for me, and make broad for me thy paths, when I shall set out from earth for the life in the celestial regions. Send forth thy light upon me, O soul unknown, for I am one of those who are about to enter in, and the divine speech is in my ears in the Tuat underworld. And let no defects of my mother be imputed unto me. Let me be delivered, and let me be safe from him whose divine eyes sleep at eventide, when he gathereth together and finisheth the day in night. I flood the land with water, and Kemur is my name, and the garment wherewith I am clothed is complete. Hail, thou divine prince, Ati Shef, cry out unto those divine beings who dwell in their hair at the season when the god is lifted upon the shoulder, saying, Come, thou who dwellest above thy divine abyss of water, for verily the thigh of the sacrifice is tied to the neck, and the buttocks are laid upon the head of Amentet. May the Ur-Urti goddesses, that is, Isis and Nephthys, grant such gifts unto me when my tears start from me, as I see myself journeying with the divine Tenna in Abydos, and the wooden fastenings which fasten the four doors above thee are in thy power within thy garment. Thy face is like that of a greyhound which scenteth with his nose the place whither I go on my feet. The god Akah transporteth me to the chamber, and my nurse is the divine double lion god himself. I am made strong, and I come forth like him that forceth a way through the gate, and the radiance which my heart hath made is enduring. I know the abysses is thy name. I work for you, O ye Khus. 4,600,000, 1,200 are they, concerning the things which are there. I am over their affairs, working for hours and days, in setting straight the shoulders of the 12 Sa gods, and joining the hands of their company each to each. The sixth, who is at the head of the abyss, is the hour of the defeat of the fiends. I have come there in triumph, and I am he who is in the halls or courtyards of the underworld, and I am he who is laid under tribute to Shu. I rise as the Lord of life through the beautiful law of this day, and it is their blood and the cool water of their slaughter which make the union of the earth to blossom. I make a way among the horns of all those who make themselves strong against me, and among those who in secret make themselves adversaries unto me, and who are upon their bellies. I have come as the envoy of my Lord of Lords to give counsel concerning Osiris. The eye shall not absorb its tears. I am the divine envoy of the house of him that dwelleth in his possessions, and I have come from Sekhem to Anu to make known to the Bennu bird therein concerning the events of the Tuat underworld. Hail, thou Aukert, that is underworld, which hidest thy companion who is in thee, thou creator of forms of existence like the god Khepera. Grant thou that Nebseni, the scribe and designer to the temples of the south and of the north, may come forth to see the disk, and that his journeyings forth may be in the presence of the great God, that is to say, Shu, who dwelleth in everlastingness. Let me journey on in peace. Let me pass over the sky. Let me adore the radiance of the splendor which is in my sight. Let me soar like a bird to see the companies of the Khus in the presence of Ra day by day, who vivifieth every human being that walketh upon the regions which are upon the earth. Hail Hemti, that is runner. Hail Hemti, who carriest away the shades of the dead and the Khus from earth. Grant thou unto me a prosperous way to the Tuat underworld, such as is made for the favored ones of the god, because I am helpless to gather together the emanations which come from me. Who art thou then who consumest in its hidden place? I am the chief in Restau, and he that goeth in his own name, and cometh forth in that of Hehi, the Lord of millions of years and of the earth, is my name. The pregnant goddess hath deposited upon the earth her load, and hath given birth to Hit straightway. The closed door which is by the wall is overthrown, it is turned upside down, and I rejoice thereat. To the Mighty One hath his eye been given, and it sendeth forth light from his face when the earth becometh light, or at daybreak. I shall not become corrupt, but I shall come into being in the form of the Lion God, and like the blossoms of Shu. I am the being who is never overwhelmed in the waters. Happy, yea, happy is he that looked upon the funeral couch, which hath come to his place of rest upon the happy day of the God whose heart resteth, who maketh his place of alighting thereon. I am he who cometh forth by day, the Lord of the beer which giveth life in the presence of Osiris. In very truth, the things which are thine are stable each day, O scribe, artist, child of the Seshet chamber, Nebseni, Lord of veneration. I clasp the sycamore tree, I myself am joined unto the sycamore tree, and its arms are opened unto me graciously. I have come, and I have clasped the Uchat, and I have caused it to be seated in peace upon its throne. I have come to see Ra when he setteth, and I absorb into myself the winds which arise when he cometh forth, and both my hands are clean to adore him. I have gathered together all my members, I have gathered together all my members. I soar like a bird, and I descend upon the earth, and mine eye maketh me to walk thereon in my footsteps. I am the child of yesterday, and the Akeru gods of the earth have made me to come into being, and they have made me strong for my moment of coming forth. I hide with the god Abba Ayu, who will walk behind me, and my members shall germinate, and my khu shall be as an amulet for my body, and as one who watcheth to protect my soul, and to defend it, and to converse therewith. And the company of the gods shall hearken unto my words. Rubric: if this chapter be known by the deceased, he shall be victorious, both upon earth and in the underworld. He shall do whatsoever a man doeth who is upon the earth, and he shall perform all the deeds which those do who are alive. Now it is a great protection given by the god. This chapter was found in the city of Kemenu, inscribed upon the block of iron in letters of lapis lazuli, which was under the feet of this god. In the rubric to this chapter is found in the papyrus of Mesemneter. The chapter is said to have been discovered in the foundations of the shrine of the divine Henu boat by the chief mason in the time of the king of the north and of the south, Hesepti triumphant, and it is there directed that it shall be recited by one who is ceremonially pure and clean, and who hath not touched women, and who hath not eaten flesh of animals or fish. Chapter 64, Vignette. In the Papyrus of Nu, this chapter has no vignette. Text: the chapter of knowing the chapters of coming forth by day in a single chapter. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief Osiris Nu, triumphant, begotten of the overseer of the palace Amenhetep, triumphant, saith: I am yesterday and tomorrow, and I have the power to be born a second time. I am the divine hidden soul, who createth the gods, and who giveth sepulchral meals to the divine hidden beings in the Tuat underworld. In Amenti and in heaven, I am the rudder of the east, the possessor of two divine faces, wherein his beams are seen. I am the Lord of those who are raised up, the Lord who cometh forth from out of the darkness. Hail, ye two divine hawks, who are perched upon your resting places, and who hearken unto the things which are said by him. The thigh of the sacrifice is tied to the neck, and the buttocks are laid upon the head of Amentet. May the Urti goddesses, that is, Isis and Nephthys, grant such gifts unto me when my tears start from me as I look on. I know the abysses is thy name. I work for you, O ye Khus, who are in number 4,601,200, and they are in height 12 cubits. Ye travel on, joining the hands, each to each, but the 6th hour, which belongeth at the head of the Tuat underworld, is the hour of the overthrow of the fiend. I have come there in triumph, and I am he who is in the hall, or courtyard of the Tuat, and the 7 come in his manifestations. The strength which protecteth me is that which hath my coup under its protection, that is the blood, and the cool water, and the slaughterings which abound. I open a way among the horns of all those who would do harm unto me, who keep themselves hidden, who make themselves adversaries unto me, and those who are upon their bellies. The eye shall not eat or absorb the tears of the goddess Aukert. Hail, goddess Aukert, open thou unto me the enclosed place, and grant thou unto me pleasant roads whereupon I may travel. Who art thou then who consumest in the hidden places? I am the chief in Re-Stau, and I go in and come forth in my name of Hehi, the Lord of millions of years and of the earth. I am the maker of my name. The pregnant one hath deposited upon the earth her load, the door by the wall is shut fast, and the things of terror are overturned, and thrown down upon the backbone of the Bennu bird by the 2 Samaite goddesses. To the mighty one hath his eye been given, and his face emitteth light when he illumineth the earth. My name is his name. I shall not become corrupt, but I shall come into being in the form of the Lion God. The blossoms of Shu shall be in me. I am he who is never overwhelmed in the waters. Happy, yea, happy is the funeral couch of the still heart. He maketh himself to alight upon the pool, and verily he cometh forth therefrom. I am the Lord of my life. I have come to this place, and I have come forth from Re-Urt, the city of Osiris. Verily the things which are thine are with the Sariu deities. I have clasped the sycamore tree, and I have divided it. I have opened a way for myself among the Seku gods of the Tuat. I have come to see him that dwelleth in his divine Uraeus, face to face and eye to eye, and I draw to myself the winds which rise when he cometh forth. My 2 eyes are weak in my face, O Lion God, babe, who dwellest in Utent. Thou art in me, and I am in thee, and thy attributes are my attributes. I am the god of the inundation, Ba, and Quem-Ur-Shi is my name. My forms are the forms of the god Khepera, the hair of the earth of Tem, the hair of the earth of Tem. I have entered in as a man of no understanding, and I shall come forth in the form of a strong Khu, and I shall look upon my form, which shall be that of men and women forever and forever. Rubric 1. If this chapter be known by a man, he shall come forth by day, and he shall not be repulsed at any gate of that Tuat underworld, either in going in or in coming out. He shall perform all the transformations which his heart shall desire for him, and he shall not die. Behold, the soul of this man shall flourish, and moreover, if he know this chapter, he shall be victorious upon earth and in the underworld, and he shall perform every act of a living human being. Now it is a great protection which hath been given by the God. This chapter was found in the foundations of the shrine of Hennu by the chief mason during the reign of His Majesty, the King of the North and of the South, Hasepti Triumphant, who carried it away as a mysterious object which had never before been seen or looked upon. The chapter shall be recited by a man who is ceremonially clean and pure, who hath not eaten the flesh of animals or fish, and who hath not had intercourse with women. Rubric 2. If this chapter be known by the deceased, he shall be victorious both upon earth and in the underworld, and he shall perform every act of a living human being. Now it is a great protection which hath been given by the God. This chapter was found in the city of Kemenu upon a block of iron of the south, which had been inlaid with letters of real lapis lazuli, under the feet of the god during the reign of His Majesty, the King of the North and of the South, Men-Kau-Ra, my Serenus, triumphant, by the royal son Heru-Ta-Ta-F, triumphant. He found it when he was journeying about to make an inspection of the temples. One Nekhet was with him, who was diligent in making him to understand it, and he brought it to the king as a wonderful object when he saw that it was a thing of great mystery, which had never before been seen or looked upon. This chapter shall be recited by a man who is ceremonially clean and pure, who hath not eaten the flesh of animals or fish, and who hath not had intercourse with women. And behold, thou shalt make a scarab of green stone, with a rim plated with gold, which shall be placed in the heart of a man, and it shall perform for him the opening of the mouth, and thou shalt anoint it with anti unguent, and thou shalt recite over it these enchantments. Vignette: the deceased kneeling in adoration before Ra, hawk-headed and having a disc encircled by an uraeus on his head. Text: the chapter of coming forth by day and of gaining the mastery over enemies. The Chancellor-in-Chief Nu saith, Ra sitteth in his habitation of millions of years, and he hath gathered together the company of the gods, with those divine beings whose faces are hidden, who dwell in the temple of Khepera, who eat the god Ba, and who drink the drink offerings which are brought into the celestial regions of light, and conversely. Grant that I may take possession of the captives of Osiris, and never let me have my being among the fiends of Suti. Hail, let me sit upon his folds in the habitation of the god Usur Ba, that is, he of the strong soul. Grant thou that I may sit upon the throne of Ra, and let me have possession of my body before the god Seb. Grant thou that Osiris may come forth triumphant over Suti, and over the night watchers of Suti, and over the night watchers of the crocodile, yea, the night watchers of the crocodile, whose faces are hidden, and who dwell in the divine temple of the king of the north, in the apparel of the gods on the 6th day of the festival, whose snares are like unto everlastingness, and whose cords are like unto eternity. I have seen the god Abet-Ka placing the cord. The child is laid in fetters, and the rope of the god Ab-Ka is drawn tight. Behold me, I am born, and I come forth in the form of a living Khu, and the human beings who are upon the earth ascribe praise unto me. Hail, Mer, who doest these things for me, and who art put an end to by the vigor of Ra. Grant thou that I may see Ra. Grant thou that I may come forth against my enemies, and grant thou that I may be victorious over them in the presence of the sovereign princes of the great God, who are in the presence of the great God. If, repulsing me, thou dost not allow me to come forth against my enemy, and to be victorious over him before the sovereign princes, then may Hapi, who liveth upon law and order, not come forth into heaven. Now he liveth by Maat, and may Ra, who feedeth upon fish, not descend into the waters. And then verily shall Ra, who feedeth upon right and order, come forth into heaven. And then verily shall Hapi, who feedeth upon fish, descend into the waters. And then verily the great day upon the earth shall not be in its season. I have come against my enemy. He hath been given unto me. He hath come to an end, and I have gotten possession of him before the sovereign princes. Hail, thou who shinest from the moon, and who sendest forth light therefrom. Thou comest forth among thy multitudes, and thou goest round about. Let me rise, or as others say, let me be brought in among the Khus, and let the underworld be opened unto me. Behold, I have come forth on this day, and I have become a Khu, or a shining being. Therefore shall the Khus let me live, and they shall cause my enemies to be brought to me in a state of misery in the presence of the divine sovereign princes. The divine Ka, double of my mother, shall rest in peace because of this, and I shall stand upon my feet, and have a staff of gold, or as others say, a rod of gold in my hand, wherewith I shall inflict cuts on the limbs of mine enemy, and shall live. The legs of Sothis are established, and I am born in their state of rest. I have knowledge. I was conceived by the goddess Sekhet, and the goddess Neith gave birth to me. I am Horus, and I have come forth from the eye of Horus. I am Uchit, who came forth from Horus. I am Horus, and I fly up and perch myself upon the forehead of Ra in the bows of his boat, which is in heaven. Vignette: the deceased kneeling before a goddess seated by a tree, or the deceased standing by the side of a table of offerings and adoring a goddess who stands in a shrine. Text: the chapter of coming forth by day. The overseer of the palace, the Chancellor-in-Chief Nu, triumphant, saith, The doors of heaven are open for me. The doors of earth are open for me. The bars and bolts of Seb are open for me. And the first temple hath been unfastened for me by the god Petra. Behold, I was guarded and watched, but now I am released. Behold, his hand had tied cords round me, and his hand had darted upon me in the earth. Rehent hath been opened for me, and rehent hath been unfastened before me. Rehent hath been given unto me, and I shall come forth by day unto whatsoever place I please. I have gained the mastery over my heart. I have gained the mastery over my breast. I have gained the mastery over my 2 hands. I have gained the mastery over my 2 feet. I have gained the mastery over my mouth. I have gained the mastery over my whole body. I have gained the mastery over sepulchral offerings. I have gained the mastery over the waters. I have gained the mastery over the air. I have gained the mastery over the canal. I have gained the mastery over the river and over the land. I have gained the mastery over the furrows. I have gained the mastery over the male workers for me. I have gained the mastery over the female workers for me in the underworld. I have gained the mastery over all the things which were ordered to be done for me upon the earth, according to the entreaty which ye spake for me, saying, Behold, let him live upon the bread of Seb. That which is an abomination unto me I shall not eat, nay, I shall live upon cakes made of white grain, and my ale shall be made of the red grain of Hapi, that is, the Nile. In a clean place shall I sit on the ground beneath the foliage of the date palm of the goddess Hathor, who dwelleth in the spacious disk, as it advanceth to Anu, Heliopolis, having the books of the divine words of the writings of the god Thoth. I have gained the mastery over my heart. I have gained the mastery over my heart's place, or breast. I have gained the mastery over my mouth. I have gained the mastery over my 2 hands. I have gained the mastery over the waters. I have gained the mastery over the canal. I have gained the mastery over the river. I have gained the mastery over the furrows. I have gained the mastery over the men who work for me. I have gained the mastery over the women who work for me in the underworld. I have gained the mastery over all the things which were ordered to be done for me upon earth and in the underworld. I shall lift myself up on my left side, and I shall place myself on my right side. I shall lift myself up on my right side, and I shall place myself on my left side. I shall sit down, I shall stand up, and I shall place myself in the path of the wind like a guide who is well prepared. Rubric: if this composition be known by the deceased, he shall come forth by day, and he shall be in a position to journey about over the earth among the living, and he shall never suffer diminution, never, never.
Part 12.
I am the fire god, the divine brother of the fire god, and I am Osiris, the brother of Isis. My divine son, together with his mother Isis, hath avenged me on mine enemies. My enemies have wrought every kind of evil, therefore their arms and hands and feet have been fettered by reason of their wickedness, which they have wrought upon me. I am Osiris, the firstborn of the divine womb, the firstborn of the gods, and the heir of my father Osiris Seb. I am Osiris, the lords of the heads that live, mighty of breast and powerful of back, with a phallus which goeth to the remotest limits where men and women live. I am Sa, Orion, who travelleth over his domain, and who journeyeth along before the stars of heaven, which is the belly of my mother Nut. She conceived me through her love, and she gave birth to me because it was her will so to do. I am Anpu, Anubis, on the day of the god Sepa. I am the bull at the head of the meadow. I, even I, am Osiris, who imprisoned his father together with his mother on the day of making the great slaughter. Now his father is Seb, and his mother is Nut. I am Horus, the firstborn of Ra of the risings. I am Anpu, Anubis, on the day of the god Sepa. I, even I, am the Lord Tem. I am Osiris. Hail, thou divine firstborn, who dost enter and dost speak before the divine scribe and doorkeeper of Osiris, grant that I may come. I have become a Khu, I have been judged, I have become a divine being, I have come and I have avenged mine own body, I have taken up my seat by the divine birth chamber of Osiris, and I have destroyed the sickness and suffering which were there. I have become mighty, and I have become a divine being by the side of the birth chamber of Osiris. I am brought forth with him, I renew my youth, I renew my youth. I take possession of my 2 thighs, which are in the place where is Osiris, and I open the mouth of the gods therewith. I take my seat by his side, and Thoth cometh forth, and I am strengthened in heart with thousands of cakes upon the altars of my divine father, and with my beasts, and with my cattle, and with my red-feathered fowl, and with my oxen, and with my geese, and with my ducks, for Horus my chieftain, and with the offerings which I make to Thoth, and with the sacrifices which I offer up to An-Heri Ur-Teitza. I have sacrificed unto An-Heri Ur-Teitza, and I am decreed to be strengthened in heart, for I have made offerings at the altars of my divine father Osiris. I rule in Tatu, and I lift myself up over his land. I sniff the wind of the east by its hair. I lay hold upon the north wind by its hair. I seize and hold fast to the west wind by its body, and I go round about heaven on its four sides. I lay hold upon the south wind by its eye, and I bestow air upon the venerable beings who are in the underworld, along with the eating of cakes. Rubric: if this composition be known by the deceased upon earth, he shall come forth by day, and he shall have the faculty of travelling about among the living, and his name shall never perish. The deceased kneeling with both hands raised in adoration before the goddess Mayurt. The legend reads: the homage of the scribe Nebseni to the goddess Mayurt, Lady of Heaven and Mistress of Earth. Elsewhere, the deceased is seen adoring Ra in the presence of Thoth and Osiris. Text: the chapter of coming forth by day. The libationer, the Lord of Reverence Nebseni, saith: Hail, thou hawk, who risest in heaven, thou Lord of the goddess Mayurt, strengthen thou me according as thou hast strengthened thyself, and show thyself upon the earth, O thou that returnest and withdrawest thyself, and let thy will be done. Behold, the God of one face is with me. I am the hawk which is within the shrine, and I open that which is upon the hangings thereof. Behold, Horus, the son of Isis. Behold, Horus, the son of Isis, strengthen thou me according as thou hast strengthened thyself, and show thyself upon earth, O thou that returnest and withdrawest thyself, and let thy will be done. Behold, the God of one face is with me. I am the hawk in the southern heaven, and I am Thoth in the northern heaven. I make peace with the raging fire, and I bring Maat to him that loveth her. Behold, Thoth, even Thoth, strengthen thou me according as thou hast strengthened thyself, and show thyself upon earth, O thou that returnest and withdrawest thyself, and let thy will be done. Behold, the God of one face is with me. I am the plant of the region where nothing sprouteth, and the blossom of the hidden horizon. Behold, Osiris, yea, Osiris, strengthen thou me according as thou hast strengthened thyself, and show thyself upon earth, O thou that returnest and withdrawest thyself, and let thy will be done. Behold, the God of one face is with me. Hail, thou who standest upon thy legs in thine hour, or as others say, hail, thou who art victorious upon thy legs in thine hour, thou Lord of the two divine Techafi, who livest in the two divine Techafi. Strengthen thou me according as thou hast strengthened thyself, and show thyself upon earth, O thou that returnest and withdrawest thyself, and let thy will be done. Behold, the God of one face is with me. Hail, thou Nekhen, who art in thine egg, thou Lord of the goddess Mayurt. Strengthen thou me according as thou hast strengthened thyself, and show thyself upon earth, O thou that returnest and withdrawest thyself, and let thy will be done. Behold, the God of one face is with me. The God Sepek hath stood up within his ground, and the goddess Neith hath stood up within her plantation. O thou that returnest and withdrawest thyself, show thyself upon earth, and let thy will be done. Behold, the God of one face is with me. Hail, ye seven beings who make decrees, who support the scales on the night of the judgment of the Utchat, who cut off heads, who hack necks in pieces, who take possession of hearts by violence, and rend the places where hearts are fixed, who make slaughterings in the lake of fire. I know you, and I know your names. Therefore know ye me, even as I know your names. I come forth to you, therefore come ye forth to me, for ye live in me, and I would live in you. Make ye me to be vigorous by means of that which is in your hands, that is to say, by the rod of power which is in your hands. Decree ye for me life by your speech year by year. Give me multitudes of years over and above my years of life, and multitudes of months over and above my months of life, and multitudes of days over and above my days of life, and multitudes of nights over and above my nights of life. And grant that I may come forth and shine upon my statue, and grant me air for my nose, and let my eyes have the power to see among those divine beings who dwell in the horizon on the day when evil doing and wrong are justly assessed. Rubric: if this chapter be recited for the deceased, he shall be strong upon earth before Ra, and he shall have a comfortable burial or tomb with Osiris, and it shall be of great benefit to a man in the underworld. Sepulchral bread shall be given unto him, and he shall come forth into the presence of Ra day by day, and every day regularly and continually. Homage to you, O ye lords of Kaz, ye who are without sin, and who live for the limitless and infinite eons of time which make up eternity. I have opened up a way for myself to you. I have become a Khu in my forms. I have gained the mastery over my enchantments, and I am decreed to be a Khu. Therefore deliver ye me from the crocodile, which liveth in this country of right and truth. Grant ye to me my mouth, that I may speak therewith, and cause that my sepulchral meals be placed in my hands in your presence. For I know you, and I know your names, and I know also the name of the mighty God, before whose nose ye set your Tchefau food, and the name is Tekhem. When he openeth up his path in the eastern horizon of heaven, and when he fluttereth down in the western horizon of heaven, may he carry me along with him, and may I be safe and sound. Let not the Mesket make an end of me. Let not the fiend gain the mastery over me. Let me not be turned back at your portals, and let not your doors be shut in my face, because my cakes are in the city of Pe, and my ale is in the city of Tep. And there in the celestial mansions of heaven, which my divine father Tem hath established, let my hands lay hold upon the wheat and the barley, which shall be given unto me therein in abundant measure. And may the son of mine own body make ready for me my food therein, and grant ye unto me therein sepulchral meals, and incense, and wax, and all the beautiful and pure things whereon the God liveth, in very deed for ever in all the transformations which it pleaseth me to perform. And grant me the power to float down and to sail up the stream in Sekhet Aru, and may I reach Sekhet Hetep. I am the double lion God. Rubric: if this chapter be known by the deceased upon earth, or if it be done in writing upon his coffin, he shall come forth by day in all the forms which he is pleased to take, and he shall enter into his place and shall not be driven back, and cakes and ale and joints of meat upon the altar of Osiris shall be given unto him, and he shall enter in peace into Sekhet Aru, to know the decree of him who dwelleth in Tatu. There shall wheat and barley be given unto him. There shall he flourish as he did upon earth, and he shall do whatever it pleaseth him to do, even as the company of the gods which is in the underworld continually and regularly for millions of times. In the Sa'ite recension, the deceased is standing near a two-legged serpent. Text: the chapter of lifting up the feet and of coming forth upon the earth. The Chancellor-in-Chief, Nu, triumphant, saith, Perform thy work, O Seker, perform thy work, O Seker, O thou who dwellest in thy house, and who standest on thy feet in the underworld. I am the God who sendeth forth rays of light over the thigh of heaven, and I come forth to heaven, and I sit myself down by the God of light, Khu. Hail, I have become helpless. Hail, I have become helpless, but I go forward. I have become helpless. I have become helpless in the regions of those who plunder in the underworld. I have come forth from the uttermost parts of the earth, and I have received my apparel at the will of the ape. I penetrate into the holy habitations of those who are in their shrines or coffins. I force my way through the habitations of the god Remrem, and I arrive in the habitations of the god Akhsisef. I travel on through the holy chambers, and I pass into the temple of the god Kemkem. The buckle hath been given unto me, it hath placed its hands upon me, it hath decreed to my service its sister Kebent, and its mother Kehet. It placeth me in the eastern part of heaven, wherein Ra riseth, and is exalted every day, and I rise therein and travel onward, and I become a spiritual body, Sa, like the god, and they set me on that holy way on which Thoth journeyeth, when he goeth to make peace between the two fighting gods, that is, Horus and Set. He journeyeth to the city of Pe, and he cometh to the city of Tepu. I have come into the house of the king by means of the mantis, Abit, which led me hither. Homage to thee, O thou who fliest into heaven, and dost shine upon the sun of the white crown, and dost protect the white crown. Let me have my existence with thee. I have gathered together the great gods. I am mighty. I have made my way, and I have travelled along thereon. I have risen like the mighty hawk of gold that cometh forth from his egg. I fly and I alight like the hawk, which hath a back 4 cubits wide, and the wings of which are like unto the mother of emerald of the south. I have come forth from the interior of the Sektet boat, and my heart hath been brought unto me from the mountain of the east. I have alighted upon the Atet boat, and those who were dwelling in their companies have been brought unto me, and they bowed low in paying homage unto me, and in saluting me with cries of joy. I have risen, and I have gathered myself together like the beautiful hawk of gold, which hath the head of a Bennu bird, and Ra entereth in day by day to hearken unto my words. I have taken my seat among those firstborn gods of Nut. I am established, and the divine Sekhet Hetep is before me. I have eaten therein, I have become a Khu therein, I have an abundance therein, as much as I desire. The god Nepra hath given to me my throat, and I have gained the mastery over that which guardeth or belongeth to my head. The Chancellor-in-Chief, Nu, triumphant, saith, Hail, great God, come now to Tatu, make thou smooth for me the ways, and let me go round about to visit my thrones. I have renewed myself, and I have raised myself up. O grant thou that I may be feared, and make thou me to be a terror. Let the gods of the underworld be afraid of me, and may they fight for me in their habitations which are therein. Let not him that would do me harm draw nigh unto me, or injure me in the house of darkness, that is, he that clotheth and covereth the feeble one, and whose name is hidden. And let not the gods act likewise towards me. Hail, ye gods, who hearken unto my speech. Hail, ye rulers, who are among the followers of Osiris. Be ye therefore silent, O ye gods, when one god speaketh unto another, for he hearkeneth unto right and truth. And what I speak unto him, do thou also speak for me then, O Osiris. Grant thou that I may journey round about according to that which cometh forth from thy mouth concerning me, and grant that I may see thine own form or forms, and the dispositions of thy souls. Grant thou that I may come forth, and that I may have power over my legs, and that I may have my existence there, like unto that of Neber-Chur, who is over all. May the gods of the underworld fear me, and may they fight for me in their habitations. Grant thou that I may move along therein together with the divine beings who journey onwards, and may I be established upon my resting place like the Lord of life. May I be joined unto Isis, the divine lady, and may she protect me from him that would do an injury unto me. And let not any one come to see the divine one naked and helpless. May I journey on, may I come into the uttermost parts of heaven. I exchange speech with the god Seb. I make supplication for divine food from Neber creature. The gods of the underworld have fear of me, and they fight for me in their habitations when they see that thou hast provided me with food, both of the fowl of the air and of the fish of the sea. I am one of those Khus who dwell with the divine Khu, and I have made my form like unto his divine form, when he cometh forth and maketh himself manifest in Tatu. I am a spiritual body, Saw, and possess my soul, and will speak unto thee the things which concern me. O grant thou that I may be feared, and make thou me to be a terror. Let the gods of the underworld be afraid of me, and may they fight for me in their habitations. I, even I, am the Khu who dwelleth with the divine Khu, whom the god Tem himself hath created, and who hath come into being from the blossom, that is, the eyelashes of his eye. He hath made to have existence, and he hath made to be glorious, that is, to be Khus, and he hath made mighty thereby those who have their existence along with him. Behold, he is the only one in Nu, and they sing praises or do homage unto him when he cometh forth from the horizon, and the gods and the Khus who have come into being along with him ascribe the lordship of terror unto him. I am one of those worms which the eye of the Lord, the only one, hath created. And behold, when as yet Isis had not given birth to Horus, I had germinated and had flourished, and I had become aged, and I had become greater than those who dwelt with the divine Khu, and who had come into being along with him. And I had risen up like the divine hawk, and Horus made for me a spiritual body containing his own soul, so that I might take possession of all that belonged unto Osiris in the underworld. The double lion god, the governor of the things which belong to the temple of the Nemes crown, who dwelleth in his secret abode, saith unto me, Get thee back to the uttermost parts of heaven, for behold, inasmuch as through thy form of Horus thou hast become a spiritual body, Saw, the Nemes crown is not for thee. But behold, thou hast the power of speech, even to the uttermost parts of heaven. And I, the guardian, took possession of the things of Horus, which belonged unto Osiris in the underworld, and Horus told aloud unto me the things which his divine father, Osiris, spake unto him in years gone by, on the day of his own burial. I have given unto thee the Nemes crown through the double lion god, that thou mayest pass onward, and mayest come to the heavenly path, and that those who dwell in the uttermost parts of the horizon may see thee, and that the gods of the underworld may see thee, and may fight for thee in their habitations. And of them is the Auhet, the gods, each and all of them, who are the warders of the shrine of the Lord, the only one, have fallen before my words. Hail! He that is exalted upon his tomb is on my side, and he hath bound upon my head the Nemes crown, by the decree of the double lion god, on my behalf, and the god Auhet hath prepared a way for me. I, even I, am exalted in my tomb, and the double lion god hath bound the Nemes crown upon my head, and he hath also given unto me the double hairy covering of my head. He hath established my heart through his own backbone. He hath established my heart through his own great and exceeding strength, and I shall not fall through Shu. I make my peace with the beautiful divine brother, the Lord of the two Uriai. Adored be he. I, even I, am he who knoweth the roads through the sky, and the wind thereof is in my body. The bull which striketh terror into men shall not drive me back, and I shall pass on to the place where lieth the shipwrecked mariner, on the border of the Sekhet Neheh, that is, field of illimitable time. And I shall journey on to the night and sorrow of the regions of Amenti. O Osiris, I shall come each day into the house of the double lion god, and I shall come forth therefrom into the house of Isis, the divine lady. I shall behold sacred things which are hidden, and I shall be led on to the secret and holy things, even as they have granted unto me to see the birth of the great god. Horus hath made me to be a spiritual body through his soul, and I see what is therein. If I speak near the mighty ones of Shu, they repulse my opportunity. I am the guardian, and I take possession of the things which Horus had from Osiris in the underworld. I, even I, am Horus, who dwelleth in the divine Khu. I have gained power over his crown. I have gained power over his radiance, and I have travelled over the remote, illimitable parts of heaven. Horus is upon his throne, Horus is upon his royal seat. My face is like unto that of the divine hawk, my strength is like unto that of the divine hawk, and I am one who hath been fully equipped by his divine Lord. I shall come forth to Tatu, I shall see Osiris, I shall pay homage to him on the right hand and on the left. I shall pay homage unto Nut, and she shall look upon me, and the gods shall look upon me together with the eye of Horus, who is without sight. They, the gods, shall make their arms to come forth unto me. I rise up as a divine power, and I repulse him that would subject me to restraint. They open unto me the holy paths, they see my form, and they hear that which I speak. Down upon your faces, ye gods of the Tuat underworld, who would resist me with your faces and oppose me with your powers, who lead along the stars which never rest, and who make the holy paths unto the Hamati abode, where is the Lord of the exceedingly mighty and terrible soul. Horus hath commanded that ye lift up your faces so that I may look upon you. I have risen up like the divine hawk, and Horus hath made for me a spiritual body through his own soul to take possession of that which belongeth to Osiris in the Tuat underworld. I have bound up the gods with divine tresses, and I have travelled on to those who ward their chambers and who were on both sides of me. I have made my roads, and I have journeyed on, and have reached those divine beings who inhabit their secret dwellings, and who are warders of the temple of Osiris. I have spoken unto them with strength, and have made them to know the most mighty power of him that is provided with 2 horns to fight against Sati, and I make them to know concerning him that hath taken possession of the divine food, and who is provided with the might of Tem. May the gods of the underworld order a prosperous journey for me, O ye gods who inhabit your secret dwellings, and who are warders of the temple of Osiris, and whose numbers are great and multitudinous. Grant ye that I may come unto you. I have bound up and I have gathered together the powers of Kesemu Enenet, or as others say, Kesemiu Enenet, and I have made holy the powers of the paths of those who watch and ward the roads of the horizon, and who are the guardians of the horizon of Humati, which is in heaven. I have established habitations for Osiris. I have made the ways holy for him. I have done that which hath been commanded. I have come forth to Tatu. I have seen Osiris. I have spoken unto him concerning the matters of his firstborn son, whom he loveth, and concerning the wounding of the heart of Sati. And I have seen the divine one who is without life. Yea, I have made them to know concerning the counsels of the gods which Horus carried out, while his father Osiris was not with him. Hail, Lord, thou most mighty and terrible soul. Verily, I, even I, have come. Look thou upon me, and do thou make me to be exalted. I have made my way through the Tuat underworld, and I have opened up the paths which belong to heaven, and also those which belong to earth, and I have suffered no opposition therein. Exalted be thou upon thy throne, O Osiris. Thou hast heard fair things, O Osiris. Thy strength is vigorous, O Osiris. Thy head is fastened unto thee, O Osiris. Thy brow is established, O Osiris. Thy heart is glad, O Osiris. Thy speech is established, O Osiris, and thy princes rejoice. Thou art stablished like the bull of Amentet. Thy son Horus hath risen like the sun upon thy throne, and all life is with him. Millions of years minister unto him, and millions of years hold him in fear. The company of the gods are his servants, and the company of the gods hold him in fear. The god Tem, the governor, and only one of the gods hath spoken these things, and his word passeth not away. Horus is both the divine food and the sacrifice. He hath passed on to gather together the members of his divine father. Horus is his deliverer. Horus is his deliverer. Horus hath sprung from the water of his divine father, and from his decay. He hath become the governor of Egypt. The gods labour for him, and they toil for him for millions of years, and he hath made to live millions of years through his eye, the only one of its lord, or Nebes, Nebetertcher.
Part 13.
I am the god Tem, the maker of heaven, the creator of things which are, who cometh forth from the earth, who maketh to come into being the seed which is sown, the Lord of things which shall be, who gave birth to the gods. I am the great God who made himself the Lord of life, who maketh to flourish the company of the gods. Homage to you, O ye lords of divine things, or of creation, ye pure beings whose abodes are hidden. Homage to you, O ye everlasting lords, whose forms are hidden, and whose shrines are hidden in places which are unknown. Homage to you, O ye gods, who dwell in the Tanait. Homage to you, O ye gods of the circuit of the flooded lands of Kebu. Homage to you, O ye gods who live in Amentet. Homage to you, O ye company of the gods who dwell in Nut. Grant ye that I may come unto you, for I am pure, I am divine, I am Aku, I am strong, I am endowed with a soul, or I am mighty, and I have brought unto you incense and sweet-smelling gums and natron. I have made an end of the spittle which floweth from your mouth upon me. I have come, and I have made an end of the evil things which are in your hearts, and I have removed the faults which ye kept laid up against me. I have brought to you the things which are good, and I make to come into your presence right and truth. I, even I, know you, and I know your names, and I know your forms, which are unknown. And I come into being along with you. My coming is like unto that of the God who eateth men, and who liveth upon the gods. I am mighty with you like the God who is exalted upon his resting place. The gods come to me in gladness, and goddesses make supplication unto me when they see me. I have come unto you, and I have risen like your two divine daughters. I have taken my seat in the horizon, and I receive my offerings upon my tables, and I drink offerings at eventide. My coming is received with shouts of joy, and the divine beings who dwell in the horizon ascribe praises unto me. The divine spiritual bodies saw the Lord of divine beings. I am exalted like the holy God who dwelleth in the great temple, and the gods rejoice when they see me in my beautiful coming forth from the body of Nut, when my mother Nut giveth birth unto me. Saith Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant, I am the girdle of the robe of the god Nu, which shineth and sheddeth light upon that which belongeth to his breast, which sendeth forth light into the darkness, which uniteth the two fighting deities who dwell in my body through the mighty spell of the words of my mouth, which raiseth up him that hath fallen, for he who was with him in the valley of Abydos hath fallen, and I rest. I have remembered him. I have taken possession of the god Hu in my city, for I found him therein, and I have led away captive the darkness by my might. I have rescued the eye of the sun when it waned at the coming of the festival of the 15th day, and I have weighed Sut in the celestial houses against the aged one who is with him. I have endowed Thoth with what is needful in the temple of the moon god for the coming of the 15th day of the festival. I have taken possession of the Ureret crown. Ma'at, right and truth, is in my body. Its mouths are of turquoise and rock crystal. My homestead is among the furrows which are of the color of lapis lazuli. I am Hemnu, who sheddeth light in the darkness. I have come to give light in the darkness, which is made light and bright by me. I have given light in the darkness, and I have overthrown the destroying crocodiles. I have sung praises unto those who dwell in the darkness. I have raised up those who wept, and who had hidden their faces, and had sunk down in wretchedness, and they did look then upon me. Hail then, ye beings, I am Hemnu, and I will not let you hear concerning the matter. I have opened the way. I am Hemnu. I have made light the darkness. I have come, having made an end of the darkness, which have become light indeed. I am the pure one who cometh forth out of the field. Chapter 81b. Vignette: a human head springing from a lotus. Text: the chapter of making the transformation into a lotus. Saith Osiris Pakwer, Hail, thou lotus, thou type of the god Nefer Temu, I am the man that knoweth you, and I know your names among those of the gods, the lords of the underworld, and I am one of you. Grant ye that I may see the gods who are the divine guides in the Tuat underworld, and grant ye unto me a place in the underworld, near unto the lords of Amentet. Let me arrive at a habitation in the land of Tchesert, and receive me, O all ye gods, in the presence of the lords of eternity. Grant that my soul may come forth whithersoever it pleaseth, and let it not be driven away from the presence of the great company of the gods. I fly like a hawk, I cackle like the smen-goose, and I perch upon that abode of the underworld, Aat, on the festival of the great being. That which is an abomination unto me, that which is an abomination unto me, I have not eaten. Filth is an abomination unto me, and I have not eaten thereof. And that which is an abomination unto my ka hath not entered into my belly. Let me then live upon that which the gods and the Khus decree for me. Let me live, and let me have power over cakes. Let me eat them before the gods and the Khus who have a favor unto me. Let me have power over these cakes, and let me eat of them under the shade of the leaves of the palm tree of the goddess Hathor, who is my divine lady. Let the offering of the sacrifice and the offering of cakes and vessels of libations be made in Anu. Let me clothe myself in the Ta'al garment which I shall receive from the hand of the goddess Ta'it. Let me stand up and let me sit down wheresoever I please. My head is like unto that of Ra, and when my members are gathered together, I am like unto Tem, the four sides of the domain of Ra, and the width of the earth 4 times. I come forth. My tongue is like unto that of Ptah, and my throne is like unto that of the goddess Hathor, and I make mention of the words of Tem, my father, with my mouth. He it is who constraineth the handmaid, the wife of Seb, and before him are bowed all heads, and there is fear of him. Hymns of praise are repeated for me by reason of my mighty acts, and I am decreed to be the divine hair of Seb, the Lord of the earth, and to be the protector therein. The god Seb refresheth me, and he maketh his risings to be mine. Those who dwell in Anu bow down their heads unto me, for I am their Lord, and I am their bull. I am more powerful than the Lord of time, and I shall enjoy the pleasures of love, and shall gain the mastery over millions of years. I fly like a hawk, I cackle like the smen-goose, and I perch upon that abode of the underworld, Aat, on the festival of the great being. That which is an abomination unto me, that which is an abomination unto me, I have not eaten. Filth is an abomination unto me, and I have not eaten thereof. And that which is an abomination unto my ka hath not entered into my belly. Let me then live upon that which the gods and the Khus decree for me. Let me live, and let me have power over cakes. Let me eat them before the gods and the Khus who have a favor unto me. Let me have power over these cakes, and let me eat of them under the shade of the leaves of the palm tree of the goddess Hathor, who is my divine lady. Let the offering of the sacrifice and the offering of cakes and vessels of libations be made in Anu. Let me clothe myself in the Ta'al garment which I shall receive from the hand of the goddess Ta'it. Let me stand up and let me sit down wheresoever I please. My head is like unto that of Ra, and when my members are gathered together, I am like unto Tem, the 4 sides of the domain of Ra, and the width of the earth 4 times. I come forth. My tongue is like unto that of Ptah, and my throne is like unto that of the goddess Hathor, and I make mention of the words of Tem, my father, with my mouth. He it is who constraineth the handmaid, the wife of Seb, and before him are bowed all heads, and there is fear of him. Hymns of praise are repeated for me by reason of my mighty acts, and I am decreed to be the divine hair of Seb, the Lord of the earth, and to be the protector therein. The god Seb refresheth me, and he maketh his risings to be mine. Those who dwell in Anu bow down their heads unto me, for I am their Lord, and I am their bull. I am more powerful than the Lord of time, and I shall enjoy the pleasures of love, and shall gain the mastery over millions of years. Hail, aged ones, hail, Khus, who are provided with the opportunity. The Chancellor-in-Chief, the overseer of the palace, Nu Triumphant, is upon the earth, and what he hath slaughtered is in heaven. And what he hath slaughtered is in heaven, and he is upon the earth. Behold, I am strong, and I work mighty deeds to the very heights of heaven. I have made myself pure, and I make the breadth of heaven a place for my footsteps as I go into the cities of Al-Kurt. I advance, and I go forward into the city of Unu, Hermopolis. I have set the gods upon their paths, and I have roused up the exalted ones who dwell in their shrines. Do I not know Nu? Do I not know Tatunen? Do I not know the beings of the color of fire who thrust forward their horns? Do I not know every being having incantations unto whose words I listen? I am the Samam, bull for slaughter, which is written down in the books. The gods crying out say, Let your faces be gracious to him that cometh onward. The light is beyond your knowledge, and ye cannot fetter it. And times and seasons are in my body. I do not utter words to the god Hu. I do not utter words of wickedness instead of words of right and truth, and each day right and truth come upon my eyebrows. At night taketh place the festival of him that is dead, the aged one who is in ward in the earth. Whosoever knoweth it shall not see corruption. The Chancellor-in-Chief, Nu Triumphant, saith, I am the divine soul of Ra, proceeding from the god Nu. That divine soul which is God. I am the creator of the divine food, and that which is an abomination unto me is sin whereon I look not. I proclaim right and truth, and I live therein. I am the divine food which is not corrupted in my name of soul. I gave birth unto myself together with Nu in my name of Khepera, in whom I come into being day by day. I am the Lord of light, and that which is an abomination unto me is death. Let me not go into the chamber of torture which is in the Tuat underworld. I ascribe honor unto Osiris, and I make to be at peace the hearts of those beings who dwell among the divine things which I love. They cause the fear of me to abound, and they create awe of me in those beings who dwell in their divine territories. Behold, I am exalted upon my standard, and upon my seat, and upon the throne which is a judge to me. I am the God Nu, and the workers of iniquity shall not destroy me. I am the firstborn God of primeval matter, that is to say, the divine soul, even the souls of the gods of everlastingness, and my body is eternity. My form is everlastingness, and is the Lord of years, and the Prince of eternity. I am the creator of the darkness, who maketh his habitation in the uttermost parts of the sky, which I love, and I arrive at the confines thereof. I advance upon my feet, I become master of my vine, I sail over the sky which formeth the division betwixt heaven and earth. I destroy the hidden worms that travel nigh unto my footsteps, which are towards the Lord of the two hands and arms. My soul is the soul of the souls of everlastingness, and my body is eternity. I am the divine exalted being, who is the Lord of the land of Tabu. I am the boy in the city, and the young man in the plain is my name. He that never suffereth corruption is my name. I am the soul, the creator of the God Nu, who maketh his habitation in the underworld. My place of incubation is unseen, and my egg is not cracked. I have done away with all my iniquity, and I shall see my divine Father, the Lord of eventide, whose body dwelleth in Anu. I travel to the God of night, who dwelleth with the God of light, by the western region of the Ibis, Thoth. Whosoever knoweth it shall not see corruption. The Chancellor-in-Chief, Nu Triumphant, saith, I am the divine soul of Ra, proceeding from the god Nu. That divine soul which is God. I am the creator of the divine food, and that which is an abomination unto me is sin whereon I look not. I proclaim right and truth, and I live therein. I am the divine food which is not corrupted in my name of soul. I gave birth unto myself together with Nu in my name of Khepera, in whom I come into being day by day. I am the Lord of light, and that which is an abomination unto me is death. Let me not go into the chamber of torture which is in the Tuat underworld. I ascribe honor unto Osiris, and I make to be at peace the hearts of those beings who dwell among the divine things which I love. They cause the fear of me to abound, and they create awe of me in those beings who dwell in their divine territories. Behold, I am exalted upon my standard, and upon my seat, and upon the throne which is a judge to me. I am the God Nu, and the workers of iniquity shall not destroy me. I am the firstborn God of primeval matter, that is to say, the divine soul, even the souls of the gods of everlastingness, and my body is eternity. My form is everlastingness, and is the Lord of years, and the Prince of eternity. I am the creator of the darkness, who maketh his habitation in the uttermost parts of the sky, which I love, and I arrive at the confines thereof. I advance upon my feet, I become master of my vine, I sail over the sky which formeth the division betwixt heaven and earth. I destroy the hidden worms that travel nigh unto my footsteps, which are towards the Lord of the two hands and arms. My soul is the soul of the souls of everlastingness, and my body is eternity. I am the divine exalted being, who is the Lord of the land of Tabu. I am the boy in the city, and the young man in the plain is my name. He that never suffereth corruption is my name. I am the soul, the creator of the God Nu, who maketh his habitation in the underworld. My place of incubation is unseen, and my egg is not cracked. I have done away with all my iniquity, and I shall see my divine Father, the Lord of eventide, whose body dwelleth in Anu. I travel to the God of night, who dwelleth with the God of light, by the western region of the Ibis. Thoth. I am the serpent Sata, whose years are many. I die, and I am born again each day. I am the serpent Sata, which dwelleth in the uttermost parts of the earth. I die, and I am born again, and I renew myself, and I grow young each day. I am the divine crocodile, which dwelleth in his terror. I am the divine crocodile, and I seize my prey like a ravening beast. I am the great and mighty fish, which is in the city of Kamur. I am the Lord to whom bowing and prostrations are made in the city of Sekhem. Hail, thou God, An-Iu, that is bringer. Hail, thou God, Pe-Rer, that is runner, who dwellest in thy hall. Hail, great God, grant thou that my soul may come unto me from wheresoever it may be. If it would tarry, then let my soul be brought unto me from wheresoever it may be, for thou shalt find the eye of Horus standing by thee, like unto those beings who are like unto Osiris, and who never lie down in death. Let not the Osiris Ani triumphant lie down in death among those who lie down in Anu, the land wherein souls are joined unto their bodies even in thousands. Let me have possession of my Ba, soul, and of my Khu, and let me triumph therewith in every place wheresoever it may be. Observe these things which I speak, for it hath staves with it. Observe then, O ye divine guardians of heaven, my soul, wheresoever it may be. If it would tarry, do thou make my soul look upon my body, for thou shalt find the eye of Horus standing by thee, like those beings who are like unto Osiris. Hail, ye gods, who tow along the boat of the Lord of millions of years, who bring it above the underworld, and who make it to travel over Nut, who make souls to enter into their spiritual bodies, whose hands are filled with your ropes, and who clutch your weapons tight, destroy ye the enemy. Thus shall the boat of the sun be glad, and the great God shall set out on his journey in peace. And behold, grant ye that the soul of Osiris Ani, triumphant, may come forth before the gods, and that it may be triumphant along with you in the eastern part of the sky, to follow unto the place where it was yesterday, and that it may have peace, peace and Amentet. May it look upon its material body, may it rest upon its spiritual body, and may its body neither perish nor suffer corruption forever. Rubric: these words are to be said over a soul of gold, inlaid with precious stones, and placed on the breast of Osiris. Hail, thou God, An-Iu, that is bringer. Hail, thou God, Pe-Rer, that is runner, who dwellest in thy hall. Hail, great God, grant thou that my soul may come unto me from wheresoever it may be. If it would tarry, then let my soul be brought unto me from wheresoever it may be, for thou shalt find the eye of Horus standing by thee, like unto those beings who are like unto Osiris, and who never lie down in death. Let not the Osiris Ani triumphant lie down in death among those who lie down in Anu, the land wherein souls are joined unto their bodies even in thousands. Let me have possession of my Ba, soul, and of my Khu, and let me triumph therewith in every place wheresoever it may be. Observe these things which I speak, for it hath staves with it. Observe then, O ye divine guardians of heaven, my soul, wheresoever it may be. If it would tarry, do thou make my soul look upon my body, for thou shalt find the eye of Horus standing by thee, like those beings who are like unto Osiris. Hail, ye gods, who tow along the boat of the Lord of millions of years, who bring it above the underworld, and who make it to travel over Nut, who make souls to enter into their spiritual bodies, whose hands are filled with your ropes, and who clutch your weapons tight, destroy ye the enemy. Thus shall the boat of the sun be glad, and the great God shall set out on his journey in peace. And behold, grant ye that the soul of Osiris Ani, triumphant, may come forth before the gods, and that it may be triumphant along with you in the eastern part of the sky, to follow unto the place where it was yesterday, and that it may have peace in Amentet. May it look upon its material body, may it rest upon its spiritual body, and may its body neither perish nor suffer corruption forever. Rubric: these words are to be said over a soul of gold, inlaid with precious stones, and placed on the breast of Osiris.
Part 14.
In the underworld, he saith, Hail, thou who art exalted! Hail, thou who art adored! O thou mighty one of souls, thou divine soul, thou possessor of terrible power, who dost put the fear of thyself into the gods, thou who art crowned upon thy throne of majesty, I pray thee to make a way for the Ba, soul, and for the Khu, and for the Kai-bit, shade of the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, new triumphant, and let him be provided therewith. I am a perfect Khu, and I have made my way unto the place wherein dwell Ra and Hathor. Rubric: if this chapter be known by the deceased, he shall be able to transform himself into a Khu, provided with his soul and with his shade in the underworld, and he shall never be held captive at any door in Amentet, in entering in or in coming out. The soul of the deceased, in the form of a human-headed bird, flying out from the doorway of the tomb. Variant vignettes represent the deceased as having opened the door of the tomb and having his soul by his side, or as standing before the open door with hands stretched out to embrace his soul. An interesting vignette represents the disk of the sun, with rays shooting forth from it above the tomb, and the soul of the deceased hovering over his shade, drawn in solid black color, which has just emerged therefrom. Text: the chapter of opening the tomb to the soul and to the shade of Osiris, the scribe Nebseni, the Lord of Reverence, born of the lady of the house Mut Restha, triumphant, so that he may come forth by day and have dominion over his feet. He saith, that which was shut fast hath been opened, that is to say, he that lay down in death hath been opened. That which was open hath been shut to my soul through the command of the eye of Horus, which hath strengthened me, and which maketh to stand fast the beauties which are upon the forehead of Ra, whose strides are long as he lifteth up his legs in journeying. I have made for myself a way, my members are mighty and are strong. I am Horus, the avenger of his divine father. I am he who bringeth along his divine father, and who bringeth along his mother by means of his scepter. And the way shall be opened unto him who hath gotten dominion over his feet, and he shall see the great God in the boat of Ra, when souls are counted therein at the bows, and when the years also are counted up. Grant that the eye of Horus, which maketh the adornments of light to be firm upon the forehead of Ra, may deliver my soul for me. And let there be darkness upon your faces, O ye who would hold fast Osiris. O keep not captive my soul. O keep not ward over my shade. But let a way be opened for my soul and for my shade. And let them see the great God in the shrine on the day of the judgment of souls. And let them recite the utterances of Osiris, whose habitations are hidden, to those who guard the members of Osiris, and who keep ward over the Khus, and who hold captive the shades of the dead, who would work evil against me, so that they shall not work evil against me. May a way for thy double, Ka, along with thee, and along with thy soul, be prepared by those who keep ward over the members of Osiris, and who hold captive the shades of the dead. Heaven shall not keep thee. The earth shall not hold thee captive. Thou shalt not have thy being with the divine beings who make slaughter, but thou shalt have dominion over thy legs, and thou shalt advance to thy body straightway in the earth, and to those who belong to the shrine, and guard the members of Osiris. In the Ani Papyrus and in the Sa'ite Recension, the vignette shows the deceased standing with both hands raised in adoration before a god who is seated in a boat and who has his head turned so that his face looks backwards. Text: the chapter of not sailing to the east in the underworld. The Chancellor-in-Chief, Nu, triumphant, saith: Hail, phallus of Ra, who departest from thy calamity which ariseth through opposition. The cycles have been without movement for millions of years. I am stronger than the strong, I am mightier than the mighty. If I sail away, or if I be snatched away to the east through the two horns, or, as others say, if any evil and abominable thing be done unto me at the feast of the devils, the phallus of Ra shall be swallowed up, along with the head of Osiris. And behold me, for I journey along over the fields wherein the gods mow down those who make reply unto their words. Now verily the two horns of the god Khepera shall be thrust aside, and verily pus shall spring into being in the eye of Tem, along with corruption, if I be kept in restraint, or if I have gone towards the east, or if the feast of devils be made in my presence, or if any malignant wound be inflicted upon me. The deceased, seated with a table before him, on which rest an ink pot and the palette of a scribe. In the Sa'ite Recension, the deceased is offering an ink pot and a palette to the god Thoth. Text: the chapter of praying for an ink pot and for a palette. The Chancellor-in-Chief, Nu, triumphant, saith: Hail, aged God, who dost behold thy divine Father, and who art the guardian of the book of Thoth. Behold, I have come. I am endowed with glory. I am endowed with strength. I am filled with might, and I am supplied with the books of Thoth, and I have brought them to enable me to pass through the god Aker, who dwelleth in Set. I have brought the ink pot and the palette as being the objects which are in the hands of Thoth. Hidden is that which is in them. Behold me in the character of a scribe. I have brought the offal of Osiris, and I have written thereon. I have made, that is, copied, the words of the great and beautiful God each day fairly. O Herokuti, thou didst order me, and I have made, that is, copied, what is right and true, and I do bring it unto thee each day. The deceased, standing before Thoth, with both hands raised in adoration of the god. In the papyrus of Usur-Hat, which probably belongs to the period of the 18th dynasty, the vignette is a goose, but this arises from the fact that the chapter is there called the chapter of making the transformation into a goose. Text: the chapter of being nigh unto Thoth. The Chancellor-in-Chief, Nu, triumphant, saith: I am he who sendeth forth terror into the powers of rain and thunder, and I ward off from the great divine lady the attacks of violence. I have smitten like the god Shat, that is, the god of slaughter. And I have poured out libations of cool water like the god Ashu, and I have worked for the great divine lady to ward off the attacks of violence. I have made to flourish my knife along with the knife which is in the hand of Thoth, in the powers of rain and thunder. I am the god Her-Ab-Me'at, that is he that is within his eye, and I have come to give right and truth to Ra. I have made Suti to be at peace with me by means of offerings made to the god Aker and to the Tesheru deities, and by making reverence unto Seb. The following words are to be recited in the Sektet boat. Hail, scepter of Anubis, I have made the 4 Khus who are in the train of the Lord of the universe to be at peace with me, and I am the Lord of the fields through their decree. I am the divine Father Ba, that is the God of the water flood, and I do away with the thirst of him that keepeth ward over the lakes. Behold ye me, then, O great gods of majesty, who dwell among the souls of Anu, for I am lifted up over you. I am the God Menk, that is gracious one, who dwelleth among you. Verily, I have cleansed my soul, O great God of majesty. Set not before me the evil obstacles which issue from thy mouth, and let not destruction come round about me or upon me. I have made myself clean in the lake of making to be at peace, and in the lake of weighing in the balance, and I have bathed myself in Netert Uchat, which is under the holy sycamore tree of heaven. Behold, I am bathed, and I have triumphed over all mine enemies straightway, who come forth and rise up against right and truth. I am right and truth in the earth. I, even I, have spoken with my mouth, which is the power of the Lord, the only one, Ra the mighty, who liveth upon right and truth. Let not injury be inflicted upon me, but let me be clothed on the day of those who go forward to every good thing. Vignette in the Theban Papyri. This chapter has no vignette. In the Sa'ite Recension, the vignette represents the deceased standing with his right hand outstretched in the act of addressing a god who is seated in a boat. Text, the chapter of bringing along a boat in heaven. The Chancellor-in-Chief, triumphant, saith, Hail to thee, O thou Thigh, which dwellest in the northern heaven in the great lake, which art seen, and which diest not. I have stood up over thee when thou didst rise like a god. I have seen thee, and I have not lain down in death. I have stood over thee, and I have risen like a god. I have cackled like a goose, and I have alighted like the hawk by the divine clouds and by the great dew. I have journeyed from the earth to heaven. The god Shu hath made me to stand up. The god of light hath made me to be vigorous by the 2 sides of the ladder, and the stars which never rest set me on my way and bring me away from slaughter. I bring along with me the things which drive back calamities, as I advance over the passage of the god Pen. Thou comest, how great art thou, O god Pen! I have come from the pool of flame, which is in the Seket Sasa, that is, the field of fire. Thou livest in the pool of flame in Seket Sasa, and I live upon the staff of thy holy God. Hail, thou god Ka, who dost bring those things which are in the boats by thee. I stand up in the boat, and I guide myself over the water. I have stood up in the boat, and the God hath guided me. I have stood up, I have spoken, I am master of the crops. I sail round about us as I go forward. And the gates which are in Sechem, Letopolis, are opened unto me, and fields are awarded unto me in the city of Unu, Hermopolis, and labors are given unto me, together with those of my own flesh and bone. Vignette, the deceased and a boatman in a boat. Text, the chapter of bringing along a boat in the underworld. The Chancellor-in-Chief, Nu Triumphant, saith, Hail, ye who bring along the boat over the evil back of Apepi, grant that I may bring the boat along, and coil up its ropes in peace, in peace. Come, come, hasten, hasten, for I have come to see my father Osiris, the Lord of the Ansi garment, who hath gained the mastery with joy of heart. Hail, Lord of the rainstorm, thou male, thou sailor. Hail, thou who dost sail over the evil back of Apep. Hail, thou that dost bind up heads, and dost establish the bones of the neck when thou comest forth from the knives. Hail, thou who art in charge of the hidden boat, who dost fetter Apep. Grant that I may bring along the boat, and that I may coil up the ropes, and that I may sail forth therein. This land is baleful, and the stars have overbalanced themselves, and have fallen upon their faces therein, and they have not found anything which will help them to ascend again. Their path is blocked by the tongue of Ra. Antabu is the guide of the two lands. Seb is established through their rudders, the power which openeth the disk. The prince of the red beings, I am brought along like him that hath suffered shipwreck. Grant that my Khu, my brother, may come to me, and that I may set out for the place whereof thou knowest. Tell me my name, saith the wood whereat I would anchor. Lord of the two lands, who dwellest in the shrine, is thy name. Tell me my name, saith the rudder. Leg of Hapiu is thy name. Tell me my name, saith the rope. Hair with which Anpu, Anubis, finisheth the work of my embalmment is thy name. Tell us our name, say the Ores. Pillars of the underworld is your name. Tell me my name, saith the hold. Akar is thy name. Tell me my name, saith the mast. He who bringeth back the great lady after she hath gone away is thy name. Tell me my name, saith the lower deck. Standard of Apuat is thy name. Tell me my name, saith the upper post. Throat of Mestha is thy name. Tell me my name, saith the sail. Nut is thy name. Tell us our name, say the pieces of leather. Ye who are made from the hide of the Menevis bull, which was burned by Suti, is your name. Tell us our name, say the paddles. Fingers of Horus, the firstborn, is your name. Tell me my name, saith the Machebet. The hand of Isis, which wipeth away the blood from the eye of Horus, is thy name. Tell us our names, say the planks which are in its hulk. Mesthi, Hapi, Tu Matef, Queb Senef, Hakwa, that is he who leadeth away captive. Thetem Awa, that is he who seizeth by violence. Mea Antef, that is he who seeth what the Father bringeth. And Ari Nef Tesef, that is he who made himself, are your names. Tell us our name, say the bows. He who is at the head of his gnomes is your name. Tell me my name, saith the hull. Mert is thy name. Tell me my name, saith the rudder. Aqua, that is true one, is thy name. O thou who shinest from the water, hidden beam is thy name. Tell me my name, saith the keel. Thigh or leg of Isis, which Ra cut off with the knife to bring blood into the Sektet boat, is thy name. Tell me my name, saith the sailor. Traveller is thy name. Tell me my name, saith the wind by which thou art borne along. The north wind, which cometh from Tem to the nostrils of Kenti Amenti, is thy name. Tell me my name, saith the river. If thou wouldst travel upon me, those which can be seen is thy name. Tell us our name, save the river banks, destroyer of the god. Iua, that is he of the spacious hand, in the waterhouse is thy name. Tell me my name, saith the ground, if thou wouldst walk upon me. The nose of heaven, which proceedeth from the god Utu, who dwelleth in the Sekhet Araru, and who cometh forth with rejoicing therefrom, is thy name. Then shall be recited before them these words: Hail to you, O ye divine beings with splendid cause, ye divine lords of things, who exist and who live forever, and whose double period of an illimitable number of years is eternity. I have made a way unto you. Grant ye me food and sepulchral meals for my mouth, and grant that I may speak therewith, and that the goddess Isis may give me loaves and cakes in the presence of the great God. I know the great God before whose nostrils ye place Tchethau food, and his name is Thechem. Both when he maketh his way from the eastern horizon of heaven, and when he journeyeth into the western horizon of heaven, may his journey be my journey, and his going forth my going forth. Let me not be destroyed at the Mesket chamber, and let not the devils gain dominion over my members. I have my cakes in the city of Pe, and I have my ale in the city of Tepu, and let the offerings which are given unto you be given unto me this day. Let my offerings be wheat and barley. Let my offerings be anti, unguent, and linen garments. Let my offerings be for life, strength, and health. Let my offerings be a coming forth by day in any form whatsoever, in which it may please me to appear in Sekhet Aru. Rubric of this chapter: be known by the deceased, he shall come forth into Seket Aru, and bread and wine and cakes shall be given unto him at the altar of the great God, and fields and an estate sown with wheat and barley, which the followers of Horus shall reap for him, and he shall eat of that wheat and barley, and his limbs shall be nourished therewith, and his body shall be like unto the bodies of the gods, and he shall come forth into Seket Aru in any form whatsoever he pleaseth, and he shall appear therein regularly and continually. Chapters 100 and 129. Vignette: a boat wherein stand the deities Isis, Thoth, Khepera, and Shu, and the deceased sailing on a stream. The vignette in the Sa'ite Recension shows the deceased poling along a boat wherein are Ra and the Bennu bird, and in front of the boat stand the emblem of the East, the god Osiris, and the Tet, that is, the emblem of Osiris and of stability. The 4 short lines of text written over the boat read: The overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, Nu, triumphant, raiseth up the Tet and establisheth the buckle, and he saileth with Ra into any place that he pleaseth. Text: the book of making perfect the coup, and of causing him to go forth into the boat of Ra, along with those who are in his following. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, Nu, triumphant, saith: I have brought the divine Bennu to the east, and Osiris to the city of Tatu. I have opened the treasure houses of the god Hop. I have made clean the roads of the disk, and I have drawn the god Sekeri along upon his sledge. The mighty and divine lady hath made me strong at her hour. I have praised and glorified the disk, and I have united myself unto the divine apes who sing at the dawn, and I am a divine being among them. I have made myself a counterpart of the goddess Isis, and her power Khu hath made me strong. I have tied up the rope, I have driven back Apep, I have made him to walk backwards. Ra hath stretched out to me both his hands, and his mariners have not repulsed me. My strength is the strength of the Uchat, and the strength of the Uchat is my strength. If the overseer of the house, the chancellor-in-chief, Nu, triumphant, be separated from the boat of Ra, then shall he, that is Ra, be separated from the egg and from the obtuse fish. Rubric: this chapter shall be recited over the design which hath been drawn above, and it shall be written upon papyrus which hath not been written upon, with ink made of grains of greens, a butt mixed with anti water, and the papyrus shall be placed on the breast of the deceased. It shall not enter into, that is, touch his members. If this be done for any deceased person, he shall go forth into the boat of Ra in the course of the day every day, and the god Thoth shall take account of him as he cometh forth from and goeth in the course of the day every day, regularly and continually into the boat of Ra, as a perfect coup, and he shall set up the Tet, and shall establish the buckle, and shall sail about with Ra into any place he wisheth.
Part 15.
Vignette in the Papyrus of Nu. This chapter has no vignette. In the Sa'ite Recension, the deceased is seen poling along a boat wherein are the god Ra and the Bennu bird. Text: the chapter of protecting the boat of Ra. O thou that cleavest the water as thou comest forth from the stream, and dost sit upon thy place in thy boat, sit thou upon thy place in thy boat as thou goest forth to thy station of yesterday, and do thou join the Osiris, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, Nu, triumphant, the perfect Khu, unto thy mariners, and let thy strength be his strength. Hail Ra, in thy name of Ra, if thou dost pass by the eye of 7 cubits, which hath a pupil of 3 cubits, then verily do thou strengthen the Osiris, Nu, triumphant, the perfect Khu, and let him be among thy mariners, and let thy strength be his strength. Hail Ra, in thy name of Ra, if thou dost pass by those who are overturned in death, then verily do thou make the Osiris, Nu, triumphant, the perfect soul, to stand up upon his feet, and may thy strength be his strength. Hail Ra, in thy name of Ra, if the hidden things of the underworld are opened unto thee, and thou dost gratify the heart of the cycle of thy gods, then verily do thou grant joy of heart unto the Chancellor-in-Chief, Nu, triumphant, and let thy strength be his strength. Thy members, O Ra, are established by this chapter. Rubric: this chapter shall be recited over a bandlet of the fine linen of kings, upon which it hath been written with Anti, which shall be laid upon the neck of the perfect Khu on the day of the burial. If this amulet be laid upon his neck, he shall do everything which he desireth to do, even like the gods. And he shall join himself unto the followers of Horus, and he shall be established as a star face to face with Septet, Sothis, and his corruptible body shall be as a god along with his kinsfolk forever, and the goddess Menket shall make plants to germinate upon his body, and the majesty of the god Thoth lovingly shall make the light to rest upon his corruptible body at will, even as he did for the majesty of the king of the north and of the south, the god Osiris triumphant. Vignette: the boat of Ra, with the god seated therein and holding a paddle. Before him kneels the god Isis, and behind him the deceased. Sometimes Ra is accompanied by the gods Thoth and Khepera, and sometimes by Anubis alone. In the Sa'ite Recension, the deceased is kneeling before Ra at a table of offerings. Text: the chapter of going into the boat of Ra. The Chancellor-in-Chief, Nu, triumphant, saith: Hail, thou great God, who art in thy boat, bring thou me into thy boat. I have come forward to thy steps. Let me be the director of thy journeyings, and let me be among those who belong to thee, and who are among the stars which never rest. The things which are an abomination unto thee, and the things which are an abomination unto me, I will not eat. That which is an abomination unto me, that which is an abomination unto me is filth, and I will not eat thereof. But sepulchral offerings and holy food will I eat, and I shall not be overthrown thereby. I will not draw nigh unto filth with my hands, and I will not walk thereon with my sandals, because my bread is made of white barley, and my ale is made of red barley. And behold, the Sektet boat and the Atet boat have brought these things, and have laid the gifts of the lands upon the altar of the souls of Anu. Hymns of praise be to thee, O Aritz, as thou travellest through heaven. Let there be food for thee, O dweller in the city of Teni. This: and when the dogs gather together, let me not suffer harm. I myself have come, and I have delivered the god from the things which have been inflicted upon him, and from the grievous sickness of the body, of the arm, and of the leg. I have come, and I have spit upon the body. I have bound up the arm, and I have made the leg to walk. I have entered the boat, and I sail round about by the command of Ra. Having a disk and horns upon her head, and a scepter in her left hand, behind her stands the deceased. Text: the chapter of being with the goddess Hathor. The Chancellor-in-Chief, Nu, triumphant, saith: I am the pure traveller. Behold As-Ahi, behold As-Ahi. Let me be among those who follow the goddess Hathor. Vignette: two great gods seated on thrones facing each other. On the ground between them sits the deceased. In the Sa'ite Recension, the deceased is seated on a low pedestal before three gods. Text: the chapter of sitting among the great gods. Behold Nebseni, who saith: I sit among the great gods, and I have made a way for myself through the house of the Sektet boat. And behold, the mantis hath brought me to see the great gods who dwell in the underworld, and I shall be triumphant before them, for I am pure. With his right hand he pours out a libation, and with his left he makes an offering of incense. Text: the chapter of making offerings to the Ka in the underworld, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, Nu, triumphant, saith, Homage to thee, O my Ka, who art my period of life. Grant thou that I may come before thee, and let me rise up like the sun, and let me be strong, and let me have my soul, and let me gain the mastery over mine enemies. For I have brought to thee an offering of incense, and I have made myself pure therewith, and I will purify that which issueth from thee therewith. The evil things which I have spoken, and the hateful transgressions which I have committed, lay thou not upon me, for I am the mother of emerald amulet, which belongeth unto the neck of Ra, and which hath been placed there by those who dwell in the double horizon, that is, the eastern and western parts of the sky. Their vigor is my vigor, their vigor is my vigor, my Ka is like unto their Kas, and the Tchefau food of my Ka is like unto the Tchefau food of their Kas. O thou who liftest up the scales, and who exaltest right and truth to the nostrils of Ra this day, let not my head fall away from me. For behold, am I not the eye which looketh upon thee? Am I not the ear which hearkeneth unto thee? For behold, am I not the bull of those who have fallen down in death? And have not sepulchral meals been made for me? And are not those who live in the heights, or according to another reading, those who are chiefs of Nut, for me? Grant thou that I may go forward by thee, for I, even I, am pure, and I have made Osiris to triumph over his enemies. Vignette: a table of offerings. In the Saite recension, the deceased is making offerings to the god Ptah. Text: the chapter of giving sepulchral meals unto the Osiris Nu, triumphant, in Het Ptah Ka, that is Memphis, and the underworld. The Chancellor-in-Chief Nu, triumphant, saith, Hail, great God, thou Lord of Tchefau food! Hail, great God, thou Prince of the celestial habitations, which supply bread for the god Ptah! Hail, mighty one, who dwellest in the great house! Grant ye unto me bread, grant ye unto me ale, and let me cleanse myself by means of the haunch and by the offerings of cakes. Hail, thou divine boat of Sekhet Aru! Let these cakes be brought to me by thy stream, even as thy divine Father, the Mighty One, passed thereon in the divine bark. Text: the chapter of knowing the souls of the West. The Chancellor-in-Chief, Nu, triumphant, saith, Now the mountain of Bakau, that is, the mountain of the sunrise, whereupon this heaven supports itself, is situated in the eastern part of heaven, and it hath dimensions of 300 ket, that is 30,000 cubits in length, and 150 kahet, that is 150,000 cubits in breadth. Sebek, the lord of Bakau, dwelleth to the east of the mountain, and his temple is on the earth there. There is a serpent on the brow of that mountain, and he measureth 30 cubits in length. The first 8 cubits of his length are covered with flints and with shining metal plates. The Osiris Nu, triumphant, knoweth the name of this serpent, which dwelleth on his hill. Dweller in his fire is his name. Now after Ra hath stood still, he inclineth his eyes towards him, and a stoppage of the boat of Ra taketh place, and a mighty sleep cometh upon him that is in the boat, and he gulpeth down 7 cubits of the great waters. Thereby he maketh Sutti to depart, having the harpoon of iron in him, and thereby he is caused to throw up everything which he hath eaten, and thereby is set put into his place of restraint. And then I recite before him the enchantment, saying, Get thee back to the sky, for that which is in my hand is ready. I stand up in thy place of restraint. The boat advanceth, taking heed to the way. Thy head is covered up, while I sail on and turn back thy steps. I am the man who covereth thy head, and who poureth cold water upon thy palm. I have strength, and I am strong. I am the divine one, who is mighty in enchantments, namely the son of Nut, and my splendor hath therefore been delivered unto me. Who then is this venerable Khu, who advanceth walking upon his belly, and upon his tail, and upon the joints of his back? Verily, it is I myself who do walk over thee, and thy strength is in my power. I am he who lifteth up strength, and I have come, and I have become master of the serpents of Ra, when he setteth in my sight at eventide. I go round about heaven, but thou art fettered with fetters, which thing was ordained for thee formerly when Ra set in life in his horizon. I, even I, know how to guide the matters whereby the serpent Apep is driven back, and I know the divine souls of the west, that is to say, Tem and Sebek, the lord of Bakau, and Hathor, the lady of the evening. The god Heru Kuti, Harmarchus, seated. Before him is a spotted calf, behind which stands the deceased with both hands raised in adoration of the god. Above is the morning star. Elsewhere, the deceased is seen standing with both hands raised in adoration before three seated ibis-headed deities. In the Sa'ite recension, the vignette is quite different. The god Ra, Harmarchus, hawk-headed, and wearing a disk which is encircled by a serpent, is seated in a boat. Above the disk is the emblem of air, and he holds on his knees the emblem of life. Before him in the boat is a calf, above which is a star, and behind him stands the deceased. The boat is about to sail between two sycamore trees, in front of which stands the deceased with both hands raised in adoration. Text: the chapter of knowing the souls of the East. The Chancellor-in-Chief, Nu, triumphant, saith, I, even I, know the eastern gate of heaven. Now its southern part is at the lake of Karu, and its northern part is at the canal of the geese, where out Ra cometh with winds, which make him to advance. I am he who is concerned with the tackle, which is in the divine bark. I am the sailor who ceaseth not in the boat of Ra. I, even I, know the two sycamores of turquoise, between which Ra showeth himself when he strideth forward over the supports of Shu, towards the gate of the Lord of the East, through which Ra cometh forth. I, even I, know the Sektet Aaru of Ra, the walls of which are of iron. The height of the wheat therein is 5 cubits, of the ears thereof 2 cubits, and of the stalks thereof 3 cubits. The barley therein is in height 7 cubits, the ears thereof are 3 cubits, and the stalks thereof are 4 cubits. And behold, the Khus, each one of whom therein is 9 cubits in height, reap it near the divine souls of the East. I, even I, know the divine souls of the East, that is to say, Heru, Kuti, Harmarchus, and the calf of the goddess Kera, and the morning star, daily. A divine city hath been built for me, I know it, and I know the name thereof. Sekhet Aaru is its name. The Sekhet Hetepet, or fields of peace, commonly called the Elysian fields, surrounded and intersected by streams. The divisions contain the following: A. Nebseni, the scribe and artist of the temple of Ptah, with his arms hanging by his sides, entering the Elysian fields. B. The scribe Nebseni, making an offering of incense to the great company of the gods. C. Nebseni, seated in a boat, paddling. Above the boat are 3 symbols for city. D. The deceased addressing a bearded mummied figure. E. 3 pools or lakes called Urti, Hetep, and Ketket, respectively. F. Nebseni reaping in Sekhet Hetepet. G. Nebseni grasping the Bennu bird, which is perched upon a stand. In front are 3 Kas and 3 Khus. H. Nebseni seated and smelling a flower. The text reads, thousands of all good and pure things to the Ka of Nebseni. I. A table of offerings. J. 4 pools of lakes called Nebt Tau, E. Uaka, Ka, and Hetep. K. Nebseni plowing with oxen by the side of a stream which is 1,000 measures in length, and the width of which cannot be said. In it there are neither fish nor worms. L. Nebseni plowing with oxen on an island, the length of which is the length of heaven. M. A division shaped like a bowl, in which is inscribed the birthplace of the god of the city Kenet Nebt. N. an island whereon are 4 gods and a flight of steps. The legend reads, the great company of the gods who are in Sekhet Hetep. O, the boat Tet with 8 oars, 4 at the bows and 4 at the stern, floating at the end of a canal. In it is a flight of steps. The place where it lies is called the domain of Neth. P, 2 pools, the names of which are illegible. The vignette in the Papyrus of Ani has some interesting variants and may be thus described. 1. Ani making an offering before a hare-headed god, a snake-headed god, and a bull-headed god. Behind him stands Thoth, holding his reed and pallet. Ani paddling a boat, Ani addressing a hawk, before which are a table of offerings, 3 ovals, and the legend being at peace in the field of peace and having air for the nostrils. 2. Ani reaping corn, Ani driving the oxen which tread out the corn, Ani addressing or adoring a Bennu bird perched on a stand, Ani seated holding the Kerp scepter, a heap of red and a heap of white corn, 3 Kas and 3 Kus, which are perhaps to be read the food of the Kus, and 3 pools. 3. Ani ploughing a field near a stream which contains neither fish nor serpents. 4. The birthplace of the god of the city, an island on which is a flight of steps, a region called the place of the Kus, who are 7 cubits high. The wheat is 3 cubits high, and it is the Sahu who have become perfect, who reap it. The region Ashet, the god who dwelleth therein, being Unifer. A boat with 8 oars lying at the end of a canal, and a boat floating on a canal. The name of the first boat is Bahutu Tcheser, and the name of the second Tchefau. In the Papyrus of Nebseni are 2 scenes, one on each side of Sekhet Hetepep, or the Elysian Fields. In the first, Nebseni stands with both hands raised in adoration and adores the company of the gods who dwell in Sekhet Hetep, saying, Homage to you, O ye lords of food. I have come in peace to your field to receive Tchefau food. Grant ye that I may come to the great God daily, and grant that I may attain to the offerings, that is to say, to the cakes and ale and oxen and ducks and bread, which are offered unto his Ka. The 3 short lines of hieroglyphics be in front of Nebseni read, Nebseni, the Lord of Reverence, the scribe and artist in the temples of the south and of the north, ascribeth praise to the company of the gods and adoreth the great God. In the second scene, Nebseni is standing upright, and a youth is pouring a libation over him. At the same time, another youth is bringing to him an offering of raiment. The text above him, C, reads, May the god Osiris and all the company of the gods who dwell in Sekhet Hetep grant offerings of cakes and ale and oxen and ducks and bread, and all good things, and linen garments, and incense each day, and an offering on the altar each day, and the receiving of cakes of various kinds, and milk and wine, and Tchefau food, and the following of the god at his coming forth during his festivals of Restau, along with the favored ones of the great god to the Ka of the scribe Nebseni, etc. Text. Here begin the chapters of Sekhet Hetepet, and the chapters of coming forth by day, of going into and of coming out from the underworld, of coming to Sekhet Aaru, of being in Sekhet Hetepet, the mighty land, the lady of winds, of having power there, of becoming a Khu there, of plowing there, of reaping there, of eating there, of drinking there, of making love there, and of doing everything even as a man doeth upon earth. Behold the scribe and artist of the temple of Ptah, Nebseni, who saith, Set hath taken possession of Horus, who looked with the 2 eyes upon the building round Sekhet Hetep, but I have unfettered Horus, and taken him from Set, and Set hath opened the ways of the 2 eyes which are in heaven. Set hath cast his moisture to the winds upon the soul that hath his day or his eye, and who dwelleth in the city of Mert, and he hath delivered the interior of the body of Horus from the gods of Akert. Behold me now, for I make this mighty boat to travel over the lake of Hetep, and I brought it away with might from the palace of Shu. The domain of his stars groweth young, and reneweth its former strength. I have brought the boat into the lakes thereof, so that I may come forth into the cities thereof, and I have sailed into their divine city Hetep. And behold, it is because I, even I, am at peace with his seasons, and with his guidance, and with his territory, and with the company of the gods who are his firstborn. He maketh the two divine fighters, that is, Horus and Set, to be at peace with those who watch over the living ones whom he hath created in fair form, and he bringeth peace with him. He maketh the two divine fighters to be at peace with those who watch over them. He cutteth off the hair from the divine fighters, he driveth away storm from the helpless, and he keepeth away harm from the Khus. Let me gain dominion within that field, for I know it, and I have sailed among its lakes so that I might come into its cities. My mouth is strong, and I am equipped with weapons to use against the Khus. Let them not have dominion over me. Let me be rewarded with thy fields, O thou god Hetep. That which is thy wish shalt thou do, O Lord of the winds. May I become a Khu therein. May I eat therein. May I drink therein. May I plow therein, may I reap therein, may I fight therein, may I make love therein, may my words be mighty therein, may I never be in a state of servitude therein, but may I be in authority therein. Thou hast made strong the mouth and the throat of the god Hetep. Ketebu is its name. He is established upon the watery supports of the god Shu, and is linked unto the pleasant things of Ra. He is the divider of years. He is hidden of mouth. His mouth is silent. That which he uttereth is secret. He fulfilleth eternity, and taketh possession of everlastingness of existence, as Hetep, the Lord Hetep. The god Horus maketh himself to be strong like unto the hawk, which is 1,000 cubits in length, and 2,000 cubits in width. In life he hath equipments with him, and he journeyeth on, and cometh where the seat of his heart wisheth, in the pools thereof, and in the cities thereof. He was begotten in the birth chamber of the god of the city. He hath offerings made unto him of the food of the god of the city. He performeth that which it is meet to do therein, and the union thereof, in the matter of everything of the birth chamber of the divine city. When he setteth in life like crystal, he performeth everything therein, and these things are like unto the things which are done in the lake of double fire, wherein there is none that rejoiceth, and wherein are all manner of evil things. The god Hetep goeth in, and cometh out, and goeth backwards in that field which gathereth together all manner of things for the birth chamber of the god of the city. When he setteth in life like crystal, he performeth all manner of things therein, which are like unto the things which are done in the lake of double fire, wherein there is none that rejoiceth, and wherein are no evil things whatsoever. Let me live with the god Hetep, clothed and not despoiled by the lords of the north. And may the lords of divine things bring food unto me. May he make me to go forward, and may I come forth, and may he bring my power to me there, and may I receive it, and may my equipment be from the god Hetep. May I gain the mastery over the great and mighty word which is in my body, in this my place, and by it I will remember, and I will forget. Let me go forward on my journey, and let me plow. I am at peace in the divine city. And I know the waters, cities, gnomes, and lakes which are in Sekhet Hetep. I exist therein, I am strong therein, I become a Khu therein, I eat therein, I sow seed therein, I reap the harvest therein, I plow therein, I make love therein, I am at peace with the god Hetep therein. Behold, I scatter seed therein, I sail about among its lakes, and I come forward to the cities thereof, O divine Hetep. Behold, my mouth is equipped with my horns for teeth. Grant me an overflowing supply of the food whereon the Kas and Khus live. I have passed the judgment of Shu upon him that knoweth him, so that I may go forth to the cities thereof, and may sail about among its lakes, and may walk about in Sekhet Hetep. And behold, Ra is in heaven, and behold, the god Hetep is its double offering. I have come onward to its land, I have put on my girdle, I have come forth so that the gifts which are about to be given unto me may be given. I have made gladness for myself. I have laid hold upon my strength, which the god Hetep hath greatly increased for me. O Anen em Hetep, I have entered into thee, and my soul followeth after me, and my divine food is upon both my hands, O Lady of the two lands, who stablishest my word whereby I remember and forget. I would live without injury, without any injury being done unto me. O grant to me, O do thou grant to me joy of heart. Make thou me to be at peace. Bind thou up my sinews and muscles, and make me to receive the air. O Anen en Hetep, thou Lady of the winds, I have entered into thee, and I have opened, that is, shown my head. Ra falleth asleep, but I am awake, and there is the goddess Hast at the gate of heaven by night. Obstacles have been set before me, but I have gathered together what he hath emitted. I am in my city, O Nut-urt. I have entered into thee, and I have counted my harvest, and I go forward to Uak. I am the bull enveloped in turquoise, the lord of the field of the bull, the lord of the divine speech of the goddess Septet, Sothis, at her hours. O Uak, I have entered into thee. I have eaten my bread. I have gotten the mastery over choice pieces of the flesh of oxen and of feathered fowl, and the birds of Shu have been given unto me. I follow after the gods, and I come after the divine cause. O Techet Fet, I have entered into thee. I array myself in apparel, and I gird myself with the solid garment of Ra. Now behold, he is in heaven, and those who dwell therein follow Ra, and I follow Ra in heaven. O Unan em Hetep, Lord of the two lands, I have entered into thee, and I have plunged into the lakes of Teshetsert. Behold me, for all filth hath departed from me. The great God groweth therein, and behold, I have found food therein. I have snared feathered fowl, and I feed upon the finest of them. O Kentet, I have entered into thee, and I have seen the Osiris, my father, and I have gazed upon my mother, and I have made love. I have caught the worms and serpents, and I am delivered, and I know the name of the God who is opposite to the goddess Teshetsert, and who hath straight hair, and is equipped with two horns. He reapeth, and I both plough and reap. O Hast, I have entered into thee. I have driven back those who would come to the turquoise sky, and I have followed the winds of the company of the gods. The great God hath given my head unto me, and he who hath bound on me my head is the mighty one who hath turquoise eyes, namely Ari on Abet, that is, he doeth as he pleaseth. O Usert, I have come into thee at the head of the house wherein divine food is brought for me. O Smam, I have come into thee. My heart watcheth. My head is equipped with the white crown. I am led into celestial regions, and I make to flourish terrestrial objects. And there is joy of heart for the bull, and for celestial beings, and for the company of the gods. I am the God who is the bull, the Lord of the gods, as he goeth forth from the turquoise sky. O divine gnome of wheat and barley, I have come into thee. I have come forward to thee, and I have taken up that which followeth me, namely the best of the libations of the company of the gods. I have tied up my boat in the celestial lakes. I have lifted up the post at which to anchor. I have recited the prescribed words with my voice, and I have ascribed praises unto the gods who dwell in Sekhet Hetep. Vignette: the gods Horus, hawk-headed, Meshtha, and Hapi-seated. Text: another chapter of knowing the souls of Pe. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, Nu, triumphant, saith, Hail, Kot, who dwelleth in Kot, in Anpet, and in the nome of Kot. Hail, ye goddesses of the chase, who dwell in the city of Pe, ye celestial lands, ye stars, and ye divine beings, who give cakes and ale. Do ye know for what reason the city of Pe hath been given unto Horus? I, even I, know, though ye know it not. Behold, Ra gave the city unto him in return for the injury in his eye, for which cause Ra said to Horus, Let me see what is coming to pass in thine eye, and forthwith he looked thereat. Then Ra said to Horus, Look at that black pig. And he looked, and straightway an injury was done unto his eye, namely, a mighty storm took place. Then said Horus unto Ra, Verily my eye seems as if it were an eye upon which Suti had inflicted a blow. And thus saying, he ate his heart. Then said Ra to those gods, Place ye him in his chamber, and he shall do well. Now the black pig was Suti, who had transformed himself into a black pig, and he it was who had aimed the blow of fire which was in the eye of Horus. Then said Ra unto those gods, The pig is an abominable thing unto Horus, Oh, but he shall do well, although the pig is an abomination unto him. Then the company of the gods who were among the divine followers of Horus when he existed in the form of his own child said, "Let sacrifices be made to the gods of his bulls, and of his goats, and of his pigs." Now the father of Mesthi, Hapi, Tuamautef, and Quebhenuf is Horus, and their mother is Isis. Then said Horus to Ra, "Give me 2 divine brethren in the city of Pe, and 2 divine brethren in the city of Nekhen, who have sprung from my body, and who shall be with me in the guise of everlasting judges. Then shall the earth blossom, and thunder clouds and rain be blotted out." And the name of Horus became Her Uachf, that is, prince of his emerald stone. I, even I, know the souls of Pe, namely Horus, Mesthi, and Hapi.
Part 16.
Vignette: the gods Horus, Tuamautef, and Quebhsennuf. Text: the chapter of knowing the souls of Nekhen. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, Nu, triumphant, saith, I know the hidden things of the city of Nekhen, that is to say, the things which the mother of Horus did for him, and how she made her voice to go forth over the waters, saying, Speak ye unto me concerning the judgment which is upon me, and show me the path behind you, and let me discover it. And how Ra said, This son of Isis hath perished, and what the mother of Horus did for him when she cried out, saying, Sebek, the lord of the papyrus swamp, shall be brought to us. And Sebek fished for them, and he found them, and the mother of Horus made them to grow in the places to which they belonged. Then Sebek, the lord of his papyrus swamp, said, I went and I found the place where they had passed with my fingers on the edge of the waters, and I enclosed them in my net, and strong was that net. And Ra said, So then there are fish with the god Sebek, and he hath found the hands and arms of Horus for him in the land of fish. And that land became the land of the city of Remu, that is, fish. And Ra said, A land of the pool to this net. Then were the hands of Horus brought to him at the uncovering of his face at the festivals of the month and half month in the land of Remu. And Ra said, I give the city of Nekhen to Horus for the habitation of his 2 arms and hands, and his face shall be uncovered before his 2 hands and arms in the city of Nekhen. And I give unto his power the slaughtered beings who are in them at the festivals of the month and half month. Then Horus said, Let me carry off Tuamautef and Quebhsennuf, and let them watch over my body, and if they are allowed to be there, then shall they be subservient to the god of the city of Nekhen. And Ra said, It shall be granted unto thee there, and in the city of Senket, that is Sadi, and there shall be done for them what hath been done for those who dwell in the city of Nekhen, and verily they shall be with thee. And Horus said, They have been with thee, and now they shall be with me, and shall hearken unto the god Sadi when he calleth upon the souls of Nekhen. Grant to me that I, even I, may pass on to the souls of Nekhen, and that I may unloose the bonds of Horus. I, even I, know the souls of Nekhen, namely Horus, Tuamautef, and Quebhsennuf. In the Sa'ite recension, the deceased is standing with both hands raised in adoration before the gods Thoth, Sa, and Tem. Text: the chapter of knowing the souls of Kemenu, Hermopolis. The goddess Maat is carried by the arm at the shining of the goddess Neith in the city of Mentchat, and at the shining of the eye when it is weighed. I am carried over by it, and I know what it bringeth from the city of Kessi, and I will neither declare it unto men, nor tell it unto the gods. I have come, being the envoy of Ra, to establish Maat upon the arm at the shining of Neith in the city of Mentchat, and to adjudge the eye to him that shall scrutinize it. I have come as a power through the knowledge of the souls of Kemenu, Hermopolis, who love to know what ye love. I know Maat, which hath germinated, and hath become strong, and hath been judged, and I have joy in passing judgment upon the things which are to be judged. Homage to you, O ye souls of Kemenu. I, even I, know the things which are unknown on the festivals of the month and half-month. Ra knoweth the hidden things of the night, and know ye that it is Thoth who hath made me to have knowledge. Homage to you, O ye souls of Kemenu, since I know you each day. In the Papyrus of Nu, this chapter has no vignette. In the Sa'ite Recension, the deceased is standing with both hands raised in adoration before the gods Ra, Shu, and Tefnut. Text: the chapter of coming forth from heaven, and of making a way through the Amenhet, and of knowing the souls of Anu. Heliopolis, the Chancellor-in-Chief, Nu, triumphant, saith, I have passed the day since yesterday among the great divine beings, and I have come into being along with the god Khepera. My face is uncovered before the Eye, the only one, and the orbit of the night hath been opened. I am a divine being among you. I know the souls of Anu. Shall not the god Ma pass over it as he journeyeth forward with vigor? Have I not overcome, and have I not spoken to the gods? Behold, he that is the heir of Anu hath been destroyed. I, even I, know for what reason was made the lock of hair of the man. Ra spake unto the god Amihaf, and an injury was done unto his mouth, that is to say, he was wounded in that mouth. And Ra spake unto the god Amihaf, saying, O heir of men, receive thy harpoon. And the harpoon house came into being. Behold, O god Amihaf, two divine brethren have come into being, that is to say, Senti Ra came into being, and Setem Ansi F came into being, and his hand stayed not, and he made his form into that of a woman with a lock of hair, which became the divine lock in Anu, and which became the strong and mighty one in this temple. And it became the strong one of Anu, and it became the heir of Ur-Me'at-F, that is the mighty one of the two eyes. And it became before him the god Irma of Anu. I know the souls of Anu, namely Ra, Shu, and Tefnut. The deceased adoring three ibis-headed gods. In the Sa'ite Recension, the deceased is standing with both hands raised in adoration before the gods Thoth, Sa, and Tem. Text: another chapter of knowing the souls of Kemenu, Hermopolis, the Chancellor-in-Chief, Nu, triumphant, saith, the goddess Neith shineth in Matchat, and the goddess Maat is carried by the arm of him who eateth the eye, and who is its divine judge. And the Sem-priest carrieth me over upon it. I will not declare it unto men, and I will not tell it unto the gods. I will not declare it unto men, and I will not tell it unto the gods. I have entered in being an ignorant man, and I have seen the hidden things. Homage to you, O ye gods who dwell in Kemenu. Ye know me even as I know the goddess Neith, and ye give to the eye the growth which endureth. There is joy to me at the judgment of the things which are to be judged. I, even I, know the souls of Anu. They are great at the festival of the month, and are little at the festival of the half-month. They are Thoth, the hidden one, and Sa and Tem. Rubric: if this chapter be known by the deceased, awful shall be an abomination unto him, and he shall not drink filthy water. Vignette: the deceased holding a staff in his left hand, about to walk up one side of a hill of the horizon. In the Sa'ite Recension, the god Anubis is leading the deceased to a shrine which is set on a hill. Text: the chapter of receiving paths whereon to walk in Re-style. The Chancellor-in-Chief, Nu, triumphant, saith, the paths which are above me lead to Re-style. I am he who is girt about with his girdle, and who cometh forth from the goddess of Ureret crown. I have come, and I have established things in Abtu, Abydos. And I have opened out paths in Re-style. The god Osiris hath eased my pains. I am he who maketh the waters to come into being, and who setteth his throne thereon, and who maketh his path through the funeral valley and through the great lake. I have made my path, and indeed I am Osiris. Osiris was victorious over his enemies, and the Osiris Nebket is victorious over his enemies. He hath become as one of yourselves, O ye gods. His protector is the Lord of eternity. He walketh even as ye walk. He standeth even as ye stand. He sitteth even as ye sit. And he talketh even as ye talk, in the presence of the great God, the Lord of Amentet. The deceased, holding a staff in his left hand. In the Sa'ite recension, this chapter has no vignette. Text. The chapter of coming forth from Ristau. The Chancellor-in-Chief, Nu Triumphant, saith, I was born in Ristau, and splendor hath been given unto me by those who dwell in their spiritual bodies, Sahu, in the habitation where libations are made unto Osiris. The divine ministers who are in Ristau shall receive me when Osiris is led into the twofold funeral region of Osiris. O let me be a divine being whom they shall lead into the twofold funeral region of Osiris. The deceased, adoring the god Osiris, who stands in a shrine. In the Sa'ite recension, the deceased is walking away from a shrine which is set upon a hill. Text. The chapter of coming forth from Ristau. The Chancellor-in-Chief, Nu Triumphant, saith, I am the great God who maketh his light. I have come to thee, O Osiris, and I offer praise unto thee. I am pure from the issues which are carried away from thee. Thy name is made in Ristau, and thy power is in Abtu, Abydos. Thou art raised up, then, O Osiris, and thou goest round about through heaven with Ra, and thou lookest upon the generations of men. O thou one who circlest, thou Ra, behold, verily, I have said unto thee, O Osiris, I am the spiritual body of the God, and I say, let it come to pass, that I shall never be repulsed before thee, O Osiris. Vignette. The Papyrus of Nu is the only document containing the Theban recension which is known at present to give a text of this chapter, but it is without a vignette. In the Sa'ite recension, the deceased is bowing before a shrine which is set upon a hill. Text. The chapter of going in after coming forth from the underworld. The overseer of the palace, the Chancellor-in-Chief, Nu Triumphant, saith, Open unto me. Who then art thou? Whither goest thou? What is thy name? I am one of you. Assembler of souls is the name of my boat. Making the hair to stand on end is the name of the oars. Watchful one is the name of its bows. Evil is it is the name of the rudder. Steering straight for the middle is the name of the Machabet. So likewise the boat is a type of my sailing onward to the pool. Let there be given unto me vessels of milk, together with cakes and loaves of bread, and cups of drink, and pieces of meat in the temple of Anpu, or as others say, grant thou me these things wholly. Let it be so done unto me that I may enter in like a hawk, and that I may come forth like the Bennu bird, and like the morning star. Let me make my path so that I may go in peace into the beautiful Amentet, and let the lake of Osiris be mine. Let me make my path, and let me enter in, and let me adore Osiris, the Lord of life. Vignette. The deceased or his soul standing before a palace or shrine. In the Sa'ite recension, this chapter has no vignette. Text. The chapter of entering into the great house. The overseer of the palace, the Chancellor-in-Chief, Nu Triumphant, saith, Homage to thee, O Thoth. I am Thoth, who have weighed the two divine fighters, that is, Horus and Set. I have destroyed their warfare, and I have diminished their wailings. I have delivered the Atu fish in his turning back, and I have performed that which thou didst order concerning him, and afterwards I lay down within my eye. I am he who hath been without opposition. I have come. Do thou look upon me in the temple of Nemhra, or Uhemhra. I give commands in the words of the divine aged ones, and moreover, I guide for thee the lesser deities. Vignette: the deceased adoring Meshthahapi to Amalteth and Kebsenuf. Text: the chapter of going into the presence of the divine sovereign princes of Osiris. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, Nu, triumphant, saith, My soul hath built for me a habitation in the city of Tatu. I sow seed in the city of Pe, and I plow my field with my laborers, and for this reason my palm tree is like Amsu. That which is an abomination unto me, that which is an abomination unto me, I shall not eat. That which is an abomination unto me, that which is an abomination unto me is filth. I shall not eat thereof. By sepulchral meals and food I shall not be destroyed. The abominable thing I shall not take into my hands. I shall not walk upon it in my sandals, because my cakes are made of white grain, and my ale is made of red grain. And behold, the Sektet boat and the Matet boat bring them to me. And I eat thereof under the branches of the trees, the beautiful arms of which I know. O let splendor be prepared for me with the white crown which is lifted up upon me by the Uriai goddesses. Hail, thou guardian of the divine doors of the god Sehetep Taui, that is, he who maketh the world to be at peace. Bring thou to me that of which they make sepulchral meals. Grant thou that I may lift up the branches. May the God of light open to me his arms, and may the company of the gods keep silence, whilst the denizens of heaven talk with the Chancellor-in-Chief, Nu, triumphant. I am the leader of the hearts of the gods which strengthen me, and I am a mighty one among the divine beings. If any god or any goddess shall come forth against me, he shall be judged by the ancestors of the year who live upon hearts, and who make cakes for me, and Osiris shall devour him that is coming forth from Abtu Abydos. He shall be judged by the ancestors of Ra, and he shall be judged by the God of light, who clotheth heaven among the divine princes. I shall have bread in my mouth at stated seasons, and I shall enter in before the gods Ahiu. He shall speak with me, and I shall speak with the followers of the gods. I shall speak with the disk, and I shall speak with the denizens of heaven. I shall put the terror of myself into the blackness of night, which is in the goddess Maert, who is near him that dwelleth in might. And behold, I shall be there with Osiris. My condition of completeness shall be his condition of completeness among the divine princes. I shall speak unto him with the words of men, and he shall repeat unto me the words of the gods. A Khu who is equipped with power shall come. I am a Khu who is equipped with power. I am equipped with the power of all the Khus, being the form of the Sahu, that is, spiritual bodies, of Anu, Tatu, Satin Benen, Abtu, Apu, and Senu. The Osiris of Alf-Ankh is victorious over every god and every goddess who are hidden in Neter Kertet. The negative confession was recited by him before the 42 gods who were in this hall, and the concluding text when he came into the underworld. The introduction. Vignette. The god Osiris, bearded and wearing the white crown, stands in a shrine, the roof of which is surmounted by a hawk's head and by uriai. He holds the usual emblems of sovereignty and domination. Behind him is the goddess Isis, and before him, standing upon a lotus flower, are the 4 children of Horus, Mestha, Hapi, Tu Amalteth, and Kebsenuf. Vignette. Ani and his wife, Thu, standing with hands raised in adoration of Osiris before a table of offerings. Text. The chapter of entering into the hall of double Maati, a hymn of praise to Osiris, the governor of Amentet. Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant, saith, I have come, and I have drawn nigh to see thy beauties. My hands are raised in adoration of thy name, right and truth. I came, and I drew nigh unto the place where the acacia tree groweth not, where the tree thick with leaves existeth not, and where the ground yieldeth neither herb nor grass. Then I entered into the hidden place, and I spake with the god Set, and my protector advanced to me, and his face was clothed or covered, and he fell upon the hidden things. He entered into the temple of Osiris, and he looked upon the hidden things which were therein, and the sovereign chiefs of the pylons were in the form of Khus. And the god Anpu spake to those who were on both sides of him with the speech of a man as he came from Ta Mera. He knoweth our paths and our cities. I make offerings, and I smell the odor of him as if he were one among you. And I say unto him, I am Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant in peace, triumphant. I have come, and I have drawn nigh to see the great gods, and I feed upon the offerings which are among their food. I have been to the borders of the territory of Ba-neb-tetet, that is, the soul, the lord of Tatu, or Osiris, and he hath caused me to come forth like a Bennu bird, and to utter words. I have been in the water of the stream, and I have made offerings of incense. I have guided myself to the Shentet tree of the divine children. I have been in Abu, or Abu, that is elephantine, in the temple of the goddess Satet.
Part 17.
Anaru the first. The Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief triumphant, when he cometh to the first pylon of Osiris, saith, I have made my way, I know you, and I know your name, and I know the name of the God who guardeth you. Lady of tremblings with lofty walls, the sovereign lady, the mistress of destruction, who setteth in order the words which drive back the whirlwind and the storm, who delivereth from destruction him that travelleth along the way, is thy name. The name of thy doorkeeper is Neri. The Osiris Nu, when he cometh to the second pylon of Osiris, saith, I have made my way, I know you, and I know your name, and I know the name of the God who guardeth you. Lady of heaven, the mistress of the world, who devoureth with fire, the lady of mortals, who knoweth mankind, is thy name. The name of thy doorkeeper is Mespeh, or Mespetah. The Osiris Nu, when he cometh to the third pylon of Osiris, saith, I have made my way, I know you, and I know your name, and I know the name of the God who guardeth you. Lady of the altar, the lady to whom abundant offerings are made, in whom every god rejoiceth on the day of sailing up to Abtu, Abydos, is thy name. The name of thy doorkeeper is Urtat Sebanka. The Osiris Nu, when he cometh to the fourth pylon of Osiris, saith, I have made my way, I know you, and I know your name, and I know the name of the God who guardeth you. She who prevaileth with knives, the mistress of the world, destroyer of the foes of the still heart, who maketh the decree for the escape of the needy from evil hap, is thy name. The name of thy doorkeeper is Nekau. The Osiris Nu, when he cometh to the fifth pylon of Osiris, saith, I have made my way, I know you, and I know your name, and I know the name of the God who guardeth you. Fire, the lady of flames, who inhaleth the supplications which are made to her, who permitteth not thee to enter in, is thy name. The name of thy doorkeeper is Henti Reku. The Osiris Nu, when he cometh to the sixth pylon of Osiris, saith, I have made my way, I know you, and I know your name, and I know the name of the God who guardeth you. Lady of light, the lady to whom abundant supplication is made, the difference between her height and her breadth is unknown. The like of her hath never been found since the beginning. There is a serpent thereupon, whose size is not known. It was born in the presence of the still heart, is thy name. The name of the doorkeeper is Samamti. The Osiris Nu, when he cometh to the seventh pylon of Osiris, saith, I have made my way, I know you, and I know your name, and I know the name of the God who guardeth you. Robe, which doth clothe the divine feeble one, weeping for what it loveth, and shrouding the body, is thy name. The name of the doorkeeper is Akenti. The Osiris Nu, when he cometh to the eighth pylon of Osiris, saith, I have made my way, I know you, and I know your name, and I know the name of the God who guardeth you. Blazing fire, the flame whereof cannot be quenched, provided with tongues of flame, which reach afar. The slaughtering one, the irresistible one, through whom a man may not pass by reason of the hurt which she doeth, is thy name. The name of the doorkeeper is Ku-chet-ef. The Osiris Nu, when he cometh to the ninth pylon of Osiris, saith, I have made my way, I know you, and I know your name, and I know the name of the God who guardeth you. She who is in the front, the lady of strength, quiet of heart, who giveth birth to her Lord, whose girth is 350 measures, who sendeth forth rays like the Uach stone of the south, who raiseth up the divine form, and clotheth the feeble one, who giveth offerings to her Lord every day, is thy name. The name of the doorkeeper is Tchesef. The Osiris Nu, when he cometh to the 10th pylon of Osiris, saith, I have made my way, I know you, and I know your name, and I know the name of the God who guardeth you. Thou who art loud of voice, who raisest up those who cry, and who make supplication unto her, whose voice is loud, the terrible one, the lady who is to be feared, who destroyeth not that which is in her, is thy name. The name of the doorkeeper is Sekhen-ur. The Osiris Nu, when he cometh to the 11th pylon of Osiris, saith, I have made my way, I know you, and I know your name, and I know the name of her who is within thee. She who slaughtereth always, the burner up of fiends, mistress of the every pylon, the lady to whom acclamation is made on the day of darkness, is thy name. She hath the judgment of the feeble bandaged one. The Osiris Nu, when he cometh to the 12th pylon of Osiris, saith, I have made my way, I know you, and I know your name, and I know the name of her who is within thee. Thou who invokest thy two lands, who destroyest those who come with flashings and with fire, the lady of splendor, who hearkeneth unto the speech of her Lord, is thy name. She hath the judgment of the feeble bandaged one. The Osiris Nu, when he cometh to the 13th pylon of Osiris, saith, I have made my way, I know you, and I know your name, and I know the name of her who is within thee. Osiris bringeth his two hands over her, and maketh the god Hapi, that is the Nile, to send forth splendor out of his hidden places, is thy name. She hath the judgment of the feeble bandaged one. The Osiris Nu, when he cometh to the 14th pylon of Osiris, saith, I have made my way, I know you, and I know your name, and I know the name of her who is within thee. Lady of might, who danceth on the blood-red ones, who keepeth the festival of Haker on the day of the hearing of faults, is thy name. She hath the judgment of the feeble bandaged one. The 15th pylon, the Osiris, Heru-em-Kebet, triumphant, saith, when he cometh to this pylon, the fiend, red of hair and eyes, who cometh forth by night, and doth fetter the fiend in his lair, may her hands be given to the still heart in his hour, and may she advance and go forward, is thy name. She hath the judgment of the feeble bandaged one. The 16th pylon, the Osiris Heru-em-Kebet, triumphant, saith, when he cometh forth to this pylon, Terrible one, the lady of the rainstorm, who planteth ruin in the souls of men, the devourer of the dead bodies of mankind, the orderer and producer and creator of slaughter, is thy name. She hath the judgment of the feeble-bandaged one. The 17th pylon, the Osiris Heru Kebet, triumphant, saith when he cometh forth to this pylon, hewer in pieces in blood, a hobbit, lady of hair, is thy name. She hath the judgment of the feeble-bandaged one. The 18th pylon, the Osiris Heru Kebet, triumphant, saith when he cometh to this pylon, lover of the fire, pure of slaughterings which she loveth, cutter off of heads, venerated one, lady of the great house, destroyer of fiends at eventide, is thy name. She hath the judgment of the feeble-bandaged one. The 19th pylon, the Osiris Heru Kebet, triumphant, saith when he cometh to this pylon, dispenser of light during her period of life, watcher of flames, the lady of the strength and of the writings of the god Ptah himself is thy name. She hath the judgment of the bandages of Paran or Perhetch. The 20th pylon, the Osiris Heru Kebet, triumphant, saith when he cometh to this pylon, she who dwelleth within the cavern of her Lord, clother is her name. She hideth what she hath created. She taketh possession of hearts. She swalloweth is thy name. She hath the judgment of the bandages of Paran or Perhetch. The 21st pylon, the Osiris Heru Kebet, triumphant, saith when he cometh to this pylon, knife which cutteth when its name is uttered, and slayeth those who advance towards its flames, is thy name. She hath secret plots and counsels. Arit, vignette, Ani and his wife Thuthu approaching the first Arit, at the entrance of which sit three gods, having the head of a hare, of a serpent, and of a crocodile, respectively. The name of the doorkeeper is Seket Hra Ashtaru. The name of the watcher is Semeti. The name of the herald is Hak Heru. The Osiris Ani triumphant shall say when he cometh unto the first Arit, I am the mighty one who createth his own light. I have come unto thee, O Osiris, and purified from that which defileth thee. I adore thee. Lead on. Name not the name of Restau unto me. Homage to thee, O Osiris, in thy might, and in thy strength in Restau. Rise up and conquer, O Osiris, in Abtu. Thou goest round about heaven. Thou sailest in the presence of Ra. Thou lookest upon all the beings who have knowledge. Hail, Ra, thou who circlest in the sky. Verily I say, O Osiris, I am the spiritual body, Sa, of the God, and I say, let me not be driven hence, nor upon the wall of burning coals. Open the way in Restau, ease the pain of Osiris, embrace that which the balance hath weighed, make a path for him in the great valley, make light to be on the way of Osiris. The second Arit, vignette, an Arit guarded by three gods, having the head of a lion, of a man, and of a dog, respectively. Text: the name of the doorkeeper is Unhat. The name of the watcher is Seket Hra. The name of the herald is Uset. The Osiris Ani triumphant shall say when he cometh to this Arit, he sitteth to do his heart's desire, and he weigheth words as the second of Thoth. The strength which protecteth Thoth humbleth the hidden Maat gods, who feed upon Maat throughout the years of their lives. I make offerings at the moment when he maketh his way. I pass on and enter upon the way. Grant thou that I may pass onwards, and that I may gain sight of Ra together with those who make offerings. The third Arit, vignette, an Arit guarded by three gods, having the head of a jackal, the head of a dog, and the head of a serpent, respectively. Text: the name of the doorkeepers is Hawatu Ent Pehui. The name of the watcher is Seris Ra. The name of the herald is Aa. The Osiris Ani triumphant shall say when he cometh to this Arit, I am the hidden one in the great deep. I am the judge of the Rehui. I have come and I have done away with the offensive thing which was upon Osiris. I am fastening the place whereon he shall stand, which projecteth from the Urut crown. I have perfected matters in Aptu. I have opened the way in Restau. I have eased the pain which was in Osiris. I have made straight his standing place, and I have made his path. He shineth in Restau. The fourth Arit, vignette, an Arit guarded by three gods, having the head of a man, of a hawk, and of a lion, respectively. Text, the name of the doorkeeper is Kasef Ra Ashta Keru. The name of the watcher is Seres Tepu. The name of the herald is Kasef At. The Osiris Ani triumphant shall say, when he cometh to this Arit, I am the bull, the son of the ancestress of Osiris. O grant ye that his father, the lord of his godlike companions, may bear witness for him. I have weighed the guilty in judgment. I have brought unto his nostrils the life which is everlasting. I am the son of Osiris. I have made the way. I have passed thereover into Neterkert. The fifth Arit, vignette, an Arit guarded by three gods, having the head of a hawk, of a man, and of a snake, respectively. Text, the name of the doorkeeper is Ankh F. Emphen. The name of the watcher is Shabu. The name of the herald is Teb Ra Ha Keft. The Osiris Ani triumphant shall say when he cometh to this Arit, I have brought unto thee the bones of thy jaws in Restau. I have brought thee thy backbone in Anu Heliopolis, gathering together its manifold parts therein. I have driven back Apep for thee. I have spit upon the wounds which are in him. I have made a path among you. I am the ancient one among the gods. I have made the offering of Osiris. I have avenged him in triumph, gathering his bones and bringing together all his limbs. The sixth Arit, vignette, an Arit guarded by three gods, the first having the head of a jackal, and the second and third the head of a dog. Text, the name of the doorkeeper is Atek Tau Kehak Karu. The name of the watcher is An-Ra. The name of the herald is Atis Ra Ari Shi. The Osiris Ani triumphant shall say when he cometh to this Arit, I have come daily, I have come daily, I have made my way, I have passed along that which was created by Anpu, Anubis. I am the lord of the Urut crown, possessing words of magical power, the avenger of Maat. I have avenged his eye, I have delivered Osiris, and I have made the way. The Osiris Ani passeth along with you in triumph. The seventh Arit, vignette, an Arit guarded by three gods, having the head of a hare, of a lion, and of a man, respectively. Text, the name of the doorkeeper is Sekemet M. Tesusen. The name of the watcher is Ea Mea Keru. The name of the herald is Kesef Kemi. The Osiris Ani triumphant shall say when he cometh to this Arit, I have come unto thee, O Osiris, who art cleansed of thine impurities. Thou goest round about heaven, thou seest Ra, thou seest the beings who have knowledge. Hail, only one, behold, thou art in the Sektet boat, as it goeth round about the horizon of heaven. I speak what I will unto his spiritual body, Sa. It waxeth strong, and it cometh into being, even as he spake. Thou meetest his face. Prosper thou for me all the ways which lead unto thee. Vignette, a hall or shrine, within which on the left Ani stands before two tables of offerings, adoring Ra, or Osiris, hawk-headed. Next are ranged seven kine and a bull, each animal having offerings before it. Behind are four rudders, emblematic of the cardinal points, and on the extreme right are four triads of gods. The speech of Ani reads, Homage to thee, O thou Lord of right and truth, the only one, the Lord of eternity and creator of everlastingness. I have come unto thee, O my Lord Ra. I have made offerings of herbs unto the seven kine, and unto their bull. O ye who give cakes and ale unto the Khus, grant ye to my soul to be with you. May Osiris Ani be born upon your thighs. May he be like unto one of you forever and forever, and may he become a Khu in the beautiful Amenti. Text, the chapter of providing the deceased with food in the underworld. The Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, triumphant, the son of the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, Amenhetep, triumphant, saith, Homage to thee, O thou that shinest from thy disk, thou living soul, who comest forth from the horizon. The Osiris Nu knoweth thee, and he knoweth thy name, and he knoweth the name of thy seven kine, and of the bull that belongeth unto them. Hail, ye who give cakes and ale and splendor to the souls who are provided with food in the underworld. Grant ye cakes and ale unto the Osiris Nu. Provide ye him with food. Let him be in your following, and let him be borne upon your thighs. Here follow the names of the seven kine and of their bull, with the address to them by the deceased. 1. Het Kau Nebet Chur. 2. Akert Kentet Alset S. 3. Meh Kebetet Sa Neter. 4. Mertu S. Tesher Sheni. 5. Kemetem Ankh Anuit. 6. Sek Kemet Ren S. M. Abit S. 7. Shanat Pet Tooth the Set Neter. 8. Kat Chai Kawit. Hail ye cows and bull, grant ye cakes and ale and offerings of food to the Osiris Nu, and supply ye him with food, and make him to be a perfect khu in the underworld. Here follow the addresses to the four rudders by the deceased. 1. Hail, thou beautiful power, thou beautiful rudder of the northern heaven. 2. Hail, thou who revolvest, thou pilot of the two lands, thou beautiful rudder of the western heaven. 3. Hail, thou shining one, who dwellest in the temple wherein are the gods in visible forms, thou beautiful rudder of the eastern heaven. 4. Hail, thou who dwellest within the temple of the ruddy beings, thou beautiful rudder of the southern heaven. Grant ye cakes and ale and offerings of food and splendor to the khu of the Osiris Nu. Grant ye unto him life and strength and health and abiding joy of heart upon earth. And grant ye unto him triumph in the horizon of Anu, and in heaven, and upon earth, and in the underworld. Here follow the address to the four triads. Hail, ye fathers of the gods, hail, ye mothers of the gods, ye who are above the earth and who dwell in the underworld. Deliver ye the Osiris Nu from every obstacle of evil, from every attack of evil, from the cruel snare, and from the slaughtering knives, and from every wicked and evil thing whatsoever, which ye could order to be done unto him by men, and by gods, and by the khus, and by the dead on this day, or on this night, or in this month, or in this half-monthly festival, or in this year, or in any of the seasons thereof whatsoever. Rubric. These words shall be said when Ra appeareth over figures of the gods written or painted in color upon a board. And thou shalt place offerings and fowl food before them, cakes, ale, flesh, feathered fowl, and incense, and they shall cause the deceased to possess sepulchral meals with Ra, and shall give him an abundance of food in the underworld, and shall deliver him from every evil thing whatsoever. And thou shalt not recite this book of Un Nefer in the presence of any person except thine own self. And if this be done for the deceased, Ra shall be a rudder for him, and shall be a strength protecting him, and he shall make an end of all his enemies for him in the underworld, and in heaven, and upon earth, and in every place wherever he may enter, and he shall have abundance of food regularly and continually forever. The text, the first A'at, which is to be painted green. The Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, triumphant, saith, Hail, thou A'at of Amentet, wherein a man liveth upon cakes and ale. Remove thy wigs when I come towards thee. And behold, the mighty God who dwelleth in thee hath bound up my bones, and he hath established my members. And the Ahi, the Lord of hearts, hath gathered together my bones, and hath established the Uraret crown of Tem upon my head. And Neheb Kau hath established for me my head. Full, and established is the balance. Thou shalt have dominion among the gods, O Am-Suket. Vignette, the second A'at, the horizon. Text, the second A'at, which is painted green. The god therein is Ra Herukuti. The Osiris Nu saith, I am the mighty one of possessions in Sekhet Aaru. Hail, thou Sekhet Aaru, the walls of which are of iron. The height of the wheat thereof is 5 cubits, the ears thereof being 2 cubits long, and the stalks 3 cubits. The barley thereof is 7 cubits in height, the ears being 3 cubits long, and the stalks 4 cubits. And behold, the Khus, each of whom therein is 9 cubits in height, reap the wheat and the barley side by side with Heru Kuti Hamarkus. I know the door which is in the middle of Sekhet Earu, where from Ra cometh forth in the eastern part of heaven. The southern portion thereof is in the lake of the Karu fowl, and the northern portion thereof is in the canal of the Ray fowl, in the place wherein Ra saileth round about means of the winds which bear him along. I am he who watcheth the leathers in the divine boat. I am in the boat, and I am he who doth navigate it without ceasing. I know the 2 sycamore trees of turquoise, from between which the god Ra doth emerge when he setteth out upon his journey over the pillars of Shu towards the door of the Lord of the East, wherefrom Ra cometh forth. I know the Sekhet Earu of Ra. The wheat therein is 5 cubits in height, the ears being 2 cubits long, and the stalks 3 cubits. The barley thereof is 7 cubits in height, the ears being 3 cubits long, and the stalks 4 cubits. And behold, the Khus therein, who are 9 cubits in height, reap the wheat and the barley side by side with the divine souls of the East. Vignette: the 3rd Aat, which is called the Aat of the Khus. Text: the 3rd Aat, which is to be painted green. The Osiris Nu, triumphant, saith: Hail, thou Aat of the Khus, whereover none can sail, and wherein are the Khus. The fire thereof is blazing with flame. Hail, thou Aat of Khus, your faces are in the land. Make clear your ways, and purify ye your Aats. And what hath been decreed by Osiris, do ye for me forever. I am the mighty one of the Teshert crown, which is on the brow of the god of light, and which maintaineth in life the 2 lands, and the men and women thereof by means of the flame of its mouth. The god Ra hath been delivered from the fiend Apep. Vignette: the 4th Aat, wherein is inscribed the double mountain, doubly high and doubly great. Text: the 4th Aat, which is to be painted green. The Osiris Nu, triumphant, saith: Hail, thou who art chief of the hidden Aat. Hail, thou one who art lofty and great, who dwellest in the underworld, over whom the heaven spreadeth itself. Thou art 300 measures in length, and 230 measures in width, and thou hast over thee a serpent, the name of which is Sati Temui. He is 70 cubits in length, and he liveth by slaughtering the Khus and the dead who are in the underworld. I stand up in thy enclosure, O Ma'ah. I sail round about, and I see the way which leadeth unto thee. I gather myself together to thee. I am the man, and clothe thy head. I am strong, and I have become strong. I am the God who is mighty in enchantments. My 2 eyes have been given to me, and I am glorious therewith. Who art thou, O Khu, that goest upon thy belly, and whose 2-fold strength is upon thy mountain? Grant thou unto me that I may go unto thee, and that thy 2-fold strength may be with me. I lift up myself by thy 2-fold strength. I have come, and I have vanquished the Akriu serpent of Ra. His peace is to me at eventide. I revolve in the heavens, and thou art in the mountain valley. A decree hath been made concerning thee upon earth. Vignette: the 5th Aat. Text: the 5th Aat, which is to be painted green. The Osiris Nu, triumphant, saith: Hail, thou Aat of the Khus, whereover none may pass. The Khus who are therein have thighs 7 cubits long, and they live upon the shades of the weak and helpless. Hail, thou Aat of the Khus, open ye unto me your ways, so that I may pass by you, and may go on to the beautiful Amentet, according to that which Osiris the Khu, the Lord of Khus, hath decreed. I live by reason of my splendor. I perform every festival of the month, and I observe rightly the festival of the half months. I revolve, and the eye of Horus is under my hand in the following of Thoth. The mouth of every god and of every dead person devoureth mine enemy this day, and he falleth down at the block of slaughter. Vignette: the 6th Aat, with a fish inside it. Text: the 6th Aat, which is to be painted green. The Osiris Nu, triumphant, saith: Hail, thou Amahet, which art holy unto the gods, and art hidden unto the Khus, and art baleful unto the dead. The name of the god who dwelleth therein is Seker At. Homage to thee, O Amahet. I have come to see the gods who dwell in thee. Uncover your faces and lay down your headdresses when ye meet me. For behold, I am a mighty God among you, and I have come to prepare provisions for you. Let not Seker-At have dominion over me. Let not the divine slaughterers come after me. Let not the murderous fiends come after me, but let me live upon sepulchral offerings among you. Vignette: the seventh A'at. Text: the seventh A'at, which is to be painted green. The Osiris triumphant saith, Hail, thou city of Ases, which art remote from sight, and the fire of which is in flame. There is a serpent within thee, and his name is Rerek. The length of his backbone is 7 cubits, and he liveth upon the Khus, and he annihilateth their glorious strength. Get thee back, O Rerek, who dwellest in the city of Ases, who devourest with thy mouth, and from whose eyes evil looks pour forth. Let thy bones be broken, and let thy emissions be impotent. Come thou not against me, and let not thy emissions come upon me. Let thy poison fall and lie dead upon the earth, and let thy 2 lips be in thy den. The Ka of the serpent hath fallen, and conversely I have gained glorious strength. The Maftet, that is lynx, hath cut off thy head. Vignette: the 8th A'at. Text: the 8th A'at, which is to be painted green. The Osiris Nu triumphant saith, Hail, Ha-Hetep, great and mighty one of the canal. None can obtain the mastery over the water which is therein. It is mightily to be feared, and the roarings which are therein are mighty. The name of the god therein is Ka-Ha-Hetep, and he guardeth it gladly, so that none may enter. I am the Inur bird, which is above the thigh of the god Anchor-S, and I have brought the possessions of the earth to the god Tem, and I make strong and fortify the mariners of Ra. I have set the terror of myself in the divine lords of the shrine, and I have set the awe of me in the divine lords of things. Therefore I shall not be carried off to the slaughter block of those who would willingly destroy me. I am the guide of the northern horizon, and I know the God who is therein. Vignette: the 9th A'at, a crocodile thrusting his snout into a vase called Akesi. Text: the 9th A'at, which is to be painted yellow. The Osiris Nu triumphant saith, Hail, thou city Akesi, which are hidden from the gods. The Khus know the name of which the gods are afraid. None can enter therein, and none can come forth therefrom except that holy God who dwelleth in his egg, and who putteth his fear into the gods, and the terror of himself into the Khus. The opening into the city is of fire, and the winds thereof destroy both nostrils and mouths, and the God hath made it for those who follow willingly in his train. None can breathe the winds thereof except that holy God who dwelleth in his egg. He hath made the city so that he may dwell therein at will, and none can enter therein except on the day of great transformations. Homage to thee, O thou holy God, who dwellest in thine egg. I have come unto thee, that I may be among those who follow thee. Let me come forth from the city of Akesi. Let me enter therein. Let the gates thereof be opened unto me. Let me breathe the air which is therein, and let me have possession of the offerings thereof. Vignette: the 10th A'at, a man holding a knife in each hand, standing before. Above him is a serpent. Text: the 10th A'at, which is to be painted yellow. The Osiris Nu triumphant saith, Hail, thou city of the gods Kahu, who take possession of the Khus and gain the mastery over the shades. Kaibit, who devour vigorous strength and consume filth when their eyes see, and who guard not the earth. Hail, ye who dwell in your Aats, cast yourselves upon your bellies when I pass by you. My glorious strength shall not be taken away, and none shall gain the mastery over my shade, for I am a divine hawk. Offerings of anti unguent have been made ready by me. Incense hath been offered by me. Animals have been slaughtered by me. Isis hath made offerings to my head. Nephthys is behind me, and a road hath been made clear for me. Hail, serpent! Neu, bull of Nut, Neheb cow, I have come unto you, O gods. Deliver ye me, and grant ye unto me my glorious strength forever. Vignette: the 11th A'at, wherein stands a jackal-headed god holding a knife. Text: the 11th A'at, which is to be painted green. The Osiris Nu triumphant saith, Hail, thou city which art in the underworld, Neter Kurt, which coverest over the body, and gainest the mastery over the Khus. None can come forth therefrom, and none can enter therein, by reason of fear of the opposing power which is therein. Now the gods who are therein look upon it in iron, and the dead who are therein look upon it in his slaughterings, except the gods who live therein in his mystery of the Khus. Hail, thou city of Atu, grant thou unto me that I may pass on, for I am the god who is mighty of enchantments, by reason of the knife which came forth from the god Suti. I have my feet and legs forever. I rise like Ra. I am strong through the eye of Horus. My heart is lifted up after it was brought low. I am glorious in heaven, and I am mighty upon earth. I fly like a hawk, and I cackle like the smen goose, and it hath been given to me to alight at the thigh of the lake. I stand up upon it, I sit down upon it. I rise up like a god, I eat of the food of Sekti Hetep, and I go onwards to the domain of the starry gods. The double doors of Maat are opened unto me, and the double doors of the land of the great deep are unbolted before me. I set up a ladder to heaven among the gods, and I am a divine being among them. I speak with the voice of the smen goose, to which the gods listen, and my speech and my voice are those of the star Sept Sothis. Vignette: the 12th Aat, called Ashchetet em Ament. Text: the 12th Aat, which is to be painted green. The Osiris Nu, triumphant, saith: Hail, thou Aat of the city of Unt, at the head of Ristal, the flame of which is a blazing fire. The gods are unable to approach thee, and the Khus are unable to gather together therein, by reason of the Uri eye, which would blot out their names. Hail, thou Aat of Unt! I am in the form of the mighty God who dwelleth among the Khus, and who dwelleth in thee. I am among the stars that never fail within thee. I shall never fail, and my name shall never fail. Hail, odor of the god, say they, the gods who dwell in the Aat of Unt. I shall be with you, I shall live with you. O ye gods who dwell in the Aat of Unt, love ye me more than your own gods, for I shall be with you forever in the presence of the followers of the great God. Vignette: the 13th Aat, called Uart Ent Mu. Behind it stands the hippopotamus Habechri F, with the right forepaw resting on a beetle. Text: the 13th Aat, which is to be painted green. The Osiris Nu, triumphant, saith: Hail, thou Aat, wherein the Khus gain no mastery. Thy waters are of fire, and the streams which are in thee burn with fire, and thy flame is a blazing fire. Those who are there and who wish to drink thy waters to quench their thirst cannot do so, by reason of the mighty dread which possesseth them, and by reason of the great terror which it causeth them to have. The gods and the Khus look upon the waters thereof and retreat, without having quenched their thirst, and their hearts are not set at rest. And though they wish to enter into them, they cannot do so. The stream is filled with reeds, even as the stream which floweth from the issues which come forth from Osiris. I have gained the mastery over the waters thereof. I have drunk from the canal thereof, like the god who dwelleth in the Aat of the waters, and who is the guardian thereof. The gods are more afraid to drink the waters thereof than are the Khus, and they retreat therefrom. Homage to thee, O thou God who dwellest in the Aat of the waters. I have come unto thee. Grant thou that I may gain power over the waters thereof, and that I may drink from the canal thereof, even as thou dost allow to drink, the great God from whom cometh Hap, that is the Nile, who maketh green things to come into being, who maketh to grow the things which grow, who maketh vigorous young plants and herbs, and who also giveth to the gods gifts which proceed from him, and offerings. And grant thou that I may come to Hap, and that I may gain power over young plants and herbs, for I am the son of thy body forever. Vignette: the 14th Aat, a range of mountains called Field of Ker Abba, a man holding a libation vase, the god Anubis, a hawk with a disc, a lion god, a man setting the Teshur crown upon a god, a hippopotamus, a crocodile, and a worm. Text: the 14th Aat, which is to be painted yellow. The Osiris Nu, triumphant, saith: Hail, thou Aat of Ker Abba, which turneth back Hap at Tatu. Grant thou that Hap may come abundant in grain as he advanceth for the mouth of those who eat, and giving divine offerings to the gods, and sepulchral meals for the Khus. There is a serpent in the double Kirti of Abu, elephantine, at the mouth of Hap, and he cometh with water, and he standeth up upon the thigh of Karaba with his divine sovereign princes at the head of the canal, and seeth in his hour, which is the silence of the night. Hail, ye gods of Karaba, and ye sovereign princes at the head of the canal thereof. Let your pools be open to me. Let your streams be open to me. Let me gain power over the water. Let me rest on the canal. Let me eat grain. Let me be satisfied with your food. Let me lift myself up. Let my heart be great, even as is that of the God who dwelleth in Karaba. Let offerings like unto yours be made to me. Let me not be destroyed by the issues which come forth from Osiris, and let me not be withdrawn therefrom forever. Here endeth the book in peace. 1. Sekhet Aaru, the god wherein is Ra Heru Kuti, Ra Hamarkus. 2. The brow of fire, the god wherein is Va-Ankh, bearer of altars. 3. Mountain exceedingly high. 4. Aat of the Khus. 5. Amahet, the god wherein is Seker Remu, overthrower of fish. 6. Aset. 7. Hasert, the god wherein is Va-Pet, bearer of heaven. 8. The brow of the gods Kahu. 9. Atu, the god wherein is Sept, Sothis. 10. Unt, the god wherein is Hetemet Bayu, destroyer of souls. 11. The brow of the waters, the god wherein is Aa-Sekhemu. 12. Aat of Karaba, the god wherein is Hap, Nile. 13. Stream of the lake of flames, which is in the fire. 14. Akesi, the god wherein is Mea-Thet-Ef. 15. The beautiful Amentet, the gods wherein live upon cakes and ale.
Part 18.
Vignette: the funeral chamber. In the center, upon a bier, lies the mummy of the deceased, and on one side is her soul, in the form of a human-headed bird. The god Anubis, jackal-headed, stands on the other side, bending over the mummy. At the head of the bier kneels Nephthys, and at the foot Isis. The walls, which are here depicted as lying flat on the ground, are ornamented with emblems and texts, and at each corner stands one of the gods of the cardinal points. 2 Ushabtu figures, 2 souls of flame, etc., fill up the remaining spaces. Text: thy right eye is like the Sektet boat, thy left eye is like the Atet boat, thine eyebrows are like Anpu, thy fingers are like Thoth, thy hair is like Ptah Seeker. They make a fair way for thee, and they smite down for thee the fiends of Set. Isis saith, I have come to protect thee, O Osiris, with the north wind, which cometh forth from Tem. I have strengthened for thee thy throat. I have caused thee to be with the God, and I have placed all thine enemies under thy feet. Nephthys saith, I go round about behind my sister, Osiris Mut-Hetep. I have come that I may protect thee, and my strength which protecteth shall be behind thee for ever and ever. The god Ra hearkeneth unto thy cry. Thou, O daughter of Hathor, art made to triumph. Thy head shall never be taken away from thee, and thou shalt be made to rise up in peace. A deity saith, if any would come to fetter thee, I will not allow him to do so. If any would come to hurl missiles at thee, I will not allow him to do so, but I will fetter thee, and I will hurl missiles at thee, and I am protecting thee, O Mut-Hetep triumphant. The Tet saith, O thou that comest quickly, I turn back thy steps, O Khepra, and I illumine thy hidden place. I stand behind the Tet on the day of turning back slaughters, and I am protecting thee, O Mut-Hetep triumphant before Osiris. The flame saith, I surround with sand the hidden tomb, and drive away him that would attack it. I lighten the funeral mountain, I cast light thereon, I traverse the way, and I protect Mut-Hetep triumphant. Anubis, who is at the head of the divine hall, and who dwelleth upon his mountain, the lord of Tatchesert, saith, I have come to protect Osiris Mut-Hetep triumphant. The living soul of Mut-Hetep saith, let Ra be adored in heaven when he setteth on the western horizon of heaven. The living soul and the perfect khu of Mut-hetep, triumphant before Osiris, say, Adored be Ra when he riseth in the eastern horizon of heaven. The lady of the house, Mut-hetep, saith, Hail, Shabti figure, if I be condemned, or if there be allotted to me any work to do in the underworld, behold, let opposition be set aside, such as is done by a man in his turn, namely, sowing the fields, and filling the channels with water, and bringing the sand of the west to the east. O, be thou present when I call upon thee. Mestha saith, I am thy daughter, O Mut-hetep, and I have come to protect thee. I make thy house to germinate and to be established firmly, according to what Ptah hath commanded, and according to what Ra hath commanded. Hapi saith, I have come to protect thee, O Osiris Mut-hetep. I bind up for thee thy head and thy members. I smite down thine enemies for thee beneath thee, and I give thee thy head forever. Saith Tua Maut F, I am thy daughter, who loveth thee, O Mut-hetep, triumphant forever. I have come, and I have avenged thee, O my father Osiris, upon him that did evil unto thee, and I have brought him under thy feet. Keb Senu F, I am Keb Senu F, and I have come that I may protect Mut-hetep. I've collected into a whole body for thee thy bones. I've gathered together for thee thy members. I brought thy heart, and I do set it upon its seat within thy body, and I make thy house to germinate after thee. Chapter 151. Vignette: the god Anpu, Anubis, standing by the mummy of the deceased, which lies on a bier. Text: the god Anpu, who dwelleth in the city of embalmment, the governor of the divine house, placeth his two hands upon the Lord of life of Nebseni, the scribe and draftsman of the temple of Ptah, the Lord of piety, the son of the scribe and designer Thena, triumphant, born of the lady of the house Mut-resh, triumphant, and he furnisheth him with the things which belong to him. Homage to thee, O happy one, divine Lord, who art endowed with the sight of the Uchat. Ptah Seker hath bound thee up, Anpu hath exalted thee, and Shu hath caused thee to be lifted up, O face of beauty, thou divine prince of eternity. Thou hast thine eye, O scribe Nebseni, thou Lord of piety, and beautiful it is. Thy right eye is in the Sektet boat, and thy left eye is in the Atet boat, and thine eyebrows are of fair appearance in the presence of the company of the gods. Thy brow is in the protection of Anpu, and the back of thy head, O beautiful one, is before the holy hawk. Thy fingers are established with written works in the presence of the Lord of Kemenu, Thoth, who hath given to me the speech of the sacred books. Thy hair is beautiful before Ptah Seker, and thou, O scribe Nebseni, thou Lord of piety, art beautiful before the great company of the gods. The great God looketh upon thee, and he leadeth thee along the path of happiness, and sepulchral meals are bestowed upon thee. He overthroweth for thee all thine enemies, and setteth them under thee in the presence of the great company of the gods who dwell in the mighty house of the aged one, which is in Anu Heliopolis. Chapter 152. Vignette: the deceased standing before a house. Text: the chapter of building a house upon the earth. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief Nu, triumphant, saith, Hail, Seb rejoiceth, for the Osiris Nu standeth up over his body, and he goeth round about among those who follow Ra. To men and to the gods who have given birth to their own fathers, I have ascribed praise, and they have sight. The goddess Sesheta hath brought the god Nebet, and Anpu Anubis hath called unto the Osiris Nu to build a house on the earth. Its foundation is in Anu Heliopolis, and the circuit thereof reacheth to Keraba. The shrine is like that of the god Sekhem, who dwelleth in Sekhem, according to that which I have written for the renewal thereof, and men and women bring offerings and libations and ministrants. And Osiris saith unto the gods who are in his following, and who journey along, Behold ye the house which hath been built for a Khu, who is provided with all his attributes, who cometh daily to renew himself among you. O hold ye him in awe, and ascribe ye unto him praises, and let him be a favoured being with you. Look ye to what I have done, and to what I have said. And Osiris saith concerning the god, Let him come daily to renew himself among you, and let beasts for sacrifice be brought unto him by the south wind, and let grain be brought unto him by the north wind, and let barley be brought unto him from the ends of the earth. The mouth of Osiris hath ordered this for me. Drawing onward, may he go round about on his left hand, may he place himself on his right hand, and may he see men, and the gods, and the Khus, and the dead, drawing him along with praises and cries of joy, and may he be a favored being with them. Chapter 153a. Vignette: a net fastened at one end to ground below or near water, by means of a stake driven through a coil of rope which is drawn tight by the deceased. Text: the chapter of coming forth from the net. The Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, triumphant, saith, Hail, thou God who lookest behind thee, thou God who hast gained the mastery over thine heart. I go a-fishing with the cordage of the uniter of the earth, and of him that maketh the way through the earth. Hail, ye fishers, who have given birth to your own fathers, who lay snares with your nets, and who go round about in the chambers of the waters. Take ye not me in the net, wherewith ye ensnared the helpless fiends, and rope me not in with the rope wherewith ye roped in the abominable earth followers, which had its wooden frame reaching unto heaven, and its weighted parts upon the earth. Let me come forth, that is, escape from the pegs thereof. Let me rejoice along with the god of the Henu boat. Let me come forth from its bars. Let me rise up like the god Sebek, and let me make a flight to you away from the snare of the fowler, whose fingers are hidden. I know the pole with curved ends, which is in it. Mighty finger of Sekri is its name. I know the Mechas, which is in it. Thigh of the god Nemu is its name. I know the piece of wood which openeth in it. Hand of Isis is its name. I know the knife of slaughter which is in it. Slaughtering knife, wherewith Isis cut off a piece of flesh from Horus, is its name. I know the names of the frame and weights which are in it. Leg and thigh of the double lion god are their names. I know the name of the cordage wherewith it snareth living things. Vigor of Tem is its name. I know the name of the snarers who lay snares therewith. Akuru gods, ancestors of the Akabiu gods, are their names. I know the names of its hands, 2 hands of the great god, the Lord who heareth speech in Anu Heliopolis on the night of the festival of the half-month in the temple of the moon god, are their names. I know the name of the thigh which surroundeth it at its upper part. Thigh of iron whereupon the gods stand is its name. I know the name of the superintendent who receiveth the fish therefrom. Knife and vessel of the superintendent of the god is his name. I know the name of the table whereat he placeth himself. Table of Horus, whereat he sitteth in solitude in the darkness, and is not seen. The abjects fear him, and those therein ascribe unto him praises, is its name. I have come, and I am crowned, or have risen like the mighty God who leadeth along the earth, and I have gone down to the earth in the 2 great boats, and behold, the mighty one hath placed me within the temple of the mighty God. I have come along with the snarer. My wooden tools, a writ, are with me. My knife is with me, and my hacking knife is with me. I come forth, and I go round about, and I snare with the net. I know the name of the pole with curved ends. Temen-ru, flowing from the great finger of Osiris, is its name. I know the name of the 2 pieces of wood which hold fast. Hooks of the ancestors of Ra is the name of one, and hook of the ancestor of Hathor is the name of the other. I, even I, know the cords which are on the pole with curved ends. Cords of the Lord of mankind is their name. I know the name of the table. Hand of Isis is its name. I know the name of its ropes. Rope of the god, the firstborn, is their name. I know the name of the cordage. Cordage of the day is its name. I know the names of the fowlers and of the fishermen. Akuru gods, ancestors of Ra, is their name. I know the names of the Temamu. Ancestors of Seb is their name. I have brought unto thee that which thou eatest, and I have brought that which I eat, and thou eatest that which Seb eateth with Osiris. Hail, thou God whose face is behind him, thou God who hast gained the mastery over his heart, thou fisher and fowler of the opener of the earth. Hail, ye fishers who have given birth to your own fathers, and who lay snares within the city of Nefer-sent. Take ye me not into your net, and snare ye me not with the snares wherewith ye ensnared the helpless fiends, and wherewith ye caught the abominable earth followers. For I know the net, I know the upper framework and the lower heavy parts thereof. Behold me then, for I have come. I have my pole with curved ends with me. I have my mekhes with me. I have my table with me, and I have my slaughtering knife with me. I have come, and I have entered in, and I have myself pressed forward. Know ye that I, even I, know the name of the snarer of, or that which snareth foul in his place. I have smitten it, I have opened it out, I have struck it, and I have set it upon its seat. Now the mekhes which is with me is the thigh of the god Nemu, and the pole with curved ends which is with me is the finger of Sekari. And the table which is with me is the hand of Isis, and the slaughtering knife which is with me is the slaughtering knife of the god Nemu. O grant that I may come. O grant then that I may sit in the boat of Ra. Let me sail forth on the lake of Testes towards the northern heaven. Let me do as do they who sing, when they sing praises of my Ka. And let me live as do they there. The Osiris Nu triumphant cometh forth upon your ladder, which Ra hath made for him, and Horus and Suti hold him fast by his hand. In the Sa'ite Recension, the following rubric is added to this chapter. This chapter shall be recited over a figure of the deceased, which shall be put in a boat. And behold, thou shalt make a sektet boat on his right side, and a metet boat on his left. And let them bring offerings of cakes, and of ale, and of all kinds of fair things, on the day of the birth of Osiris. The soul of him whom these things have been given shall live forever, and he shall not die a second time. Chapter 153b, Vignette, a net full of fish being drawn together by 3 dog-headed apes. Text, the chapter of coming forth from the catcher of the fish. The Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief triumphant, saith, Hail, ye who lay snares, and ye who work the nets, and ye who are fishers. Hail, ye who have given birth to your own fathers. Know ye that I know the name of the great and mighty net. Anket, that is clincher, is its name. Know ye that I know the name of its cordage. Rut, that is vigor, of Isis is its name. Know ye that I know the name of the Mehes. Thigh of Tem is its name. Know ye that I know the name of its pole with curved ends. Finger of Nemu is its name. Know ye that I know the name of its table. Hook of Ptah is its name. Know ye that I know the name of its slaughtering knife. Chopper of Isis is its name. Know ye that I know the name of its weights. Iron in heaven is their name. Know ye that I know the name of its rushes. Feathers or hair of the hawk is their name. Know ye that I know the name of the fishers. Ape is their name. Know ye that I know the name of the thigh. Thigh whereon standeth the temple of the moon is its name. Know ye that I know the name of the fowler. Prince, mighty one who sitteth on the eastern side of heaven is his name. I have not eaten, O great divine one. Behold, the great divine one hath given me drink. I have not seated myself upon my thighs in the waters, but I eat, and I satisfy myself with food before him. The seeds of death are in my body. I am Nekha. I am Ra, coming forth from Nu, the divine soul of the God. I create the God Hu, and wrong is the thing which I abominate. I am Osiris, the maker of Maat, whereon Ra doth live each and every day. I am invoked by the name of Bull, and I am addressed among the company of the gods by the name of Nekh. I create mine own self along with Nu in my name of Khepera, whereby I create myself each and every day. I am the God of divine splendor, and I rise up as Ra, the Lord of the East. Life is given unto me through his comings forth therefrom. I have come into heaven, and I embrace my seat, which is in the east, with the children of the princes who dwell in their fields, and I have delivered her that brought me forth in peace. I eat like the god Shu. I satisfy myself with food like the god Shu. I ease myself like the god Shu. The divine kings of the north and south are with me. The god Khonsu is with me, and those who bind up their heads are with me. Embrace ye then the flame in the land of the multitude. Chapter 154. Vignette. This chapter has no vignette in the Theban recension. In the Sa'ite recension, the mummy of the deceased is seen lying upon a bier with the sun shining upon it. Text. The chapter of not letting the body perish. The Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief triumphant, saith, Homage to thee, O my divine father Osiris. I came to embalm thee. Do thou embalm these my members, for I would not perish and come to an end, but would be even like unto my divine father Khepera, the divine type of him that never saw corruption. Come then, make strong my breath, then, O Lord of the winds, who dost magnify those divine beings who are like unto himself. Stablish me doubly, then, and fashion me strongly. O Lord of the funeral chest, grant thou that I may enter into the land of everlastingness, according to that which was done for thee, along with thy father Tem, whose body never saw corruption, and who is the being who never saw corruption. I have never done that which thou hatest, nay, I have cried out among those who love thy Ka. Let not my body become worms, but deliver me as thou didst thyself. I pray thee, let me not fall into rottenness, even as thou dost permit every god and every goddess and every animal and every reptile to see corruption when the soul hath gone forth from them after their death. And when the soul departeth or perisheth, a man seeth corruption, and the bones of his body rot and become wholly stinkingness. The members decay piecemeal, the bones crumble into a helpless mass, and the flesh becometh fetid liquid. And he becometh a brother unto the decay which cometh upon him, and he turneth into multitudes of worms, and he becometh altogether worms, and an end is made of him, and he perisheth in the sight of the god Shu, even as doth every god, and every goddess, and every feathered fowl, and every fish, and every creeping thing, and every reptile, and every animal, and everything whatsoever. Therefore shall they fall on their bellies when they recognize me, and behold, the fear of me shall terrify them. And thus likewise shall it be with every being after death, whether it be animal, or bird, or fish, or worm, or reptile. Let life come from its death, and let not decay caused by any reptile make an end of me, and let them not come against me in their various forms. Do not thou give me over unto that slaughterer who dwelleth in his torture chamber, who killeth the members and maketh them rot, being himself hidden, who worketh destruction upon many dead bodies, and liveth by slaughter. Let me live and perform his message, and let me do that which is commanded by him. Give me not over unto his fingers, let him not gain the mastery over me, for I am under thy command, O Lord of the gods. Homage to thee, O my divine father Osiris. Thou hast thy being with thy members. Thou didst not decay. Thou didst not become worms. Thou didst not diminish. Thou didst not become corrupt. Thou didst not putrefy. And thou didst not turn into worms. I am the god Khepera, and my members shall have an everlasting existence. I shall not decay. I shall not rot. I shall not putrefy. I shall not turn into worms, and I shall not see corruption. Before the eye of the god Shu, I shall have my being. I shall have my being. I shall live. I shall live. I shall germinate. I shall germinate. I shall germinate. I shall wake up in peace. I shall not putrefy. My intestines shall not perish. I shall not suffer injury. Mine eyes shall not decay. The form of my visage shall not disappear. Mine ear shall not become deaf. My head shall not be separated from my neck. My tongue shall not be carried away. My hair shall not be cut off. Mine eyebrows shall not be shaved off. And no baleful injury shall come upon me. My body shall be established, and it shall neither fall into ruin nor be destroyed on this earth. Chapter 155, Vignette, Atet. Text. The chapter of Atet of gold. The Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, saith, Rise up, thou, O Osiris, thou hast thy backbone, O still heart. Thou hast the ligatures of thy neck and back, O still heart. Place thou thyself upon thy base. I put water beneath thee, and I bring unto thee a tet of gold, that thou mayest rejoice therein. Rubric. This chapter shall be recited over a tet of gold, set in a plinth of sycamore wood, which hath been steeped in water and uncomb flowers, and it shall be placed at the neck of the deceased on the day of the funeral. If this amulet be placed at his neck, he shall become a perfect Khu in the underworld, and at the New Year festivals he shall be like those who are in the following of Osiris continually and forever. Chapter 156, Vignette, a buckle. Text. The chapter of a buckle of carnelian. The Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, saith, May the blood of Isis and the power of Isis and the enchantments of Isis be powers to protect this mighty one and to guard him from him that would do unto him anything which he abominateth. Rubric. This chapter shall be said over a buckle of carnelian, which hath been steeped in water of ankami flowers, and set in a plinth of sycamore wood, and it shall be placed at the neck of the deceased on the day of the funeral. If these things be done for him, the powers of Isis shall protect his limbs, and Horus the son of Isis shall rejoice in him when he seeth him, and there shall be no hidden places on his path, and one hand shall be towards heaven, and one hand shall be towards earth, regularly and continually. Thou shalt not let any person who is with thee see it. Chapter 157. Vignette: a vulture with outstretched wings, holding the symbol of life in each talon. Text: the chapter of the vulture of gold, which is to be placed at the neck of the deceased. The Osiris Auf Ankh triumphant saith, Isis cometh and hovereth over the city, and she goeth about seeking the secret habitations of Horus as he emergeth from his papyrus swamps, and she lifteth up his shoulder, which is in evil case. He is made one of the company in the divine boat, and the sovereignty of the whole world is decreed for him. He hath warred mightily, and he maketh his deeds to be remembered. He hath made fear of him to exist, and awe of him to have its being. His mother, the mighty lady, protecteth him, and she hath transferred her power to Horus. Rubric. This chapter shall be set over a vulture of gold, whereupon it hath been inscribed, and thou shalt place the vulture on the neck to protect the perfect deceased one on the day of the funeral continually and regularly. Chapter 158. Vignette: a collar. Text: the chapter of a collar of gold, which shall be placed at the neck of the deceased. The Osiris Auf Ankh triumphant saith, O my father, my brother, my mother Isis, I am unswathed and I see. I am one of those who are unswathed and who see the gods said. Rubric. This chapter shall be set over a collar of gold, whereon it hath been engraved, and the collar shall be placed on the neck of the deceased on the day of the funeral. Chapter 159. Vignette: the Uach amulet. Text: the chapter of the Uach amulet, made of mother of emerald, which shall be placed at the neck of the deceased. The Osiris Auf Ankh triumphant saith, Hail, thou who comest forth daily from the temple of the god. The mighty lady speaketh, and she goeth round about in the gate of the double house, and she taketh possession of the might of her father, that is to say, the Sahu, who is the bull of the goddess Renenet. She taketh those who are in her following, and she maketh an opportunity for those, the opportunity of the door. Rubric. This chapter shall be set over an Uach of mother of emerald, whereupon it hath been inscribed, and the Uach shall be placed on the neck of the deceased. Chapter 160. Vignette: Thoth, the great god, giving an Uach amulet of mother of emerald to the deceased. Text: the chapter of giving an Uach of mother of emerald to the scribe Nebseni, triumphant, who saith, I am the Uach of the mother of emerald, which cannot be injured, and which the hand of Thoth adoreth. Injury is a thing which I abominate. It is in sound state, and I am in sound state. It is not injured, and I am not injured. It is not worn away, and I am not worn away. The words of Thoth are at thy back, O thou who comest in peace, O divine prince of Anu, Heliopolis, thou mighty god who dwellest in the city of Pe. The god Shu advanceth to him and findeth him in the city of Shenmu, in his name Neshem, that is mother of emerald. He maketh his place in the fortress of the mighty god. The god Tem resteth upon his eye, and his members shall not suffer injury. Vignette: the deceased kneeling in adoration before three gods who are seated before a door. Behind are a lion-headed and a vulture-headed god, each of whom has a serpent above his head. Text: the chapter of entering into the divine sovereign chiefs of Osiris, and to the gods who are guides in the Tuat, and to those who keep ward over their gates, and to those who are heralds of their halls, and to those who are the porters of the doors and pylons of Amentet, and of making the transformations like a living soul, and of praising Osiris, and of becoming the prince of the divine sovereign chiefs. The Osiris Kena triumphant saith, Homage to thee, O governor of Amentet, Un-Nefer, lord of Ta-Chetsert, O thou who art diademed like Ra, verily I come to see thee and to rejoice at thy beauties. His disk is thy disk, his rays of light are thy rays of light, his ureret crown is thy ureret crown, his majesty is thy majesty, his risings are thy risings, his beauties are thy beauties. The terror which he inspireth is the terror which thou inspirest. His odor is thy odor, his hall is thy hall, his seat is thy seat, his throne is thy throne, his air is thy air, his ornaments are thy ornaments, his decree is thy decree, his hidden place is thy hidden place, his things are thy things, his knowledge or powers is thy knowledge, the attributes of greatness which are his are thine, the power which protecteth him protecteth thee. He dieth not, and thou diest not. He is not triumphed over by his enemies, and thou art not triumphed over by thine enemies. No evil thing whatsoever hath happened unto him, and no evil thing whatsoever shall happen unto thee for ever and for ever. Homage to thee, O Osiris, son of Nut, lord of the two horns, whose Atef crown is exalted. May the Ureret crown be given unto him, along with sovereignty before the company of the gods. May the god Temu make terror of him to exist in the hearts of men and women and gods and Khus and the dead. May dominion be given unto him in Anu, Heliopolis. May he be mighty of transformations in Tatu, Mendes. May he be the Lord greatly feared in the Ati. May he be mighty in victory in Restau. May he be the Lord who is remembered with gladness in the great house. May he have manifold risings like a luminary in Abtu, Abydos. May triumph be given unto him in the presence of the company of the gods. May he gain the victory over the mighty powers. May the fear of him be made to go throughout the earth, and may the princes stand up upon their stations before the sovereign of the gods of the Tuat, the mighty form of heaven, the prince of the living ones, the king of those who are therein, and the glorifier of thousands in Karaba. The denizens of heaven rejoice in him who is the Lord of the chosen offerings in the mansions above. A meat offering is made unto him in the city Het Kapata, Memphis, and the things of the night are prepared for him in Sechem, Letopolis. Behold, O mighty God, thou great one of twofold strength, thy son Horus avengeth thee. He doeth away with every evil thing whatsoever that belongeth to thee. He bindeth up in order for thee thy person. He gathereth together for thee thy members. He collecteth for thee thy bones. He bringeth to thee thy... Thou art raised up then, O Osiris. I have given unto thee thy hand, and make thee to stand up alive for ever and ever. The god Seb directeth thy mouth. The great company of the gods protecteth thee, and they accompany thee unto the door of the gate of the Tuat. Thy mother Nut placeth her hands behind thee. She giveth thee strength, and she reneweth the power which protecteth thee. Birds, thy two sisters Isis and Nephthys, come unto thee, and they unite thee unto life and strength and health, and thy heart rejoiceth before them. They in thee through love of thee, and they load thy hands for thee with things of all kinds. All the gods present unto thee provisions, and behold, they praise thee forever. Happy art thou, O Osiris, for thou art crowned, and art endowed with strength, and art glorious, and thine attributes are established for thee. Thy face is like that of Anpu. Ra rejoiceth in thee, and he maketh himself to be a brother to thy beautiful person. Thou sittest upon thy throne. The god Seb maketh the libation for thee, and that which thou wishest to receive is in thy hands in Amentet. Thou sailest over the celestial regions each day. Thy mother Nut maketh thee to go forth on thy way, and thou settest in life in Amentet in the boat of Ra each day, along with Horus who loveth thee. The protecting strength of Ra guardeth thee. The words of might of Thoth are behind thee, and Isis maketh strength to follow after thy person. I have come to thee, O Lord of Ta Chesert, Osiris, governor of those who are in Amentet, Nefer, whose twofold existence is forever and forever. My heart is right and true, my hands are pure. I have brought things unto their divine Lord, and offerings unto the God who made them. I have come, and I have advanced to your cities. I have done that which was good upon earth. I have slain thine enemies for thee like sacrificial oxen. I have slaughtered for thee thy adversaries. I have made them to fall down upon their faces before thee. I am pure, even as thou art pure. I have made pure for thee thy festival, and I have upon thine altar to thy soul, and to thy form, and to the gods, and to the goddesses who are in thy train. Rubric: if this chapter be known by the deceased, things of evil shall not gain the mastery over him, and he shall not be turned back from any of the doors of Amentet, but he shall go in and come out, and cakes and ale, and all beautiful things shall be given unto him in the presence of those who dwell in the Tuat. Chapter 182. Vignette: the deceased lying upon a bier within a funeral chest or coffer. Beneath the bier are three bases. At the foot stand Isis, Hapi, and Tuamartef, and at the head Nephthys, Mesha, and Keb-Senef. In the upper and lower registers are a number of seated and standing man-headed and animal-headed deities who hold in their hands snakes, lizards, and knives. Text: the book of stablishing Osiris firmly, of giving air to the still heart, whilst Thoth repulseth the foes of Osiris, who cometh there in his transformations, and is protected and made strong and guarded in the underworld by the operation of the will of Thoth himself, and Shu setteth upon him each day. Thoth saith, I am Thoth, the perfect scribe, whose hands are pure, the Lord of the two horns, who maketh iniquity to be destroyed, the scribe of right and truth, who abominateth sin. Behold, he is the writing reed of the god Neber-cher, the Lord of laws, who giveth forth the speech of wisdom and understanding, whose words have dominion over the two lands. I am Thoth, the Lord of right and truth, who trieth the right and truth for the gods, the judge of words in their essence, whose words triumph over violence. I have scattered the darkness. I have driven away the whirlwind and the storm. I have given the pleasant breeze of the north wind unto Osiris Un-Nefer, as he came forth from the womb of her who gave him birth. I have made Ra to set as Osiris, and Osiris setteth as Ra setteth. I have made him to enter into the hidden habitation, to vivify the heart of the still heart, the holy soul, who dwelleth in Amentet, and to shout cries of joy unto the still heart, Un-Nefer, the son of Nut. I am Thoth, the favoured one of Ra, the Lord of might, who bringeth to a prosperous end that which he doeth, the mighty one of enchantments, who is in the boat of millions of years, the Lord of laws, the subduer of the two lands, whose words of might gave strength to her that gave him birth, whose word doeth away with opposition and fighting, and who performeth the will of Ra in his shrine. I am Thoth, who made Osiris to triumph over his enemies. I am Thoth, who issueth the decree at dawn, whose sight followeth on again after his overthrow at his season, the guide of heaven and earth and the underworld, and the creator of the life of all nations and peoples. I gave air unto him that was in the hidden place, by means of the might of the magical words of my utterance, and Osiris triumpheth over his enemies. I came unto thee, O Lord of Ta-Cheser, Osiris, bull of Ament, and thou wert strengthened forever. I set everlastingness as a protection for thy members, and I came unto thee having protection in my hand, and I guarded thee with strength during the course of each and every day. Protection and life were behind this god, protection and life were behind this god, and his Ka was glorified with power. The king of the Tuat, the prince of Amentet, the victorious conqueror of heaven, hath the Atef crown firmly stablished upon him. He is diademed with the white crown, and he graspeth the crook and the whip. Unto him the great one of souls, the mighty one of the Ureret crown, every god gathereth together, and love for him who is Un-Nefer, and whose existence is for everlasting, and all eternity goeth through their bodies. Homage to thee, O governor of those who are in Amenti, who makest mortals to be born again, who renewest thy youth, thou comest, who dwellest in thy season, and who art more beautiful than thy son Horus hath avenged thee. The rank or dignity of Tem hath been conferred upon thee, O Un-Nefer. Thou art raised up, O bull of Amentet. Thou art stablished, yea, stablished in the body of Nut, who uniteth herself unto thee, and who cometh forth with thee. Thy heart is stablished upon that which supporteth it, and thy breast is as it was formerly. Thy nose is firmly fixed with life and power. Thou livest, and thou art renewed, and thou makest thyself young like Ra each and every day. Mighty, mighty is Osiris in victory, and he is firmly stablished with life. I am Thoth, and I have pacified Horus, and I have quieted the two divine combatants in their season of storm. I have come, and I have washed the ruddy one. I have quieted the stormy one, and I have filled him with all manner of evil things. I am Thoth, and I have made the things of the night in Sechem, Letopolis. I am Thoth, and I have come daily into the cities of Pe and Tepu. I have led along the offerings and oblations. I have given cakes with lavish hand to the Khus. I have protected the shoulder of Osiris. I have embalmed him. I have made sweet his odor, even as is that of the beautiful god. I am Thoth, and I have come each day into the city of Kher-Abba. I have tied the cordage, and I have set in good order the Makhent boat, and I have brought it from the east to the west. I am more exalted upon my standard than any god in my name of he whose face is exalted. I have opened fair things in my name of Apuat, that is, opener of the road, and I have ascribed praise and done homage unto Osiris Un-Nefer, whose existence is forever and forever. Chapter 183, Vignette: The deceased and his wife standing with hands raised in adoration. Thoth, ibis-headed, standing upright and presenting symbols of strength and life. Text: Osiris Hu-Nefer, the overseer of the palace of the Lord of the two lands, triumphant, praiseth Osiris, and acclaimeth him, and doeth homage unto Un-Nefer, and boweth to the ground before the Lord of Ta-Chesert, and exalteth those who are upon his sand, saying, I have come unto thee, O son of Nut, Osiris, prince of everlastingness. I am in the following of the god Thoth, and I have rejoiced at everything which he hath done for thee. He hath brought unto thee sweet air for thy nose, and life and strength to thy beautiful face, and the north wind which cometh forth from Tem for thy nostrils, O Lord of Ta-Chesert. He hath made the god Shu to shine upon thy body. He hath illumined thy path with rays of splendor. He hath destroyed for thee all the evil defects which belong to thy members by the magical power of the words of his utterance. He hath made the two Horus brethren to be at peace for thee. He hath destroyed the storm wind and the hurricane. He hath made the two combatants to be gracious unto thee, and the two lands to be at peace before thee. He hath put away the wrath which was in their hearts, and each hath become reconciled unto his brother. Thy son Horus is triumphant in the presence of the whole company of the gods. The sovereignty over the world hath been given unto him, and his dominion is in the uttermost parts of the earth. The throne of the god Seb hath been adjudged unto him, along with the rank which hath been founded by the god Tamu, and which hath been established by decrees in the chamber of books, and hath been inscribed upon an iron tablet, according to the command of thy father Ptah-Tanan, when he sat upon the great throne. He hath set his brother upon that which the god Shu beareth up, to stretch out the waters over the mountains, and to make to spring up that which groweth upon the hills, and the grain which shooteth upon the earth, and he giveth increase by water and by land. Gods celestial and gods terrestrial transfer themselves to the service of thy son Horus, and they follow him into his hall, where a decree is passed that he shall be lord over them, and they perform it straightway. Thy heart rejoiceth, O Lord of the gods, thy heart rejoiceth greatly. Egypt and the Red Land are at peace, and they serve humbly under thy sovereign power. The temples are established upon their own lands. Cities and nomes possess firmly the property which they have in their names, and we will make to thee the divine offerings which we are bound to make, and offer sacrifices in thy name forever. Acclamations are made in thy name, libations are poured out to thy ka, sepulchral meals are brought unto thee by the Khus who are in thy following, and water is sprinkled upon the offerings upon both sides of the souls of the dead in this land. Every design which hath been ordered for thee according to his, that is, Ra's commands in the beginning hath been perfected. Now therefore, O son of Nut, thou art diademed as Nebuchadnezzar is diademed at his rising. Thou livest, thou art stablished, thou renewest thy youth, and thou art true and perfect. Thy father Ra maketh strong thy members, and the company of the gods make acclamations unto thee. The goddess Isis is with thee, and she never leaveth thee. Thou art not overthrown by thine enemies. The lords of all lands praise thy beauties, even as they praise Ra when he riseth at the beginning of each day. Thou risest up like an exalted one upon thy standard. Thy beauties exalt the face of man, and make long his stride. I have given unto thee the sovereignty of thy father Seb, and the goddess Mut, thy mother, who gave birth to the gods, brought thee forth as the firstborn of 5 gods, and created thy beauties, and fashioned thy members. Thou art stablished as king, the white crown is upon thy head, and thou hast grasped in thy hands the crook and the whip. Whilst thou wert in the womb, and hadst not us yet come forth therefrom upon the earth, thou wert crowned lord of the 2 lands, and the Atef crown of Ra was upon thy brow. The gods come unto thee bowing low to the ground, and they hold thee in fear. They retreat and depart when they see thee with the terror of Ra, and the victory of thy majesty is in their hearts. Life is with thee, and offerings of meat and drink follow thee, and that which is thy due is offered up before thy face. Grant thou that I may follow in the train of thy majesty, even as I did upon earth. Let my soul be called into the presence, and let it be found by the side of the lords of right and truth. I have come into the city of God, the region which existed in primeval time, with my soul, and with my double, and with my Khu, to dwell in this land. The God thereof is the Lord of right and truth. He is the Lord of the Techefah food of the gods, and he is most holy. His land draweth unto itself every other land. The south cometh sailing down the river thereto, and the north, steered thither by winds, cometh daily to make festival therein, according to the command of the God thereof, who is the Lord of peace therein. And doth he not say, the happiness thereof is a care unto me? The God who dwelleth therein worketh right and truth. Unto him that doeth these things he giveth old age, and to him that followeth after them rank and honor, and at length he attaineth unto a happy funeral and burial in Ta Chesert. I have come unto thee, and my hands hold right and truth, and my heart hath no crafty wickedness therein. I offer up before thee that which is thy due, and I know that whereon thou livest. I have not committed any sin in the land, and I have defrauded no man of that which is his. I am Thoth, the perfect scribe, whose hands are pure. I am the Lord of purity, the destroyer of evil, the scribe of right and truth, and that which I abominate is sin. Behold me, for I am the writing reed of the god Nebuchadnezzar, the Lord of laws, who giveth forth the word of wisdom and understanding, and whose speech hath dominion over the 2 lands. I am Thoth, the Lord of right and truth, who maketh the feeble one to gain the victory, and who avengeth the wretched and the oppressed on him that wrongeth him. I have scattered the darkness, I have driven away the storm, and I have brought the wind to Un-Nefer, the beautiful breeze of the north wind, even as it came forth from the womb of his mother. I have caused him to enter into the hidden abode, to vivify the heart of the still heart. Un-Nefer, the son of Nut, Horus, triumphant. Chapter 184, Vignette: the deceased standing upright before Osiris, who wears the Atef crown and holds in his hands the whip and crook, emblems of sovereignty and dominion. Text: the chapter being nigh unto Osiris, the Osiris Uah, the overseer of the estates of Amen, triumphant, saith. Chapter 185, Vignette: Osiris at the head of Abtu, the great god, prince of eternity and governor of Amentet, enthroned within a shrine. He holds in his hands the whip and crook, emblems of sovereignty and dominion. Before him, with hands raised in adoration, stand the deceased and his wife Hent Neteru, the lady of the house, the singing woman of Amen, triumphant. Text: the giving of praises unto Osiris, and paying homage unto the Lord of eternity, and propitiating the God in his will, and declaring the right and truth, the Lord of which is unknown. The Osiris Sutimes, the libationer and president of the altar chamber in the apse, the president of the scribes of the temple of Amen, triumphant, saith: Homage to thee, O thou holy God, thou mighty and beneficent being, thou Prince of eternity, who dwellest in thy abode in the Sektet boat, thou whose risings are manifold in the Atet boat. To thee are praises rendered in heaven and upon earth. Peoples and nations exalt thee, and the majesty of the terror of him is in the hearts of men, and Khus and the dead. Thy soul is in Tetet Mendes, and the terror of thee is in Suten-Henin. Thou settest the visible emblems of thyself in Anu, and the greatness of thy transformations in the double place of purification. I have come unto thee, and my heart hath right and truth therein, and there is neither craft nor guile in my breast. Grant thou that I may have my being among the living, and that I may sail down and up the river among those who are in thy following. Chapter 186. Vignette: the goddess Hathor in the form of a hippopotamus, wearing upon her head a disc and horns. In her right hand she holds an unidentified object, and in her left the emblem of life. Before her are offerings, and behind her the cow May-Urit, who may be identified with Hathor, looks forth from the funeral mountain. At the foot of the mountain is the tomb, and in the foreground grows a group of flowering plants. Text: Hathor, lady of Amentet, mighty dweller in the funeral mountain, lady of Ta-Jesert, daughter or eye of Ra, dweller before him, beautiful of face in the boat of millions of years, the habitation or seat of peace, creator of law in the boat of the favored ones. Chapter 137. Vignette: this chapter is without a vignette in the Papyrus of Nu. Text: the chapter of entering in unto the company of the gods. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, Nu, triumphant, saith: Homage to you, O company of the gods of Ra. I have come before you. I am in the following of Ra. I have made my way, and I have passed in among you. Let not my hand be repulsed in whatsoever I do this day. Chapter 138. Vignette: this chapter is without a vignette in the Papyrus of Nu. Text: the chapter of the going in of the soul to build an abode and to come forth by day in human form. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, Nu, triumphant, the son of the overseer of the palace, Amenhotep, triumphant, saith: Come in peace, thou hast a coup. Enter thou in peace into the divine Uchat. Behold, thou hast a coup, together with a soul Ba and a shade Ka-Ibit, to look thereupon. May it behold me when I am judged, in whatever place it may be, with my attributes, and with my form, and with my faculties of mind, and with all my attributes ordered and perfect, even as a soul which is provided with all things and is divine. May I shine like Ra in his divine splendor in the temple, and may my soul and my shade come to me upon their legs from the place where I am judged, and behold me. May I stand up and sit down and enter into the house of his body, which, behold, hath become one of the starry gods of Osiris, who travel by day and journey by night and celebrate the festivals. Chapter 189. This chapter is without a vignette in the Papyrus of Nu. Text: the chapter of not letting a man perform a journey being hungry, and of not letting him eat filth. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, Nu, triumphant, the son of the overseer of the palace, Amenhotep, triumphant, saith: The things which are an abomination unto me, the things which are an abomination unto me, I will not eat. What I abominate is filth, and I will not eat thereof in the place of the sepulchral cakes, which are offered unto the Kas. Let me not be thrown down upon it, let it not light upon my body, let it not enter into my fingers, and let it not join itself unto my toes. Thou shalt live then upon that which the gods and the Khus decree for me in this place, and upon that which is brought unto thee there. Let me live upon the 7 cakes which shall be brought unto me, 4 cakes before Horus, and 3 cakes before Thoth. The gods and the Khus shall say unto me, What manner of food wouldst thou have given unto thee? And I reply, Let me eat my food beneath the sycamore tree of the goddess Hathor, and let my times be among the divine beings who have alighted thereon. Let me have the power to order my own fields in Tatu, and my own growing crops in Anu. Let me live upon bread made of white barley, and let my beer be made from red grain, and may the persons of my father and mother be given unto me as guardians of my door, and for the ordering of the divine territory. Let me be sound and strong. Let me have a large room. Let me make a way. Let me have my seat wherever I please, like a living soul, and let me never be kept in restraint by mine enemy. That which is an abomination unto me is filth, and I will not eat thereof. Let me never pass over filth and offal in Anu, but let it depart from me. I am the bull who ordereth his habitation. I fly like the mighty one. I cackle like the smen goose, and I alight upon the beautiful sycamore which standeth in the lake of Akkad. I come forth, and I alight upon it. He who alighteth there in the form of the great God shall not be driven away therefrom. The things which I abominate I will not eat. The things which I abominate are filth and offal, and I will not eat thereof. The things which are an abomination unto my Ka are filth and offal. They shall never enter into my body. They shall never come into my hands, and I will never tread upon them with my sandals. O send ye not forth against me foul water. Harm ye not me with the rod. Give ye not unto me. Snatch ye me not away from the edge of your deep cisterns, and let me not depart from you being overthrown. The divine Al-Kamu, beings of the god Pen-Heseb, shall say unto me, Upon what wilt thou live in this land, whither thou art going, and wherein thou wouldst be glorious? And I reply, I will live upon the cakes made of black grain, and upon ale made of white grain, and upon 4 cakes and Sekhet Hetep, which is more than the food of any or every god. Moreover, I have 4 loaves of bread during the course of each and every day, besides 4 loaves in Anu, which is more than the food of any or every god. And the divine Al-Kamu, beings of the god Pen-Heseb, shall say unto me, What hast thou brought to eat in that holy furrow, on that day when I receive my offerings with anti-unguent? And I reply, I will not eat thereof, it shall not come into my hands, and I will not tread thereon with my sandals. And the divine Al-Kamu, beings of the god Pen-Heseb, shall say unto me, Upon what wilt thou live in this land, whither thou art going, and wherein thou wouldst be glorious? And I reply, I will live upon the 7 cakes which shall be brought, 4 in the temple of Horus, and 3 in the temple of Thoth. And the divine Al-Kamu, beings of the god Pen-Heseb, shall say unto me, Who then shall bring them unto thee? And I reply, the divine associate of the temples of the Heretchati, goddesses of Anu. And they say, Where wilt thou eat them? And I reply, Beneath the beams of the beautiful ark, to which hymns are sung as it is borne along, thither shall I be taken. And the divine Al-Kamu, beings of the god Pen-Heseb, shall say unto me, Wouldst thou live then upon the things which belong to another every day? And I reply, I will myself plow the fields of my estate in Sekhet Haru. And the divine Al-Kamu, beings of the god Pen-Heseb, shall say unto me, Who will protect them for thee? And I reply, the 2 divine daughters of the divine king of the north, besides those who belong to them. And the divine Al-Kamu, beings of the god Pen-Heseb, shall say unto me, Who will plow them for thee? And I reply, the divine chiefs who dwell among the gods of heaven and the gods of earth. The treading down of the earth shall be done for me by the cow goddess Ha-Piu, who dwelleth in the city of Sao, and the harvest shall be reaped for me by Sati, the Lord of heaven and of earth. Hail, ye who turn back the blossoms upon yourselves, ye whose transgressions are done away with, whose faces are holy. Behold, I am with the divine beings of Set at the mountain of Bakau, and I sit down along with the spiritual bodies who are perfect on the side of the lake of Osiris to rejoice my heart. Shall not I make the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, Nu triumphant, to know life? Chapter 190. Vignette. This chapter is without a vignette in the Papyrus of Nu. Text: the book of making perfect the coup within Ra, of making him to gain the mastery before Tem, of magnifying him before Osiris, of making him to be powerful before the governor of Amentet, and of causing him to be mighty before the company of the gods. Rubric: This book shall be recited on the first day of the month of the festival, on the festival of the sixth, on the festival of Uak, on the festival of Thoth, on the birthday of Osiris, on the festival of Sekri, and on the festival of the night of Haker. It will enable a man to pass through the hidden places of the Tuat, and to penetrate the secret habitations of Neter Kurt, to break through mountains, and to open up a way through the secret valleys which are unknown. This chapter shall preserve or embalm the Khu. It shall make broad his steps, it shall give him power to walk, it shall destroy the deafness of his face, and it shall enable him to make a way for his face with the God. When thou recitest this chapter, thou shalt not let any man whatsoever see thee, except him that is indeed dear to thy heart, and the priest who readeth the service Ker Heb. Thou shalt not let any other person see thee, and no servant shall come outside the chamber wherein thou art. Thou shalt recite this chapter inside a chamber lined with cloth, decorated, literally shot with stars throughout. The soul of every Khu, that is, the deceased, for whom this book hath been recited, shall come forth among the living. He himself shall come forth by day, and he shall gain the mastery among the gods, and shall not be repulsed by them. And these gods shall revolve around about him, and they shall acknowledge, literally recognize him, and indeed he shall be as the divine one among them, and he shall make thee to know the transformations which shall come to him in the light. This book is indeed a very great mystery, and thou shalt never allow those who dwell in the papyrus swamps of the Delta, that is, ignorant folk, or any person whatsoever, to see it.
Part 19.
Vignette. This chapter has no vignette. Text. The chapter of tying on the garment of purity. Ab. O Tem, O Shu, O Tefnut, O Seb, O Nut, O Osiris, O Isis, O Set, O Nephthys, O Heru Kuti, Hamarcus, O Hathor in the great house, O Khepera, O Menthu, the lord of Thebes, O Amen, the lord of the thrones of the two lands, O great company of the gods, O little company of the gods, O gods and goddesses who dwell in Nu, O Sebek of the two mate, O Sebek, in all thy manifold names, in thine every place wherein thy Ka hath delight, O gods of the south, O gods of the north, O ye who are in heaven, O ye who are upon earth, grant ye this garment of purity to the perfect Khu of Amenhetep. Grant ye your strength unto him, and destroy ye all the evil which belongeth unto Amenhetep by means of this garment of purity. Hold ye him guiltless then for ever and ever, and destroy ye all the evil which belongeth unto him. Chapter 172. Vignette. This chapter has no vignette. Text. The first of the chapters of the arrangements or praisings which are to be performed in the underworld. I snuff the bet incense, I inhale the scent of Hesman, natron, and incense. I am pure with the purity of. Pure are the praises which come forth from my mouth, more pure than Ma'at itself, of the fish that are in the river, to the statue of the temple of Hesman, natron. Pure are the praises of the scribe Nebseni, the designer of the house of gold, begotten of the scribe and designer Thena, triumphant, born of the lady of the house Mutreshtha, triumphant. And as for the scribe Nebseni, the lord of piety, who is happy with a twofold happiness, Ptah hath a favor unto him, and he of the southern wall hath a favor unto him, and every god hath a favor unto him, and every goddess hath a favor unto him. Thy beauties are a stream, bearing things which cause rest, and are like unto water which floweth nearer. Thy beauties are like a hall of festival, wherein each man may exalt his own god. Thy beauties are like unto the pillar of the god Ptah, and like the courtyard of incense of Ra. Nebseni, the scribe and designer of the temple of Ptah, hath been made a pillar of Ptah, and the libation vase of the god of the southern wall. 1. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Hail, verily thou art lamented. Verily, thou art praised. Verily, thou art exalted. Verily, thou art glorious. Verily, thou art strong. Hail, thou scribe Nebseni, thou who hast been raised up. Thou art raised up by means of the ceremonies which have been performed for thee. Thine enemies have fallen, and the god Ptah hath thrown down headlong thy foes. Thou hast triumphed over them, and thou hast gained power over them. They obey thy words, and they perform that which thou orderest them to do. Thou art raised up, and thy word is a law unto the divine sovereign chiefs of every god and of every goddess. 2. Hail, verily, thou art invoked. Hail, verily, thou art invoked. Thy head, O my Lord, is a standard, with locks of rippling hair, like unto the hair of a woman of Asia. Thy face shineth more brightly than the house of the moon god. The upper part of thy head is azure in color. Thy locks are blacker than the doors of the underworld. Thy hair is dark as night. Thy visage is decorated with an azure blue. The rays of Ra are upon thy face. Thy garments are of gold, which Horus hath deftly ornamented with azure blue. Thine eyebrows are the two sister goddesses who are at peace with each other, and whom Horus hath deftly ornamented with azure blue. Thy nose snuffeth in, and thy nostrils exhale, as it were the winds from heaven. Thine eyes look towards Mount Bacchau of the rising sun. Thine eyelashes are fixed each day, and the upper eyelids to which they belong are of veritable lapis lazuli. The apples of thine eyes are as offerings of peace, and the lower eyelids are filled with eye paint of meschem. Thy two lips give unto thee law. They repeat unto thee the law of Ra, and they make to be at peace the hearts of the gods. Thy teeth are the two heads of the serpent goddess Mehen, which sport with the Horus gods. Thy tongue is made skillful, thy speech is more shrill than that of the Tcheru bird of the field. Thy jawbones are starry lamps. Thy breasts are established upon their seats, and they journey unto the funeral mountain of Amentet. 3. Hail, verily, thou art invoked. Hail, verily, thou art invoked. Thy neck is decorated with gold, and it is girt about with refined copper. Thy gullet and throat are those of Anpu. Thy bones are the bones of the two Uach goddesses. Thy backbone is studded with gold, and is girt about with refined copper. Thy loins are those of Nephthys. Thy is a Nile which is without water. Thy buttocks are two crystal eggs. Thy thighs are strong for walking. Thou sittest upon thy seat, and the gods give unto thee thine eyes, O scribe Nebseni, thou Lord of piety. 4. Hail, verily, thou art invoked. Hail, verily, thou art invoked. Thy throat is the throat of Anpu. Thy members are plated with gold. Thy breasts are two crystal eggs, which Horus hath deftly ornamented with azure blue. Thy shoulders are made like unto crystal. Thine arms are established through the strength which protecteth them. Thy heart is glad each day. Thy breast is of the work of the two divine forms. Thy person adoreth the starry deities who dwell in the heights and depths of heaven. Thy belly is, as it were, the heavens. Thy navel is the Tuat, that is, underworld, which is open, and which ordereth the light in the darkness, and the offerings of which are Ankham flowers. And Nebseni praiseth the majesty of Thoth, the beloved one, saying, May his beauties be in my tomb, and may all the purity which he loveth be there, even as my God hath commanded for me. 5. Hail, verily, thou art invoked. Hail, verily, thou art invoked. Thy two hands are a pool of water in the season of an abundant inundation, a pool of water fringed about with the divine offering of the water god. Thy thighs are encircled with gold. Thy knees are the plants of the waters, where are the nests of the birds. Thy feet are established each day. Thy legs lead thee into a path of happiness, O scribe Nebseni, thou favored one. Thy hands and arms are pillars set upon their pedestals. Thy fingers are strips of gold, the nails of which are like sharp flakes of flint, by reason of the works which they perform for thee. 6. Hail, verily, thou art invoked. Hail, verily, thou art invoked. Thou clothest thyself with the garment of purity, Abu. And behold, thou drawest off from thyself the Umet garment when thou goest up to stretch thyself upon the couch. Haunches of meat are cut for thy ka, O scribe Nebseni, and a breast or heart of the animal is offered unto thy Sahu. Thou receivest a garment of the finest linen from the hands of the ministrant of Ra. Thou eatest the cakes upon the cloth which the goddess Tit herself hath prepared. Thou eatest the haunch of the animal. Thou takest boldly the joint which Ra hath endowed with power in his holy place. Thou washest thy feet in the silver basins which the god Seker, the artificer, hath wrought. And behold, thou eatest of the cake which appeareth on the altar, and which the two divine fathers have sanctified. Thou eatest of the baked bread and of the hot meats of the storehouse. Thou smellest the flowers. Thy heart feareth not to advance to the altar of the offerings made to thee, and those who feed thee with food make for thee the loaves and bread cakes of the souls of Anu, Heliopolis, and they themselves bear them unto thee. Thine offerings are ordered for thee, and thy ordinances are in the gates of the great house. Thou risest up like Sa, Orion. Thou arrivest like the star bow, and the goddess Nut stretcheth out her hands unto thee. Sa, Orion, the son of Ra, and Nut, who gave birth to the gods, the two mighty gods in heaven, speak each to the other, saying, Take the scribe and draftsman Nebseni into thine arms, and I will take him into mine on this day, and let us make happiness for him, when praises are sung to him, and when mention is made of him, and when his name is in the mouth of all young men and maidens. Thou art raised up, O Nebseni, and thou hearest the songs of commemoration through the door of thy house. 7. Hail, verily, thou art invoked. Hail, verily, thou art invoked. Anubis hath bestowed upon thee thy winding sheet. He hath wrought for thee according to his will. He hath provided thee with the ornaments of his bandages, for he is the overseer of the great God. Thou settest out on thy way, and thou hast been washed in the lake of perfection. Thou makest offerings in the celestial mansions, and thou propitiatest the lords of Anu, Heliopolis. The water of Ra is presented unto thee in vessels, and milk in large vases. Thou art raised up, and thou makest offerings upon the altar. Thou washest thy feet upon the stone on the banks of the lake of God. Thou comest forth, and thou seest Ra upon the pillars which are the arms of heaven, upon the head of Anmut-Eph, and upon the arms of Apuat. He openeth out for thee a way, and thou seest the horizon wherein is the place of purity which thou lovest. 8. Hail, verily, thou art invoked. Hail, verily, thou art invoked. Offerings are allotted unto thee in the presence of Ra, and according to that which Horus and Thoth ordered for thee, thou hast had a beginning and an end. They invoke thee, O scribe Nebseni, and see thy splendor there, causing thee to come forth as a god, and to advance to the souls of Anu. Thou goest forth upon the great roads in thy Sa, who hast received the offerings of thy father upon thy two hands. Thou art furnished with linen garments each day at the beginning of the journey of the god through the gates of the great house. 9. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Hail, verily thou art invoked. The scribe Nebseni hath air for his nose, and breath for his nostrils, and 1,000 geese, and 50 baskets of pure and fair offerings. Hail, Nebseni, thine enemies have fallen down headlong, and they shall never more exist. Chapter 173, Vignette: Osiris, the great god, the lord of Abtu, the lord of transformations, the prince of eternity, seated in a shrine. The deceased stands with hands raised in adoration before the god, and the ground between them is covered with the bodies of birds and beasts which have been prepared for sacrifice. Text: the speeches of Horus to his divine father Osiris when he entereth in to see him, and when he cometh forth from near the great Abut chamber to look upon Ra, as Un-Nefer, the lord of Ta-Tchesert, when doth each embrace the other at the pleasure of his coup, there in the underworld. A hymn of praise to Osiris, governor of those in the underworld, the great god, the lord of Abydos, the king of eternity, the prince of everlastingness, the holy god in Re-style, by the scribe Nebseni, who saith: I ascribe praise unto thee, O Lord of the gods, thou God one, who livest upon right and truth. Behold, I, thy son Horus, come unto thee. I have avenged thee, and I have brought to thee Maat, even to the place where is the company of thy gods. Grant thou that I may have my being among those who are in thy following, for I have overthrown all thy foes, and I have established all those who are of thy substance upon the earth for ever and ever. Here follow 40 declarations, each of which is preceded by the words, Hail, Osiris, I am thy son. I have come, and I have avenged thee, O my father Osiris. I have come, and I have overthrown for thee thine enemies. I have come, and I have done away with every evil thing which belongeth unto thee. I have come, and I have slain for thee him that attacked thee. I have come, and I have sent forth mine arm against those who were hostile towards thee. I have come, and I have brought unto thee the fiends of Set with their fetters upon them. I have come, and I have brought unto thee the land of the south, and I have united unto thee the land of the north. I have come, and I have established for thee divine offerings from the south and from the north. I have come, and I have plowed for thee the fields. I have come, and I have filled for thee the canals with water. I have come, and I have hoed up for thee the ground. I have come, and I have built cisterns for thee. I have come, and I have gone round about the soil for thee. I have come, and I have made sacrificial victims of those who were hostile to thee. I have come, and I have made sacrifices unto thee of thine animals and victims for slaughter. I have come, and I have supplied thee with food in abundance of the creatures which are upon earth. I have come, and I have brought unto thee. I have come, and I have slain for thee. I have come, and I have smitten for thee emasculated beasts. I have come, and I have netted for thee birds and feathered fowl. I have come, and I have taken captive of thee thine enemies in their chains. I have come, and I have fettered for thee thine enemies with fetters. I have come, and I have brought for thee cool water from Abu Elephantine, wherewith thou mayest refresh thine heart. I have come, and I have brought unto thee herbs of every kind. I have come, and I have established for thee those who are of thy substance daily. I have come, and I have made thy cakes in the city of Pe of the red barley. I have come, and I have made thy ale in the city of Tepu of the white grain. I have come, and I have plowed for thee wheat and barley in Sekhet Awaru. I have come, and I have reaped it for thee therein. I have come, and I have glorified thee. I have come, and I have given to thee thy souls. I have come, and I have given to thee thy power. I have come, and I have given to thee thy. I have come, and I have given to thee thy. I have come, and I have given to thee thy terror. I have come, and I have given to thee thy victory. I have come, and I have given to thee thine eyes, which are the plumes on thy head. I have come, and I have given to thee Isis and Nephthys, that they may establish thee. I have come, and I have filled for thee the eye of Horus with oil or unguent. I have come, and I have brought unto thee the eye of Horus, whereby thy face shall be destroyed. Chapter 174, Vignette: the deceased standing with her back towards a door from which she has just come forth. Text: the chapter of causing the coup to come forth from the great door. Mut-hetepeth, triumphant, saith: Thy son hath offered up for thee a sacrifice, and the divine mighty ones tremble when they look upon the slaughtering knife which is in thy hand when thou comest forth from the Tuat. Homage to thee, O God Sa'ah. The god Seb hath created thee, and the company of the gods have given birth unto thee. Horus resteth upon his eye, and the god Tem resteth upon his years. and the gods of the east and of the west rest upon the mighty one who hath come into existence within thy hand. A god hath been born now that I have been born. I see and I have sight. I have my existence. I am lifted up upon my place. I have done what hath been decreed. I hate slumber. I have endowed with might the feeble one. He that dwelleth in the city of Netet hath made cakes for me in the city of Pe, and I have received my form in Anu, for it is Horus who hath commanded what shall be done for his father, the Lord of winds, and the god Set quaketh. He hath raised me up, and Tem hath raised me up. O, I am the mighty one, and I have come forth from between the thighs of the company of the gods. I have been conceived by Sekhet and by Shizkentet, and I have been brought forth at the door of the star Sept, Sothis, the foremost, one who with long strides bringeth along the celestial path of Ra day by day. I have come to my habitation as prince of the north and south, and I rise, or I am crowned, in the gate. Hail, thou of the double plumes, who art called by the name of my Shepes. I am the lotus which shineth in the land of purity, and which hath received me, and which maketh my abode at the nostrils of the great form. I have come into the lake of flame, and I have placed right and truth in the place of sin. I am the watcher of the Sesheru garments, and the watcher of the Urias on the night of the flood of the great one. I rise like Nefertim, who is the lotus at the nostrils of Ra, when he cometh forth from the horizon each day, and the gods are purified at the sight of the lady of the house, Mut-hetepeth, who is triumphant before the cause, and who gathereth together hearts for Se'aur, whom the god Se'amenti-Ra holdeth. I have come upon my seat before the cause, and I have gathered together hearts for Se'aurt, and I have my being as Se'ah, whom Ra the god of Amenti holdeth, and the Techech implement is with me. I recite the mighty words which are in the heart on the festival of the Ansi garment, and I am Sa'amenti-Ra, the strong of heart within the hidden chamber of Nu. Chapter 175. Vignette: the deceased and his wife standing with hands raised in adoration before the god Thoth, who is seated upon a pylon-shaped throne and has the emblem of life upon his knees. Text: the chapter of not dying a second time. Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant, saith, Hail, Thoth! What is it that hath happened unto the divine children of Nut? They have done battle, they have upheld strife, they have done evil, they have created the fiends, they have made slaughter, they have caused trouble. In truth, in all their doings, the mighty have worked against the weak. Grant, O might of thought, that which the god Tem hath decreed may be done, and thou regardest not evil, nor art thou provoked to anger when they bring their years to confusion, and throng in and push to disturb their months. For in all that they have done unto thee, they have worked iniquity in secret. I am thy writing pallet, O Thoth, and I have brought unto thee thine ink jar. I am not of those who work iniquity in their secret places. Let not evil happen unto me. Saith Osiris, the scribe Ani, Hail to me, what manner of land is this into which I have come? It hath not water, it hath not air, it is depth unfathomable, it is black as the blackest night, and men wander helplessly therein. In it a man may not live in quietness of heart, nor may the longings of love be satisfied therein. But let the state of the shining ones be given unto me instead of water and air, and the satisfying of the longings of love, and let quietness of heart be given unto me instead of cakes and ale. The god Tem hath decreed that I shall see thy face, and that I shall not suffer from the things which pain me. May every god transmit unto thee his throne for millions of years. Thy throne hath descended unto thy son Horus, and the god Tem hath decreed that his course shall be among the holy princes. In truth he shall rule over thy throne, and he shall be heir of the throne of the dweller in the lake of double fire. In truth it hath been decreed that in me he shall see his likeness, and that my face shall look upon the face of the Lord Tem. How long then have I to live? It is decreed that thou shalt live for millions of years, a life of millions of years. may it be granted unto me that I pass on unto the holy princes, for indeed I am doing away with all the wrong which I did, from the time when this earth came into being from new, when it sprang from the watery abyss, even as it was in the days of old. I am Fate or Time, and Osiris, and I have made my transformations into the likeness of divers serpents. Man knoweth not, and the gods cannot behold the twofold beauty which I have made for Osiris, who is greater than all the gods. I have given unto him the region of the dead, and verily his son Horus is seated upon the throne of the dweller in the lake of double fire as his heir. I have made him to have his throne in the abode of millions of years. Horus is established upon his throne among his friends and all that belonged unto him. Verily the soul of Set, which is greater than all the gods, hath departed. May it be granted that I bind his soul in the divine boat at my will, and that he may have fear of the divine body. O my father Osiris, thou hast done for me that which thy father Ra did for thee. May I abide upon the earth lastingly. May I keep possession of my throne. May my heir be strong. May my tomb and my friends who are upon earth flourish. May my enemies be given over to destruction and to the shackles of the goddess Circe. I am thy son, and Ra is my father. For me likewise thou hast made life, strength, and health. Horus is established upon his throne. Grant thou that the days of my life may come unto worship and honor. Chapter 176, Vignette. This chapter is without vignette. Text, the chapter of not dying a second time. The Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, triumphant, saith, That which I abominate is the land of the east. Let me not enter into the torture chamber. Let there not be done unto me any of those things which the gods hold in abomination. For behold, I have passed as a pure being through the Mesket chamber. And let the god Nebuchadnezzar grant unto me his glorious power on the day of burial in the presence of the Lord of things. Rubric, if the deceased know this chapter, he shall become like a perfect coup in the underworld. Chapter 177, Vignette. The deceased standing upright, pure water is being poured out before him, and offerings of linen garments are being made unto him. Text, the chapter of raising up the khu and of making the soul to live in the underworld. The scribe Nebseni, the draftsman in the temple of Ptah, the lord of piety, who is in the favor of his God, saith, Hail Nut, Nut, who casteth thy father to earth, and settest Horus behind him. His wings grow like those of a hawk, and his plumes like those of him who seeth. His soul hath been brought unto him. He is filled with words of magical power, and his place is decreed for him opposite to the stars of the heaven. For behold, thou art a star of Nut by thyself. Thou seest the scribe Nebseni, the lord of piety, in happiness, and giving his commands unto the khus, and behold, the divine power or prince is not among them, and thy is not among them, unless thou art among them. Thou seest the chief Nebseni, the scribe and draftsman of the temple of Ptah, in the form of a soul who hath the horns of the cows Samamet, and an Unser the black. Hail, children of Sarah Beket, who have sucked milk from the 4 Ipu cows. Horus of the blue eyes cometh unto you. Protect ye Horus of the red eyes, who is sick. Let not his soul be turned back. Let his offerings be brought unto him. Let the things which are for his benefit be carried to him, and let them come upon the shoulder over the west. This only one advanceth to thee. The God speaketh thy words. The gods make thy name to be triumphant before the gods, and the company of the gods distinguish thee with their hands. The God of the field of the gods speaketh, and thou gainest the power over the door of Kaz in their horizon. They unbolt for thee their doors, for they have a favor unto thee, and thou gainest power over their shrines. The god Seb and his company of gods enter in, and they come forth, lifting on high their faces, and they look upon thee in the presence of the great god Amsu. Thy head, I make to stand up thy head for thee, and thou hast power thereover. His head diminisheth behind thee, but thy head shall not diminish, and thou shalt not be destroyed, and thou shalt do what thou hast to do before men and before the gods. Chapter 178, Vignette. This chapter has no vignette. Text, the chapter of raising up the dead body, of giving sight to the eyes, of gaining power over the ears, of establishing the head, and of providing the face with the power of protection. The Osiris, the scribe Nebseni, the draftsman of the temple of Ptah, the lord of piety, saith, The eye of Horus is presented unto thee, and it feedeth thee with the food of offerings. Hail, ye who make the laborers to rejoice, and who raise up the heart and purify the body, who have eaten the eye of Horus, thou olive tree in Anu, destroy ye what evil there is in the body of Osiris, Nebseni, the scribe and draftsman in the temple of Ptah. O Osiris, let him not suffer thirst before his God, let him suffer neither hunger nor thirst, and let the God cause carry them away, and let him do away with his hunger, O thou that fillest, O thou that fillest hearts. O chiefs who dispense cakes and ale, O ye who have charge of the water flood, command ye that cakes and ale be given unto the Osiris Nebseni, even as Ra himself commanded this thing. And moreover, Ra hath commanded those who are over the abundance of the year to take handfuls of wheat and barley, and to give them to him for his cakes. For behold, he is a great bull. These shall he give to the Osiris Nebseni. O guardian of the 5 cakes in the divine house, 3 cakes are in heaven before Ra, and 2 are upon earth before the company of the gods. May he burst through Nu, may he see, O Ra, be gracious unto the scribe Nebseni this day. Be gracious. The scribe Nebseni is as a lord of piety, according to the command of Shu and Isis, and he hath been united unto the piety of happiness before his God. May the gods give cakes and ale unto the scribe Nebseni, and may they prepare for him all good and pure things this happy day, things for journeying and traveling, things of the eye of Horus, things of the boat, and all things which should enter into the sight of the God. Thou shalt have power over the water, and thou shalt advance to the table of offerings, having cakes, and 4 measures of water. The eye of Horus hath ordered these things for the scribe Nebseni, and the god Shu hath ordered the means of subsistence for him, both cakes and ale. Watch, O judges of the form of Thoth, watch him that lieth in death. Wake up, O thou that dwellest in Kenset. Grant thou offerings in the presence of Thoth, the mighty God, who cometh forth from Hapi, that is, the Nile, and of Apuat, who cometh forth from Asert. For the mouth of Nebseni, the scribe and designer of the temple of Ptah, is pure. The company of the gods offer incense to the scribe Nebseni, and his mouth is pure, and his tongue which is therein is right and true. That which the scribe Nebseni abominateth is filth, and he hath freed himself therefrom, even as Set freed himself from it in the city of Rehu, and he has set out with Thoth for heaven. O ye who have delivered the scribe Nebseni along with yourselves, let him eat of that whereof ye eat, let him drink of that whereof ye drink, let him sit down upon that whereon ye sit, let him be strong in the strength wherein ye are strong, let him sail about where ye sail about. The scribe Nebseni hath drawn the net together in the region of Aaru, and he hath running water in Sekhet Hetep, and his offerings are among those of the gods. The water of the scribe Nebseni is the wine of Ra, and Nebseni goeth round about heaven, and travelleth therein like unto Thoth. It is an abomination unto the scribe Nebseni to suffer hunger and not to eat, and it is an abomination unto him to be thirsty and not to drink. But sepulchral meals have been given unto him by the Lord of eternity, who hath ordered these things for him. The scribe Nebseni was conceived in the night and was brought forth in the daylight, and those who are in the following of Ra, the divine ancestors, adore him. The scribe Nebseni was conceived in Nu and was brought forth in Nu, and he hath come and hath brought to you what he hath found of that which the eye of Horus hath shed upon the branches of the ven tree. The governor of those in Amenti cometh to him, and bringeth to him the divine food and offerings of Horus, the governor of temples, and upon that whereon he doth live, the scribe Nebseni liveth also. And of that whereof he drinketh doth the scribe Nebseni, the designer of the temple of Ptah, drink also, and facing his offerings of cakes and ale is a haunch of meat also. Osiris, the scribe Nebseni, is triumphant, and he is favored of Anubis, who is upon his hill. Hail, scribe Nebseni, thou hast the form wherein thou hadst thine existence upon earth, and thou livest and renewest thy youth each day. Thy face is uncovered, and thou seest the Lord of the horizon, who giveth to thee sepulchral meals in thy hour and in thy season of night. Horus hath avenged thee, and he hath destroyed the jawbones of thine enemies. He hath shut in the doer of violence at the mouth of his fortress. Hail, scribe Nebseni, thou hast no enemies in Hetur, and the scales balanced when thou wert weighed therein, and the hall wherein they were belonged to Osiris, the lord of offerings of Amentet. And thou shalt enter in at will, and thou shalt see the great God in his form, and life shall be given to thy nostrils, and thou shalt triumph over thine enemies. Hail, scribe Nebseni, what thou abominatest is iniquity. The divine Lord of creation hath made peace with thee on the night of silencing the weeping, and sweet life, whereupon Thoth resteth, hath been given unto thee from the mouth of the company of the gods, and thou dost triumph over thine enemies, O scribe Nebseni. Thy mother Nut spreadeth herself over thee in her name of Shetet Pet, and she maketh thee to be a follower of the great God, and to be without enemies, and she delivereth thee from every evil thing in her name of Kemetic, the divine mighty form, who dwelleth among her children, O scribe Nebseni. Hail, chiefs of the hours, ancestors of Ra, make ye a way for the scribe Nebseni, the Lord of piety, and let him pass within the circle of Osiris, the Lord of the life of the two lands, who liveth forever. And let the scribe Nebseni, the draftsman in the temple of Ptah, the Lord of piety, the happy one, be in the following of Nefertem, the lotus at the nostrils of Ra, in the presence of the gods, and let him see Ra forever. Chapter 179. Vignette. This chapter has no vignette. Text. The chapter of advancing from yesterday and of coming forth by day, whereby he and his members shall be provided with food. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, Nu triumphant, the son of the overseer of the palace, Amenhetep triumphant, saith, Let my speech of yesterday be given unto me. I come daily. I have come forth from the God of creation. I am Sepes, coming forth from his tree, and I am Nun, coming forth from his might. I am the Lord of the Uret crown, and the God Nehebkau. I am Tesher, who avengeth his eye. I died yesterday, but I come today. The mighty lady, who is the guardian of the door, hath made a way for me. I come forth by day against mine enemy, and I have gained the mastery over him. He hath been given over unto me, and he shall not be delivered out of my hand. And he shall come to an end before me in the presence of the great divine sovereign chiefs who are in the underworld. The first great rank hath been given unto me by him, along with the shade and form of the living gods, and I have made my path. Mine enemy hath been brought unto me, and he hath been given unto me, and he shall not be delivered out of my hand. The things which concern me have been ended in the presence of the divine sovereign chiefs of Osiris, who is clothed in his apparel. And behold, the governor of those in Amenti. I am the Lord of redness on the day of transformations. I am the Lord of knives, and injury shall not be done unto me. I have made my path. I am the scribe who writeth down the odorous things which are in the sweet-smelling incense, and the things which belong to the mighty ruddy one have been brought to me, and the mighty ruddy one hath been given to me. I have come forth by day against my enemy. I have brought him along. I have gained the power over him. He hath been given unto me, and he shall not be delivered out of my hand. He hath come to an end beneath me in the presence of the divine sovereign chiefs, and I eat him in the great field on the altar of Ur-Achit. I have gained the mastery over him as Sekhet, the great lady. I am the Lord of transformations, for I have the transformations of every god, and they go round about in me. Chapter 180. Vignette. The deceased kneeling in supplication before three gods. Text. The chapter of coming forth by day, of praising Ra and Amentet, of ascribing praise unto those who dwell in the Tuat, of opening up a path for the perfect Khu in the underworld, of causing him to walk, of making long his footsteps, of going in and coming forth from the underworld, and of performing transformations like a living soul. The Osiris triumphant saith, Ra setteth as Osiris with all the diadems of the divine Khus and of the gods of Amentet. He is the one divine form, the hidden one of the Tuat, the holy soul at the head of Amentet, Un-Nefer, whose duration of life is forever and forever. Words of praise are addressed to thee, O Osiris, in the Tuat, and thy son Horus hath satisfaction in thee, and he hath spoken unto thee the decree of words. Thou makest him to rise upon those who dwell in the Tuat like a mighty divine star, under whom the things which are his have been brought in the Tuat. Thou travellest through it, O son of Ra, and comest forth like Tem. Words of praise are addressed unto thee by those who dwell in the Tuat, which is the throne chamber, dear to thy majesty, the king, the prince of Akkert, the mighty ruler, who is crowned with the Ureret crown, the great God whose seat is hidden, the Lord and weigher of words, and the sovereign of his divine chiefs. And words of praise are addressed unto thee by those who dwell in the Tuat, and they have satisfaction in thee. And words of praise are addressed unto thee by those who dwell in the Tuat, and the divine beings who weep pluck out their hair for thee, and they smite their hands together, and they praise thee, and they cry out before thee, and they weep for thee, and they rejoice that thy soul hath glorified thy dead body. The souls of Ra and Amentet are exalted, and in the zone of the Tuat the souls cry out in their songs of exaltation unto the souls of Ra, who dwelleth therein. The body and souls of the god Techench dwell in the Tuat, and his divine soul resteth therein. Hail, Osiris, I am a servant of thy temple, and one who dwelleth there within thy divine house, and thou utterest with command the words of the decree. Grant thou that I may rise like a luminary among the denizens of the Tuat, and like a mighty star unto whom in the Tuat the things which are his have been brought. Let me journey through it like the son of Ra, and let me come forth as Tem. Let me have rest in the Tuat. Let me gain the mastery over the darkness. Let me enter therein. Let me come forth therefrom. Let thy hands receive me, O Ta-Teunen, and let the Hetepu gods lift me up. O stretch ye out your hands to me, for I, even I, know your names. Lead ye me along, praise ye me, O Hetepu gods, with your praises. For Ra rejoiceth over the praises which are offered unto me, even as he doth over those which are offered unto Osiris. I have established for you your offerings, and ye have obtained the mastery over your oblations, even as Ra hath commanded me to do. I am the god Mehu, and I am his heir upon the earth, and I have made my path. O ye Hetepu gods, grant ye that I may enter into the Tuat, and let me make a way into the beautiful Amentet. I have established the scepter of the god Sa, and the Nemi's crown for the god whose name is hidden. Look ye then, O Hetepu gods, and ye gods who are the gods of the Tuat, and grant that I may receive my glorious might, and let me rise like a luminary above his hidden place, and deliver ye me from the deadly stakes of those who are chained thereunto. Chain ye me not unto your deadly stakes, and give ye me not over to the habitation of the fiends who slay. I am the heir of Osiris, and I received his Nemi's crown in the Tuat. Look ye upon me then, and let me rise like a luminary who hath come forth from your members, and let me come into being like my divine Father who is worshipped. Look ye upon me then, and rejoice ye in me, and grant that I may rise up, and that I may come into being like him whose transformations were destroyed. Open ye a way unto my divine soul, O ye who stand upon your places. Grant ye that I may rest in the beautiful Amentet, and decree ye for me a seat in front of you. Open out ye to me your paths, and draw back for me the bolts of your doors. Behold, O Ra, as thou art the guide of this earth, so let the divine souls be my guides, and let me follow after the gods. I am he who guardeth his own pylon, and I am led along by those who lead. I am he who keepeth ward over his doors, and who setteth the gods in their places. I am he who dwelleth upon his standard within the Tuat. I am the god Henbi, the guardian of the lands of the gods. I am the boundaries of the Tuat. I am the god Hatepi in Aukert. My offerings have been made in Amentet by the divine souls who dwell in the gods. I am the god Meha-Nuti Ra. I am the hidden Bennu bird. I enter in as he resteth in the Tuat, and I come forth as he resteth in the Tuat. I am the Lord of the celestial abodes, and I journey through the night sky after Ra. My offerings are in heaven in the field of Ra, and my sepulchral meals are on earth in the field of Eru. I travel through the Tuat like the beings who are with Ra, and I weigh words like the god Thoth. I stretch myself at my desire. I run forward with my strides in my spiritual form of hidden qualities, and my transformations are those of the double god Horus Set. I am the president of the food of the gods of the Tuat, and I give the sepulchral offerings of the Khus. I am the god of the mighty heart, who smiteth his enemies. Hail, ye gods and Khus, the ancestors of Ra, who follow after the divine soul which he hath. Lead ye me along as ye lead him along, and do ye who are the guides of Ra, and who are leaders, dwelling in the upper heaven, guide me. For I am like unto the divine and holy soul, who is in Amentet.
Part 20.
A cow, having the disk with plumes between her horns, and wearing the collar from which is suspended the emblem of life round her neck. Text, the chapter of making heat to be under the head of the deceased, to be recited. Homage to thee, O thou God Par, thou mighty one, whose plumes are lofty, thou Lord of the Ureret crown, who rulest with the whip. Thou art the Lord of the phallus, thou growest as thou shinest with rays of light, and thy shining is to the uttermost parts of earth and sky. Thou art the Lord of transformations, and hast manifold skins, which thou hidest in the Uchat at its birth. Thou art the mighty one of names among the gods, the mighty runner, whose strides are mighty. Thou art the God, the mighty one, who comest and rescuest the needy one, and the afflicted from him that oppresseth him. Give heed to my cry. I am the cow, and thy divine name is in my mouth, and I will utter it. Ha-ka-ha-ka-her is thy name. Ara-ah. Ker-san-kwa-bathi is thy name. Ker-sarau is thy name. Kar-satha is thy name. I praise thy name. I am the cow that hearkeneth unto the petition on the day wherein thou placest heat under the head of Ra. O place it for him in the divine gate in Anu, Heliopolis, and thou shalt make him to become even like him that is upon the earth. He is thy soul. O be gracious unto Osiris Alphon triumphant, and cause thou heat to exist under his head, for indeed he is the soul of the great divine body which resteth in Anu. Ku Keper Uru is his name. Barakatha Chara is his name. Be gracious then, and grant that he may become like unto one of those who are in thy following, for he is even as art thou. Rubric. This chapter shall be recited over the image of a cow, which shall be made in fine gold and placed at the neck of the deceased, and it shall be written upon new papyrus and placed under his head. Then shall abundant warmth be in him throughout, even like that which was in him when he was upon earth. This hath exceedingly great protective power, for it was made by the cow for her son Ra when he was setting, and when his habitation was surrounded by a company of beings of fire. And the deceased shall become divine in the underworld, and he shall never be turned back at any of the gates thereof. And thou shalt say, when thou placest the image of this goddess at the neck of the deceased, O Amen, who art in heaven, turn thy face upon the dead body of thy son, and make him sound and strong in the underworld. This is a composition of exceedingly great mystery. Let not the eye of any man whatsoever see it, for it is an abominable thing for every man to know it. Therefore hide it. Book of the Mistress of the Hidden Temple is its name. 2 winged Uchats on legs, and a serpent also upon legs, with a disk and horns upon his head. Text, the chapters which are taken from another work, and are here added to the book of Coming Forth by Day. The chapter of not allowing the body of a man to moulder away in the underworld, and of delivering him from those who devour the souls that are shut in the underworld, and of not allowing to rise up against him the things which he abominated upon earth, and of making sound and strong his limbs and bones against worms, and against every god who would attack him in the underworld, and of causing him to come forth and to go in as he pleaseth, and to do whatsoever he hath in his heart to do without hindrance. The Osiris Aphang triumphant saith, I am the divine soul of the great divine body, which is laid to rest in Athabu, which protecteth the body of Harethi, the which resteth in the marshes of Senhakaraha. O divine soul, which hath no languor of heart, either in rising or setting, and which resteth within his divine body, which is laid to rest in Sen Haparakana, grant thou to Osiris our Ankh triumphant that he may deliver himself from the souls of the god of the savage face, who gaineth the mastery over hearts and taketh possession of limbs, and from whose mouths fire cometh forth to devour souls. Hail, thou who art lying prostrate within thy body, whose flame cometh into being from out of the fire, which blazeth within the sea or water, in such wise that the sea or water is raised up on high out of the fire thereof. Grant thou that the flame may leave the fire, wherever it may be, to raise up the hand of Osiris Auf Ankh, triumphant, and to make him to have an existence for ever and for ever. Verily, let his period of existence be as the period of existence of heaven, in the limitless boundaries thereof. Heaven holdeth thy soul, O Osiris Auf Ankh, and earth holdeth thy form. O deliver thou Osiris Auf Ankh, triumphant, and let him not be consumed by the Kawi, who devour the souls of those who have raised up evil. Let his soul have its being within his body, and let his body have its being with his soul. And let him be hidden within the pupil of the Uchat of the god, whose name is Sharri Shari Shapu Neter Ari Ka, who reposeth at the northwest of the brow of the Opt of the land of Kenset, Nubia, and journeyeth not to the east. Hail, God Amen, thou divine bull scarab, thou lord of the divine Uchats, God, the pupil of whose eye is terrible, is thy name, the Osiris Auf Ankh, triumphant, born of Sheret Amsu, triumphant, is the emanation of thy two eyes, the name of one of which is Sherket, and Shapu Neter Arika of the other, though Shaka Amen Shakan Nasa at the brow of Tem, who illumineth the two lands, is his name in very truth. Grant that Osiris Auf Ankh, triumphant, may be of this land of Maat. Let him not be left in his solitude, for he is of this earth wherein he will no more appear, and On is his name. O let him be with a perfect khu, or as others say, a strong khu, and let him be the soul of the mighty body which is in Sa'is, the city of Neith. Rubric: this chapter is to be recited over a serpent having legs and wearing a disc and two horns, and over two Uchats having both eyes and wings. In the pupil of one of the Uchats there shall be a figure of the god of the lifted hand with the face of the divine soul, and having plumes and a back like a hawk. And in the pupil of the other there shall be a figure of the god of the lifted hand with the face of the goddess Neith, and having plumes and a back like a hawk. And this chapter shall be written with Anti, either upon a May stone or upon mother of emerald of the south, and dipped in water of the western lake of Kemt, Egypt, or upon a bandage of Uachet, linen wherewith a man should swathe every limb, and the deceased shall not be turned back at any gate of the underworld. He shall eat and drink and ease himself even as he did when he was upon earth, and none shall rise up to cry out against him, and he shall be protected from the hands of the enemy for ever and ever. If this book be recited for him upon earth, he shall not be seized by the messengers of attack who work evil in all the earth. He shall not have gashes inflicted upon him. He shall not die through the slaughter of Set. And he shall not be carried off to any place of restraint whatsoever, but he shall go in unto the Kenbet, and he shall come forth with triumph, and he shall go out to terrify the evildoers who exist in all the earth. Vignette: a goddess with a head of a woman and two heads of a vulture, standing with outstretched wings. On each side of her is a dwarf with two heads, one of a man and one of a hawk. Each dwarf has a disc and plumes upon his head. Text: another chapter. Homage to thee, O Sekhet Bast Ra, thou mistress of the gods, thou bearer of wings, lady of the honest bandlet, queen of the crowns of the south and of the north, only one, sovereign of her father superior, to whom the gods cannot be, thou mighty one of enchantments, in the boat of millions of years, thou who art preeminent, who risest in the seat of silence, mother of Pasha Kasa, royal wife of Parahaka Kaparu, mistress and lady of the tomb, mother in the horizon of heaven, gracious one, beloved, destroyer of rebellion. Offerings are in thy grasp, and thou art standing in the bows of the boat of thy divine father to overthrow the fiend. Thou hast placed Maat in the bows of his boat. Thou art the fire goddess Ami Seshet, whose opportunity escapeth her not. Thy name is Kaharasa Parsaram Kakaramet. Thou art like unto the mighty flame of Sakanakat, which is in the bows of the boat of thy father Hara Pukaka Shara Sha by you. For behold, this is the name uttered in the speech of the Negroes and of the Anti and of people of Ta Kansatet, Nubia. Praise be to thee, O Lady, who art mightier than the gods, and words of adoration rise to thee from the 8 gods. The living souls who are in their chests praise thy mystery, O thou who art their mother, thou source from whom they sprang, who makest for them a place of repose in the hidden underworld, who makest sound their bones and preservest them from terror, who makest them strong in the abode of everlastingness, who preservest them from the evil chamber of the souls of the god of the terrible face, who is among the company of the gods. Babe, that comest forth from the god of the terrible face, who keepeth his body hidden, is thy name. Atari Am Chur Kemtu Renu. Par Sheta is the name of one divine son. Pa Nema is the name of the other. Uchat of Sekhet, mighty lady, mistress of the gods, is thy name. Emanation of is the name of Mut, who maketh souls strong, and who maketh sound bodies, and who delivereth them from the abode of the fiends, which is in the evil chamber. The goddess saith with her own mouth, they shall never be fettered, and I will do according to what ye say, O ye T'Chawi of the divine son, for whom they perform the funeral rites. Rubric. This chapter shall be recited over a figure of Mut, which hath 3 heads. The first shall be like unto that of Pekut, and shall have upon it plumes. The second shall be like unto that of a man, and shall have upon it the crowns of the south and north. And the third shall be like unto that of a vulture, and shall have upon it plumes. And the figure shall have a phallus, and a pair of wings, and the claws of a lion, and it shall be painted with ant, and powder of uach mixed with yellow color, upon a bandage of honest linen. In front of it shall stand one dwarf, and behind it another, and each shall have upon him plumes, and one hand and arm shall be raised, and each shall have 2 faces, one of a hawk and one of a man, and the body of each shall be fat. Then shall the deceased be divine, along with the gods in the underworld. He shall never, never be turned back. His flesh and his bones shall be like those of one who hath never been dead. He shall drink water at the source of the stream. A homestead shall be given unto him in Seket Anre. He shall become a star of heaven. He shall set out against the serpent fiend Nekau, and against Tar, who are in the underworld. He shall not be shut in along with the souls which are fettered. He shall deliver himself wherever he may be, and worms shall not devour him. Ithiphallic god, with the body of a beetle. On his head are plumes, and his right hand and arm are raised. Behind him is a man who has a ram's head on each shoulder. Text. The chapter of arriving in port, to make the body germinate, and to drink water, and not to disappear. Recite the following. Hail, Bekenu, Bekenu, O Prince, Prince, O Amen, Amen, O Re Lukasa, O God, Prince of the gods of the eastern part of heaven, O Amen, Na Thakurethi, Amen, O thou whose skin is hidden, whose form is secret, thou Lord of the 2 horns of Nut, thy name is Na Ari K, or as others say, Ka Ari Ka. Ka Sa'ika is thy name. Arathika Sathika is thy name. Amena An Ka Antek Shara, or as others say, Thek Shara Amen Karethi is thy name. O Amen, let me make supplication unto thee. I, even I, know thy name. Thy transformations are in my mouth. Thy skin is before my eyes. Come, I pray thee, and place thou thy heir and thy image. Osiris Alph Ankh triumphant, born of Sherrit, Amsu triumphant, in the everlasting underworld. Grant thou that all his members may repose in Neter Kertet, the underworld, or, as others say, in Ekertet, the underworld. Let his whole body become like that of a god. Let him escape from the evil chamber, and let him not be imprisoned therein. I adore thy name. Thou hast made for me a skin, and thou hast comprehended my speech, and thou knowest it exceedingly well. Amen is thy name, O Ret Ashaka. I have made for thee a skin, namely a divine soul. Irakai is thy name. Markathai is thy name. Rarai is thy name. Nasab Bubu is thy name. Thanasa is thy name. Shara Shathakatha is thy name. O Amen, O Amen, O God, O God, O Amen, I adore thy name. Grant thou to me that I may comprehend thee. Grant thou that I may have peace in the Tuat underworld, and may possess all my members therein. And the divine soul which is in Nut saith, I will make my divine strength to protect thee, and I will perform everything which thou hast said. Rubric: this chapter shall be recited over a figure of the god of the lifted hand, which shall have plumes upon its head. The legs thereof shall be wide apart, and the middle portion of it shall be in the form of a beetle, and it shall be painted blue with lapis lazuli mixed with kamai water, and it shall be recited over a figure with a head like unto that of a man, and the hands and arms thereof shall be stretched away from its body. Above its right shoulder shall there be the head of a ram, and above its left shoulder shall there be the head of a ram. And thou shalt paint upon a piece of linen a figure of the god of the lifted hand, immediately over his heart, and thou shalt paint the other figure over the breasts. Let not the god Sakati, who is in the underworld, know it. Then shall the deceased drink water from the source of the stream, and he shall shine like the stars in the heavens above. Text: the chapter of the pillow. Thou art lifted up, O sick one, that liest prostrate, O scribe Nebseni. They lift up thy head to the horizon. Thou art raised up, and dost triumph by reason of what hath been done for thee. Ptah hath overthrown thine enemies, according to what was ordered to be done for thee. Thou art Horus, the son of Hathor, Nesertet, who giveth back the head after the slaughter. Thy head shall not be carried away from thee after the slaughter. Thy head shall never, never be carried away from thee. Vignette: the Uchat resting upon the emblem of gold. Text: the chapter bringing the Uchat. Nebseni the scribe saith, the god Thoth hath brought the Uchat, and he hath made it to rest, or to be at peace after it departed. O Ra, it was grievously afflicted by a storm, but Thoth made it to be at rest after it had departed from the storm. I am sound, and it is sound. I am sound, and it is sound. And Nebseni, the Lord of piety, is sound. Chapter 168. Vignette: a stream upon which sail three boats. The first contains Khenemu, the second Khepera, and the third Ra. Each god is seated in a shrine. Harpocrates occupies the place of lookout in the boats of Khenem and Ra. Behind the boats, Ra is seated on a throne which rests on the water. 2 hands and arms stretch down from heaven and enshrine him. A man-headed sphinx on a bier, a god with a serpent on his head, 2 gods lying on biers with a serpent between, Anubis, a goddess seated, a bull on a pedestal, a man-headed lion, 2 gods and 2 goddesses, a bowed human figure and a mummy, a man holding a disc shedding light, 2 women lying face downwards, 2 male figures each carrying a human being on his head. Text: the 27 short lines of text which accompany this vignette consist of extracts from a version of the chapter which is given in full immediately following, and to this the reader is referred. Chapter 168, Section 1. Text: may they who carry the burden above them to heaven in front of the boat of Ra grant that Osiris may see Ra when he shineth. Vignette: a god carrying a child upon his shoulders, and the number 4. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, the Lord of offerings in Amentet, in the bight of Sekhet Hetep. Text: may they who carry the burden above them to heaven in front of the boat of Ra grant that Osiris may see Ra when he shineth. Vignette: a god carrying a child upon his shoulders. And 4. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, the follower of the great god, the Lord of the beautiful Amentet. Text: may they who smite Ra grant that cakes shall come unto Osiris as to the followers of Ra when he setteth. Vignette: a woman lying face downwards. And 4. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris when Horus, the Lord of Tehent, cometh. Text: may they who possess offerings grant that Osiris shall exist, even as do those who are in the underworld. Vignette: a woman lying face downwards. And 4. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall come forth and go in along with Ra forever. Text: may those who build up grant that Osiris shall arrive happily in the hall of double truth. Vignette: a woman lying face downwards. And 4. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of 1 vase upon earth by Osiris, as Lord of offerings in the beautiful Amentet. Text: may those who make adorations grant that Osiris shall follow after Ra in his boat. Vignette, a god bowing to the ground. And 4. Text, and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall walk with long strides with the gods of the underworld. Text, may those who have offerings and who make sacrificial meals for the gods grant oblations of touch-of-foul food to Osiris in the underworld. Vignette, a god holding upright a conical object. Text, and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, along with them whose souls shall stand up at the pylon. Section 2. The gods of the 8th Queret in the underworld, whose attributes are hidden, and who wins. Text, may the gods who dwell in their shrines, the princes of Nu, grant that Osiris shall drink water. Vignette, a god in a shrine with 3 serpents in front of him and 3 behind him. At the entrance to the shrine is the number 14. Text, and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris. May his soul live and his body be preserved in the underworld. Text, may the gods who are in the following of Osiris grant that the body of Osiris shall rest along with his Sa. Vignette, a woman and a god, and the number 14. Text, and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris by the side of the great god within his boat. Text, may Aha, that is, he who standeth, make to Osiris to praise Ra when he riseth. Vignette, a god standing holding a scepter. Text, and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris triumphant, who shall be with those who are over their altars. Text, may Amen, that is, the hidden one, give power unto Osiris in the hall of Seb. Vignette, a cow standing on a standard. Text, and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris triumphant, who knoweth all the mysteries of the Tuat. Text, may Sheta, that is, the secret one, make the body of Osiris to grow and to be sound upon earth and in the underworld. Vignette, a god standing upright. Text, and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase by Osiris, as the Lord of strides in the underworld and in Restyle. Text, may Setek give cakes and ale to Osiris along with you in the house of Osiris. Vignette, a god standing with a platform upon his head, whereon is a bull. Text, and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who hath entered into all the secret places of the Tuat. Text, may Sesheta al-Sar, that is, he who maketh Osiris to be secret, grant that Osiris may be a lord of strides in the habitation of Teshet-Sert. Vignette, a god standing with a platform upon his head, whereon is a bull. Text, and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth, when he becometh the lord of an abode in the underworld. Text, may Sharri not allow any evil thing to come to Osiris in the underworld. Vignette, a god standing upright. Text, and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, the soul that hearkeneth unto the words of the gods. Text, may Sta, that is, the leader, grant that Osiris may see Ra when he riseth and when he setteth. Vignette, a bull upon a standard. Text, and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris. May his limbs live, and may his limbs be sound forever. Text, may Senk, that is, splendor, give glory to Osiris upon earth, and make him strong in Amentet. Vignette, a god standing upright. Text, and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris. May his legs have power as the lord of an abode in Amentet. Text, may he who liveth in darkness, that is Horus, grant that Osiris shall be among those who are over their altars. Vignette, a crocodile-headed god standing upright. Text, and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who is in the everlasting Tuat. Text, may the of Osiris grant that he shall be near the great god, the Lord of Amentet. Vignette, a god standing upright, and the number 4. Text, and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris. May he become the lord of his hands and have power over his heart in the underworld. Text, may those whose hands hide grant that Osiris shall be along with them in the underworld. Vignette, a god standing upright and hiding something with his hands. Text, and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris. May they bring me to the throne of Osiris. Text, may those whose hands hide grant that Osiris shall be sound, and that offering shall be before him continually. Vignette, as in number 13. Text, and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall be a lord of horns, and shall listen unto the words of the gods. Text, may he whose limbs are hidden give right and truth to Osiris before Ra, and in the company of his gods. Vignette, a god standing upright. Text, and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, as lord of the phallus and ravisher of women forever. Text, may the souls who come forth open the mouth of Osiris among the gods who are along with them. Vignette, a bird on a tree, and the number 4. Text, and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris among the living ones, the lords of eternity. Text, may those who belong to their grant that Osiris may have power over his offerings upon earth, even as have the gods, the lords of offerings. Vignette, a god standing upright, and the number 4. Text, and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall be endowed abundantly with tishafal food in the underworld. Text, may those who receive grant that Osiris shall enter in over all the secret places of the Tuat. Vignette, a god bowing to the ground in a star. Text, and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall have power over offerings upon earth and be the lord of altars. Text, may the Ananit, that is, widows, grant that Osiris shall be with the great goddess possessor of a phallus before. Vignette, a woman kneeling on a couch. Text, and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall be ordered to dwell in the secret place in the darkness. Text, may Osiris Anubis grant that Osiris may be a possessor of a seat in Ta-Chesertet. Vignette, Anubis holding a hawk-headed scepter in each hand. Text, and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall go in and pass through the pylon of Osiris. Section 3, the gods of the 10th Keret in the Tuat, who are to be praised and whose mysteries are holy. Text, may those who are denizens of light grant that Osiris shall shine in the darkness. Vignette, a god standing upright, and the number 8. Text, and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who praiseth the great God in his abode day by day. Text, may the smiters grant that Osiris may be among those who sing praises. Vignette, a god standing upright, holding in his upraised hand a hatchet dripping with blood. Text, and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris on the day when he repulseth the serpent fiend by the mighty one of iniquity. Text, may the company of the gods who guard those who are in the Tuat give the breaths of life to Osiris upon earth and in the underworld. Vignette, a god lying on a bier, and the number 9. Text, and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who shooteth forth his hand and repulseth him that cometh. Text, may the company of the gods of the hidden hand give glory unto Osiris as unto the perfect Khus. Vignette, a god standing upright, and the number 9. Text, and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall be sound upon earth and in the underworld. Text, may the hidden goddess grant that the soul of Osiris may grow, and that his body may be preserved, even as are those of the gods who dwell in the Tuat. Vignette, a woman standing before an Uchat. Text, and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, whose soul shall rest upon whatever seat he pleaseth. Text, may the souls of the gods who have come into being in the members of Osiris grant that he shall have peace. Vignette, a woman lying upon her back, and the number 21. Text, and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall receive his place in the land of the underworld. Text, may those who praise Ra not turn Osiris back at the pylons of the Tuat. Vignette, a god standing upright, and the number 4. Text, and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall come forth by day and shall refresh himself in the place of coolness. Text, may the beings of warlike face grant coolness unto Osiris in the place of flame. Vignette, a woman standing upright, and the number 4. Text, and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall sit in the shrine with the great God. Section 4, the gods of the 11th Keret of the Tuat. Text, may the goddess Amunet grant that Osiris shall be strong before the great God in the Tuat. Vignette: a woman in a shrine. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall become like the god Khepera in Amentet. Text: may the soul of Ament grant sepulchral meals unto Osiris upon earth and in the underworld. Vignette: a god standing upright. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, the Lord of the abode of peace, in the mountain of the underworld. Text: may the soul of the earth make Osiris to triumph over his enemies in heaven and upon earth. Vignette: a god standing upright with drooping hands, and the number 4. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, whose body shall be concealed from any that would look upon him. Text: may those who sing praises grant that Osiris shall be like the divine mariners who are in heaven. Vignette: a man standing upright with his hands raised. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, when he entereth through the hidden pylons. Text: may the company of the gods who rule over Ament grant that Osiris shall go in through the secret door of the house of Osiris. Vignette: a god lying upon a bier, and the number 9. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall walk with long strides among the lords of the Tuat. Text: may the company of the gods who are in the following of Osiris grant that Osiris shall have power over his enemies. Vignette: a god lying upon or by the side of a serpent on a bier. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, when he becometh a perfect soul day by day. Text: may Ake grant that Osiris shall be with Ra, and that he shall walk over heaven forever. Vignette: a god standing upright and holding a scepter. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, when he is in the following of him that dwelleth in the city of embalmment, that is, Anubis, the lord of Ta Chisert.
Part 21.
Text: may those who Osiris grant that the soul of Osiris may live, and that it may never die a second time. Vignette: a god standing upright, and the number 4. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, for whom lamentation shall be decreed as for his god. Text: may the 9 watchers grant that Osiris may wake up, and that he may never be destroyed. Vignette: Anubis on a standard, and the number 9. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, triumphant before Osiris, the Lord of the land of the lake. Text: may the 9 mourners cause mourning to be made for Osiris, as was made for Osiris. Vignette: a woman lying on the ground, face downwards. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, when his soul cometh forth with the coup. Text: may he that invoketh Ra invoke Osiris before Ra, and before the company of his gods. Vignette: a god crying out to someone. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, when his soul goeth into the hidden place, and cometh forth from earth. Text: may Aken drive away every evil thing from Osiris forever. Vignette: a god standing upright with hands hanging down. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, when he cometh in peace and hath triumphed. Text: may those who dwell with Tessut grant that Osiris may go in and come out with long strides like the lords of the Tuat. Vignette: a woman-headed serpent over a pylon. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall go in and come forth through the door of the Tuat. Text: may the goddess Tessert grant that Osiris may have power over the water. Vignette: a god standing upright, and the number 4. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, when he shall walk up the great staircase. Text: may Mehenet grant that Osiris may be a distinguished being in the Tuat forever. Vignette: a serpent on a pylon. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, as a perfect soul in his shrine. Text: may those who dwell with Mehenet grant that Osiris may walk with long strides in the holy place. Vignette: a woman standing upright, in the number 4. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, when he is with the followers of Horus. Text: may the company of the gods who hide Osiris grant that Osiris shall sit upon the throne which he loveth. Vignette: a seated god, and the number 9. Text: and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall be among the lords of Maat. Text: may he that destroyeth the face open the face of Osiris, and let him see the coup. Vignette: a god standing upright. Text, and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall be in the following of the goddess Mehi of Amentet. Section 4. The gods of the 12th Kereret in the Tuat. Text, May Maat grant that Osiris may be a lord of the lake of Maati. Vignette, a god standing upright and holding a scepter. Text, and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris as a lord of offerings in Sekhet Aru. Text, may the gods who dwell in the land of the Tuat grant justice unto Osiris in the hall of double truth. Vignette, a god standing upright and holding a scepter. Text, and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall plow in Sekhet Hetep. Text, may the gods who dwell with Mehen grant that Osiris shall be in whatsoever places Ka wisheth to be. Vignette, a god within the folds of a serpent. Text, and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall come into being at the words of the Lord of Amentet. Text, may the gods who possess land grant a lake unto Osiris in Sekhet Anru. Vignette, a god standing upright, and the number 4. Text, and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall sit upon whatsoever place he would there. Text, may Her-Ta grant an estate unto Osiris in Sekhet Hetep. Vignette, a snake-headed god. Text, and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, who shall be protected by amulets like the lords of the Tuat. Text, may the gods who dwell in the land grant offerings and Tachau food and joints of meat to Osiris in the underworld. Vignette, a god standing upright with arms hanging down, and the number 4. Text, and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, when Ra setteth in Manu. Text, may the chiefs of the secret things who dwell in the land place their wall behind Osiris, even as they do for the still heart. Vignette, a ram-headed scepter. Text, and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, when he cometh forth and goeth into the underworld. Text, may the gods who dwell in the folds of the serpent goddess Mehen grant a sight of the disk to Osiris. Vignette, a god within the folds of a serpent. Text, and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, as a Khu who hath gained power over fresh water. Text, may Anu-Ba grant peace unto Osiris in Amentet. Vignette, a god bowing. Text, and there shall be made unto them an offering of a libation of one vase upon earth by Osiris, in coming out and going into Ament, along with other folk therein. Chapter 169. Vignette, the chapter is without vignette. Text, the chapter of making to stand up the Henkit. The Amkent, Osiris Nefer Uben F. triumphant saith, Thou art the Lion God, thou art the double Lion God, thou art Horus, the avenger of his father Osiris. Thou art the four glorious gods. Acclamation is made unto thee along with cries of delight and sounds of joy, and the water from their haunches and from their thighs I bring unto thee. Thou art lifted up on thy right side, and thou art lifted up on thy left side. The god Seb hath opened for thee thy 2 eyes which were blind, and he hath given thee the power to stretch out thy legs in walking. Hath been bound unto thee thy heart, Ab, thy mother, and thy heart, Hot, is in thy body. The soul is in heaven, and thy body is under the ground. There are cakes for thy body, and water for thy throat, and sweet breezes for thy nostrils, and thou art satisfied with offerings. Those who dwell in their shrines open their abodes unto thee. Thou hast thy provisions, and thou journeyest along. Thou art established upon that which emanateth from thy existence, and thou comest forth from heaven. The cord hath been coiled up for thee by the side of Ra, and thou snarest fish with the net in the stream from which thou drinkest vessels of water. Thou performest a journey on thy legs, and in going forward thou dost not stumble. Thou comest forth from over the earth. Thou dost not make thy appearance from below the walls thereof. Thy walls are not thrown down, and what there is of thine within hath been made for thee by the God of thy city. Thou art pure, thy 4 parts are washed by libations, and thy hinder parts are cleansed with resin and natron, and made cool with incense. Thou art made clean with the milk of the hap cow, and with the ale of the goddess Tenamit, and with natron. All the evil which clung to thee hath been done away with, and Tefnet, the daughter of Ra, hath made offerings on thy behalf, even as she did for her father Ra, and the funeral valley, which was the burial place of her father Osiris, hath been set in order for thee. I make to eat of the sweet things which he giveth there, the Osiris Nefer Uben F triumphant, that is to say, the celestial cakes, which are before Ra, and the grain and drink, and the 4 terrestrial cakes, which are before the god Seb, and the grain brought by the citizens. I have brought unto thee Sek Het Hetep, and the gifts thereof are before thee. Thou comest forth as Ra, thou hast gotten power as Ra, and thou hast gotten power over thy legs, and thou, O Osiris Nefer Uben F, hast gotten power over thy legs at every season and at every hour. Thou hast not been condemned in the judgment. Thou hast not been put under restraint. A guard hath not been set over thee. Thou hast not been imprisoned, and thou hast not been given over to the chamber of the fiends therein. The sand is gathered together before thy face, and guarded are the offerings which are for thee. Thy face is not suffered to be turned back, and thou art guarded and dost not come forth. Thou hast received thy tunic, and thy sandals, and thy stick, and thy garment, and thy weapons for fighting of all kinds, wherewith thou shalt cut off heads. Thou shalt turn back the necks of thy foes, whom thou shalt take captive, and thou shalt keep away from thee death, so that it shall not come nigh unto thee. And the great God hath said concerning thee, bring him hither on the day when events take place. The hawk rejoiceth in thee, and the smen goose cackleth at thee. Ra openeth for thee the doors of heaven, and Seb unbolteth for thee the earth. Thy coup is mighty, and it is perfect, knowing thy name. Thy soul maketh a way through Ament, and thy perfect soul, O Nefer Uben F triumphant, hath the power of speech. Thy form is within Ra, and it resteth within the divine sovereign chiefs of him who uniteth the 2 paths. Mankind keepeth guard over it, and the double-lying God guideth it to the place where thou, O Osiris Nefer Uben F triumphant, makest thy Ka to rest. And behold, the 2 lands and mankind work the snare for thee. Thou livest, thy soul is strong, thy body is enduring and great. Thou hast sight of the fire, thou dost snuff the breeze, thy face doth penetrate into the house of darkness. Thou abidest at the gap, thou dost not see the whirlwind and the storm. Thou followest in the train of the prince of the 2 lands, and thou refreshest thyself on the branch of merit tree on both sides of the god Hekau. The goddess Shetet sitteth before thee. The god Sa protecteth thy members. The steer and his cow give thee milk from the breast in the following of Sekhat Heru. Thou washest thyself at the mouth of the stream of Ker Abba. Thou art in favor with the princes of the cities of Pe and Tep. The god Thoth and thyself see each other, and Ra in heaven holdeth converse with thee. Thou comest forth from, and thou enterest into the Anet chamber, and thou holdest converse with the 2 divine combatants, that is, Horus and Set. Thy Ka is with thee to make thee to rejoice. Thy heart is with thee to give thee thy transformations. Happy, keep watch over thee. The company of the gods make thy heart glad. Thou comest forth to 4 cakes in the city of Shechem, and 4 in the city of Achanu. Thou comest forth to 4 in the city of Anu, upon the altar of the Lady of the 2 lands. The stars keep watch over thee by night. The lords of Anu have a favor unto thee. The God who is in thy mouth, thy feet are not turned back, and thy members have life. Thou graspeth the sma in Abtu, the sacrificial cakes of the divine chiefs, and the libations of the celestial beings are brought forward to thee with the offerings in the festival, which are due to Osiris on the morning of the Uak festival for hidden things. Thou art ornamented with objects of gold, and thine apparel is interwoven with byssus. Hapi, that is the Nile, thrusteth himself upon thy body. Thou hast power over the tablet which is inscribed with lists of offerings, and thou drinkest water on both sides of the lake of Testes. The gods who are there have a favor unto thee, and thou comest forth from heaven, along with the gods who make to advance the Ma'at of Ra, and thou art led into the presence of the company of the gods, and there is done for thee even as it is done for one of them. Thou art the cart bird of the geese, and the Ptah of the southern wall maketh an offering unto Nefer Uben F triumphant. Vignette: the chapters without vignette. Text: the chapter of arranging the Henket. The Osiris Nefer Uben F saith, Thy flesh have I given unto thee, thy bones have I fastened together for thee, thy members have I collected for thee, the earth submitteth itself unto thee, thy limbs are guarded, thou art the mighty one within the egg, thou art set in order, thou seest the gods, thou settest out on thy way, and thy hand reacheth unto the horizon, and unto the holy place where thou wouldst be. There is acclamation made unto thee, and there are shouts of joy raised to thee at thine appearances at the altar. Horus maketh thee to stand up at his risings, even as he did him who is in the chamber of holiness. Hail, Osiris Nefer Uben F triumphant. The goddess Ua hath given thee birth, and Ampu Anubis, who dwelleth upon upon his hill hath set thee in order, and he hath fastened for thee thy swathings. Hail, Nefer Uben F, the god Ptah Sekri hath given unto thee of the ornaments of the divine house which he hath. Hail, Nefer Uben F, the god Thoth himself cometh unto thee with the books of holy words, and he maketh thy hand to reach unto the horizon, even unto the place wherein thy Ka loveth to be. And Osiris worketh for thee on the night of journeying unto life. Thy white crown is stablished on thy brow. The god Nemu is with thee, and he giveth unto thee fine feathered fowl. Hail, Osiris Nefer Uben F triumphant, thou hast been set in order upon thy funeral couch. Thou comest forth, and Ra, who is in the hidden horizon within his boat, hath set thee in order. Hail, Osiris Nefer Uben F triumphant, the god Tem, the father of the gods, hath made for thee the things which are to endure forever. Hail, Osiris Nefer Uben F triumphant, the god Amsu of Kebti has set thee in order, and the gods of the shrine praise thee. Hail, Osiris Nefer Uben F, with twofold happiness thou settest out in peace to thine everlasting habitation, and to thine abode of eternity. Homage is paid unto thee in the cities of Pe and Tepu, in the shrine which thy Ka loveth, and before thine abode, and thou art the mighty one of souls, and hast set thee in order, and the gods embrace thee. Thou art like a god, and thou hast been begotten for transformations which are more numerous and with a created form more perfect than those of the gods. Thou hast more light than the Khus, and thou art more mighty of souls than are those who are in them. Hail, Osiris Nefer Uben F, Ptah on his southern wall hath set thee in order, and he hath made to advance thine abode more than that of the gods. Hail, Osiris the Amkent, Nefer Uben F, thou art Horus, the son of Isis, begotten of Ptah, and Nut hath created thee a being of light, like unto Ra in the horizon, when he illumineth the two lands with his beauteous light. And the gods say unto thee, Come forward, advance now, and look thou upon the things which are thine in thine abode of everlastingness. The goddess Renetet, the heir and firstborn of Tem, hath set thee in order in the presence of the company of the gods of Nut. I, even I, am the heir of heaven, and the fellow of the God who maketh his light. I have come forth from the womb, and I shall grow young again, even as doth my father, and I shall not be prevented from making my answer in my season.
Part 22.
Vignette. This chapter has no vignette. Text. The chapter of tying on the garment of purity. Ab. O Tem, O Shu, O Tefnut, O Seb, O Nut, O Osiris, O Isis, O Set, O Nephthys, O Heru Kuti, Hamarchus, O Hathor in the great house, O Khepera, O Menthu, the lord of Thebes, O Amen, the lord of the thrones of the two lands, O great company of the gods, O little company of the gods, O gods and goddesses who dwell in Nu, O Sebek of the two mate, O Sebek, in all thy manifold names, in thine every place wherein thy Ka hath delight, O gods of the south, O gods of the north, O ye who are in heaven, O ye who are upon earth, grant ye this garment of purity to the perfect Khu of Amenhetep. Grant ye your strength unto him, and destroy ye all the evil which belongeth unto Amenhetep by means of this garment of purity. Hold ye him guiltless then for ever and ever, and destroy ye all the evil which belongeth unto him. Chapter 172. Vignette. This chapter has no vignette. Text. The first of the chapters of the arrangements or praisings which are to be performed in the underworld. I snuff the bet incense, I inhale the scent of Hesman, natron, and incense. I am pure with the purity of. Pure are the praises which come forth from my mouth, more pure than Ma'at itself, of the fish that are in the river, to the statue of the temple of Hesman, natron. Pure are the praises of the scribe Nebseni, the designer of the house of gold, begotten of the scribe and designer Thena, triumphant, born of the lady of the house Mutreshtha, triumphant. And as for the scribe Nebseni, the lord of piety, who is happy with a twofold happiness, Ptah hath a favor unto him, and he of the southern wall hath a favor unto him, and every god hath a favor unto him, and every goddess hath a favour unto him. Thy beauties are a stream, bearing things which cause rest, and are like unto water which floweth nearer. Thy beauties are like a hall of festival, wherein each man may exalt his own god. Thy beauties are like unto the pillar of the god Ptah, and like the courtyard of incense of Ra. Nebseni, the scribe and designer of the temple of Ptah, hath been made a pillar of Ptah, and the libation vase of the god of the southern wall. 1. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Hail, verily thou art lamented. Verily thou art praised. Verily thou art exalted. Verily thou art glorious. Verily thou art strong. Hail, thou scribe Nebseni, thou who hast been raised up. Thou art raised up by means of the ceremonies which have been performed for thee. Thine enemies have fallen, and the god Ptah hath thrown down headlong thy foes. Thou hast triumphed over them, and thou hast gained power over them. They obey thy words, and they perform that which thou orderest them to do. Thou art raised up, and thy word is a law unto the divine sovereign chiefs of every god and of every goddess. 2. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Thy head, O my Lord, is a standard, with locks of rippling hair, like unto the hair of a woman of Asia. Thy face shineth more brightly than the house of the moon god. The upper part of thy head is azure in color. Thy locks are blacker than the doors of the underworld. Thy hair is dark as night. Thy visage is decorated with an azure blue. The rays of Ra are upon thy face. Thy garments are of gold, which Horus hath deftly ornamented with azure blue. Thine eyebrows are the two sister goddesses, who are at peace with each other, and whom Horus hath deftly ornamented with azure blue. Thy nose snuffeth in, and thy nostrils exhale, as it were the winds from heaven. Thine eyes look towards Mount Bacchau of the rising sun. Thine eyelashes are fixed each day, and the upper eyelids to which they belong are of veritable lapis lazuli. The apples of thine eyes are as offerings of peace, and the lower eyelids are filled with eye paint of meschem. Thy two lips give unto thee law. They repeat unto thee the law of Ra, and they make to be at peace the hearts of the gods. Thy teeth are the two heads of the serpent goddess Mehen, which sport with the Horus gods. Thy tongue is made skillful, thy speech is more shrill than that of the Tcheru bird of the field. Thy jawbones are starry lamps. Thy breasts are established upon their seats, and they journey unto the funeral mountain of Amentet. 3. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Thy neck is decorated with gold, and it is girt about with refined copper. Thy gullet and throat are those of Anpu. Thy bones are the bones of the two Uach goddesses. Thy backbone is studded with gold, and is girt about with refined copper. Thy loins are those of Nephthys. Thy is a Nile which is without water. Thy buttocks are two crystal eggs. Thy thighs are strong for walking. Thou sittest upon thy seat, and the gods give unto thee thine eyes, O scribe Nebseni, thou Lord of piety. 4. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Thy throat is the throat of Anpu. Thy members are plated with gold. Thy breasts are two crystal eggs, which Horus hath deftly ornamented with azure blue. Thy shoulders are made like unto crystal. Thine arms are established through the strength which protecteth them. Thy heart is glad each day. Thy breast is of the work of the two divine forms. Thy person adoreth the starry deities who dwell in the heights and depths of heaven. Thy belly is, as it were, the heavens. Thy navel is the Tuat, that is, underworld, which is open, and which ordereth the light in the darkness, and the offerings of which are Ankham flowers. And Nebseni praiseth the majesty of Thoth, the beloved one, saying, May his beauties be in my tomb, and may all the purity which he loveth be there, even as my God hath commanded for me. 5. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Thy two hands are a pool of water in the season of an abundant inundation, a pool of water fringed about with the divine offering of the water god. Thy thighs are encircled with gold. Thy knees are the plants of the waters, where are the nests of the birds. Thy feet are established each day. Thy legs lead thee into a path of happiness, O scribe Nebseni, thou favored one. Thy hands and arms are pillars set upon their pedestals. Thy fingers are strips of gold, the nails of which are like sharp flakes of flint, by reason of the works which they perform for thee. 6. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Thou clothest thyself with the garment of purity, Abu. And behold, thou drawest off from thyself the Umet garment when thou goest up to stretch thyself upon the couch. Haunches of meat are cut for thy ka, O scribe Nebseni, and a breast or heart of the animal is offered unto thy Sahu. Thou receivest a garment of the finest linen from the hands of the ministrant of Ra. Thou eatest the cakes upon the cloth which the goddess Tit herself hath prepared. Thou eatest the haunch of the animal. Thou takest boldly the joint which Ra hath endowed with power in his holy place. Thou washest thy feet in the silver basins which the god Seker, the artificer, hath wrought. And behold, thou eatest of the cake which appeareth on the altar, and which the two divine fathers have sanctified. Thou eatest of the baked bread and of the hot meats of the storehouse. Thou smellest the flowers. Thy heart feareth not to advance to the altar of the offerings made to thee, and those who feed thee with food make for thee the loaves and bread cakes of the souls of Anu, Heliopolis, and they themselves bear them unto thee. Thine offerings are ordered for thee, and thy ordinances are in the gates of the great house. Thou risest up like Sa, Orion. Thou arrivest like the star bow, and the goddess Nut stretcheth out her hands unto thee. Sa, Orion, the son of Ra, and Nut, who gave birth to the gods, the two mighty gods in heaven, speak each to the other, saying, Take the scribe and draftsman Nebseni into thine arms, and I will take him into mine on this day, and let us make happiness for him, when praises are sung to him, and when mention is made of him, and when his name is in the mouth of all young men and maidens. Thou art raised up, O Nebseni, and thou hearest the songs of commemoration through the door of thy house. 7. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Anubis hath bestowed upon thee thy winding sheet. He hath wrought for thee according to his will. He hath provided thee with the ornaments of his bandages, for he is the overseer of the great God. Thou settest out on thy way, and thou hast been washed in the lake of perfection. Thou makest offerings in the celestial mansions, and thou propitiatest the lords of Anu, Heliopolis. The water of Ra is presented unto thee in vessels, and milk in large vases. Thou art raised up, and thou makest offerings upon the altar. Thou washest thy feet upon the stone on the banks of the lake of God. Thou comest forth, and thou seest Ra upon the pillars which are the arms of heaven, upon the head of Anmut-Eph, and upon the arms of Apuat. He openeth out for thee a way, and thou seest the horizon wherein is the place of purity which thou lovest. 8. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Offerings are allotted unto thee in the presence of Ra, and according to that which Horus and Thoth ordered for thee, thou hast had a beginning and an end. They invoke thee, O scribe Nebseni, and see thy splendor there, causing thee to come forth as a god, and to advance to the souls of Anu. Thou goest forth upon the great roads in thy Sa, who hast received the offerings of thy father upon thy 2 hands. Thou art furnished with linen garments each day at the beginning of the journey of the god through the gates of the great house. 9. Hail, verily thou art invoked. Hail, verily thou art invoked. The scribe Nebseni hath air for his nose, and breath for his nostrils, and 1,000 geese, and 50 baskets of pure and fair offerings. Hail, Nebseni, thine enemies have fallen down headlong, and they shall never more exist. Chapter 173, Vignette: Osiris, the great god, the lord of Abtu, the lord of transformations, the prince of eternity, seated in a shrine. The deceased stands with hands raised in adoration before the god, and the ground between them is covered with the bodies of birds and beasts which have been prepared for sacrifice. Text: the speeches of Horus to his divine father Osiris when he entereth in to see him, and when he cometh forth from near the great Abut chamber to look upon Ra, as Un-Nefer, the lord of Ta-Tchesert, when doth each embrace the other at the pleasure of his coup, there in the underworld. A hymn of praise to Osiris, governor of those in the underworld, the great god, the lord of Abydos, the king of eternity, the prince of everlastingness, the holy god in Re-style, by the scribe Nebseni, who saith: I ascribe praise unto thee, O Lord of the gods, thou God one, who livest upon right and truth. Behold, I, thy son Horus, come unto thee. I have avenged thee, and I have brought to thee Maat, even to the place where is the company of thy gods. Grant thou that I may have my being among those who are in thy following, for I have overthrown all thy foes, and I have established all those who are of thy substance upon the earth for ever and ever. Here follow 40 declarations, each of which is preceded by the words, Hail, Osiris, I am thy son. I have come, and I have avenged thee, O my father Osiris. I have come, and I have overthrown for thee thine enemies. I have come, and I have done away with every evil thing which belongeth unto thee. I have come, and I have slain for thee him that attacked thee. I have come, and I have sent forth mine arm against those who were hostile towards thee. I have come, and I have brought unto thee the fiends of Set with their fetters upon them. I have come, and I have brought unto thee the land of the south, and I have united unto thee the land of the north. I have come, and I have established for thee divine offerings from the south and from the north. I have come, and I have plowed for thee the fields. I have come, and I have filled for thee the canals with water. I have come, and I have hoed up for thee the ground. I have come, and I have built cisterns for thee. I have come, and I have gone round about the soil for thee. I have come, and I have made sacrificial victims of those who were hostile to thee. I have come, and I have made sacrifices unto thee of thine animals and victims for slaughter. I have come, and I have supplied thee with food in abundance of the creatures which are upon earth. I have come, and I have brought unto thee. I have come, and I have slain for thee. I have come, and I have smitten for thee emasculated beasts. I have come, and I have netted for thee birds and feathered fowl. I have come, and I have taken captive for thee thine enemies in their chains. I have come, and I have fettered for thee thine enemies with fetters. I have come, and I have brought for thee cool water from Abu Elephantine, wherewith thou mayest refresh thine heart. I have come, and I have brought unto thee herbs of every kind. I have come, and I have established for thee those who are of thy substance daily. I have come, and I have made thy cakes in the city of Pe of the red barley. I have come, and have made thy ale in the city of Tepu of the white grain. I have come, and I have plowed for thee wheat and barley in Sekhet Awaru. I have come, and I have reaped it for thee therein. I have come, and I have glorified thee. I have come, and I have given to thee thy souls. I have come, and I have given to thee thy power. I have come, and I have given to thee thy. I have come, and I have given to thee thy. I have come, and I have given to thee thy terror. I have come, and I have given to thee thy victory. I have come, and I have given to thee thine eyes, which are the plumes on thy head. I have come, and I have given to thee Isis and Nephthys, that they may establish thee. I have come, and I have filled for thee the eye of Horus with oil or unguent. I have come, and I have brought unto thee the eye of Horus, whereby thy face shall be destroyed. Chapter 174, Vignette: The deceased standing with her back towards a door from which she has just come forth. Text: the chapter of causing the coup to come forth from the great door. Mut Hetepeth, triumphant, saith, Thy son hath offered up for thee a sacrifice, and the divine mighty ones tremble when they look upon the slaughtering knife, which is in thy hand when thou comest forth from the Tuat. Homage to thee, O God Sa'ah. The god Seb hath created thee, and the company of the gods have given birth unto thee. Horus resteth upon his eye, and the god Tem resteth upon his years, and the gods of the east and of the west rest upon the mighty one who hath come into existence within thy hand. A god hath been born now that I have been born. I see, and I have sight. I have my existence. I am lifted up upon my place. I have done what hath been decreed. I hate slumber. I have endowed with might the feeble one. He that dwelleth in the city of Netet hath made cakes for me in the city of Pe, and I have received my form in Anu, for it is Horus who hath commanded what shall be done for his father, the Lord of winds, and the god Set quaketh. He hath raised me up, and Tem hath raised me up. O, I am the mighty one, and I have come forth from between the thighs of the company of the gods. I have been conceived by Sekhet and by Shizkentet, and I have been brought forth at the door of the star Sept, Sothis, the foremost, one who with long strides bringeth along the celestial path of Ra day by day. I have come to my habitation as prince of the north and south, and I rise, or I am crowned, in the gate. Hail, thou of the double plumes, who art called by the name of my Shepes. I am the lotus which shineth in the land of purity, and which hath received me, and which maketh my abode at the nostrils of the great form. I have come into the lake of flame, and I have placed right and truth in the place of sin. I am the watcher of the Sesheru garments, and the watcher of the Uraeus on the night of the flood of the Great One. I rise like Nefertim, who is the lotus at the nostrils of Ra, when he cometh forth from the horizon each day, and the gods are purified at the sight of the lady of the house, Mut Hetepeth, who is triumphant before the cause, and who gathereth together hearts for Se'aur, whom the god Se'amenti-Ra holdeth. I have come upon my seat before the cause, and I have gathered together hearts for Se'aurt, and I have my being as Se'ah, whom Ra the god of Amenti holdeth, and the Techech implement is with me. I recite the mighty words which are in the heart on the festival of the Ansi garment, and I am Sa'amenti-Ra, the strong of heart, within the hidden chamber of Nu. Chapter 175, Vignette: the deceased and his wife standing with hands raised in adoration before the god Thoth, who is seated upon a pylon-shaped throne and has the emblem of life upon his knees. Text: the chapter of not dying a second time. Osiris, the scribe Ani, triumphant, saith, Hail, Thoth! What is it that hath happened unto the divine children of Nut? They have done battle, they have upheld strife, they have done evil, they have created the fiends, they have made slaughter, they have caused trouble. In truth, in all their doings, the mighty have worked against the weak. Grant, O might of thought, that which the god Tem hath decreed may be done, and thou regardest not evil, nor art thou provoked to anger when they bring their years to confusion, and throng in and push to disturb their months. For in all that they have done unto thee, they have worked iniquity in secret. I am thy writing pallet, O Thoth, and I have brought unto thee thine ink jar. I am not of those who work iniquity in their secret places. Let not evil happen unto me. Saith Osiris, the scribe Ani, Hail to Mu! What manner of land is this into which I have come? It hath not water, it hath not air, it is depth unfathomable, it is black as the blackest night, and men wander helplessly therein. In it a man may not live in quietness of heart, nor may the longings of love be satisfied therein. But let the state of the shining ones be given unto me instead of water and air, and the satisfying of the longings of love, and let quietness of heart be given unto me instead of cakes and ale. The god Tem hath decreed that I shall see thy face, and that I shall not suffer from the things which pain me. May every god transmit unto thee his throne for millions of years. Thy throne hath descended unto thy son Horus, and the god Tem hath decreed that his course shall be among the holy princes. In truth he shall rule over thy throne, and he shall be heir of the throne of the dweller in the lake of double fire. In truth it hath been decreed that in me he shall see his likeness, and that my face shall look upon the face of the Lord Tem. How long then have I to live? It is decreed that thou shalt live for millions of years, a life of millions of years. May it be granted unto me that I pass on unto the holy princes, for indeed I am doing away with all the wrong which I did, from the time when this earth came into being from new, when it sprang from the watery abyss, even as it was in the days of old. I am Fate or Time, and Osiris, and I have made my transformations into the likeness of divers serpents. Man knoweth not, and the gods cannot behold the twofold beauty which I have made for Osiris, who is greater than all the gods. I have given unto him the region of the dead, and verily his son Horus is seated upon the throne of the dweller in the lake of double fire as his heir. I have made him to have his throne in the boat of millions of years. Horus is established upon his throne among his friends and all that belonged unto him. Verily the soul of Set, which is greater than all the gods, hath departed. May it be granted that I bind his soul in the divine boat at my will, and that he may have fear of the divine body. O my father Osiris, thou hast done for me that which thy father Ra did for thee. May I abide upon the earth lastingly. May I keep possession of my throne. May my heir be strong. May my tomb and my friends who are upon earth flourish. May my enemies be given over to destruction and to the shackles of the goddess Circe. I am thy son, and Ra is my father. For me likewise thou hast made life, strength, and health. Horus is established upon his throne. Grant thou that the days of my life may come unto worship and honor. Chapter 176, Vignette. This chapter is without vignette. Text: the chapter of not dying a second time. The Osiris Nu, the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, triumphant, saith, That which I abominate is the land of the east. Let me not enter into the torture chamber. Let there not be done unto me any of those things which the gods hold in abomination. For behold, I have passed as a pure being through the Mesket chamber. And let the god Neber-cher grant unto me his glorious power on the day of burial in the presence of the Lord of things. Rubric: if the deceased know this chapter, he shall become like a perfect coup in the underworld. Chapter 177, Vignette: the deceased standing upright, pure water is being poured out before him, and offerings of linen garments are being made unto him. Text: the chapter of raising up the khu and of making the soul to live in the underworld. The scribe Nebseni, the draftsman in the temple of Ptah, the lord of piety, who is in the favor of his God, saith, Hail Nut, Nut, who casteth thy father to earth, and settest Horus behind him. His wings grow like those of a hawk, and his plumes like those of him who seeth. His soul hath been brought unto him. He is filled with words of magical power, and his place is decreed for him opposite to the stars of the heaven. For behold, thou art a star of Nut by thyself. Thou seest the scribe Nebseni, the lord of piety, in happiness, and giving his commands unto the khus, and behold, the divine power, or prince, is not among them, and thy is not among them, unless thou art among them. Thou seest the chief Nebseni, the scribe and draftsman of the temple of Ptah, in the form of a soul who hath the horns of the cows Samamet, and an Unser the black. Hail, children of Sarah Becket, who have sucked milk from the 4 Uipu cows. Horus of the blue eyes cometh unto you. Protect ye Horus of the red eyes, who is sick. Let not his soul be turned back. Let his offerings be brought unto him. Let the things which are for his benefit be carried to him, and let them come upon the shoulder over the west. This only one advanceth to thee. The God speaketh thy words. The gods make thy name to be triumphant before the gods, and the company of the gods distinguish thee with their hands. The God of the field of the gods speaketh, and thou gainest the power over the door of cause in their horizon. They unbolt for thee their doors, for they have a favor unto thee, and thou gainest power over their shrines. The god Seb and his company of gods enter in, and they come forth, lifting on high their faces, and they look upon thee in the presence of the great god Amsu. Thy head, I make to stand up thy head for thee, and thou hast power thereover. His head diminisheth behind thee, but thy head shall not diminish, and thou shalt not be destroyed, and thou shalt do what thou hast to do before men and before the gods. Chapter 178. Vignette. This chapter has no vignette. Text. The chapter of raising up the dead body, of giving sight to the eyes, of gaining power over the ears, of establishing the head, and of providing the face with the power of protection. The Osiris, the scribe Nebseni, the draftsman of the temple of Ptah, the Lord of piety, saith, The eye of Horus is presented unto thee, and it feedeth thee with the food of offerings. Hail, ye who make the laborers to rejoice, and who raise up the heart, and purify the body, who have eaten the eye of Horus, thou olive tree in Anu, destroy ye what evil there is in the body of Osiris, Nebseni, the scribe and draftsman in the temple of Ptah. O Osiris, let him not suffer thirst before his god, let him suffer neither hunger nor thirst, and let the god cause carry them away, and let him do away with his hunger, O thou that fillest hearts. O chiefs who dispense cakes and ale, O ye who have charge of the water flood, command ye that cakes and ale be given unto the Osiris Nebseni, even as Ra himself commanded this thing. And moreover, Ra hath commanded those who are over the abundance of the year to take handfuls of wheat and barley, and to give them to him for his cakes. For behold, he is a great bull. These shall he give to the Osiris Nebseni. O guardian of the 5 cakes in the divine house, 3 cakes are in heaven before Ra, and 2 are upon earth before the company of the gods. May he burst through Nu, may he see. O Ra, be gracious unto the scribe Nebseni this day. Be gracious. The scribe Nebseni is as a lord of piety, according to the command of Shu and Isis, and he hath been united unto the piety of happiness before his God. May the gods give cakes and ale unto the scribe Nebseni, and may they prepare for him all good and pure things this happy day, things for journeying and traveling, things of the eye of Horus, things of the boat, and all things which should enter into the sight of the god. Thou shalt have power over the water, and thou shalt advance to the table of offerings, having cakes, and 4 measures of water. The eye of Horus hath ordered these things for the scribe Nebseni, and the god Shu hath ordered the means of subsistence for him, both cakes and ale. Watch, O judges of the form of Thoth, watch him that lieth in death. Wake up, O thou that dwellest in Kenset. Grant thou offerings in the presence of Thoth, the mighty god, who cometh forth from Hapi, that is, the Nile, and of Apuat, who cometh forth from Asert. For the mouth of Nebseni, the scribe and designer of the temple of Ptah, is pure. The company of the gods offer incense to the scribe Nebseni, and his mouth is pure, and his tongue which is therein is right and true. That which the scribe Nebseni abominateth is filth, and he hath freed himself therefrom, even as Set freed himself from it in the city of Rehu, and he has set out with Thoth for heaven. O ye who have delivered the scribe Nebseni along with yourselves, let him eat of that whereof ye eat, let him drink of that whereof ye drink, let him sit down upon that whereon ye sit, let him be strong in the strength wherein ye are strong, let him sail about where ye sail about. The scribe Nebseni hath drawn the net together in the region of Aaru, and he hath running water in Sekhet Hetep, and his offerings are among those of the gods. The water of the scribe Nebseni is the wine of Ra, and Nebseni goeth round about heaven, and travelleth therein like unto Thoth. It is an abomination unto the scribe Nebseni to suffer hunger and not to eat, and it is an abomination unto him to be thirsty and not to drink. But sepulchral meals have been given unto him by the Lord of eternity, who hath ordered these things for him. The scribe Nebseni was conceived in the night and was brought forth in the daylight, and those who are in the following of Ra, the divine ancestors, adore him. The scribe Nebseni was conceived in Nu and was brought forth in Nu, and he hath come and hath brought to you what he hath found of that which the eye of Horus hath shed upon the branches of the Ven tree. The governor of those in Amenti cometh to him, and bringeth to him the divine food and offerings of Horus, the governor of temples, and upon that whereon he doth live, the scribe Nebseni liveth also. And of that whereof he drinketh doth the scribe Nebseni, the designer of the temple of Ptah, drink also, and facing his offerings of cakes and ale is a haunch of meat also. Osiris the scribe Nebseni is triumphant, and he is favored of Anubis, who is upon his hill. Hail, scribe Nebseni, thou hast the form wherein thou hadst thine existence upon earth, and thou livest and renewest thy youth each day. Thy face is uncovered, and thou seest the Lord of the horizon, who giveth to thee sepulchral meals in thy hour and in thy season of night. Horus hath avenged thee, and he hath destroyed the jawbones of thine enemies. He hath shut in the doer of violence at the mouth of his fortress. Hail, scribe Nebseni, thou hast no enemies in Hetur, and the scales balanced when thou wert weighed therein, and the hall wherein they were belonged to Osiris, the Lord of offerings of Amentet. And thou shalt enter in at will, and thou shalt see the great God in his form, and life shall be given to thy nostrils, and thou shalt triumph over thine enemies. Hail, scribe Nebseni, what thou abominatest is iniquity. The divine Lord of creation hath made peace with thee on the night of silencing the weeping, and sweet life, whereupon Thoth resteth, hath been given unto thee from the mouth of the company of the gods, and thou dost triumph over thine enemies, O scribe Nebseni. Thy mother Nut spreadeth herself over thee in her name of Shetet Pet, and she maketh thee to be a follower of the great God, and to be without enemies, and she delivereth thee from every evil thing in her name of Kemetic, the divine mighty form, who dwelleth among her children, O scribe Nebseni. Hail, chiefs of the hours, ancestors of Ra, make ye a way for the scribe Nebseni, the Lord of piety, and let him pass within the circle of Osiris, the Lord of the life of the two lands, who liveth forever. And let the scribe Nebseni, the draftsman in the temple of Ptah, the Lord of piety, the happy one, be in the following of Nefertem, the lotus at the nostrils of Ra, in the presence of the gods, and let him see Ra forever. Chapter 179. Vignette. This chapter has no vignette. Text. The chapter of advancing from yesterday and of coming forth by day, whereby he and his members shall be provided with food. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, Nu triumphant, the son of the overseer of the palace, Amenhetep triumphant, saith, Let my speech of yesterday be given unto me. I come daily. I have come forth from the God of creation. I am Sepes, coming forth from his tree, and I am Nun, coming forth from his might. I am the Lord of the Uret crown, and the God Nehebkau. I am Tesher, who avengeth his eye. I died yesterday, but I come today. The mighty lady, who is the guardian of the door, hath made a way for me. I come forth by day against mine enemy, and I have gained the mastery over him. He hath been given over unto me, and he shall not be delivered out of my hand. And he shall come to an end before me in the presence of the great divine sovereign chiefs who are in the underworld. The first great rank hath been given unto me by him, along with the shade and form of the living gods, and I have made my path. Mine enemy hath been brought unto me, and he hath been given unto me, and he shall not be delivered out of my hand. The things which concern me have been ended in the presence of the divine sovereign chiefs of Osiris, who is clothed in his apparel. And behold, the governor of those in Amenti. I am the Lord of redness on the day of transformations. I am the Lord of knives, and injury shall not be done unto me. I have made my path. I am the scribe who writeth down the odorous things which are in the sweet-smelling incense, and the things which belong to the mighty ruddy one have been brought to me, and the mighty ruddy one hath been given to me. I have come forth by day against my enemy. I have brought him along. I have gained the power over him. He hath been given unto me, and he shall not be delivered out of my hand. He hath come to an end beneath me in the presence of the divine sovereign chiefs, and I eat him in the great field on the altar of Ur-Chit. I have gained the mastery over him as Sekhet, the great lady. I am the Lord of transformations, for I have the transformations of every god, and they go round about in me. Chapter 180. Vignette. The deceased kneeling in supplication before three gods. Text, the chapter of coming forth by day, of praising Ra and Amentet, of ascribing praise unto those who dwell in the Tuat, of opening up a path for the perfect Khu in the underworld, of causing him to walk, of making long his footsteps, of going in and coming forth from the underworld, and of performing transformations like a living soul. The Osiris triumphant saith, Ra setteth as Osiris with all the diadems of the divine Khus and of the gods of Amentet. He is the one divine form, the hidden one of the Tuat, the holy soul at the head of Amentet, Un Nefer, whose duration of life is forever and forever. Words of praise are addressed to thee, O Osiris, in the Tuat, and thy son Horus hath satisfaction in thee, and he hath spoken unto thee the decree of words. Thou makest him to rise upon those who dwell in the Tuat like a mighty divine star, under whom the things which are his have been brought in the Tuat. Thou travellest through it, O son of Ra, and comest forth like Tem. Words of praise are addressed unto thee by those who dwell in the Tuat, which is the throne chamber, dear to thy majesty, the king, the prince of Akkert, the mighty ruler, who is crowned with the Ureret crown, the great God whose seat is hidden, the Lord and weigher of words, and the sovereign of his divine chiefs. And words of praise are addressed unto thee by those who dwell in the Tuat, and they have satisfaction in thee. And words of praise are addressed unto thee by those who dwell in the Tuat, and the divine beings who weep pluck out their hair for thee, and they smite their hands together, and they praise thee, and they cry out before thee, and they weep for thee, and they rejoice that thy soul hath glorified thy dead body. The souls of Ra and Amentet are exalted, and in the zone of the Tuat the souls cry out in their songs of exaltation unto the souls of Ra, who dwelleth therein. The body and souls of the god Techench dwell in the Tuat, and his divine soul resteth therein. Hail, Osiris, I am a servant of thy temple, and one who dwelleth there within thy divine house, and thou utterest with command the words of the decree. Grant thou that I may rise like a luminary among the denizens of the Tuat, and like a mighty star unto whom in the Tuat the things which are his have been brought. Let me journey through it like the son of Ra, and let me come forth as Tem. Let me have rest in the Tuat. Let me gain the mastery over the darkness. Let me enter therein. Let me come forth therefrom. Let thy hands receive me, O Ta-Te-Unen, and let the Hetepu gods lift me up. O stretch ye out your hands to me, for I, even I, know your names. Lead ye me along, praise ye me, O Hetepu gods, with your praises. For Ra rejoiceth over the praises which are offered unto me, even as he doth over those which are offered unto Osiris. I have established for you your offerings, and ye have obtained the mastery over your oblations, even as Ra hath commanded me to do. I am the god Mehu, and I am his heir upon the earth, and I have made my path. O ye Hetepu gods, grant ye that I may enter into the Tuat, and let me make a way into the beautiful Amentet. I have established the scepter of the god Sa, and the Nemi's crown for the god whose name is hidden. Look ye then, O Hetepu gods, and ye gods who are the gods of the Tuat, and grant that I may receive my glorious might, and let me rise like a luminary above his hidden place, and deliver ye me from the deadly stakes of those who are chained thereunto. Chain ye me not unto your deadly stakes, and give ye me not over to the habitation of the fiends who slay. I am the heir of Osiris, and I received his Nemi's crown in the Tuat. Look ye upon me then, and let me rise like a luminary who hath come forth from your members, and let me come into being like my divine Father who is worshipped. Look ye upon me then, and rejoice ye in me, and grant that I may rise up, and that I may come into being like him whose transformations were destroyed. Open ye a way unto my divine soul, O ye who stand upon your places. Grant ye that I may rest in the beautiful Amentet, and decree ye for me a seat in front of you. Open out ye to me your paths, and draw back for me the bolts of your doors. Behold, O Ra, as thou art the guide of this earth, so let the divine souls be my guides, and let me follow after the gods. I am he who guardeth his own pylon, and I am led along by those who lead. I am he who keepeth ward over his doors, and who setteth the gods in their places. I am he who dwelleth upon his standard within the Tuat. I am the god Henbi, the guardian of the lands of the gods. I am the boundaries of the Tuat. I am the god Hatepi in Aukert. My offerings have been made in Amentet by the divine souls who dwell in the gods. I am the god Meha-a-Nuti-Ra. I am the hidden Bennu bird. I enter in as he resteth in the Tuat, and I come forth as he resteth in the Tuat. I am the Lord of the celestial abodes, and I journey through the night sky after Ra. My offerings are in heaven in the field of Ra, and my sepulchral meals are on earth in the field of Eru. I travel through the Tuat like the beings who are with Ra, and I weigh words like the god Thoth. I stretch myself at my desire. I run forward with my strides in my spiritual form of hidden qualities, and my transformations are those of the double god Horus Set. I am the president of the food of the gods of the Tuat, and I give the sepulchral offerings of the Khus. I am the god of the mighty heart, who smiteth his enemies. Hail, ye gods and Khus, the ancestors of Ra, who follow after the divine soul which he hath. Lead ye me along as ye lead him along, and do ye who are the guides of Ra, and who are leaders, dwelling in the upper heaven, guide me, for I am like unto the divine and holy soul, who is in Amentet.
Part 23.
Vignette: the deceased kneeling in adoration before three gods who are seated before a door. Behind are a lion-headed and a vulture-headed god, each of whom has a serpent above his head. Text: the chapter of entering into the divine sovereign chiefs of Osiris, and to the gods who are guides in the Tuat, and to those who keep ward over their gates, and to those who are heralds of their halls, and to those who are the porters of the doors and pylons of Amentet, and of making the transformations like a living soul, and of praising Osiris, and of becoming the prince of the divine sovereign chiefs. The Osiris Kena triumphant saith, Homage to thee, O governor of Amentet, Un-Nefer, lord of Ta-Chetsert, O thou who art diademed like Ra, verily I come to see thee and to rejoice at thy beauties. His disk is thy disk, his rays of light are thy rays of light, his ureret crown is thy ureret crown, his majesty is thy majesty, his risings are thy risings, his beauties are thy beauties. The terror which he inspireth is the terror which thou inspirest. His odor is thy odor, his hall is thy hall, his seat is thy seat, his throne is thy throne, his air is thy air, his ornaments are thy ornaments, his decree is thy decree, his hidden place is thy hidden place, his things are thy things, his knowledge or powers is thy knowledge, the attributes of greatness which are his are thine, the power which protecteth him protecteth thee. He dieth not, and thou diest not. He is not triumphed over by his enemies, and thou art not triumphed over by thine enemies. No evil thing whatsoever hath happened unto him, and no evil thing whatsoever shall happen unto thee forever and forever. Homage to thee, O Osiris, son of Nut, lord of the two horns, whose Atef crown is exalted. May the Ureret crown be given unto him, along with sovereignty before the company of the gods. May the god Temu make terror of him to exist in the hearts of men and women, and gods and Khus and the dead. May dominion be given unto him in Anu, Heliopolis. May he be mighty of transformations in Tatu, Mendes. May he be the Lord greatly feared in the Ati. May he be mighty in victory in Restau. May he be the Lord who is remembered with gladness in the great house. May he have manifold risings like a luminary in Abtu, Abydos. May triumph be given unto him in the presence of the company of the gods. May he gain the victory over the mighty powers. May the fear of him be made to go throughout the earth, and may the princes stand up upon their stations before the sovereign of the gods of the Tuat, the mighty form of heaven, the prince of the living ones, the king of those who are therein, and the glorifier of thousands in Karaba. The denizens of heaven rejoice in him who is the Lord of the chosen offerings in the mansions above. A meat offering is made unto him in the city Het Ka-Ptah, Memphis, and the things of the night are prepared for him in Shechem, Letopolis. Behold, O mighty God, thou great one of twofold strength, thy son Horus avengeth thee. He doeth away with every evil thing whatsoever that belongeth to thee. He bindeth up in order for thee thy person. He gathereth together for thee thy members. He collecteth for thee thy bones. He bringeth to thee thy. Thou art raised up then, O Osiris. I have given unto thee thy hand, and make thee to stand up alive forever and ever. The god Seb directeth thy mouth. The great company of the gods protecteth thee, and they accompany thee unto the door of the gate of the Tuat. Thy mother Nut placeth her hands behind thee. She giveth thee strength, and she reneweth the power which protecteth thee. Birds, thy two sisters Isis and Nephthys, come unto thee, and they unite thee unto life and strength and health, and thy heart rejoiceth before them. They in thee through love of thee, and they load thy hands for thee with things of all kinds. All the gods present unto thee provisions, and behold, they praise thee forever. Happy art thou, O Osiris, for thou art crowned, and art endowed with strength, and art glorious, and thine attributes are established for thee. Thy face is like that of Anpu. Ra rejoiceth in thee, and he maketh himself to be a brother to thy beautiful person. Thou sittest upon thy throne. The god Seb maketh the libation for thee, and that which thou wishest to receive is in thy hands in Amentet. Thou sailest over the celestial regions each day. Thy mother Nut maketh thee to go forth on thy way, and thou settest in life in Amentet in the boat of Ra each day, along with Horus, who loveth thee. The protecting strength of Ra guardeth thee. The words of might of Thoth are behind thee, and Isis maketh strength to follow after thy person. I have come to thee, O Lord of Ta Jesert, Osiris, governor of those who are in Amentet, Un-Nefer, whose twofold existence is forever and forever. My heart is right and true, my hands are pure. I have brought things unto their divine Lord, and offerings unto the God who made them. I have come, and I have advanced to your cities. I have done that which was good upon earth. I have slain thine enemies for thee like sacrificial oxen. I have slaughtered for thee thy adversaries. I have made them to fall down upon their faces before thee. I am pure, even as thou art pure. I have made pure for thee thy festival, and I have upon thine altar to thy soul, and to thy form, and to the gods, and to the goddesses who are in thy train. Rubric: if this chapter be known by the deceased, things of evil shall not gain the mastery over him, and he shall not be turned back from any of the doors of Amentet, but he shall go in and come out, and cakes and ale and all beautiful things shall be given unto him in the presence of those who dwell in the Tuat. Chapter 182. Vignette: the deceased lying upon a bier within a funeral chest or coffer. Beneath the bier are three bases. At the foot stand Isis, Hapi, and Tuamartef, and at the head Nephthys, Mesha, and Keb-Senef. In the upper and lower registers are a number of seated and standing man-headed and animal-headed deities who hold in their hands snakes, lizards, and knives. Text: the book of establishing Osiris firmly, of giving air to the still heart, whilst Thoth repulseth the foes of Osiris, who cometh there in his transformations, and is protected and made strong and guarded in the underworld by the operation of the will of Thoth himself, and Shu setteth upon him each day. Thoth saith, I am Thoth, the perfect scribe, whose hands are pure, the Lord of the two horns, who maketh iniquity to be destroyed, the scribe of right and truth, who abominateth sin. Behold, he is the writing reed of the god Neber-cher, the Lord of laws, who giveth forth the speech of wisdom and understanding, whose words have dominion over the two lands. I am Thoth, the Lord of right and truth, who trieth the right and truth for the gods, the judge of words in their essence, whose words triumph over violence. I have scattered the darkness. I have driven away the whirlwind and the storm. I have given the pleasant breeze of the north wind unto Osiris Un-Nefer, as he came forth from the womb of her who gave him birth. I have made Ra to set as Osiris, and Osiris setteth as Ra setteth. I have made him to enter into the hidden habitation, to vivify the heart of the still heart, the holy soul, who dwelleth in Amentet, and to shout cries of joy unto the still heart, Un-Nefer, the son of Nut. I am Thoth, the favoured one of Ra, the Lord of Might, who bringeth to a prosperous end that which he doeth, the mighty one of enchantments, who is in the boat of millions of years, the Lord of laws, the subduer of the two lands, whose words of might gave strength to her that gave him birth, whose word doeth away with opposition and fighting, and who performeth the will of Ra in his shrine. I am Thoth, who made Osiris to triumph over his enemies. I am Thoth, who issueth the decree at dawn, whose sight followeth on again after his overthrow at his season, the guide of heaven and earth and the underworld, and the creator of the life of all nations and peoples. I gave air unto him that was in the hidden place, by means of the might of the magical words of my utterance, and Osiris triumpheth over his enemies. I came unto thee, O Lord of Ta-Cheser, Osiris, bull of Ament, and thou wert strengthened forever. I set everlastingness as a protection for thy members, and I came unto thee having protection in my hand, and I guarded thee with strength during the course of each and every day. Protection and life were behind this God, protection and life were behind this God, and his Ka was glorified with power. The king of the Tuat, the prince of Amentet, the victorious conqueror of heaven, hath the Atef crown firmly stablished upon him. He is diademed with the white crown, and he graspeth the crook and the whip. Unto him the great one of souls, the mighty one of the Ureret crown, every god gathereth together, and love for him who is Un Nefer, and whose existence is for everlasting, and all eternity goeth through their bodies. Homage to thee, O governor of those who are in Amenti, who makest mortals to be born again, who renewest thy youth, thou comest, who dwellest in thy season, and who art more beautiful than thy son Horus hath avenged thee. The rank or dignity of Tem hath been conferred upon thee, O Un Nefer. Thou art raised up, O bull of Amentet. Thou art stablished, yea, stablished in the body of Nut, who uniteth herself unto thee, and who cometh forth with thee. Thy heart is established upon that which supporteth it, and thy breast is as it was formerly. Thy nose is firmly fixed with life and power. Thou livest, and thou art renewed, and thou makest thyself young like Ra each and every day. Mighty, mighty is Osiris in victory, and he is firmly established with life. I am Thoth, and I have pacified Horus, and I have quieted the two divine combatants in their season of storm. I have come, and I have washed the ruddy one. I have quieted the stormy one, and I have filled him with all manner of evil things. I am Thoth, and I have made the things of the night in Sechem, Letopolis. I am Thoth, and I have come daily into the cities of Pe and Tepu. I have led along the offerings and oblations. I have given cakes with lavish hand to the Khus. I have protected the shoulder of Osiris. I have embalmed him. I have made sweet his odor, even as is that of the beautiful God. I am Thoth, and I have come each day into the city of Ker-Abba. I have tied the cordage, and I have set in good order the Makhent boat, and I have brought it from the east to the west. I am more exalted upon my standard than any god in my name of he whose face is exalted. I have opened fair things in my name of Apuat, that is, opener of the road, and I have ascribed praise and done homage unto Osiris Un Nefer, whose existence is forever and forever. Chapter 183, Vignette: The deceased and his wife standing with hands raised in adoration. Thoth, ibis-headed, standing upright and presenting symbols of strength and life. Text: Osiris Hu Nefer, the overseer of the palace of the Lord of the two lands, triumphant, praiseth Osiris, and acclaimeth him, and doeth homage unto Un Nefer, and boweth to the ground before the Lord of Ta-Chesert, and exalteth those who are upon his sand, saying, I have come unto thee, O son of Nut, Osiris, prince of everlastingness. I am in the following of the god Thoth, and I have rejoiced at everything which he hath done for thee. He hath brought unto thee sweet air for thy nose, and life and strength to thy beautiful face, and the north wind which cometh forth from Tem for thy nostrils, O Lord of Ta-Chesert. He hath made the god Shu to shine upon thy body. He hath illumined thy path with rays of splendor. He hath destroyed for thee all the evil defects which belong to thy members by the magical power of the words of his utterance. He hath made the two Horus brethren to be at peace for thee. He hath destroyed the storm wind and the hurricane. He hath made the two combatants to be gracious unto thee, and the two lands to be at peace before thee. He hath put away the wrath which was in their hearts, and each hath become reconciled unto his brother. Thy son Horus is triumphant in the presence of the whole company of the gods. The sovereignty over the world hath been given unto him, and his dominion is in the uttermost parts of the earth. The throne of the god Seb hath been adjudged unto him, along with the rank which hath been founded by the god Tamu, and which hath been established by decrees in the chamber of books, and hath been inscribed upon an iron tablet, according to the command of thy father Ptah Tanan, when he sat upon the great throne. He hath set his brother upon that which the god Shu beareth up, to stretch out the waters over the mountains, and to make to spring up that which groweth upon the hills, and the grain which shooteth upon the earth, and he giveth increase by water and by land. Gods celestial and gods terrestrial transfer themselves to the service of thy son Horus, and they follow him into his hall, where a decree is passed that he shall be lord over them, and they perform it straightway. Thy heart rejoiceth, O Lord of the gods, thy heart rejoiceth greatly. Egypt and the Red Land are at peace, and they serve humbly under thy sovereign power. The temples are established upon their own lands. Cities and nomes possess firmly their property which they have in their names, and we will make to thee the divine offerings which we are bound to make, and offer sacrifices in thy name forever. Acclamations are made in thy name, libations are poured out to thy Ka, sepulchral meals are brought unto thee by the Khus who are in thy following, and water is sprinkled upon the offerings upon both sides of the souls of the dead in this land. Every design which hath been ordered for thee according to his, that is, Ra's commands in the beginning, hath been perfected. Now therefore, O son of Nut, thou art diademed as Nebuchadnezzar is diademed at his rising. Thou livest, thou art stablished, thou renewest thy youth, and thou art true and perfect. Thy father Ra maketh strong thy members, and the company of the gods make acclamations unto thee. The goddess Isis is with thee, and she never leaveth thee. Thou art not overthrown by thine enemies. The lords of all lands praise thy beauties, even as they praise Ra when he riseth at the beginning of each day. Thou risest up like an exalted one upon thy standard. Thy beauties exalt the face of man, and make long his stride. I have given unto thee the sovereignty of thy father Seb, and the goddess Mut, thy mother, who gave birth to the gods, brought thee forth as the firstborn of 5 gods, and created thy beauties, and fashioned thy members. Thou art stablished as king, the white crown is upon thy head, and thou hast grasped in thy hands the crook and the whip. Whilst thou wert in the womb, and hadst not us yet come forth therefrom upon the earth, thou wert crowned lord of the 2 lands, and the Atef crown of Ra was upon thy brow. The gods come unto thee bowing low to the ground, and they hold thee in fear. They retreat and depart when they see thee with the terror of Ra, and the victory of thy majesty is in their hearts. Life is with thee, and offerings of meat and drink follow thee, and that which is thy due is offered up before thy face. Grant thou that I may follow in the train of thy majesty, even as I did upon earth. Let my soul be called into the presence, and let it be found by the side of the lords of right and truth. I have come into the city of God, the region which existed in primeval time, with my soul, and with my double, and with my Khu, to dwell in this land. The God thereof is the Lord of right and truth. He is the Lord of the Techepha food of the gods, and he is most holy. His land draweth unto itself every other land. The south cometh sailing down the river thereto, and the north, steered thither by winds, cometh daily to make festival therein, according to the command of the God thereof, who is the Lord of peace therein. And doth he not say, the happiness thereof is a care unto me? The God who dwelleth therein worketh right and truth. Unto him that doeth these things he giveth old age, and to him that followeth after them rank and honor, and at length he attaineth unto a happy funeral and burial in Ta Chesert. I have come unto thee and my hands hold right and truth, and my heart hath no crafty wickedness therein. I offer up before thee that which is thy due, and I know that whereon thou livest. I have not committed any sin in the land, and I have defrauded no man of that which is his. I am Thoth, the perfect scribe, whose hands are pure. I am the Lord of purity, the destroyer of evil, the scribe of right and truth, and that which I abominate is sin. Behold me, for I am the writing reed of the god Neber-cher, the Lord of laws, who giveth forth the word of wisdom and understanding, and whose speech hath dominion over the two lands. I am Thoth, the Lord of right and truth, who maketh the feeble one to gain the victory, and who avengeth the wretched and the oppressed on him that wrongeth him. I have scattered the darkness, I have driven away the storm, and I have brought the wind to Un-Nefer, the beautiful breeze of the north wind, even as it came forth from the womb of his mother. I have caused him to enter into the hidden abode, to vivify the heart of the still heart. Un-Nefer, the son of Nut, Horus, triumphant. Chapter 184, Vignette: The deceased standing upright before Osiris, who wears the Atef crown and holds in his hands the whip and crook, emblems of sovereignty and dominion. Text: The chapter being nigh unto Osiris, the Osiris Uah, the overseer of the estates of Amen, triumphant, saith. Chapter 185, Vignette: Osiris at the head of Abtu, the great god, prince of eternity and governor of Amentet, enthroned within a shrine. He holds in his hands the whip and crook, emblems of sovereignty and dominion. Before him, with hands raised in adoration, stand the deceased and his wife Hent Neteru, the lady of the house, the singing woman of Amen, triumphant. Text: The giving of praises unto Osiris, and paying homage unto the Lord of eternity, and propitiating the God in his will, and declaring the right and truth, the Lord of which is unknown. The Osiris Sutimes, the libationer and president of the altar chamber in the apse, the president of the scribes of the temple of Amen, triumphant, saith: Homage to thee, O thou holy God, thou mighty and beneficent being, thou prince of eternity, who dwellest in thy abode in the Sektet boat, thou whose risings are manifold in the Atet boat. To thee are praises rendered in heaven and upon earth. Peoples and nations exalt thee, and the majesty of the terror of him is in the hearts of men, and Khus and the dead. Thy soul is in Tetet Mendes, and the terror of thee is in Sutton Henin. Thou settest the visible emblems of thyself in Anu, and the greatness of thy transformations in the double place of purification. I have come unto thee, and my heart hath right and truth therein, and there is neither craft nor guile in my breast. Grant thou that I may have my being among the living, and that I may sail down and up the river among those who are in thy following. Chapter 186, Vignette: The goddess Hathor in the form of a hippopotamus, wearing upon her head a disk and horns. In her right hand she holds an unidentified object, and in her left the emblem of life. Before her are offerings, and behind her the cow May-Urit, who may be identified with Hathor, looks forth from the funeral mountain. At the foot of the mountain is the tomb, and in the foreground grows a group of flowering plants. Text: Hathor, lady of Amentet, mighty dweller in the funeral mountain, lady of Ta-Chesert, daughter or eye of Ra, dweller before him, beautiful of face in the boat of millions of years, the habitation or seat of peace, creator of law in the boat of the favored ones. Chapter 137, Vignette: This chapter is without a vignette in the Papyrus of Nu. Text: The chapter of entering in unto the company of the gods. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief Nu, triumphant, saith: Homage to you, O company of the gods of Ra. I have come before you. I am in the following of Ra. I have made my way, and I have passed in among you. Let not my hand be repulsed in whatsoever I do this day. Chapter 138, Vignette: This chapter is without a vignette in the Papyrus of Nu. Text: The chapter of the going in of the soul to build an abode and to come forth by day in human form. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, Nu, triumphant, the son of the overseer of the palace, Amenhotep, triumphant, saith: Come in peace, thou hast a coup. Enter thou in peace into the divine Uchat. Behold, thou hast a coup, together with a soul Ba and Oshade, Ka, Ibit, to look thereupon. May it behold me when I am judged, in whatever place it may be, with my attributes, and with my form, and with my faculties of mind, and with all my attributes ordered and perfect, even as a soul which is provided with all things, and is divine. May I shine like Ra in his divine splendor in the temple. And may my soul and my shade come to me upon their legs from the place where I am judged, and behold me. May I stand up and sit down and enter into the house of his body, which, behold, hath become one of the starry gods of Osiris, who travel by day and journey by night, and celebrate the festivals. Chapter 189. This chapter is without a vignette in the Papyrus of Nu. Text, the chapter of not letting a man perform a journey being hungry, and of not letting him eat filth. The overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, Nu, triumphant, the son of the overseer of the palace, Amenhotep, triumphant, saith, the things which are an abomination unto me, the things which are an abomination unto me, I will not eat. What I abominate is filth, and I will not eat thereof in the place of the sepulchral cakes, which are offered unto the Kas. Let me not be thrown down upon it, let it not light upon my body, let it not enter into my fingers, and let it not join itself unto my toes. Thou shalt live then upon that which the gods and the Khus decree for me in this place, and upon that which is brought unto thee there. Let me live upon the 7 cakes which shall be brought unto me, 4 cakes before Horus, and 3 cakes before Thoth. The gods and the Khus shall say unto me, what manner of food wouldst thou have given unto thee? And I reply, let me eat my food beneath the sycamore tree of the goddess Hathor, and let my times be among the divine beings who have alighted thereon. Let me have the power to order my own fields in Tatu, and my own growing crops in Anu. Let me live upon bread made of white barley, and let my beer be made from red grain, and may the persons of my father and mother be given unto me as guardians of my door, and for the ordering of the divine territory. Let me be sound and strong, let me have a large room, let me make a way, let me have my seat wherever I please, like a living soul, and let me never be kept in restraint by mine enemy. That which is an abomination unto me is filth, and I will not eat thereof. Let me never pass over filth and offal in Anu, but let it depart from me. I am the bull who ordereth his habitation. I fly like the mighty one, I cackle like the smen goose, and I alight upon the beautiful sycamore which standeth in the lake of Akkad. I come forth, and I alight upon it. He who alighteth there in the form of the great God shall not be driven away therefrom. The things which I abominate I will not eat. The things which I abominate are filth and offal, and I will not eat thereof. The things which are an abomination unto my Ka are filth and offal. They shall never enter into my body. They shall never come into my hands, and I will never tread upon them with my sandals. O send ye not forth against me foul water. Harm ye not me with the rod. Give ye not unto me. Snatch ye me not away from the edge of your deep cisterns, and let me not depart from you being overthrown. The divine Al-Khamu, beings of the god Pen-Heseb, shall say unto me, upon what wilt thou live in this land, whither thou art going, and wherein thou wouldst be glorious? And I reply, I will live upon the cakes made of black grain, and upon ale made of white grain, and upon 4 cakes in Sekhet Hetep, which is more than the food of any or every god. Moreover, I have 4 loaves of bread during the course of each and every day, besides 4 loaves in Anu, which is more than the food of any or every god. And the divine Al-Khamu, beings of the god Pen-Heseb, shall say unto me, what hast thou brought to eat in that holy furrow, on that day when I receive my offerings with anti-unguent? And I reply, I will not eat thereof, it shall not come into my hands, and I will not tread thereon with my sandals. And the divine Al-Khamu, beings of the god Pen-Heseb, shall say unto me, upon what wilt thou live in this land, whither thou art going, and wherein thou wouldst be glorious? And I reply, I will live upon the 7 cakes which shall be brought, 4 in the temple of Horus, and 3 in the temple of Thoth. And the divine Al-Khamu, beings of the god Pen-Heseb, shall say unto me, who then shall bring them unto thee? And I reply, the divine associate of the temples of the Heretchati, goddesses of Anu. And they say, where wilt thou eat them? And I reply, beneath the beams of the beautiful ark, to which hymns are sung as it is borne along, thither shall I be taken. And the divine Al-Kamu beings of the god Pen-Heseb shall say unto me, Wouldst thou live then upon the things which belong to another every day? And I reply, I will myself plow the fields of my estate in Sekhet Haru. And the divine Al-Kamu beings of the god Pen-Heseb shall say unto me, Who will protect them for thee? And I reply, the two divine daughters of the divine king of the north, besides those who belong to them. And the divine Al-Kamu beings of the god Pen-Heseb shall say unto me, Who will plow them for thee? And I reply, the divine chiefs who dwell among the gods of heaven and the gods of earth. The treading down of the earth shall be done for me by the cow goddess Ha-Piu, who dwelleth in the city of Sao, and the harvest shall be reaped for me by Sati, the Lord of heaven and of earth. Hail, ye who turn back the blossoms upon yourselves, ye whose transgressions are done away with, whose faces are holy. Behold, I am with the divine beings of Set at the mountain of Bakau, and I sit down along with the spiritual bodies who are perfect on the side of the lake of Osiris to rejoice my heart. Shall not I make the overseer of the palace, the chancellor-in-chief, Nu triumphant, to know life? Chapter 190. Vignette. This chapter is without a vignette in the Papyrus of Nu. Text. The book of making perfect the coup within Ra, of making him to gain the mastery before Tem, of magnifying him before Osiris, of making him to be powerful before the governor of Amentet, and of causing him to be mighty before the company of the gods. Rubric. This book shall be recited on the first day of the month of the festival, on the festival of the sixth, on the festival of Uak, on the festival of Thoth, on the birthday of Osiris, on the festival of Sekri, and on the festival of the night of Haker. It will enable a man to pass through the hidden places of the Tuat, and to penetrate the secret habitations of Neter Kert, to break through mountains, and to open up a way through the secret valleys which are unknown. This chapter shall preserve or embalm the coup. It shall make broad his steps, it shall give him power to walk, it shall destroy the deafness of his face, and it shall enable him to make a way for his face with the God. When thou recitest this chapter, thou shalt not let any man whatsoever see thee, except him that is indeed dear to thy heart, and the priest who readeth the service Ker-Heb. Thou shalt not let any other person see thee, and no servant shall come outside the chamber wherein thou art. Thou shalt recite this chapter inside a chamber lined with cloth, decorated, literally shot with stars throughout. The soul of every khu, that is, the deceased, for whom this book hath been recited, shall come forth among the living. He himself shall come forth by day, and he shall gain the mastery among the gods, and shall not be repulsed by them. And these gods shall revolve around about him, and they shall acknowledge, literally recognize him, and indeed he shall be as the divine one among them, and he shall make thee to know the transformations which shall come to him in the light. This book is indeed a very great mystery, and thou shalt never allow those who dwell in the papyrus swamps of the Delta, that is, ignorant folk, or any person whatsoever, to see it. 1. To the door of the west wind, Ra liveth, the tortoise dieth. Pure is the body in the earth, and pure are the bones of Osiris, the Am-Kent. Nefer Uben F. Triumphant. 2. To the door of the east wind, Ra liveth, the tortoise dieth. Sound is he who is in the chest. Who is in the chest? Osiris Nefer Uben F. Triumphant. 3. To the door of the north wind, Ra liveth, the tortoise dieth. The Osiris Nefer Uben F. Triumphant is strong in his members. Keb Senef guardeth them. 4. To the door of the south wind, Ra liveth, the tortoise dieth. The bolts are drawn, and they pass through his foundation. Rubric. Every Sahu for whom these divine figures have been painted upon his coffin shall make his way through these four entrances into heaven. That of the north wind belongeth to Osiris, that of the south wind to Ra, that of the west wind to Isis, and that of the east wind to Nephthys. Each one of these winds shall breathe into his nostrils as he entereth in his daily course. Let none who is outside know this chapter. It is a great mystery, and those who dwell in the swamps, that is, the ignorant, know it not. Thou shalt not do this in the presence of any person except thy father, or thy son, or thyself alone, for it is indeed an exceedingly great mystery which no man whatever knoweth.